Others either struggle to kill zombies in the instance, or fight fiercely for a low-level magic book. But I can easily one-shot the boss just by AFK sleeping. It turns out that I brought my pre-life cheat soul into the world of beast taming, where a skeleton warrior drops automatically every second. However, this SSS level outrageous summoning ability is mocked by 8 billion students as sewer superpower in manhwa. Just because the rankless skeletons are the most trashy existence, even an ordinary person can easily crush a large group. Therefore, no matter how many are summoned, they cannot stop the face-to-face sneak attacks of the Lonling King. But only I know that a skeleton army numbering in the millions can actually synthesize higher-level mages and warlords, even crushing opponents with 6S level Death Knights. At this point, I opened the system panel to check the exchange rate. It takes 1,000 skeleton warriors to exchange for 1 skeleton archer, 3,000 for a skeleton mage, and 5,000 for a skeleton warlord. As for the more advanced species, they need to wait for the system to drop for some time before they can be unlocked. However, according to the calculation of 1 soldier per second, do the buddies in the comments section know how many soldiers can be generated in 2.5 years? However, whether the answer is correct or not, I can quickly form a formidable army of natural disasters. Soon after, the brass-level trial secret realm will open. The principal declared that whoever is the first to clear it and come out will receive a soul gem as a reward. All the students in the elite class were excited because professionals wanted to quickly improve their skills, and besides meditating, they could also practice with gems. Even a low-grade soul gem is worth 25,000. Although I used to be a talentless student with an F-grade awakening, I am confident that I will definitely get this initial reward, just because my system space has accumulated more than 43,000 skeletons. This time, I exchanged a total of 20 archers and 6 mages who cast fireball spells. When I exited the system, I was still wearing cheap equipment, but this scene once again attracted ridicule from the crowd. Ha ha ha, everyone look. This F-grade Zhongli also wants to challenge the brass secret realm. You know, he almost failed in the face of the black iron instance before. This is even more exciting than watching Boruto 10,000 times. However, faced with such doubts, I naturally couldn't be bothered. Shortly after the teacher opened the dungeon of the evil spine orcs, I directly entered a barren land with a withered wooden staff in hand. In order to prevent being killed instantly, I summoned archers and mages, and even had 300 warriors surround me. However, it almost filled this desolate area. Soon after, a large wave of evil-spined orcs appeared in front of the cave. However, when they saw the dense array of skeleton monsters in front of them, more than 30 evil-spined orcs stood still in place, clearly stunned. With a wave of my hand, hundreds of soldiers immediately rushed forward all at once. Although the evil spine beast's individual combat power is several times stronger than the former, with a full force strike it can crush a skeleton warrior. However, mages and archers can attack from a distance. The evil spine beast, restrained by the skeleton warriors, had no way to fight back. In less than 2.5 minutes, they were engulfed by a sky full of black fireballs and arrows. At this time, the homeroom teacher Kai-kun outside the secret realm has been staring at his watch, looking forward to the first place in this test. However, the next moment, he was shocked and dumbfounded, just because I took less than 2.5 minutes to teleport out. It is worth noting that the previous S-level genius also took 8 minutes, which is 3.22.5 minutes. Facing the teacher's questioning, I could only use the excuse of not liking to show off to get through. Now, this kind of trashy copy is just an appetizer. In order to deal with the upcoming college entrance examination, I directly drove to the professional equipment store again, ready to purchase 5 more gems to enhance my strength. After checking the memory, I realized that the original owner was a spendthrift, and when money was in his hands, it would be spent recklessly. Therefore, the inheritance left by his father is managed by his old friend, Sister Lu Ruyan, who gives me a fixed monthly living allowance of 50,000 yuan. However, asking for money must have a legitimate reason. After absorbing all the gems when I returned home, my strength and cheekiness increased by 2.5 points. At this time, the system space also had many more skeleton warriors. Now you can exchange for 2 new undead characters. Sacrifice 5,000 skeleton soldiers to exchange for 1 skeleton warlord. Sacrifice 10,000 skeleton soldiers to exchange for 1 ghoul. Upon seeing this, I directly exchanged for 2 warlords and ghouls. As for the remaining more than 11,000 foot soldiers, I can still exchange for 2 mages and archers. The warlords have a skill called Undead Roar, which can enhance the combat power and movement speed of surrounding friendly forces. Ghouls have peak level strength. Although they do not have skills, they have fast attack speed, and their sense of smell is more sensitive than that of hunting dogs. They can even restore health by eating corpses. More importantly, they naturally counter stealthy professionals, like me, a fragile milady-like creature, who is most afraid of Lan Ling Wang using beheading tactics to kill instantly. The next morning, Panzihua Middle School and other schools held an exchange match. using a 5v5 mode with 3 sets and 2 wins. However, after Panzihua's 5 top talents took the field, they couldn't even hold on for 2.5 points and were chased away by the opponent. Now Kai Koen is worried about arranging the second batch of 5 players to fight, but at this moment, I finally couldn't sit still on the side, because it's okay for students from Ijeon to scold my classmates, but if they scold me, I definitely can't swallow this anger. So I faced the overwhelming ridicule and went straight to the martial arts arena to talk tough. Don't say I'm bullying you. The strongest among you come at me together. I'm ready to take on 5. The blood mage seemed to be the leader of these transfer students. He glanced at me and coldly snorted, "A clown seeking popularity. All 5 of us will go together. Even if we win, it's not honorable for you. Let's make a bet. I have a 3-star dark crow ring here. If you win, the ring is yours. If you lose, all your equipment belongs to me. It's a sure win deal. Dare to bet?" I took out the 3-star ring that I used as a lick dog to give to the goddess. The blood mage seemed visibly tempted, and without waiting for the teachers to intervene, both of them entered the dueling realm together. The principal of Panzihua, Kai Koen, sighed heavily and murmured, "Zhonghua, your son is like you, reliable in critical moments. Unlike the elite class I painstakingly nurtured. In the end, they are useless and all a bunch of cowards." Therefore, he made up his mind to give me a 3-star equipment and 10 pieces of inferior spirit stones regardless of the outcome of this situation. This cannot let the son of an old friend feel cold-hearted. But in less than 2.5 minutes on the field, a student from the opposite side has already eliminated 1 person, and at this moment, the dueling arena is already filled with a dense army of skeletons, surrounded by spirits. I am like the king of the underworld. In total, I summoned 100 warriors, 24 skeleton archers, and 8 skeleton mages in the field, along with 2 skeleton warlords leading the front. Lin Lu's skeleton army, after emerging from thin air from the dark cemetery, directly surrounded the 5 people from the second form. He took a few more steps back, leaving the battlefield to them. "Finish them off," Lin Lu ordered to the skeletons. The skeleton army immediately attacked the 5 people in the second center. Lin Lu purposely arranged the skeleton archers and skeleton mages at the outermost part of the encirclement. Allow them to output as much as they want. The skeleton warlord, on the other hand, mixes in with the skeleton soldiers and uses the undead battle cry skill to enhance the attack power and movement speed of the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Looking around at the undead, the blood mage's pupils contracted as he roared in a low voice. "Impossible. How can there be so many of his summons? It's because we're being gullible. Quickly use the defense formation." The summoner immediately summoned his flame goblin to act as a meat shield, blocking in front of them against the raging attacks of the skeleton warriors. The 5 were able to catch their breath for a moment. Summoner encouraged, "Brothers, don't panic. The skeleton warriors look scary, but they are not powerful. Even if there are more of them, they are just cannon fodder. As long as we hold on." The caller's words were not yet finished. The arrows of the skeleton archers, and the magic bullets of the skeleton mages, rained down on the summoner's head. Holy, he even has a skeleton archer and a skeleton mage. The summoner woefully dodged and growled. The flame goblin is a melee-type summoned beast that uses the magic skill, firebomb magic. This skill is quite powerful. 1 firebomb spell could cripple a skeleton warrior, and 2 firebomb spells could kill a skeleton warrior in seconds. However, because flame goblin is a melee-type summoned beast, not a spell type, the mental power was too weak. So after the flame goblin used the skill firebomb technique, it had to cool down for 5 or 6 minutes before it could be used again. And flame goblins are smarter than lowly undead like skeleton warriors. The skeleton warrior will just charge in stupidly. Flame goblins also know strategies such as defense, dodging, baiting, and sneak attacks. So, took out quite a few skeleton warriors in Lin Lu. Lin Lu ignored these annoying flame goblins. He ordered the skeleton archers and skeleton mages to focus on exterminating the summoner first, waiting for the summoner to be eliminated. His summoned beasts will also be forced out. Seeing that the summoner could barely hold it up, the blood knight who was holding the greatsword threw it away and pulled out a large shield like a doorplate from his storage ring, holding it to protect the summoner. "Since you can't the summoner for a while, then clear out the flaming goblins first." This annoying little thing took out quite a few of Lin Lu's skeleton warriors. Lin Lu maneuvered the skeleton archers and skeleton mages to focus on spotting the summoner's flame goblins. Not a moment too soon. Just take out the summoner's flame goblins one by one. The other side didn't sit still. The assassin, who had used sneak to stealthily pass through the skeleton warriors, tried to sneak up on Lin Lu. Pity. Lin Lu has been guarding against him for a long time. See the assassin's figure as soon as it disappears. Lin Lu immediately released a ghoul. Relying on the ghoul's sense of smell, He found the assassin's trail with pinpoint accuracy. Under the siege of the peak level 1 ghouls and the surrounding skeletal warriors, the assassin didn't last long enough to be taken out. Then came the 2 blood knights. Under the triple attack of skeleton archers, skeleton mages and skeleton warriors, 2 blood knights were also eliminated. The remaining blood mages and summoners were soon overwhelmed by the skeleton army as well. The fight is over. Lin Lu wins. On the dueling arena, Lin Lu summoned 100 skeleton warriors, and they took out more than 60 of them, leaving 3 dozen skeleton warriors left. Lin Lu wasn't heartbroken either. Skeleton warrior is cannon fodder anyway. His cheats are 1 a second. Recall the skeletons to the dark cemetery. Lin Lu left the secret realm. The A-rank geniuses of the second middle school stood beside the secret altar with their heads bowed and shriveled. There was no more of the smug rampage from before. The gaze that looked at Lin Lu was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Lin Lu walked in front of them and said aloud, "Let's make a deal. If I win, all the equipment on the 5 of you will belong to me. What you won? I was just talking to you for fun. I didn't make a contract, so how can this count?" The blood mage wisecracked. The other 4 are also playing hard to get. They are not cheap with all the equipment. They are almost in the entrance exam. What will they do in the entrance exam if they lose their equipment at this time? There's no choice but to have the cheek to play hard to get. Lin Lu sneered. "You sons of ES, take a good look. This is Liang-no. 1 middle school. It's my territory. If you don't leave your equipment behind, you won't be able to leave today." Behind Lin Lu, the vice principal and a few teachers looked over intently. They all saw Lin Lu's bet with a few people from the second middle school. A few brats. It's okay to be arrogant and domineering when you win a game, but you dare to play a scoundrel when you lose. Do you really think that first form is so easy to bully? The blood mage's face was ugly. He twisted his head to look behind him, wanting the principal of the second grade to back him up. The principal of the second high school said without joy or sorrow, "Give them the equipment you have on you." It's not that the principal of the second school doesn't want to stick up for his own students. Rather, he knows, if his student dared to renege on Lin Lu's gambling debt, then the principal of the first high school dared to renege on his bet. It's the few pieces of 1-star equipment that matter. It's still a few resource mysteries that matter. The principal of the second high school can still carry the weight of the lesser of the 2. The principal of the second high school added, "When we get back, I'll make up for every penny of what we've lost." These few A-class geniuses were recruited from Shadow Red City at a good cost to him. Got to serve it well. Try not to aggravate them. With the assurance of the principal of the second school. Only then did the blood mage and the others agree to give all the equipment on their bodies to Lin Lu. A 1-star piece of equipment is worth roughly 2 to 5 soul gems. The blood mage's equipment for all of them added up to a total of more than 20 pieces. Selling them all would make almost 80 to 90 soul gems. Lin Lu was so happy he couldn't keep his mouth shut. With so many soul gems, he estimated that he would be able to break through the first level of the high rank before the college entrance exam. Alas, greedy for a small amount of money to eat a big loss. I should have known that I should have stopped after winning 2 games. The principal of the second high school grimaced. Originally, today was intended to be a day to make a name for the second middle school. As a result, the students of Liang-no, 1 middle school won by 1 to 5. If this gets out, how will Liang-no, 2 middle school lose face? The good thing is, losing face, winning the bet, and winning back the secret resources that the second school had previously lost from the hands of the first school. Not too much of a loss. Chapter 10. The principal of the second high school was on his way out. Suddenly he stopped, staring back straight at Lin Lu for a long time. The expression on his face was as if he had seen some rare treasure. The principal of the second high school said in his mind, "This student is obviously not valued by Liang-no, 1 middle school. Otherwise, he should have appeared in the first 2 innings. If we can pull him into no, 2 middle school, then the top student of the college entrance examination in the province this time." Off to the side, the principal of the first school noticed the covetous gaze of the principal of the second school. Walked up at once. Hurriedly, he blocked the second high school principal's gaze with his own body. He smiled skinlessly and said, "Oldly, what are you looking at? Your eyes are falling out." The principal of the second high school smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything as he led his students away. Wait for the principal of the second school to leave. Principal, he ran all the way to Lin Lu in a fiery hurry. Harmony said to Lin Lu, "Lin Lu student, let's go. Go to my office. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Lu blinked, pointed to a pile of equipment on the ground, and said, "I have to find a place to put this equipment first." His storage ring only had 10 compartments and couldn't hold that much equipment. The principal smiled and said, This pile of equipment. I'll ask the vice principal to store it in our school's warehouse for you, or you can sell it to the school's equipment department and we'll recycle it at a high price. Well, then, sell it to the equipment department and save me the trouble of taking it to the mall and selling it. Sell it to the mall and people will press the price. Might as well sell it to the school. At least it's not under pressure. After Lin Lu finished speaking, he thought for a moment and then added, Headmaster, after selling the money, can you help me exchange it all for soul gems? Yes, let's leave this to the vice principal. Let's go to the office first. I have something important to discuss with you, the principal said smilingly. Oh, Lin Lu nodded. And I wonder what's so important? Lin Lu vaguely guessed something, but he didn't know if it was right. Principal's office. Lin Lu had been here once before. Pei Shifang had brought him here. The principal of the first middle school is called Zhuang Tai, a peak level 2 array master, 41 years old and unmarried, a longtime friend of Lin Lu's father. It was also for the sake of Lin Lu's father. Zhuang Tai made an exception and agreed to let Lin Lu enroll in school, and let him go to the elite class with the best treatment. The principal, Mr. Hu, and Lin Lu are three. Go back to the office and close the door. Principal Zhuang Tai pointed to the parlor sofa placed in the center of the room and said enthusiastically, Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Lin Lu sat down. Principal Shou Tai asked with another gracious face, What do you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea, Lin Lu said. Would you like Dragonwell green tea or jasmine tea? The principal asked again. I'd like some iced tea, Lin Lu replied. The principal froze for a moment, then whirled around and said to Mr. Hu, Go, buy a bottle of iced tea and come back immediately. Okay. Teacher Hu led the order and went to buy iced tea. As soon as Mr. Hu left, only the principal and Lin Lu were left in the office. The principal first carefully sized up Lin Lu before inquiring. Lin Lu, what rank are you now? Level 1 intermediate. Lin Lu replied. You don't have a hidden rank, do you? The principal asked again. No, Lin Lu said honestly. The principal rubbed the sighing scruff of his chin in admiration. Then your career fit is quite high. Calling yourself a born necromancer. Only a mid-level 1 and you can already summon a peak level 1 ghoul and a high level 1 skeleton mage. The future generations are fearful. It's just. The principal's words changed, and he complained a bit. Why didn't you inform us of your true strength earlier? Otherwise, it's unlikely that we would have lost in today's match. The thought of losing those resource mysteries to the principal of the second high school. Shou Tai then felt a vague heartache. Lin Lu smiled slightly and said, Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me nah. Principal Zhuang Tai rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed. That's true. Lin Lu was a notorious poor student in Liangno, one middle school. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. People will just think he's nuts. There are vending machines in the office building. Soon, Mr. Hu came back with 2 bottles of iced tea. Teacher Hu, 1 bottle is enough for me. Why did you buy 2? Lin Lu was puzzled. Mr. Hu said, the other bottle I bought for myself. Lin Lu. The principal made himself a pot of jasmine tea, strong and hot. He also took out a box of high-quality snacks from the cupboard and set it on the table. The principal cleared his throat and said, Lin Lu, I invited you to the office for 2 main things. For one thing, given your loyalty to the school, and your own strengths, I intend to focus on you. Secondly, in the future, there will certainly be other schools to pull you in. There are our Liyang city. There will also be other cities. And even the provincial capital of the university will throw an olive branch to you. If you want to go, I won't stop you. All I ask is that you give me a chance to make an offer as well. Whatever they offer you, I'm willing to pay double for you to stay. The principal spoke sincerely and honestly. Lin Lu frowned. Principal Zhuang, I'm not an ungrateful person. When I had low talent, you were willing to take me in and even placed me in the elite class under pressure. I remember all these kindnesses. A smirk appeared under Zhuang Tai's eyes. He was satisfied with the words that Lin Lu uttered. The kind of people who are sentient and know what they are doing are loved and respected everywhere. The principal was thankful from the bottom of his heart that he had been able to forcefully keep the F-grade talented Lin Lu in the first place. Otherwise, let some third-rate school pick up the slack. At that time, there were also accusations that he was abusing his power and showing favoritism. It's a good thing Lin Lu was fighting for his life. Just should have shown the guys who were accusing him at the time. He's not abusing his power. He's being discerning. Principal Shou Tai felt a lot of relief in his heart at the thought. He smirked. Letting you enroll in school and arranging for you to be in the elite class. This is all because I am a good brother to your father. There is no need for you to repay this favor. In short, I will not treat you poorly. After talking to the principal, teacher who left the principal's office with Lin Lu and headed for the classroom. Road. Teacher who put his arm around Lin Lu's shoulder and praised. Today's fight was beautiful, but the operation was a bit poor. See you manipulate the skeleton technique is a bit rusty. I suggest you practice more. How do you practice? Lin Lu inquired curiously. Mr. Who laughed. Fight more real battles. Real battles are the fastest way you can improve your fighting skills. Lin Lu nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Who said with a straight face. In the afternoon. You won't have to go to class. Come to me at the Secret Realm Management Department. From today onwards, the school will focus on cultivating you, and all kinds of resources will be tilted in your favor. Get ready, Lin Lu solemnly said. I know, there are only a few days left before the entrance exam. It was only at this point that the school went all out to train Lin Lu, albeit somewhat on a temporary basis. But it's better than nothing. Lin Lu calculated in his mind for a while. Soul gems from selling equipment, plus school resources. He should be able to break through to the first level high rank soon. Back to class. What greeted Lin Lu was the warm applause and applaud from the elite class participants. Brother FO is awesome. Lin Lu, you're great. 1 on 5. Beating those bastards from the second middle school to death. Giving our class a hard time. Ha ha, do you guys remember the look on those assholes' faces when they lost to Brother FO? It was like they had died to their own mothers. It was so painful. Chapter 11, The Secret Realm of the Soul. Lin Lu's strong performance of picking 5 in a row made the whole class admire him. The several A-class geniuses in the class looked at Lin Lu with complicated gazes of awe, doubt, and scorn. Especially Shen Wen, the class flower, looked at Lin Lu with eyes full of disbelief, and a hint of remorse vaguely arose in her heart. In the face of applause and cheers from the class, Lin Lu's face was bland, and he returned to his seat without being spoiled. In the meantime, Mr. Who stood on the podium with a gloomy face, a stark contrast to the warm atmosphere in the classroom. The students at the bottom saw that Mr. Whose face didn't look right and immediately collected their smiles and sat obediently. The cheerful atmosphere in the classroom grew cold. Mr. Whose voice was low and stern. Today, the principal and I are both disappointed that everyone here is an elite and genius selected from thousands of miles of Liang City. As a result, the elite class that the school had spent a lot of resources to cultivate had called a few people from Shadow Red City to easily beat them down. You do not mind shame. The school is still too shameful. Even more annoying, is that you do not have a bit of blood in your body? Being humiliated, will only tolerate, do not dare to resist. Afraid of losing face, really a wimpa. Today, if Lin Lu hadn't stepped in and saved the day, winning the last game 1 on 5 and saving the school a bit of face, our Liang no. One middle school wouldn't have been reduced to the laughingstock of other schools in Liang City. The principal has decided that before the college entrance exams, he's going to give you hellish training, canceling all cultural classes, arriving at school 2 hours earlier every day, canceling lunch breaks, and increasing the time for evening self-study. Practice or die. Now all of you get your asses out to the training grounds and start practicing in real combat first. Under the podium, a wail came from the students as they learned that the next few days were going to be spent in hellish training. Lin Lu got up, ready to follow to the training ground. On the podium, Mr. Who stopped Lin Lu and said with a smile on his face, you don't need to go with them. You don't need hellish training. At noon you rest for a while, nourish your spirit, and when it's afternoon, just come and find me at the Secret Realm Management Department. Okay. Lin Lu remembered that the equipment he won from the gambling fight was all sold to the school's equipment department, and he didn't know how it was handled, and he had nothing to do anyway, so he planned to go to the equipment department to take a look. Teacher who admonished again. Remember to come see me in the afternoon at the Secret Management Department. It's important. Don't forget. Okay. After Lin Lu finished speaking, he went to the equipment department alone. After explaining your intentions to the teacher in charge of managing the equipment department, the equipment teacher took out a storage ring that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Lin Lu, which contained 121 soul gems. The pile of equipment Lin Lu won was worth more than he thought. The Blood Mage and the 5 of them, at least, were A-ranked geniuses, and the grade of the equipment on their bodies was not low. Besides, the principal intends to take care of Lin Lu. Recovered Lin Lu's pile of equipment at a price higher than the market price. 121 soul gemstones. That is to say 1,221,000 yuan. Lin Lu was still the first time to hold such a huge amount of money in his hand. The taste in his heart was hard to describe. Liang First Middle School is not ashamed of its wealth. and it even gave him a storage ring for nothing in the process. Although it was only the lowest level storage ring, it wasn't cheap, and in the Apocalypse Mall it almost had to sell for $5,000 or $6,000 apiece. With these 120 or so soul gems, he could definitely break through the first order high before the entrance exam. Lin Lu put the storage ring filled with soul gems on his finger and left the equipment department satisfied. Near noon, Lin Lu first went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach, and then took advantage of the lunch break to practice for a while. When it was afternoon, he came to the Secret Realm Management Department on time, in front of a brilliant and ornate altar. Mr. Who has been waiting for a long time. He saw Lin Lu arrive and smiled. You've come at the right time. The seal of the Secret Realm of the Soul just happened to be lifted. By the way, do you know what the Secret Realm of the Soul is for? I don't know. Lin Lu shook his head. The types and number of secret realms are very diverse, with all sorts of strange and weird ones popping up all over the place. There are a number of scholars and institutions in the government and universities that specialize in the secret world. Lin Lu was justifiably unaware of what the Secret Realm of the Soul was. Teacher Who patiently explained clearly to Lin Lu the purpose of the Secret Realm of the Soul. To put it bluntly, soul mysteries are equivalent to experience copies in the game, allowing players to level up quickly. It's better than drawing on soul gems while meditating. Lin Lu couldn't help but say curiously, if you have this good thing, why don't you take it out earlier? If the Soul Secret Realm is like the Black Iron Secret Realm and the Brass Secret Realm, open to students, the students would undoubtedly cultivate much faster. Mr. Who cried and laughed. You think this is an ordinary secret realm that you can enter whenever you want? The secret realm has a lifespan. The long 50 or 60 years, the short 1 or 2 years, or even 10 days and half a month. Every time you start the secret realm, you will consume the secret realm lifespan. The more precious and rare the secret realm, the shorter the lifespan will be. The lifespan of the Secret Realm of the Soul was only a mere 5 years. The Soul Secret Realm in Liangno, one middle school, has already passed the halfway point of its lifespan and can still support about 2 years. But if it is used frequently, I'm afraid that it won't be able to support even 1 year. Lin Lu couldn't help but lament. Liangno, one middle school, is deeper than he thought. Principal Who continued. The Secret Realm of the Soul is the lifeblood of our principal, and only students who have his approval are qualified to enter the secret realm. According to past practices, 3 to 5 outstanding students were usually selected from the elite class to enter the Soul Secret Realm for cultivation, but this elite class sucks. So, the principal has decided to focus on training you alone with the efforts of the whole school. Alright, I'll cut the crap. I'll open the secret realm. So just cultivate in peace in the secret realm of the soul, and I'll release you when school is over. Say it. Not waiting for Lin Lu to agree, Teacher Who opened the secret realm with the secret realm token in hand, and he picked up Lin Lu and casually threw him into the secret realm like a little chicken. In a flash, Lin Lu then arrived at the top of a mountain, surrounded by clouds, as if he was in a fairyland. Hiss, luckily I'm not afraid of heights. Lin Lu stood at the top of the mountain and leaned down to look downwards. The mountain was deep and secluded. Nor do I know about jumping off the top of a mountain. What's going to happen? Hurry up and cultivate. Don't think nonsense. Lin Lu chanted to himself and sat down on the spot, taking out a soul gem from his storage ring and drawing on it while meditating. The secret realm of the soul really lived up to its name. Lin Lu could feel that his cultivation speed had accelerated quite a bit, at least 5 times faster than before. At this moment's cultivation speed, it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to break through. A flash of excitement flashed under Lin Lu's eyes. The time wobbles. Soon it was time for school to end. Mr. Who released Lin Lu from the secret realm, and he gave Lin Lu the token to control the secret realm. Chapter 12, Is this human language? Keep this token. From today onwards, the secret realm of the soul is yours to use. You can practice in the secret realm for as long as you want. It doesn't matter if you practice for a day or a night, as long as you can stay in the secret realm. Only one thing you remember, Mr. Who said with a straight face, the secret realm of the soul only allows you to use it alone. No one else is allowed to enter the secret realm. If you let the school know about it, don't blame the school for taking back the secret realm token, as well as severely punishing you. Lin Lu laughed as he played with the token. Don't worry, I won't do such a stupid thing. Mr. Who smiled back. I guess so. School supermarkets. Lin Lu bought 2 large packs of water and food and went back to the secret realm management department. He planned to stay in the secret realm of the soul for the next few days to stay up late and cultivate, not going home. It was a rare opportunity to be able to cultivate in the secret realm of the soul. It's a waste to go home and sleep. Anyway, it's not many days before the entrance exam. Just get through it. Get through these days and everything will be fine. Day 2. Lin Lu stayed in the secret realm to cultivate, except for going to the bathroom, which was outside the secret realm. In the middle of the day, the principal and Mr. who came to visit him a few times, seeing Lin Lu cultivate so hard, the two were very pleased. Day 3. Noon. Finished the food I bought the day before. Lin Lu, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, came to the cafeteria, intending to eat some hot meals, then go to the next supermarket to buy some food, and return to the secret realm to continue closed-door cultivation. In the cafeteria, the younger siblings of the first and second years of high school acted excitedly when they saw Lin Lu, as if they had seen their idols. Lin Lu had defeated 5 A-ranked geniuses in one fight, no matter where he was. This was quite an arrogant record. It naturally attracts a lot of admiration. Lin Lu didn't care and went to the cafeteria window to get a meal and casually found a seat. He's eating. Suddenly 2 men sat straight across from him. Lin Lu looked up and instantly frowned. Sitting across from him were the class flower, Shenwen, and her best friend, Wang Xian. Shenwen is still that cold as ice and frost, high and mighty posture, like a flower of the high mountains that cannot be desecrated. Wang Xian, on the other hand, changed her usual attitude of contempt and disdain towards Lin Lu and had a pleasing smile on her face. Lin Lu student, we have something we want to ask for your help. Lin Lu said coldly, I'm very busy. I don't have time to help you. Wang Xian snapped, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. We heard that the Soul Secret Realm's control token is in your hands and you cultivate in the Soul Secret Realm every day. Is that true? So what if it is? Lin Lu said. Wang Xian smiled wryly. Yes, that would be great. What we're asking you to do isn't a big favor. It's just that we want you to secretly open the secret realm during the night, so that Wen and I can also go to the secret realm of the soul to cultivate. Lin Lu was speechless. You guys know that the token for the secret realm of the soul is in my hands. Then do you guys know that the school has a rule that you are not allowed to bring people into the secret realm of the soul privately without the consent of the school administration? Violators will be heavily punished. Wang Xian nodded her head full of concern. I know. That's why I asked you to secretly open the secret realm at night so we can go in. Just be careful and we won't get caught by the school. Talking about talking. Wang Xian couldn't help but be sarcastic. Why are you still as timid as ever? You're useless. Lin Lu disliked back. You're as shameless as ever. You. Wang Xian turned red and she was angry. But when she thought about Lin Lu's strength today, she instantly wilted. On the side, Shenwen frowned. Lin Lu, we didn't ask you to help for nothing. Meaning there are benefits? Lin Lu asked. Exactly, Shenwen said with a cold and arrogant face. As long as you agree to our conditions, then I can promise to give you a chance to pursue me. Nice guy. Ask me to violate school rules and do you a favor at great risk? As a result, you've given me the benefit of the doubt. A chance to woo you. Listen to this. Is this ing human? Shenwen, you're even more shameless than Wang Xian. Lin Lu coldly said. You two get as far away as you can and leave me alone. Shenwen's eyes widened slightly. Her proud heart greatly hurt. What kind of attitude is that? Don't you like me? If you can't even satisfy this requirement of your beloved, what qualifications do you have to like me? It was my fault for liking you in the past. It doesn't mean I still like you now. I don't like you anymore. So please stop pestering me. Lin Lu said in a deep voice. Shenwen was furious and let down a sentence. Lin Lu, you bastard. I swear I'll never ignore you again. After saying that, she huffed and pulled her best friend Wang Xian out of the cafeteria. Lin Lu pulled the leftovers from his plate into his mouth, walked into the supermarket next to him, and bought 2 more large packages of food to return to the secret realm, continuing his bitter cultivation. Day 4. Day 5. On the evening of the 6th day, Lin Lu managed to make a breakthrough and was promoted to the first level high rank. After Lin Lu left the secret realm, he went straight to his villa. After 6 whole days of hard cultivation, he hadn't slept a single day of good sleep. All he could think about right now was one thing. Going home, taking a nice hot bath and getting a good night's sleep. Back home, Lin Lu took off his clothes, took a hot bath, and lay down on the big, soft bed, quickly falling asleep. Slept until noon the next day. After waking up, Lin Lu picked up his cell phone, looked at the time, and found 3 missed calls. The principal called him once in the morning and there was no answer. Mr. Who called him twice and there was no answer. Lin Lu was too asleep to hear the cell phone ring. He hurriedly called the principal back and told him the good news that he had made a breakthrough yesterday and was promoted to the first level high rank. The principal was very pleased. After praising Lin Lu a bit, he rewarded Lin Lu with 10 soul gems, or $100,000. What a generous offer from the principal. He called Mr. Hu again and told him the good news. Mr. Hu was also happy. He instructed Lin Lu that in 2 days, it would be the college entrance exam, telling him not to stay up all night and practice hard, to rest for 2 days, take it easy, and prepare to face the college entrance exam. Hang up. Lin Lu counted the number of soul gems remaining in his storage ring. 28 soul gems remain. Together with the 10 soul gems that the headmaster had promised to reward, there were a total of 38 soul gems, or 380,000. There are 2 days before the college entrance exam. Lin Lu intends to go to the Apocalypse Mall, spend all this money, exchange some good equipment, buy a few necromancer skill books, or buy a few life preservation props. Anyway, he had to do the best he could to build up his strength before the entrance exam. After Lin Lu washed and dressed, he was about to go out and make a trip to the Apocalypse Mall. Unexpectedly, Pei Shifeng came back at this time. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black jeans, both skin-tight styles that perfectly framed the full lines of her upper body and the roundness of her legs, with a big birthday cake in hand. Cake? Is it her birthday? Or whose birthday is it? Lin Lu thought darkly. He stepped forward and dutifully said hello. Sister Pei, you're back. Aha. Pei Shifeng blinked her clear, beautiful eyes and said in a sweet, soft voice, Happy birthday, my birthday boy. It dawned on Lin Lu that it was my birthday. Pei Shifeng came back specially to celebrate his birthday. Chapter 13, Mount Inferior Demon Dog. Pei Shifeng was curious when she saw that Lin Lu looked like she was about to go out. Where are you going with this? Apocalypse Mall. It's almost the college entrance exam. I want to go buy some equipment and skill books. Lin Lu replied honestly. It's noon. I'm going to cook. Wait for lunch. I'll accompany you a piece. Your birthday gift I haven't bought yet. It's just right to go to the mall to pick one for you. Lin Lu's heart warmed, slightly touched to the core. Pei Shifeng not only remembered his birthday, but also thought of buying him a gift. Being so nice to him, it's as good as a real sister. Pei Shifeng handed the large cake she was holding in her hand to Lin Lu and ordered, Put the cake in the fridge for the evening. I've invited some people to come over for your birthday tonight. Lin Lu took the cake and casually asked, Who did you invite? A few of my friends. Your classmates are not willing to come to your birthday party. I have no choice but to let my friends come over at night to liven things up. It's rare to have a birthday in a year, and it's just too cold for the two of us to celebrate. Lin Lu put the cake in the refrigerator and responded with a disinterested face. I think 2 is fine. People don't share their sorrows and joys. There's no need to find a couple of strangers full of fake smiles to wish me a happy birthday. Pei Shifeng gave Lin Lu a somewhat surprised look. Hey, it feels like you've changed in a couple days? I remember when it used to be your birthday and you invited the whole class to your birthday party and none of them came and you cried all night because of it. Lin Lu calmly said. How many years ago was it? I've long forgotten. Wasn't this last year? Lin Lu. He thought this was something that happened when he was in elementary school. Lin Lu also did not expect. Our Stepping Horse High School students, classmates did not come to the birthday they love to come not, and is not a big deal. As for the sniveling, I cried all night. A man is a man who bleeds without tears. Do you understand? Original Lord. Original Lord. You're a real loser. In the kitchen, Pei Shifeng tied on her apron and smiled sweetly. Do you still remember that night? You cried so hard and refused to go to bed alone. I had to go to your room to sleep with you, and I was only able to lull you to sleep after you had been fussing for a long time. Ha! Lin Lu was shocked. The original owner is sorry. I was wrong about you. You're not a wimp. You're really good. Pei Shifeng made lunch. After the two of them ate, they went out together and headed to the Apocalypse Mall. Pei Shifeng had a cross-country Hummer with a military license plate. And in the car, Pei Shifeng chatted. Xiao Lu, how about I give you a mount for your birthday present? Or do you want a pet? Lin Lu pondered for a long time and said, Mounts don't help me with my high school entrance exams, and pets take time to train, so I'd rather have equipment or skill books for my birthday present. Pei Shifeng advised as she drove. Don't underestimate the role of mounts. A proper mount can double your battle power. This high school exam of yours, 80% of it is the zombie nation's secret realm again. This secret realm is only brass level, and the zombie monsters in the secret realm are always in hordes, extremely sensitive to sound and odor. The slightest inattention to make a little noise will attract all the nearby zombies. They also carry a dangerous zombie virus, and once infected with the virus, candidates are immediately eliminated. The zombies in the secret realm run fast and are numerous. You're a law profession. Your physical strength isn't bad. You can't run away from the zombies, and without a mount, you'll be at a disadvantage in the entrance exam. Then it's going to be a ride, Lin Lu said. Pei Shishuang guffawed. Just listen to your sister. Mounts and pets are sold on the first floor of the mall. Weapons and defenses are on the second floor. Skill books are on the third floor. And props and potions are on the fourth floor. Pei Shishuang led Lin Lu first to a mount store in the corner of the first floor. This store has a partnership with the military department. And there are discounts for military personnel. Pei Shishuang blinked and said softly. Lin Lu nodded and followed Pei Shishuang into the store. The small store was small, with a glass display case containing a well-made mount badge that shimmered with mystical power. An ordinary-looking woman with a few pugnacious airs greeted her. What type of mount do you want? The woman asked. Suitable for newbies. Flexible. Fast enough, and preferably a flying mount. Pei Shishuang said without thinking. The woman shook her head. Flying mounts are very sought after. We don't have any in stock. You'll have to make a reservation if you want one. Wait a year and a half and you'll get it. Or go to the auction house, where flying mounts are occasionally auctioned off. No flying mount, then forget it. Is there a suitable mount for newbies? Something that's flexible and runs fast. The brawny woman took a look at Lin Lu, who was standing behind Pei Shishuang, and asked, Is it you who wants a ride? Not waiting for Lin Lu to say yes, the pugnacious woman went off on her own, rummaging underneath the glass display case to retrieve several mount badges, laying them out one by one on the display case and introducing them to Lin Lu. Blizzard Seat Wolf. 1-star high rank. Extremely fast. Can use the first level spell Windblade. Iron-blooded warhorse. 1-star middle rank. The standard mount of the Northern Border Military Department. The advantage is its strong endurance. It can run continuously for 3 days and 3 nights on a single breath. Frost Demon Bear. 1-star peak. Exclusive mount of the Ice Crystal Frost Republic. Strong defense. Knows the frost ability. Inferior Demon Dog. 1-star early stage. Abyssal Demon. Devouring monsters has a chance of evolving. Wait a minute. Lin Lu interrupted. Can an inferior demon dog devour a necromancer's summoned skeleton warrior? Could be. The pugnacious woman paused for a moment and then added. Low-level undead like skeleton warriors. Inferior demon dogs won't evolve even if they devour them. Unless they devour a large number of them. Or if they're high-level undead. And necromancers that can summon high-level undead wouldn't be so stupid as to take a high-level undead and feed it to 1-star beginner-ranked inferior demon dogs. The undead's higher undead were at least level 4 or higher. Pei Shishuang frowned slightly. Wouldn't it be better to choose a handsome and cuter mount? Why did you have to choose a Thai demon dog? I like it. Lin Lu grinned. He chose the inferior demon dog as his mount because he valued the inferior demon dog's ability to devour evolution. Inferior devil dogs will not evolve by devouring a skeleton warrior. So what if you devour hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Lin Lu didn't believe that it wouldn't evolve after devouring tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. He doesn't have much else, just skeleton warriors. The brawny woman scratched her head. Your profession should be necromancer, right? She had a good eye and saw Lin Lu's occupation at a glance. Exactly. I have the necromancer's exclusive mount skeleton warhorse here. 1-star high rank. Perfect for novice necromancers. Lin Lu pondered for a moment, but still shook his head and refused. Just go with the Thai demon dog. The formidable woman didn't say anything more, leaving the bad demon dog's mount badge behind and putting away the remaining mount badges. Ugh, I hope you don't regret it. Pei Shishuang sighed and looked up to inquire about the price. $128,800. 20 free cans of mount feed. The inferior demon dog is an abyssal demon, extremely tenacious in its vitality. It eats almost any kind of meat. It's very easy to feed. Will you send the saddle and reins? Pei Shishuang asked. You can have a set of primaries sent to you. Can it be cheaper? It can't be cheap. We only give discounts to officers and soldiers of the military department. That's great. I'm a captain officer of the 108th Legion of the Liang Military Department. Here's my officer's license. The brawny woman swept her eyes over the officer's license Pei Shishuang presented and nodded. Okay, I'll give you a discount. Just pay me $188,000. Pei Shishuang was really good to Lin Lu. Over $100,000 spent without blinking an eye. Chapter 14 Tank Knight. Pay by credit card. The two left the mount store. Lin Lu held the bad demon dog mount badge in his hand, and after drumming on it for a while, he couldn't figure out how to use it. Had to turn to Pei Shishuang for help. Little fool, use your spiritual power to touch the badge to contract the bad demon dog in the badge. These basics should have been taught to you in school law. The wonderfully built Pei Shishuang ruffled her hair and smiled helplessly, her cool voice carrying undisguised favor. I forgot. Lin Lu smiled awkwardly. Could you be under a voodoo warlock's curse of forgetfulness? Don't forget me too one day. Pei Shishang said bitterly. Why don't I lead you to the hospital and find a magus to show you if you're really cursed? Who would have nothing better to do than curse me? Lin Lu muttered as he followed what Pei Shishang said and touched the badge with his spiritual power. Since being promoted to first level high, Lin Lu could obviously feel that his spiritual power had been substantially enhanced. His eyes were bright. His eyesight had become better. His brain was more awake. His thoughts were unobstructed. And his whole person was refreshed and refreshed. The moment he touched the badge with his spiritual power, Lin Lu then sank into the space of consciousness and made a contract with the inferior devil dog. There are many types of pacts. Slave pacts, pet pacts, mount pacts, equality pacts, and so on. What Lin Lu had signed with the inferior demon dog, that was definitely a mount contract. The first time he regained consciousness, he used his spiritual power to catalyze the mount badge, and a huge wolfhound suddenly appeared in front of Lin Lu's eyes. The inferior demon dog has dark red fur, 4 blood-stained eyes, wisps of black smoke, and a huge body that can reach up to 3 meters in length. Lin Lu sized up the inferior demon dog. The inferior demon dog also stared at Lin Lu with 4 blood-red eyes. The inferior demon dog did not have a high IQ, equivalent to a 3 or 4-year-old child, and under the constraints of the contract, it could not disobey any of Lin Lu's orders. The bad demon dog looks okay, but it is a kind of evilness that makes people uncomfortable. Abyssal demons are all this way. It's hard to look at. Bad devil dogs are not cute looking, but they are quite handsome to look at. Lin Lu turned his head to Pei Shifang and said, Sister Pei, let's not take the car. What if I ride it to carry you back? Pei Shifang shook her head and said, if you let such an ugly thing carry me, you might as well let it bite me to death. Then I can't afford to give up. Lin Lu laughed and said. Pei Shifang blankly glanced at Lin Lu with her large Kaziran eyes and didn't say anything. The 4 blood-red eyes of the inferior demon dog looked at Pei Shifang and then at Lin Lu, and if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't speak, it would have to curse 2 dirty words high and low. Lin Lu put the saddle and reins given by the mount store on the Thai demon dog and took it back to the mount badge. The two of them went back to the second floor, which specialized in selling weapons and defenses. Xiao Lu, how much is left of the $50,000 of living expenses I gave you last time? Pei Shishang asked. It's all spent. Lin Lu told him truthfully. Thanks to the soul gem bought for $50,000. He broke through to advance to the first level middle stage that night. Pei Shishang's delicate and beautiful face showed a touch of sadness. If Lin Lu was spending the money on cultivation, it was fine, not a waste. But if he spends all his money on pleasure and doesn't practice properly, every time, Pei Shifang was determined to teach him a good lesson this time. It's only been a few days that you've spent a month's living expenses. Tell me what you've spent the money on. Pei Shishang had a serious face. Lin Lu said, that $50,000. I bought 5 soul gems to use for cultivation. Hearing this, Pei Shifang's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, hastily pursuing the question. Really? It must be true. You see, I just bought it on the first floor of the Apocalypse Mall. Lin Lu pointed downstairs. I believe you. Pei Shifang knew that Lin Lu never lied to her. She inquired with a smile. It's good that you can focus your mind on cultivation. By the way, you've been stuck at the first level beginner stage for years. Those 5 soul gems are enough for you to break through. Have you broken through yet or not? Of course I've broken through. Not only that, I've also been practicing hard for many days in the soul secret realm of Liangno, 1 middle school, and I'm now ranked at the first grade higher level. Lin Lu said, taking the initiative to show Pei Shifang his rank. Pei Shifang she was dumbstruck with surprise, as if the entire world had stood still for an instant. Lin Lu told Pei Shifang what had happened in the previous days, picking up the important ones. After Pei Shifang heard this, an expression of both surprise and joy appeared on her face. I learned that Lin Lu had made rapid progress in the past few days, and from being the tail end of Liangno, 1 middle school, the carp jumped over the dragon gate, and became the man of the hour in the school at once. Pei Shifang was relieved. Great. I was worried you wouldn't get into college. This is great. After Pei Shishang was happy, she complained a bit. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such an important matter? Lin Lu stroked his forehead and laughed. I forgot. You. Pei Shishang smiled sweetly and stretched out one of her slender, willow-like, delicate fingers, gently poking Lin Lu's head. Sooner or later, you'll forget about me too. It won't, I swear. Waiting to come out of the Apocalypse Mall, Lin Lu changed into a slightly more advanced storage ring with a capacity of 30 compartments. In the storage ring, there was a heavy plate armor lying, which was originally for plate armor professions like Iron Blood Knights and Death Knights. Lin Lu bought it for its excellent defense, and this plate armor was also engraved with runic formations to increase magic resistance. He planned that, when the day of the entrance exam came, he would ride on the back of the inferior demon dog in his heavy plate armor and let the inferior demon dog carry him. In this way, Lin Lu directly transformed into a human tank, combining high mobility, high defense, and high attack power, and shuttled within the examination hall, unstoppable. It's just that Lin Lu's ride is a bit of a slog. Even if he was carrying him, he had to carry a heavy plate of armor. If the inferior demon dog could talk, I'm sure he would be speaking to Lin Lu at this point. You're still good at this aspect of being a dog. In addition to plate armor, Lin Lu bought a few more pieces of one-star equipment. It's not that he can't afford higher level gear. Rather, it was because, with the rules of the entrance exam, candidates could only wear one-star equipment. Lin Lu also bought 2 skill books on the 3rd floor. One is a defensive skill, White Bone Armor. The other is the Cursed skill, Deepening Damage. Went back to the 4th floor and bought a number of healing potions and spirit potions. The college entrance exams also have a rule that only 2 basic potions, healing potions and spirit potions, are allowed to be brought to the exams, and you may not carry more than 10 bottles of each potion. On the way home, Pei Shifeng wanted to drive to the grocery store to buy groceries and celebrate the evening. Lin Lu stopped her, and with some effort, this convinced her to give up the idea of cooking. It's better to order takeout at night and eat what's ready to go. Pei Shifeng's cooking skills were so bad that the meal she cooked for Lin Lu at noon wasn't good at all. He didn't want to torture his stomach anymore. Chapter 15 Gathering. Dusk. The sun sets over the western mountains. The friends invited by Pei Shifeng arrived at the Lin family villa one after another. There are men and women among them. There are Pei Shifeng's classmates in the university and Pei Shifeng's colleagues in the military department. There were a dozen people who came. More than Lin Lu thought. He thought Pei Shifeng had only invited 3 or 4 confidants and friends to celebrate his birthday. But he didn't expect so many people to come. The point is, the guests that came, so many people, Lin Lu didn't recognize any of them. After the guests arrived, they first greeted Pei Shifeng, and then rushed to Lin Lu, saying happy birthday, and then went to find someone familiar to chat with, leaving Lin Lu to hang out to dry. What's even more annoying, they all came empty-handed and didn't even give a gift. Lin Lu is not greedy for that little thing. It is just that the gift is light. Even if you send Lin Lu a little worthless trinket's good how can you give someone a birthday present and not give them anything? It was a complete lack of regard for him. But thinking about it, these people could come because of Pei Shifeng's face. Lin Lu's talent was low, so naturally he was not valued. This birthday sucks. Lin Lu, who had no one to talk to and didn't know what to do, left the villa's living room and found Pei Shifeng in the kitchen. She was pouring wine and drinks into the guests' glasses. Sister Pei, why did you invite so many people? Lin Lu was puzzled. Pei Shifeng said without lifting her head. Didn't you cry and complain last year that no one came to your birthday party and thought it was too cold and not lively? This time, in order to give you a lively birthday party, I invited all the people I could. Why? Are you still not satisfied? Satisfied. I'm satisfied. Lin Lu said with some tears and laughter. The debt that the original owner had caused could only be paid by him. Besides, Pei Shifeng was doing it for his own good. Don't be idle. Go and serve these glasses of wine out to those officers sitting on the sofa. They are military school teachers. It will be good for you in the future if you make friends with them. Pei Shifeng instructed in a small voice. Lin Lu froze for a moment and asked, what good can it do for me in the future? They are the cadres of the Northern Military Academy. And your father is a general of the military and a martyr who was awarded the title of hero. So it's going to be easier for you to take the exams for the military academy than others. The Northland Military Academy is one of the 4 most prestigious schools in China. It is the most well-known military school in the country. If you can get into the Northland Military Academy, your future will be bright in the future. Pei Shifeng wants him to go to military school? But Lin Lu didn't really want to go to military school. The management of that place of military school is very strict. He is accustomed to free and loose. How can he stand the rules and management of the military school? Lin Lu doesn't want to go to military school. But he didn't tell Pei Shifeng now. He planned to wait until he finished the college entrance exam. After he got a good score, then he would tell Pei Shifeng not too late. That way, he doesn't go to a military school. And there are other prestigious colleges that are rushing to get him. The future is still bright. Well, I'll bring the wine right over. Look at Lin Lu understand what she means. Pei Shifeng continued to instruct. And the 2 men smoking in the garden. They are the best graduates of the Northland Military Academy. And what they say carries quite a bit of weight in the Northland Military Academy. There are a few special admissions to the Northland Military Academy each year, which enables you to enroll in the school without having to take a test or exam. Your father is a hero and deserves a spot. It's just that you're so untalented. I asked the Northern Military Academy and they said they'd have to go through a meeting to decide. Lin Lu had understood by this time. The guests invited by Pei Shifeng were all people from the Northern Military Academy. People who could speak in the Northern Military Academy. She used the excuse of Lin Lu's birthday party to invite these people in order to curry favor with them and get a special admission slot for Lin Lu. No wonder these people were deliberately indifferent to Lin Lu after they arrived. It turned out to be waiting for Lin Lu to bow down and flatter them. Lin Lu smiled to himself. He's the one who's simplifying the issue. Lin Lu pondered for a moment and said, Sister Pei, I don't think this is something that can be solved with a few idle chats and some food and wine. They won't help us without benefits. Adults are about profit. There's no benefit. No one's going to help you for nothing. I know. You just need to get on good terms with them and mix it up. Let me worry about the rest. Pei Shifeng reached out in vain and rubbed her hand on Lin Lu's head, saying softly, You're growing up. Lin Lu smiled helplessly. Sister Pei, if you want to bribe them, can you wait until I finish the college entrance exam and then give it to me? Maybe I'll be the first in the country in the exam. And then, the famous universities in China will rush to take me. And then, it won't be us begging for the Northern Military Academy, but the Northern Military Academy begging for us. Pei Shifeng guffawed. You're thinking pretty good thoughts. What kind of beautiful? Are you talking about me? In vain, there was one more person in the kitchen. A sexy red-haired beauty, who appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appeared beside Lin Lu and Pei Shifeng. Lin Lu had a look of astonishment on his face. No spell fluctuations, not a mage's instant movement spell. It should be an assassin's sneak. What a powerful assassin. Lin Lu was completely unaware of the extra person beside him. Lin Lu asserted that this red-haired female assassin was at least at level 3 or above. Pei Shifeng had a used-to-it look on her face, as if she had long been accustomed to the red-haired woman's divine presence. Yang Qian, didn't you say you had something to do in the evening? Why are you here again? Pei Shifeng inquired curiously. The female assassin named Yang Qian smiled lightly. After finishing the matter, seeing that the time is still early, I came over to find you to play, and mix some food on the way. After saying that, Yang Qian's gaze shifted back to Lin Lu. You should be Shifeng's brother Lin Lu, right? Quite handsome. I'm your sister's good best friend. Happy birthday to you? I forgot to buy a gift this time. I'll make it up to you next time. Lin Lu felt that Yang Qian was okay. It's good to have such a heart. After Yang Qian greeted Lin Lu, she placed her eyes on Pei Shifeng again and said with some concern, Shifumi, I heard that Wu Zihao is coming tonight too. Is that true? Pei Shifeng frowned. I don't know. I didn't invite him. He shouldn't. Her words hadn't even left her mouth. Only a aware young man walked into the villa. The guests in the villa saw the visitor. They raised their smiles and came forward to say hello. This guy, he seems to be coming from a good place. Pei Shifeng's face, on the other hand, became a bit ugly. Yang Qian also looked disgusted. This guy really came. What a ghost. This person should be the Wu Zihao that Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian mentioned in their conversation. Look at Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian's attitude. They seem to hate this guy named Wu Zihao. Lin Lu questioned Pei Shifeng suspiciously. Who is Wu Zihao? My former classmate. After Pei Shifeng finished speaking, she lightly moved her lotus steps towards Wu Zihao. It was also unknown what she said to Wu Zihao. The two went to the study on the first floor together. Lin Lu's eyebrows furrowed into a ball as he looked at Yang Qian and said in a deep voice, Who is Wu Zihao? Yang Qian glanced at Lin Lu and answered after a moment of hesitation. Wu Zihao is one of your sister's suitors. It's very annoying. His father is the vice principal of the Northern Military Academy, is very powerful, and he holds the position of deputy director in the Northern Military Academy's admissions office. Chapter 16, Wu Zihao. After learning where Wu Zihao came from, Lin Lu was a little worried about Pei Shifeng. He slowed his pace to the door of the study and eavesdropped on the conversation inside. Yang Qian hesitated for a moment and quietly followed suit, coming to the door of the study and standing behind Lin Lu to eavesdrop. Lin Lu looked back at her, ignoring her, and turned back to continue eavesdropping. The study, Wu Zihao said proudly. Pei Shifeng, just die. Without my consent, the school won't give you a special enrollment quota, and the meeting won't be of any use. I'm the one who has the final say in this matter. This special enrollment quota is not for me. It's for General Lin Lord's only son. Don't forget that you were once General Lin Lord's subordinate as well. He treated you well. How can you be gracious enough to return the favor? Pei Shishang coldly said. So what if the favor is returned? Lin Lord is dead anyway. Don't think I don't know that Lin Lord's son is a waste of space. And the special enrollment quota is a waste of space if you give it to him. Pei Shifeng said angrily. Lin Lu isn't a waste. He's now leveled up to a high level one. He's fully qualified to take this special enrollment slot. Wu Zihao lazily said. Whether it's qualified or not, you don't get to say. I have to say. Pei Shifeng said angrily. You bastard. I'll go to the old principal of the Northern Military Academy tomorrow and beg him to do justice. Wu Zihao snorted with laughter. The old principal will retire soon. My dad will replace the old principal and become the new principal of the Northern Military Academy. No one will offend my dad for you, even if you sue the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of War. I'm not afraid. An F-grade talented loser. We have every reason. We can deny him enrollment. It's mandated by the Ministry of Education. No one can pick on it. Regular military schools don't have this rule. Only the Northern Military Academy does. F-rank and E-rank talents. If they got a special enrollment quota, then the Northern Military Academy had the right to refuse their enrollment. This is because F-rank and E-rank talents, with too little cultivation value, have limited potential. It's a waste to give them the educational resources of a prestigious school. That's why the Ministry of Education gave the Northern Military Academy the privilege, letting them be responsible for deciding whether or not to admit a special enrollment quota for F or E grade. To put it bluntly, can Lin Lu get a special enrollment spot? It all depends on whether Wu Zihao agrees or not. Wu Zihao's father was soon to be the principal of the new Northern Military Academy, and no one dared to offend the Wu family's father and son among the teachers and students of the Northern Military Academy. Wu Zihao was full of confidence, as if he was certain of Pei Shifeng, his eyes radiating the greed of a hungry wolf. Pei Shifeng was like a fading flower, and what flashed in her eyes was helplessness and disappointment. Her body was like a rag doll with its soul drained away, and she couldn't hide the loss inside. Wu Zihao hemmed and hawed. Actually, if you promise to be my girlfriend, I promise to split one of the special enrollment spots with you. Pei Shishang raised her head and glared at Wu Zihao, coldly saying, this spot should have belonged to Lin Lu. His father gave up his life and died for his country, saving his city and tens of millions of people all by himself. Wu Zihao interrupted with an impatient face. Come on, stop it. You're good for others but not for me. I don't care how many people Lin Lord has saved and how much credit he has made. I only know that he's dead. Don't you bring up the name of a dead man to scare me. I'm not afraid. I'll just ask you one thing. Promise to be my girlfriend or not? Pei Shifeng sulked, rejected Wu Zihao with silence. Okay, remember your choice today. Don't regret it then. Wu Zihao smiled grimly. He looked at the entrance of the study in vain and scolded in a stern voice. You guys have been eavesdropping for half a day, so it's time for you to come out. Wu Zihao vaguely sensed that there was someone outside the door just now, and that was why he raised his voice to rebuke. Results: there was no response from the door. Pei Shishang's eyes showed a touch of contempt. Wu Zihao's face was a bit untenable. Striding to the door of the study, opening the door, the outside was empty. He walked out of the study and saw Lin Lu and Yang Qian chatting in the kitchen. Wu Zihao was full of doubts. His eyes swept over the two Lin Lu and then over the dozen or so guests. Didn't find anyone suspicious. Could it be that he was mistaken? Not waiting for him to think about it, Pei Shifeng said sternly behind Wu Zihao, if it's alright, please leave my house immediately. I don't care how long the old principal has left to retire. I will tell the old principal word for word about today's incident and report it to the military and education ministries. Whatever. My Wu family is a family that has been passed down for 100 years. There are members of my Wu family in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of the Army everywhere. I'm not afraid of you suing. As for the old principal, he's all senile, and even if you told the old principal about it, the old principal wouldn't be able to remember it. In less than 3 minutes, he'll forget all about it. Wu Zihao dared to be so arrogant, mainly because, the old principal of the Northern Military School, when he was young, he conquered the extraterritorial battlefield, leaving behind a body of injuries and illnesses. People get old and their physical bodies gradually weaken. The dark injuries left behind in the body of his youth suddenly erupted, and the old principal couldn't suppress it, resulting in symptoms such as memory disorders, loss of control of mana, paralysis of the legs, and insomnia and hallucinations. No way. The old principal had no choice but to retire and go heal. Give the position of principal to the vice principal. Wu Tianxiu, for the time being. Sue me? You just go ahead and do it. I don't believe you can bring me down. Wu Zihao left with a disdainful look on his face. As soon as Wu Zihao leaves, the guests in the room also left one by one. Pei Shifeng didn't bother to stay. She knew that these people couldn't help much anymore. In the end, only Yang Qian was left. That was close. We were almost discovered just now. Yang Qian patted her chest with a fearful face and said, Lin Lu little brother. Thanks to your timely reaction. Otherwise we would have been caught by Wu Zihao. Lin Lu was in no mood to bother with Yang Qian as he slowly walked over to Pei Shifeng. Looking at the gloomy Pei Shifeng, Lin Lu whispered reassuringly, It's okay Sister Pei. There are so many universities in China. It's not like I have to go to the Northern Military Academy. Alas, the special enrollment quota is hopeless. I just hope you do well on the day of the college entrance exam and get good grades. I'll go to the exam room to cheer for you. Pei Shifeng quickly adjusted her mind and a gentle smile appeared on her face. On the side, Yang Qian muttered, On the day of the college entrance exam, it is estimated that it will go to the provincial city to take the exam. Take the bus to go for 4 or 5 hours. You stay at home to listen to the good news is. Why bother to leave home to go to such a faraway place? Pei Shifeng twisted her head to look at Yang Qian and asked, Are you coming? Yang Qian said, Me? Forget it. I'll just watch it live on TV at home. Lin Lu took out the cake from the refrigerator that she had put in to freeze at noon. Let's cut the cake and eat it. Yeah. Yang Qian cheered. Chapter 17, The High School Bus. 2 days later, the day of the entrance exam. Early in the morning, a busy scene in front of Liangno. One middle school. 7 or 8 buses with dozens of private cars parked in an orderly fashion. Those who came in private cars were parents of candidates who were dropping off their children. 2 huge red banners ran across the school gate. One reading 10 years to sharpen a sword. Today to test its edge. The college entrance exam will be won. Another message reads, I wish you all the best of luck in your endeavors. And I wish you all the best of luck in your endeavors. The words are full of parents and schools' high expectations of the candidates. A luxury bus. Lin Lu sat in the first row by the window seat, accompanied by the principal, his eyes full of care. From our Liyang city to the provincial city has to be several hours. You sit on the car, take a good rest for a while, raise your spirit. The college entrance examination is to start in the afternoon on time. The examination time is 3 hours. The principal was relentless in his exhortations. It was obvious that he was even more nervous than Lin Lu. Sitting in the back row, Mr. Hu, with a meat bun in his mouth, ate with his mouth full of oil, not caring at all about the high school entrance exam in the afternoon. He was tired of the principal's rambling and annoyance, so he spoke up and advised, Principal, stop it, tell Lin Lu to rest. Oh, okay, Lin Lu student you rest quickly, I'll call you when we get to the place. The principal spoke gently and delicately to Lin Lu, turning his head, and with a stern face, he whispered to Mr. Hu, have all the seniors gotten on the bus yet? Teacher Hu hurriedly swallowed the bun in his mouth and said, The elite class is full. I don't know about the other classes. The principal bristled. Then don't go and take a look. If the people are all together, then hurry up and leave. If the people aren't all together, you find a way to rush them. Yes, I'm on my way. Mr. Hu shoved the uneaten buns with the bag into the arms of Wang Yanbing, who was sitting next to him, and got off the bus. After a while, Mr. Hu came back and shouted, Principal. Hush! The principal glared at Mr. Hu and said angrily, Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see that Lin Lu is resting? Hey! Teacher Hu looked confused and muttered in a low voice, Principal, it seems like you just shouted louder than me. The principal's tone was a little offended. You're full of crap. What's going on? The other cars? Are the students all together yet? All together. Everything is ready to go. Teacher Hu was a little aggravated. Okay, tell the driver to drive. Destination, provincial city. The principal is spirited and combative. As the bus slowly started, along the way was a warm send-off from the vice-chancellor and his party. Drums and gongs, lion dances and firecrackers were heard to cheer the candidates and pray for their smooth sailing and success. Slightly swaying on the bus, Lin Lu closed his eyes and rested his mind. But his consciousness had sunk into that dark cemetery. Since the end of the match with the second middle school until now, Lin Lu had never opened the dark graveyard again. At the rate of 1 skeleton soldier a second, that's 400 skeleton soldiers a day. In the dark cemetery, there are now over 700,000 skeleton warriors. Lin Lu before entering the dark cemetery. He then estimated the number of skeleton soldiers, but when he entered the dark graveyard, What met his eyes was an image that shocked him. Skeleton soldiers were one next to another. All of them were crowded together in an endless succession, like a gray and white skeleton grassland. Lin Lu was a bit excited, and he couldn't wait to open the redemption page. Saved the skeleton soldiers for so long. Finally, I can have a good luxury. With over 700,000 skeleton soldiers, I don't know if I can exchange them for high undead, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton warlords, ghouls, and these. Lin Lu directly skipped over. Sacrifice 30,000 skeleton soldiers for one ghoul king. Sacrifice 50,000 skeleton soldiers for one stone ghost. Sacrifice 70,000 skeleton soldiers for one stone ghost king. Sacrifice 80,000 skeleton soldiers for skeleton knights. Sacrifice 90,000 skeleton soldiers for skeleton wizard. Sacrifice 100,000 skeleton soldiers for death banshee. Sacrifice 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers for one death knight. Lin Lu currently had over 700,000 skeleton soldiers, which seemed and felt like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough to exchange for 7 death banshees, not even one death knight. It's expensive. Lin Lu sighed. More than 700,000 skeleton soldiers looked like a lot, but it wasn't really much. Forget it, high undead are too expensive. Let's wait to redeem them later. Lin Lu sacrificed 100,000 skeleton soldiers and exchanged them for 100 skeleton archers. Sacrificed 211,000 skeleton soldiers and exchanged them for 70 skeleton mages. Sacrificed 100,000 skeleton soldiers and exchanged them for 20 skeleton warlords. Another 200,000 skeleton soldiers were sacrificed and exchanged for 20 ghouls. There were more than 100,000 skeleton soldiers left, kept as cannon fodder. Redeeming so many undead monsters was enough for him to straddle the exam room. Lin Lu's consciousness exited the dark cemetery. The car was silent. Each candidate was lost in his or her own thoughts, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Everyone's nervous about the entrance exam today, especially Wang Yanbing, who was sitting behind Lin Lu. Nervousness combined with slight motion sickness caused him to be very uncomfortable. His face was pale and seemed like he was about to vomit. Teacher who was sitting beside Wang Yanbing, stared at him sullenly. Mr. Wang Yanbing, if you want to vomit, remember to squeak out in advance. The teacher will get you a vomit bag. You vomit in the bag, but don't vomit on the teacher. Wang Yanbing nodded breathlessly. Seeing this, Lin Lu kindly reminded, Teacher, give Wang Yanbing some spirit potion. Spirit potion not only restores mental power, but also has the ability to relieve motion sickness, cure nausea and vomiting, and refresh the mind. Yeah, I'll try. Teacher who casually pulled out a bottle of spirit potion from his storage ring and handed it to Wang Yanbing. Spirit potions are the same as healing potions. It is the most basic drop from the secret world. Not worth much money. The Apocalypse Mall healing potion sells for $500 a bottle. The spirit potion is a little more expensive than the healing potion. Sells for $600 a bottle. Wang Yanbing also heard what Lin Lu Feng said, and without hesitation, he finished off the bottle of spirit potion in one gulp. Motion sickness is just too much to handle. They took a bus to the provincial capital in the morning and had to take the entrance exam in the afternoon. Time is tight. No breaks. Basically, as soon as the bus arrived and rested for 10 minutes, their group of high school candidates had to immediately enter the secret realm of the college entrance exam. To rest, you can only rest on the bus. But it's just Wang Yanbing, he gets carsick. He didn't rest well in the car. It may even affect his condition in the next college entrance examination, resulting in a bad test. After drinking the spirit potion, Wang Yanbing's body was really much better. And although he was still nervous, at least he wasn't seasick. Thank you. Wang Yanbing gratefully thanked Lin Lu. Lin Lu said with a relaxed face, a small matter. Teacher who curiously said, Lin Lu, where did you learn that spirit potions can also cure motion sickness? It was also the first time that he, who was a teacher, had heard that spirit potions had this kind of wonderful use. I read it in an entry-level pharmacology book. Lin Lu replied. 2 days of idleness at home. Instead of wasting his time, Lin Lu grabbed many books about professionals. I didn't realize it would come in handy so soon. Helping A-level genius Amazing Wang solve a small problem. Good job. Learning by doing. The principal also smiled and praised. On the bus, most of the students couldn't help but look at Lin Lu, most of them with awe in their eyes. Interestingly, Zheng Chao, who had previously feuded with Lin Lu, After seeing Lin Lu's true strength, Zheng Chao immediately became respectful to Lin Lu and repeatedly took the initiative to show Lin Lu goodwill. What a bullying scumbag! The world only honors the strong. Lin Lu's eyes were slightly cold as he lamented in his heart. Chapter 18, Tiannan City. Almost at the destination. Teacher Hu was sitting behind Lin Lu, steeply stood up and spoke excitedly. Students, look! Up ahead is the provincial capital of the Northern Realm Province, Tiannan City. Through the bright window glass of the car, you can look out and see the modeled old city walls of Tenant City. Wow! What a tall wall! It must be at least 50 or 60 meters. This is the first time I've been to Tiannan. This city is so big, almost 3 times bigger than Liang City. Although Tiannan City is larger than Liang, most of Tiannan City's urban area is military barracks, and a part of it is occupied by the Northern Military School, so the real area for citizens to move around is very small. Hiss, that's too bad then. It can't be helped. Tiannan City used to be a military fortress, and at its peak, there were more than 24 military departments stationed here. In this city, there are more soldiers than citizens. I've also heard that there used to be an extraterrestrial battlefield in the Northern Realm, and the military fortress was built in Tiannan to suppress the extraterrestrial battlefield here. And then the extraterrestrial battlefield was sealed, and the military fortress was changed to Tiannan City. The students discussed it in a variety of ways. Lin Lu also knew something about the history of Tiannan City from it. It turned out that Tiannan City used to be a military fortress, so it was no wonder that the Northern Military Academy chose to build its school here. The principal rose slowly and solemnly. Students, everyone be quiet. Today is the day of the National College Entrance Examination. The elites of our northern province will all gather in this city. Which one of you here is not the pride of my city of Liang? You are the elites of Liang No. 1 Middle School. I still say that. If you come out, you can't give us Liang people a disgrace. The principal paused and then exclaimed. Can it be done? Yes. The students nearly toppled the roof of the car with their energy. Ha ha, cheer up. If you do well in the exams, go back and I'll treat the whole school to a big meal at Yunding House. The principal laughed freely. Yundinglu is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Liang. The students continued to cheer and hiss, taking the opportunity to vent their nervousness with abandon. The bus pulled into the middle of Tenant City. This ancient city was not as bustling as one would expect. Citizens rarely went out. There was nothing interesting on the streets, and most of the stores were closed. The bus traveled through the city and arrived in the middle of a remote base of the Tiannan Military Department. This is the venue for this year's college entrance examination. The base was large, very large, but also desolate. The flat concrete floor was littered with small rocks, weeds and cracked concrete blocks. It's a good thing the entrance exams are held in the secret world. There are no major requirements for the venue. When Liang First Middle School arrived at the examination center, there were already 50 to 60 buses parked in the base. There were also buses driving in one after another. A whole bunch of candidates came off the bus. Candidates gathered together as a school. Northern Province, with 5 municipalities under its jurisdiction. They are the provincial capital, Tiannan City, Liang City, Shadow Red City, Orange Green City, and Tianlong City. There are almost a dozen high schools in every city. The number of people who came to take the entrance exam was quite high. The competition is pretty fierce. Everyone, rest in place for a while. Come to me for food if you're hungry. I also have water here if you're thirsty. And if you want to use the restroom, go to that white building. After Mr. Hu finished his delivery, he didn't talk about decency anymore and sat on his butt. After Wang Yanbing got off the bus, his complexion recovered quite a bit, and he curiously said, Teacher Hu, when will the college entrance exam start? This is a question that other candidates would like to ask. Lin Lu is no exception. Mr. Hu smashed his mouth. We have to wait a little longer. There are still schools that haven't come together. And when all the schools are together, the Education Bureau's College Entrance Examination Committee will randomly group all the candidates into groups of 100 each. Within the secret territory, candidates can cooperate with each other or attack each other. 1 point is awarded for killing a first-order zombie, 5 points for a middle-order zombie, 10 points for a high-order zombie, and 20 points for a zombie king. The points you gain from killing zombies in the secret realm can be taken by other candidates, and of course you can take others as well. The exam lasts for 3 hours, and the number of points you have before the end of the exam is the number of points you'll get. The legendary graduate of Liang No. 1 Middle School, Lu Yiming, scored 689 points in the college entrance exam that year. Famous in the Northern Province, The big four schools grabbed him. In the end, Liu Yiming voluntarily chose Kyoto University. It became an inspirational model for Liang No. 1 middle school. Jingle bells. Lin Lu's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Pei Shifang calling. After giving Lin Lu his birthday that night, early the next morning, Pei Shifang pulled her best friend Yang Qian and drove to Tiannan City. Pei Shifang did what she said she would do. She intends to report Wu Zihao to the Ministry of the Army and the Education Bureau for crimes such as using power for personal gain and abuse of power. She didn't care if it worked or not. She's going to try them all. Pei Shifang came to Tiannan. Besides prosecuting Wu Zihao, more importantly, she came to cheer on Lin Lu for the college entrance exam. Lin Lu picked up the phone. "Hey, Sister Pei, how are things going?" Pei Shifang said, "I have already submitted the materials for reporting Wu Zihao to the Tenant City Education Bureau and the Tenant Military Department. Alas, I just don't know if there's anyone in charge of this." Lin Lu comforted. "Our Chinese government. It's not dark enough for Wu Zihao to cover the sky with one hand. There will always be someone to manage it. If there's really no one to manage it, when I become stronger in the future, if I don't stir up the northern province and take revenge for Sister Pei for you, I won't be surnamed Lin." Pei Shifang laughed softly. "Ha ha, little fool, you're so nice." She just thought Lin Lu was teasing her to cheer her up. "Right. Where are you now, Sister Pei?" "I've already arrived at the examination center," Lin Lu said. On the other end of the phone, Pei Shifang's cool voice softly sounded. "Coincidentally, we're also at the examination center, in this small gray building to the west." Lin Lu looked around to the west and saw a small gray building. "Sister Pei, I'll go find you." When he was done, he hung up and left the group and went to the small gray building. The building, and I don't know what it does, has many officers coming in and out. There were also 2 murderous soldiers guarding the door. "Stop, candidates are forbidden to enter here." A guard stopped Lin Lu and said in a hard tone. Lin Lu was about to explain that he was here to find someone. At that moment, Yang Qian appeared out of nowhere again and stood beside Lin Lu. She also served in the military department and showed the 2 guards her officer's license. The other side let it go. "Go." Yang Qian smiled at Lin Lu and took the initiative to reach out and take Lin Lu's arm. The 2 of them walked into the small gray building together. "Sister Yang, what are they doing?" Lin Lu passed by a room filled with various items made by fusing mechanical and magical crystals. There was also a room filled with scholars in white coats, recording a very long string of numerical numbers on white paper. Papers like this one, filled with numbers, were piled up all over the room. "It looks like a bunch of crazies." Chapter 19 S-Class Genius Girl. Yang Qian glanced at the lunatic scholars in the room and whispered, "I'm not sure. I only know that they're from Kyoto and seem to be here to do research." "What kind of research?" Lin Lu curiously pursued. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The affairs of the military department. Are they something you can pry into?" Yang Qian feigned annoyance. "Oh, then I won't ask," Lin Lu said honestly. "That's a good boy." Yang Qian smiled. The small gray building, half of which was divided among scholars from Kyoto to do research, and the other half was used for the rest of the military personnel. The entrance exams were today, and there were a lot of people who liked to watch, as well as parents of candidates affiliated with the military department and such. Yang Qian took Lin Lu's arm and went to a room at the end of the corridor. At that moment, the door to the room was closed, and the sound of a fierce argument came from within. I could faintly hear that it was Wu Zihao's voice. "This bastard! How dare he come to pester Frost?" With a furious look on her face, Yang Qian decisively pulled out a dagger from her storage ring, stepped forward and kicked the door open. Breaking in, Lin Lu was also grimacing as he pulled out his staff from his storage ring and walked in after Yang Qian. Inside the lounge, Pei Shifang and Wu Zihao are squaring off. Wu Zihao obviously already knew that Pei Shifang had reported him, so come and settle the score with Pei Shifang. However, Wu Zihao was probably so furious that he came alone. Wu Zihao was a rank 2 beginner flame mage, and Pei Shifang was a rank 2 peak frost mage. The strengths of both sides were not on the same level at all. Therefore, even though he was furious to the extreme, Wu Zihao didn't dare to make a move on Pei Shifang, and only dared to jump and curse like a shrew. Pei Shifang sat calmly and elegantly on a chair, coldly watching Wu Zihao's furious, jumping up and down scandalous behavior. The angrier he gets, Pei Shifang grew happier and happier. This proves that her prosecution was effective. "Wu Zihao, what are you doing here? We don't want to see your disgusting face. Get lost." Yang Qian walked into the room and scolded nonchalantly. "Humph, none of your business." A cold grunt. Wu Zihao said angrily, You dare to prosecute me? Are you tired of living right? Offend our Wu family? No good fruit for you to eat. You wait for me. Lin Lu this life do not want to step into the door of the Northern Military Academy. Even if Lin Lu this old live over. Kneel in front of me to beg me. I do not agree. Pei Shirshan's willow brows knitted tightly, and a thick murderous aura surfaced on her pretty little face. She said in a chilling voice, "What did you just say? Have the guts to say it again." Yang Qian also said with a serious face, "Wu Zihao, do you know what a crime it is in China to insult a soldier? To insult a human hero? It's punishable by a military court." Wu Zihao knew that he had said the wrong thing. He rolled his eyes and pretended to say, "What insulting human heroes? No proof. You guys don't say anything and wrongly accuse good people. I never insulted human heroes, but I have always respected General Lin Lord. The lounge room is not monitored." Wu Zihao refused to admit it, and they couldn't do anything about it. Military tribunals are also about evidence. Wu Zihao smiled coldly and pointed his finger towards Lin Lu. "Pei Shifeng, haven't you always loved this punk the most? I'm going to make sure that he can't go to the Northern Military Academy and ruin his future. Just ask you if you're angry?" Pei Shifeng calmly said. With Lin Lu's level 1 higher order strength, even if he can't get into one of the top 4 schools, he can still get into a decent university. If he is upwardly mobile, he can break through wherever he goes. If he is self-indulgent, what if he goes to the Northern Military Academy? He is still just muddling through. I have something to be angry about. Lin Lu also spoke at the right time. Only a small-minded little man like you would be annoyed and hysterical. Ha ha, well said. Yang Qian applauded. Wu Zihao's face was red, his breathing was rapid, and his hands were trembling. Obviously he was already in a hurry. He gritted his teeth and said, "This isn't over today. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll get my revenge back. Don't think that if you report me, you can bring down our Wu family. My father is the vice colonel of the Northern Military Academy. His old man will soon be converted to a principal. What are you going to fight me with? You're really overestimating yourselves." After saying that, Wu Zihao left the lounge room in a huff. Yang Qian said with a hateful voice, "This bastard is really damned. I really want to stab him in the neck a few times and kill him to relieve my heart's hatred. Killing this kind of scum will only dirty your hands." Pei Shifeng shook her head. Lin Lu stared at Wu Zihao's departing back with an icy gaze, silently memorizing his name in his heart. When he had the strength in the future, he would definitely slaughter him. Pei Shifeng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, driving out all the unhappiness, worries and sorrows from her heart. A smile raised on her pretty little face as she cheered Lin Lu. "Cheer up for the college entrance exams." Lin Lu smiled and nodded. "I definitely will." Yang Qian took back the 2 steel daggers in her hand into her storage ring and said from the sidelines, "Lin Lu, you have to pay attention when you enter the examination center. I heard that there is a proud son of heaven that comes along once in 10,000 years, who also participated in this college entrance examination." Once in 10,000 years? Lin Lu pondered for a moment and asked, "Could it be an S-class talent?" "Congratulations, you got it right," Yang Qian said. Pei Shifeng gruffly said, "S-class? This is something new. Our Liyang city. No, I should say that there hasn't been an S-class talent in our northern province in how many years?" Then, Pei Shifeng added a worried look on her face. "What should we do if Lin Lu is at the examination center and bumps into that S-class genius? What else can we do? Run away? Really can't run away. Then kneel down and beg for forgiveness. In short, must protect the points of killing monsters. This is the college entrance examination score. Can go to a good university? All depends on this score." Yang Qian looked helpless, as if Pei Shifeng had asked a very idiotic question. The method is a bit underhanded though, but a high school exam is a high school exam. It's the middle of life. A handful of carp chances. The opportunity is valuable. It's only right to do whatever it takes to move forward. There is no shame in bending the knee to the strong. Yang Qian usually seems to be cheeky, but she didn't expect to see things as so realistic and cruel. Seeing Pei Shifeng still worried there, Lin Lu smiled and comforted. "There's only one S-class genius. There are so many students who come to take the college entrance exam. The probability of me being placed in the same group as that S-class genius isn't high. It's fine." Pei Shifeng sighed and said, "I always feel like my heart is in turmoil and I'm not steady." "Right." Lin Lu's gaze panned from Pei Shifeng's body to Yang Qian. "That S-class genius. What city? What high school?" Yang Qian shook her head. "I'm not sure. I only remember that she's very pretty and is from Tianlong City." Lin Lu was puzzled. "Your focus seems to be a bit different from the norm. There's nothing weird about it. I like girls who smell nice and soft. Yang Chen blinked and teased. Of course, fragrant and soft boys are my favorite too. Ha! Lin Lu said with a look of disgust. The three were chatting idly. Lin Lu received a call from Mr. Hu unexpectedly. He picked up. Teacher Hu on the other end of the phone said anxiously. Lin Lu, come back quickly. Something big is wrong. The grouping is over. You were assigned to a group with Jiang Li. Who is Ginger Pear? Lin Lu wondered. The S-rank genius girl of Tenri Yueki. Where the hell are you? Come back. Teacher Hu said anxiously. Hang up. Lin Lu's eyebrows furrowed into a ball as he said with some disbelief. It can't really be that unlucky, can it? Chapter 20, the start of the higher education examination. When Lin Lu returned to the Liyang First Middle School team, only then did he learn that things were worse than he thought. Lin Lu and Jiang Li were in group 171, and in this group, there were 11 other students who were also from Tianlong First Middle School. It's an accepted rule that when you're in high school, you team up with the same school. In other words, Jiang Li was able to team up with these 11 people. On the contrary, Lin Lu's side, in Liyang No. 1 Middle School, he alone was assigned to group 171. No classmates, one person, alone. It was very bad for him. Teacher Hu had a worried look on his face as he muttered. This is finished. One S-rank genius is already hard to deal with. And she has 11 teammates as well. Does that even let anyone live? I hope she doesn't do too much and drive her fellow candidates to extinction. Lin Lu was not amused. The S-class genius was awesome. But even more so, it couldn't compare to his hangover. When he thought of the thousands of undead monsters in the cemetery at his beck and call, Lin Lu instantly gained a sense of confidence. And his person became a lot more confident. Lin Lu looked at Mr. Hu was full of worry, and then looked around, inquiring, where's the principal? Mr. Hu sighed, looking for the principal of Tianlong No. 1 Middle School to plead for mercy. Not only our principal, but also the principals of several Group 171 candidates, also went to look for the principal of Tianlong No. 1 Middle School to plead for mercy. There was a pause. Teacher Hu looked at Lin Lu and smiled bitterly. You're also unlucky enough. You endured 3 years of high school obscurity. It's not easy to be on the verge of making a splash, but then you encountered an S-class genius who was in the same group as you as an enemy. Alas, it's all life nah. Lin Lu laughed softly. You've got a good heart. You can laugh at a time like this. Wang Yanbing's eyes were filled with pity. He had always admired the strong, especially after Lin Lu accomplished the feat of 1 2 3. Wang Yanbing was even more impressed with Lin Lu. Most of the students in the class, after learning that Lin Lu was divided into a group with that S-rank genius, some sympathized, while others dropped stones. Zheng Chao, Wang Xian, and Xin Wen need not be mentioned. Seeing Lin Lu's bad luck, they had a gloating smile on their faces, not to mention how pleased they were, even accidentally laughed out loud. Lin Lu glanced at them coldly. Zheng Chao and Wang Xian's faces changed in fear and they didn't dare to make another sound. Xin Wen wasn't afraid of Lin Lu and glared at him defiantly. At that moment, the principal returned. He was blushing badly. Cursed, Wu Di the son of A, the last time he came to Liyan tour, it was me who received him, good food and drink for him, and also sent him a set of accelerated cultivation formation, but the result of begging him for this little thing are not agreed. Angry with me. The Wu Di in the principal's mouth was the principal of Tianlong No. 1 Middle School, a personal friend of the principal. Mr. Hu sighed again. This is completely over. Wang Yanbing scratched his head. The situation doesn't seem too bad. I've heard that the Gaogao secret realm is huge, so as long as you're careful, avoiding that S-rank genius isn't that difficult. It'll have to do. The principal said in a deep voice. Lin Lu, when you enter the secret realm, you must act carefully. It's best if you can't run into it. If you run into that S-class genius, run if you can. Assuming you can't run away, you can try begging for mercy. Lin Lu pondered for a long time and said with a faint smile, okay. Ugh. The principal let out another long sigh. He was a bit regretful. Had he known that it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have fully trained only Lin Lu in the first place. Should have trained the remaining 3 A-list geniuses as well. In that case, if Lin Lu couldn't, there were 3 other people who could take the top spot. It's a shame. It's too late for regrets. In the center of the base, a podium was erected at some point. There was a man standing on top. It's the chief invigilator of this college entrance exam, Wu Qiming, the Provincial Education Bureau chief. He was a 3rd-level mid-rank sonic warrior, and spoke with a deafening, sonorous voice. The college entrance exam will begin soon. Please withdraw the uninvolved people. The principal handed Lin Lu a good-for-nothing look before retiring grimly. Teacher Hu patted Lin Lu's shoulder and whispered, "Take care." He then followed the principal and retired. On the field, only the candidates remained. Wu Qiming said with a serious face, "College entrance exam. Begin." Next moment, the blood-red light of the secret realm enveloped all the candidates. Transient. All candidates disappeared altogether. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Lu appeared in the middle of the ruins of a bleak and dilapidated city. The blood-red sky is disturbing. The twisted ghostly figures in the shadows of the ruins let out a creepy hiss. Lin Lu immediately summoned 100 skeleton warriors from the dark graveyard and surrounded him for protection. It was only then that he unhurriedly took out his equipment from his storage ring and put them on one by one, and then took out his mount badge and released the inferior demon dog. The 4 bright red eyes of the inferior demon dog surveyed the surroundings warily. Lin Lu rode on the inferior demon dog. At that moment, an ugly-looking zombie suddenly drilled out from underneath a collapsed building and darted towards Lin Lu. The zombies in this secret realm all move at a thief's speed, and with a keen sense of smell. Once they smell a living person they will attack regardless. A level 1 early-stage zombie. Lin Lu muttered, then gave orders to the 2 outermost skeletal warriors to finish off this one zombie. Lin Lu's skeleton warrior was also ranked at level 1 beginner. The 2 of it easily took out the zombie that suddenly came out of nowhere. The zombie died and left a puddle of rotting flesh. At the same time, a blood-colored mist suddenly appeared above Lin Lu's head, coalescing into the number 1. This is Lin Lu's high school entrance exam results. Not only can he see it, but so can everyone else. This is specially prepared by the Education Bureau for the purpose of candidates killing each other. A dead walker. In vain, several more zombies, burrowing out from underneath the building ruins, rushed towards Lin Lu with their teeth and claws open. "Kill them all," Lin Lu ordered. The skeleton warriors who had gotten the order would attack whenever a walker approached. Not a moment too soon, the blood-colored mist on Lin Lu's head changed once again. From the number 1 to the number 6. Another moment passed. The number changed to 19. It was only at this moment that Lin Lu realized the terror of this secret realm. There is a steady stream of zombies, burrowing out of the shadowy corners of the ruined city. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Lu had already finished off hundreds of zombies. His high school score, 2, has reached 107. Lu Yiming, an outstanding graduate of Liang No 1 middle school, scored 689 points on his college entrance exam. The way things were going, it wouldn't take long for Lin Lu to overtake him. However, things were not as simple as Lin Lu thought. Gradually, among the zombies that surrounded Lin Lu, level 1 mid-rank zombies appeared. Lin Lu realized it early and hurriedly released a few skeleton mages and skeleton archers, and after a moment's thought, summoned 3 more skeleton warlords. The skeleton archer is a level 1 medium. Skeletal mages are first level high. The 2 of them were long-range units again, and the first level mid-rank zombies were killed by the 2 of them as soon as they ventured out. Chapter 21 Scores. In the secret realm of the college entrance exam, candidates would be immediately eliminated from the game if they were taken out by a zombie. When they got out of the secret realm, no matter how badly injured they were, they would recover immediately. If the candidates killed each other, the loser side, instead of dying, would be resurrected by the secret realm after half of their scores were deducted, and would continue the exam. This is also to enhance the practical skills of the candidates. The secret world rules. 1 point is awarded for taking out an early level 1 walker. Taking out a mid-level 1 zombie will earn you 5 points. It didn't take long for Lin Lu's college entrance exam score to reach over 200 points. High-level 1 zombies also appeared. Lin Lu summoned a few more skeleton archers and skeleton mages from the dark graveyard to join the battlefield. There are skeleton warriors blocking the outside. The zombies couldn't hurt Lin Lu at all. When all the walkers in this area are cleared out, Lin Lu's score has reached 418 points. It's time for a change, Lin Lu said to himself. Lin Lu was about to command the skeleton army to leave, but the inferior demon dog under his crotch didn't want to leave. It seemed to be very interested in the puddle of rotting flesh left behind after the zombies died. He suddenly remembered. Inferior devil dogs can devour monsters to evolve. The reason Lin Lu had chosen the inferior demon dog as his mount in the first place was also because of its talent. Cheat 1 skeleton soldier per second. He was going to take the skeleton soldier and feed it to the inferior demon dog to make it evolve. He had plenty of skeleton soldiers anyway. It's just that it meets the high school entrance exam. Lin Lu planned to wait until after the entrance exams were over before feeding the skeleton soldiers to the inferior demon dogs. The inferior demon dog carried Lin Lu to a puddle of rotten zombie meat, which it bent down and ate with pleasure. It swallowed quickly. And in no time, it had swallowed all the rotten flesh of the zombies all over the ground. Lin Lu could clearly feel that after the inferior demon dogs had devoured a large amount of zombie rotting flesh, their 4 pairs of eyes became more and more bright red, and the black aura on their bodies also thickened by a few points. Only the level still hasn't broken through. It's still a level 1 beginner. The bad demon dog that had devoured a large amount of zombie rotten meat was in a good mood. The pack carried Lin Lu all the way forward. The skeleton army protected Lin Lu in the center. The vast procession appeared to be very eye-catching. This secret realm was huge and there was no map. So Lin Lu had to lead an army of skeletons to wander at random and encountered 2 more waves of zombies. After the annihilation, Lin Lu's score reached 531. Everyone said that the college entrance exam was difficult, but he felt that it was quite average. Lin Lu looked up at his score with heartfelt emotion. The words had not yet fallen. One of the ghouls following Lin Lu's ass suddenly became alert, straightening up and pouncing frantically in one direction. Lin Lu's heart fluttered. He knew that it was a candidate whose profession was assassin who had come to sneak up on him. In the secret realm of the college entrance exam, in addition to being careful of zombies, you also have to guard against other candidates sneaking up on you. The assassin's sneak spell, as soon as he's attacked, is disabled. Not slowing down, the ghoul caught up with the assassin and clawed him into manifestation. It was a slender male assassin wearing dark green snakescale armor and holding a poison-hardened dagger. He wore a red face scarf on his face, and the blood-colored mist suspended above his head morphed into the number 374. After forcing the assassin back, Lin Lu ordered the ghouls as well as the surrounding skeletons to continue attacking, and maneuvering skeleton archers and skeleton mages for long-range attacks. The assassin's level is first level high. A peak level 1 ghoul would be enough to kill this assassin solo. Just then, from the rear, an arrow, aimed at Lin Lu's back heart shot in, carrying a harsh wind-breaking sound. Just when it was about to shoot Lin Lu, the inferior demon dog on his hip sensed the killing aura and immediately moved a few meters to the right. Dodged the arrow. The steel arrow eventually dug half an inch deep into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. And the enemy, without saying a word, Lin Lu immediately took the plate armor he had purchased earlier and put it on his body from his storage ring, and used his newly learned defensive skill white bone armor. Plate armor was, at once, covered with an additional thin layer of pale, bony armor. The heavy plate armor weighed down the Thai devil dog so much that they could barely breathe. It let out a few strange low growls of complaint. Lin Lu ignored it and opened the dark graveyard to release 2 more ghouls, telling them to go together to surround the assassin and make quick work of it. Then, Lin Lu turned his head, looking for the shooter's position, just in time to see another arrow like a meteor cutting through the sky towards his chest. He doesn't duck. The arrow crashed into the plate armor of his chest. Clang made a crisp sound of metal clashing. The arrow's knock hit crookedly and fell helplessly to the ground. And Lin Lu also found the location of the candidate whose profession was an archer. He was hiding on the roof of the small, dilapidated, 3-story building not far ahead. Lin Lu immediately commanded the skeleton archers and skeleton mages to attack that small building. Under the baptism of the skeleton mages' magic bullets, the level 1 mid-rank archer who had been hiding upstairs from hidden arrows was directly bombarded to death by the magical projectiles of several level 1 high-rank skeleton mages. In the meantime, the assassin, who was miserably surrounded by 3 ghouls and a number of skeletal warriors, also quickly died of serious injuries. 2 candidates are dead. The blood-colored cloud above their heads split into 2 halves, half of which fused with the blood mist above Lin Lu's head, while the other half transformed into bloodlight and wrapped around the 2 candidates' bodies and disappeared. Instead of being eliminated from the game, they were deducted half their points and randomly teleported around the secret realm. After those 2 blood mists merged into the red blood mist above Lin Lu's head, the score changed to 779. In accordance with the rules of the high school, candidates who defeat a candidate receive half of the loser's score as a reward. The assassin's total score was 374, half of which was 178, and the archer's total score was 122, half of which was 61, plus Lin Lu's previous 531 points. That's a total of 779 points, higher than the legend of Lian No. 1 middle school, Lu Yiming's high school entrance exam score. Outside the secret world, a huge curtain of light that covered the sky blocked the entire sky, and the huge curtain of light was split into thousands of smaller curtains of light. You can see every move of the candidates in the secret world in real time. The principal and Mr. who were staring intently at the light screen that projected Lin Lu. After the principal saw Lin Lu easily finish off a bunch of zombies and gained more than 500 points, the principal was full of joy. After the principal saw Lin Lu easily finish off the two candidates who had sneaked up on him like he was chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, the principal cheered. When he saw that Lin Lu's college entrance exam score reached 779 points, the principal was trembling with excitement. Teacher who was on the side, rushed to assist the principal and said with concern, "Principal, let me take you to the infirmary." "No, I'm not going anywhere." The principal's face was filled with an excited smile. 779 points. Since the establishment of Liang One Middle School, has any student ever gotten such a high score on the college entrance exam? No, Lin Lu is the first person ever in our school. Teacher who said honestly. The principal said beautifully. It seems that my decision at first was right. Concentrating the whole school's resources on Lin Lu alone was the right thing to do. Look again. Our school's elite class. The grades of the 3A-ranked geniuses put together are not as high as Lin Lu alone. In other groups, Amazing Wang's current high school score is 278. Sun Yi's current high school score is 257. Xinwen's current high school score is 210. The principal said cheerfully. This session of the college entrance examination, the provincial first prize winner, is definitely the S-class genius of Tianlong One Middle School. Lin Lu can't get the provincial first prize winner, and it's not bad for us to get back a city first prize winner. Teacher who concurred. With Lin Lu's strength, a city scholar in the district is not a sure thing. Chapter 22, The Examination Room Tussle. TSK, Old Zhuang. You're satisfied with just one city scholar? A tall middle-aged man walked slowly. Seeing the visitor, the principal pushed away teacher who was assisting him, and snorted coldly. Wu Di, what are you doing here? Wu Di, the principal of Tianlong One Middle School, said smilingly. Nothing. Just had nothing to do and came over to talk to you for a bit. The principal was impatient. Go. I don't have time to gossip with you. Ha ha. Woody laughed once or twice before asking. What? You're still angry? Yes, I am angry, the principal admitted with a straight face. Wu Di. We've known each other for almost 10 years now. Right. Over these years, you begged me to do something. I've done it for you. I'm a person who values righteousness. As long as it's something you ask for, I'll try my best to accomplish it. The principal's voice dripped with sadness. For more than 10 years, I've helped you so many times, and I begged you just once today, but you refused, so I can't be angry. Wu Di sighed. Old Zhuang, this is not as simple as you think. A flash of anger appeared on the principal's face. What's so hard about it? Is it hard to ask that S-ranked genius from your school to please be open-minded and not kill him painfully when he encounters Lin Lu in the secret realm? Wu Di sighed again. It's hard. The anger on the principal's face increased, and he said in a low voice, "What's so difficult about it? For this kind of thing, all you need to do is to say hello to that S-ranked genius called Zhongli from your school. Won't that be enough? You're the principal, hey. Who in the school would dare not give you face?" Wu Di calmly said. "Ginger Pear would dare. She's from the Ginger family." The principal's brow furrowed as he tentatively inquired. Which Jiang family? There are many Jiang families in China. For example, the Heavenly Sword Jiang family, the Red Scale Jiang family, and the Deshui Jiang family. The principal really didn't know which Jiang family Wu Di was talking about. Wu Di gave him a blank look and said in a deep voice, "You should have heard of the Jiang family in Kyoto." A flash of shock flashed across the principal's eyes. Of course he had heard of the Jiang family in Kyoto, one of the 8 great families of China. There are 2 saints in the family. Top giant. Stunned for a few moments, when he had slowed down, the principal was a little more skeptical. Kyoto Ginger family is not good in Kyoto to stay. Run our northern province to do? Also, Zhongli and the Jiang family. What is the identity of the Jiang family? For what to Tianlong City School? Kyoto so many good high school. Just take out A. Are better than you and my school to be strong. Wu Di interrupted. Okay, knowing too much is not good for you. Now, you should know why I can't help you with this favor, right? In front of the other students, I am indeed the majestic principal, but in front of Zhongli, I am just an insignificant little person. How dare I teach her how to do things? Okay, I get it. The principal is not unreasonable. In his place, he wouldn't dare to offend that big miss of the Jiang family in Kyoto. Steep, teacher who had been staring at the light screen, shouted in excitement. Headmaster, look, Lin Lu took out 3 more candidates. His score reached over 900, almost 1,000. Yes? The principal looked up at the light screen with a face full of joy. Yo, it's still true. This Lin Lu kid is really competitive. The principal couldn't help but turn his head towards Wu Di with a dejected face and inquired seemingly offhandedly, "By the way, how many points did Zhongli take in the college entrance exam at this time, ah?" Wu Di said with his head held high, "It's just over 1600, and I don't know if the final score can break 2000. The two of them, the principal and Mr. Hu, simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked up, searching for the piece that belonged to Zhongli in the curtain of light that filled the sky. Find out later. Seeing clearly the numbers on top of Zhongli's head, the little bit of smugness and pride in the principal's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. "What do you mean? People are worse than people." Seeing that the principal was in a low mood, Wu Di heatedly smiled and patted the principal's shoulder vigorously. "That's life. You stay away." The principal cursed. "Ha ha, don't be discouraged. There's no shame in losing to an S-class heaven's pride. This year's provincial top student goes to our Tianlong First High School. You, try harder next term." Wu Di laughed freely. The principal and Mr. Hu were a bit reluctant, but there was nothing they could do. "Alas, I'll be satisfied if Lin Lu can get the title of our Liang City's top student." The principal sighed. "Don't worry, principal. With Lin Lu's current grades, we'll take the title of city scholar for sure." Mr. Hu waved his fist with a serious face. "As long as there are no last-minute surprises. Hopefully." The principal trailed off. The two of them focused their attention back on the light screen playing Lin Lu. Inside the secret, Lin Lu took out another candidate who tried to sneak up on him. The opponent, a round, chubby little man, a first-level mid-ranked fighter, like a brainless mangina. Seeing Lin Lu surrounded by so many undead summoners, he still dared to charge forward one after another. "I'm not afraid to die." In the end, Lin Lu's skeleton warrior was cut into 8 pieces, and the red blood mist was divided into 2 halves, half of which belonged to Lin Lu, and the other half was teleported away with the little chubby peer. Little fat fighters should have died many times. Die once and half your score disappears. Die once and half your score disappears. By the end of the day, the little fat fighter who had died too many times was down to single digits in score. The guy probably gave himself up as well. So in the end a suicide charge was made on Lin Lu. Lin Lu raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. 3 hours into the entrance exam, 2 hours had already passed. The final moment, finally coming. As the time came to the last hour of the exam, a curtain of light suddenly appeared over the secret scarlet. What was displayed on it was clearly the high school scores of each of the candidates. 1. 1697 points for Ginger Pear. 2. Lin Lu 987 points. 3. Sule 528 points. 4. Mao Zheja 439 points. 89. 3 points for Mao Xiaolong. There were 11 others, eliminated because they were accidentally infected with the zombie virus. The curtain of light above the sky of the secret realm, in addition to showing high school scores, every 6 minutes, the light screen would also display the location of each candidate's coordinates within the secret territory. More frantic tussles are coming, inside the secret, except for a few. Most of the people were on edge, their hearts growing more and more nervous. Lin Lu stared at the light screen with a calm face and muttered, "S-class geniuses live up to their name. Their scores are more than 700 points higher than mine. Come on, let me see how powerful an S-class genius is." 6 minutes to go. The light screen immediately changed into a map of the secret realm, and each candidate's name and coordinates appeared on the light screen map with precision and accuracy. Lin Lu's eyes darted over the map. Soon, he found Jiang Li's name and coordinate location. It was a bit of a long way from where he was now. Lin Lu took the skeleton army back to the dark graveyard, leaving only 5 fast-moving, peak level 1 ghouls as bodyguards by his side. Retrieved the heavy plate armor back into the storage ring again, riding a bad demon dog lightly. Chapter 23, Zhongli. Amidst the crumbling ruins, the young girl snuggles up next to a hideous, terrifying beast. She was wearing a vaguely sheer thin blouse and a short skirt, with her 2 long legs exposed under the short skirt. The girl had long silver hair, ruby eyes, a delicate little nose, and rosy lips, combined with the noble and awe-inspiring and inviolable aura of her body. She was like a royal king's daughter. The girl said in a bored voice, "It's so boring." Immediately, someone else chimed in. "Why don't we go hunt the other candidates? Those cowardly guys, hiding like rats. It would be better to kill a few more zombies than to expend energy looking for them. Damn, we're too unlucky to be grouped together with a bunch of goons. Why don't we split up? 12 people together is too big of a target. When the other candidates see us, they'll be like rats seeing a cat, fleeing in the wind, unable to catch up with them. Yeah, better to split up." "I agree. Me too. No way. Never act separately. The one who spoke was in the group, a sickly teenager with pale skin. He said solemnly, "This is the college entrance exam, not the usual training. Today is about our future prospects. It's too dangerous to act separately. If you die once, half of your points will be deducted." "How many times do you have enough points to deduct?" Someone scoffed. "Su-lei, you're too timid. The other candidates are pathetically weak. Killing them is as simple as slaughtering pigs and chickens. I really can't understand what's so dangerous about it." The sickly teenager Su-lei coldly said, "I don't care. Anyway, the principal has given 3 orders that when you enter the secret realm, you have to form a team and are not allowed to act separately." He coldly swept his eyes over the crowd and coldly grunted. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Principal Wu Di is right outside watching. He knows exactly what you said and what you did. If you dare to violate the principal's orders under the principal's nose, when the college entrance exams are over, beware of the principal's packing you up." Seeing Su-lei move out the principal, the others, having lost their tempers, did not dare to whine. Their principal, Wu Di, was not as refined and gentle as he appeared. The terror of the principal was seared into the bones of every student in Tianlong No. 1 middle school, except for one. The young girl nestled next to the giant beast said leisurely, "You're all so timid." Hearing this, the surrounding teenagers lowered their heads in some shame. Su-lei's pale face was slightly flushed, not knowing if it was shyness or nervousness. He stuttered, "We're not timid. We're honoring our teacher." Su-lei's words amused the young girl. "Ha ha, do you mean that I don't honor my teacher?" the young girl asked with a smile. "Ginger Persan. That's not what I meant. It's..." Su-lei stumbled for half a day and couldn't say what he really meant. "Ugh, how boring," Zhongli lazily said. "It's so boring. If I had known that the college entrance exam was such a boring thing, I wouldn't have come to take it." Beside Zhongli, a petite young girl quipped, "Sister Zhongli, if you don't come to take the college entrance exam, then won't the title of the provincial top student be taken away by someone else?" Zhongli said with a disinterested look on her face. "Take it away. Just take it away. The title of a provincial scholar. I don't care about it anyway." It was like she suddenly thought of something. Bright eyes lit up. Zhongli blinked and inquired of the crowd, "By the way, do any of you remember the secret realm ranking? Who was second?" "It's the one who scored over 900 points," Su-lei said in a deep voice. "His name is Lin Lu, 987 points, a native of Liang City, a genius necromancer who has suddenly risen recently." "Some people are curious. Su-lei, how do you know so well? You recognize?" Su-lei shook his head. "I don't know him. It's just that he and I are both necromancers, and I was on the online necromancer profession forum, and I had seen a post about Lin Lu." Zhongli curiously said, "This Lin Lu, is he powerful?" Su-lei said, "Well, it should be quite impressive. After all, being able to get 987 points in the college entrance exam is enough to prove the other party's excellence." Zhongli smiled sweetly. "Let's go look for him. I want to see how powerful the necromancer who scored 987 points in the college entrance exam and was called a genius can be." Others chimed in. Only Su-lei disagreed. "The Corpse King will be refreshed soon. Let's go fight the Corpse King. Lin Lu is too far away from us. The other side isn't stupid. He's alone, has no teammates, and is in second place. There must be quite a few candidates who want to finish him off and plunder his score. After the location is exposed, he'll definitely go into hiding, and will only come up empty when we go looking for him." Upon hearing this, someone immediately complained, "But the points given by the Corpse King, divided equally among so many of us, is too little." Su-lei replied, "After the Corpse King is refreshed, many more zombies will be refreshed, and, as soon as the coordinates of the Corpse King are announced, it will surely attract quite a number of candidates hunting the Corpse King, and at that time, let's do a mantis catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back." Others agree with Su-lei. In the secret realm, everyone knew that Zhongli was an S-class genius, and there are more teammates. Anyone who saw it would have to walk around it carefully. It's extremely easy to go to Lin Lu and pounce. It would be better to hunt the Corpse King, and maybe, Lin Lu would also hunt the Corpse King. Even if Lin Lu didn't come, there would be other desperate candidates who would try to come and hunt the Corpse King. After all, the high school exam refinement is almost over. If you don't put up a fight at this time, you won't have another chance later. I think that Su-lei's approach is quite good. Yeah, the candidates in this secret realm are all too thieving. A bunch of losers who only run away. I agree. Then you guys go hunt the Corpse King. I'm going to take off and go find that second place. Jiang Li's lazy and cool voice rang in everyone's ears. Su Lei frowned. Jiang Li, student you. Okay, you don't nag. Jiang Li's cherry lips slightly opened. Her voice sweet and soft said, I can't see the points for hunting the corpse king. It's still interesting to find someone to kill. I'm leaving. When you 11 people kill the zombies, each of you can also share more points. Su Lei looked embarrassed and said, but the principal has 3 orders. Jiang Li interrupted. I'm not afraid of the principal. Don't use the principal to pressure me. Besides, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Su Lei sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, thanks. Jiang Li smiled weakly. At this point, the hideous beast beside Jiang Li suddenly raised its head and stared ahead, letting out a low roar in warning. Ha! Someone's coming. Who has the nerve to come over here? Knowing we're here? Come to give away your head? Whoever he is, just take him out. Su Lei also muttered with a puzzled expression. Who is the visitor? It's the first time I've seen one so unafraid of death. As the strange teenager approached, the crowd gradually saw the teenager's appearance clearly, as well as the bloody score on the teenager's head, 987. Su Lei's pupil shook in surprise. It's Lin Lu. We didn't go to look for him. He even came to look for us. Did he come to die? Kind of. A playful look spread across Jiang Li's delicate and beautiful face. Chapter 24 Yang Qian's best thoughts. Outside the secret world, Pei Shifeng's cold face revealed an excited blush, making her look even more shy and lovely. Qian, did you see that? Lin Lu's score is 987 points. Look, Yang Qian was speechless. I saw it a long time ago. I'm not blind. He's fantastic. Pei Shifeng's face was overflowing with joy and excitement. Yang Qian snickered. I didn't expect that Pei Shifeng, the cold goddess who usually can't raise the slightest interest in men, would be so excited that she would go crazy for a little man today. If those suitors of yours saw this, they'd be envious and jealous. Pei Shifeng glanced at Yang Qian and said without a trace of humor, Lin Lu is my younger brother. Of course I would feel excited when he got good grades in the college entrance exam. Think about it differently. If Lin Lu was your brother and he got a high score in the college entrance exam, what would you do? Yang Qian thought carefully for a while and replied, if it was a blood brother, I would be cheering him on. If it was an unrelated godbrother, I'd find a way to trick him into bed, possess him completely, and condition him to be a loyal puppy to me alone. As the saying goes, the fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Pei Shifeng immediately blushed a hot, shy face. She bit her lip lightly in anger. You're disgusting. Yang Qian laughed coldly. Your brother is handsome and you live under the same roof as him. I don't believe you haven't moved. No, my relationship with Lin Lu is pure. Pei Shifeng's eyes were evasive, and the blush on her cheeks was as brilliant as the evening sun. Yang Qian sneered and teased. Well, in that case, then you shouldn't mind if I date your brother. Pei Shifeng said coldly. My brother wouldn't look at a shallow woman like you. I'm shallow? Fine. Pei Shifeng, you've completely enraged me. I swear, I'll chase your brother down and then train him to be a little male dog, messing around in your house, in your bed, in front of you every day. Yang Qian said in an arrogant tone. Pei Shifeng frowned. No, Lin Lu, he's still young, still in school. If you mess around like this, his body won't be able to handle it. I won't agree to let him go out with you. I advise you to die of this heart. It's not up to you. Yang Qian said with her head held high. Pei Shifeng opened her warm red lips and said, Lin Lu listens to me the most. If I don't agree, he won't agree. I don't believe it. This young lady used to be the school flower. Even if she is in the scouting force now, there are a whole lot of men pursuing me. Your brother is so naive. How could he possibly resist the charms of my big sister? Yang Qian had a flirtatious face. Pei Shifeng didn't say anything else and turned her head away, concentrating on the light screen. Yang Qian also ended the topic at the right time. After looking at the light screen for a while, Yang Qian said with a puzzled face, where is your family Lin Lu going? I don't know. Ugh. Pei Shifeng obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Your brother is in danger. If he goes any further, he'll run into that S-class genius, and her 11 teammates. Stop him, Yang Qian anxiously said. They are outside the secret world, trying to stop Lin Lu from moving on, but there's no way to do it. All you can do is look on and do nothing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Lu was not on the wrong track. Instead, he had traveled specifically to find the S-class genius, Jiang Li. Looking at his killing spirit, he was probably there to challenge Jiang Li. Yang Qian said with a puzzled face, obviously occupying a great advantage. Is it not good to find a place to hide and wait for the end of the college entrance exam? Is he crazy? Why would he challenge S-class genius Zhongli? There are worse ones. Yang Qian didn't say anything. After all, Lin Lu might be his future milk dog little boyfriend. So it's better to build up a little bit of virtue. Pei Shifeng also didn't know what Lin Lu was trying to do here. She clenched her lower lip, looking nervous and uneasy. The other side. When the principal saw Lin Lu single-handedly go forward to challenge Zhongli, his eyes went black and he almost fainted. Teacher Hu, you said. What did I do wrong? Why did Lin Lu use this kind of means to retaliate against me? As far as using this kind of means, isn't this ruining his future as well? The principal's voice trembled with sobs. Teacher Hu frowned and said, Principal, Lin Lu is not the kind of person who is vindictive. We are quite good to Lin Lu, and Lin Lu has no reason to retaliate against us. The principal's trembling hand pointed toward the light screen. Then you say, Lin Lu, what is he doing? He can beat an S-class genius? Not to mention it's still a team of 12. Stupid. So stupid. The principal's bowels were green with remorse. He shouldn't have let Lin Lu enjoy the resources all by himself. Instead, it should be divided equally among every A-list genius in the elite class. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. There should be multiple preparations. In case Lin Lu couldn't make it, he still had 3 other cards. Once again, I'm sorry, Teacher Hu sighed. I don't know what's wrong with Lin Lu. I can only wait until the college entrance exam is over and Lin Lu comes out before asking him. Alas, it will have to do. In an instant, the principal looked like he had aged several years, with gray hair sprouting from his head. Wu Di, who had gone and returned, found the principal at this point. Old Zhuang, what the hell is going on here? You told my students to show mercy when they met your students, and then your students took it upon themselves to challenge my school's Zhongli. This, what are you telling me to say? The principal grimaced and said nothing. Wu Di hit a hard nail. He knew the principal was in a bad mood at the moment, and he could understand that. Therefore, Wu Di didn't say much and stood beside the principal with his arms clasped in front of his chest, watching the fun. Inside the secret, Jiang Li's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Lu. Her eyes were full of curiosity and excitement as if she had seen some kind of endangered rare animal in a zoo. The sickly teenager Su Lei looked Lin Lu up and down several times as he said in a deep voice, Lin Lu, what are you doing here? Strange, how do you know my name? Lin Lu asked rhetorically. Su Lei replied, I recognized you after seeing a post about you in an online forum. What forum? What post? Lin Lu asked with interest. Su Lei calmly said, it's none of your business. You only need to answer me. What is the purpose of your coming alone? Want to challenge an S-class genius? Lin Lu said honestly. At the same time, he read in his heart, by the way. Take a look. Yang Qian said reliable or not, S-class genius Zhongli is not really beautiful. As it turns out, Yang Qian was right. Ginger Pear is indeed beautiful. Many people laughed when they heard that Lin Lu wanted to challenge Zhongli. The second place is a cutie. Barring that, with such a huge difference in strength between the two sides, how dare he come and challenge schoolgirl Zhongli? With so many of us guarding here, even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to go around the road. Second place is nothing. Student Zhongli, don't make a move. Let us do it. Against this kind of nobody, we can beat him down in 3 or 2 hits. Chapter 25, The Unsuspecting Challenger. The Tianlong First High School got a team of excited people. Lin Lu's arrogance and insouciance angered them. But of course, this was only one of the reasons. Another reason is that Lin Lu's score of 987 is too tempting. Anyone who beats Lin Lu will score 494 points. It's certainly a huge temptation. When the crowd looked at Lin Lu, there was more greed in their eyes than contempt and belittlement. They were scrambling and couldn't wait to step on Lin Lu's head. Only Su Lei remained calm. He didn't underestimate Lin Lu, knowing that Lin Lu had once had a strong record of fighting 1 against 5. Ginger Pear's light is just too bright, completely overshadowed the others. So much so that people seem to forget. A candidate with 987 points is never to be underestimated. Without the Ginger Pear press, it was believed that Lin Lu alone was enough to dominate the entire secret realm. Su Lei knew that don't look at his teammates, who were now screaming, but it was only because there were so many people, and there was Zhongli sitting in on them, that they were a little bolder than usual. If you single out any of his teammates, apart from Zhongli, no one was Lin Lu's opponent, not even him. Besides, Su Lei knew Zhongli. This girl appeared to be a cool and pretty soft girl on the surface, but in reality, she was a very belligerent and violent maniac. Whenever she chanced about being bored, That would mean that Ginger Pear wants to find someone to do battle with. With Jiang Li's talent and identity background, she didn't even need to take the college entrance exam. She could just go to whichever college she wanted to go to, have her family say hello, and just go. She came to the entrance exam for a simple purpose. It's all about finding an opponent and being able to fight soundly. As a result, everyone fears her. Either they see her and avoid her, or they are unbearable. Jiang Li was already suffocating from boredom. It's good that someone finally dared to step up and challenge her. Makes this boring party that much more interesting. Jiang Li's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and she was eager to try. Su Lei is very good at reading people's words, so naturally he can see what Jiang Li is thinking. He went with the flow and hurriedly said, "Student Jiang Li, it's you he wants to challenge. What do you think?" Jiang Li smiled. "Please." The others saw this and didn't argue. Of all of them, no one was qualified, much less brave, to compete with Jiang Li. Jiang Li got up and stretched, revealing a patch of pale, delicate skin. She took a few steps forward, smiling as she did so. "Your name is Lin Lu, right? Very nice name. I appreciate your courage, so I promise you I will remember your name. I won't forget it for at least a month. After all, I've had so many losers that it's quite a feat for you to make me remember your name." Lin Lu suddenly interrupted. "Wait a minute. What? You're not backing out, are you?" Jiang Li's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she pouted her red lips that were as translucent as cherries. Behind Jiang Li, her teammates even cracked up. "I knew it. This piece of trash is bluffing and wimped out at the critical moment. Humph. It's too late for him to wimp out now. This guy is stupid and wimpy. I suggest that in the future. The college entrance examination. You have to test the IQ first. IQ below the level of a normal person is not allowed to participate in the college entrance examination, lest the retarded mix in and waste everyone's time. Everyone keep a close eye. All of you put out your mounts. Don't let this kid get away." Even Su Lei was contemptuous. The man wimped out too fast. After the opposite side had cursed for a while and calmed down, only then did Lin Lu slowly shake his head. "I'm not backtracking, much less trying to escape. So what are you doing?" Gingerly curious, Lin Lu said without joy or sadness. "I want you all to go together." Jiang Li was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" "Meaning aren't there 12 of you? All together. I'm going to take on all 12 of you alone." Lin Lu said the most arrogant things with a calm face. There was a moment of silence. Su Lei wrinkled his brow and said in a deep voice, "Crazy? What a crazy person." The rest of them were even more cursed. Only Jiang Li laughed without anger. "Honestly, you're a lot of fun. I won't forget your name for at least 6 months. You should be honored. I'm just sorry I can't oblige you, because a mole is in no position to talk about demands." Waiting to finish the last sentence, the smile that had spread across Jiang Li's face disappeared. In its place, there was a flash of stern killing intent. Jiang Li struck out brazenly. She was a melee profession. A few flash steps and she instantly arrived in front of Lin Lu. Lin Lu hurriedly made the inferior devil dog on his hips back up, pulling away and summoning skeletons. Unlike usual, this time Lin Lu summoned more than 200 skeleton warriors, a dozen skeleton archers and skeleton mages, 3 skeleton warlords, and 3 ghouls in one breath. It's more than double what it was earlier. Lin Lu never takes the enemy lightly. The huge number of skeleton armies instantly drowned Jiang Li. When Su Lei, who was not far away, saw this scene, the bottom of his eyes were quickly filled with the color of shock. His teammates, one by one, were so shocked they couldn't even speak. There was no longer the arrogance of just now. It was only because the strength displayed by Lin Lu was too terrifying. "It's amazing that you can summon so many skeletons." Lin Lu's mental strength, I'm afraid, had long since broken through the peak of level 1 and reached level 2. That's why it's possible to contractually summon so many skeletons. Spiritual strength was very important to summoning professions, simply because spiritual strength was related to how many summoning beasts a summoner could contract. With high mental strength, there are more summoned beasts that can be contracted. With low spiritual strength, there are fewer summoned beasts that can be contracted. Su Lei, who was also a first-level high-level necromancer, at most, he could only summon 80 skeleton warriors, a few skeleton archers sporadically, and 1 or 2 skeleton mages. Su Lei's mental strength was at the level that a normal person should have. Some gifted people have several times the mental strength of normal people, and can contract several times more summoned beasts than ordinary summoners. Lin Lu had previously been able to summon over 100 skeleton warriors, a dozen skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and a peak level 1 undead summoner like a ghoul. It's already impressive enough. Unexpectedly, Lin Lu once again refreshed the crowd's perception. The number of summonses doubled. There were more than 200 skeleton warriors, and there were also high-level, peak undead summoned beasts like skeleton mages and ghouls. Even if an S-class genius meets this kind of opponent, unless it happens to target a profession that restrains necromancers, otherwise, you will die. Zhongli's occupation is quite mysterious and special. No one in the school knew what Kongri's occupation was, not even the principal. Only know that Zhongli is a melee profession, cannot wear defense, use weapons, unarmed combat, seems to have a constant stream of physical strength, fighting on a day and night, do not feel tired. It can also use a variety of powerful martial arts techniques. Back to the main topic. In short, Zhongli's profession did not restrain necromancers. Even worse, necromancers happen to restrain melee professions like Zhongli. Chapter 26. As soon as the battle began, Kongri was in danger. Lin Lu's skeletons surrounded Zhongli and attacked frantically. Skeleton archer's arrow, skeleton mage's magic bullet. As if they didn't want money, they poured it on Zhongli. If it was an ordinary person, at most, they would be able to support themselves for a few minutes in front of the concentrated fire attack of the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. But Zhongli is not an ordinary person. A light blue water ripple shield surrounded her, counteracting and absorbing the damage she received. Skeleton warrior chops, skeleton archer's arrow, skeleton mage's magic bullet. When they landed on that light blue shield, they would all be cancelled out, unable to cause any damage. Such an awesome shield. I don't know if it's her skill or her talent. Like such an awesome ability, it usually doesn't last too long. Wait for the energy to sustain the shield to run out, or for the skill duration to expire. It's time for Kongri to die. Lin Lu. He looked forward to that moment. Have to say, Ginger Pear's fighting skills are very impressive. Even if she was caught in a heavy siege, she was able to roll around in a small, palm-sized area, dodging the dull attacks of the skeleton warriors. At the same time, launching a counterattack and casually destroying a skeleton warrior with a single blast of his fist. Seemingly soft and delicate little fists. It's actually so powerful. Lin Lu couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Zhongli punched herself. He silently pulled his plate armor from his storage ring and put it on just to be on the safe side. This 1-star peak plate armor gave Lin Lu a full sense of security. It was his mount, the inferior demon dog, that suffered. Plate armor is too heavy. The pressure made the inferior demon dog tremble on all 4 legs. The bad demon dog helplessly wailed a few times. Eyes. After suppressing Zhongli successfully, Lin Lu turned her attention to her teammate. It just so happened that Su Lei was also looking at him, and their gazes collided. Lin Lu's deep eyes were like bottomless cold pools, transmitting a cold chill that made people not feel their hearts tremble. At that moment, a bewildering fear rose in Su Lei's heart. Su Lei gritted his teeth and whispered to his companions, "Get ready for battle. Let's go too." But, Kongri-san doesn't like it when someone meddles in her battles. She'll get angry. Besides, isn't it a bit unmartial for so many of us to fight one? Su Lei glared fiercely at the person who had spoken. There's a high probability that Zhongli's classmates will be consumed by Lin Lu. Necromancers aren't a powerful profession, but it restrains most melee professions. This competition. Is Zhongli lost? She is too reckless. Should not rush to charge. The result is caught in the encirclement. Cannot rush out of the encirclement. She can only wait for death. When Zhongli's classmates are defeated, Lin Lu will go after us, and he has all the strength to take out all 11 of us. Therefore, we have to take advantage of this moment to rescue Zhongli, who is surrounded, and who is our only hope of turning defeat into victory. Never mind if Ginger Pear's classmates are happy or not, and never mind the voodoo. It is imperative to live through the high school trials. After all was said and done, Su Lei took out an ornate metal staff from his storage ring and summoned the undead in his summoning space. All of them. Seeing Su Lei make a move, the others decided to step in as well. On the side, a petite girl, who also took out a small wand, closed her eyes and chanted 2 short incantations. A fire elemental spell formation suddenly appeared at her feet. A 3-meter-tall flaming stone giant then crawled out of the phalanx with slow movements. This girl's profession was also of the summoning lineage. An elemental chanter who could summon all sorts of creatures to fight for her. The Flamestone Giant is a Tier 1 high-ranking fire elemental creature. The flames on his body can cause high-temperature damage to enemies who are close by. Go on. Finish him off. The elemental bard's voice was crisp and clear as she pointed her finger towards Lin Lu and ordered the Flaming Stone Giant. So is Su Lei. He summoned 82 skeleton warriors, 5 skeleton archers, and 2 skeleton mages. This is as far as he goes. The most undead he could manage. let the summoner hit the head first. Mages, fighters, rangers, and other professions followed the summoned beast's asses and pushed forward. In Su Lei's team, there were 2 assassin professionals, both of whom were ranked at level 1 middle stage. Back when the elemental bards summoned the flaming stone giants, the 2 of them then used the sneak technique and sneaked over in the direction of Lin Lu. Assassin skykick all summoning professions. The number of summoned beasts is even higher. It also doesn't change the fact that the summoner is inherently vulnerable. The assassin simply needs to stealthily and silently approach the summoner's side and stab the dagger into the summoner's chest. Tackle the thief. Take out the summoner, and any more summoners will disappear with it. Those 2 assassins were moving fast. Unfortunately, it hadn't come within 10 paces of Lin Lu yet. It was then discovered by the ghouls with a keen sense of smell, and the 3 peak level 1 ghouls took out the 2 assassins quite easily. The 2 clusters of blood mist then merged into the large cluster of blood mist above Lin Lu's head. A total of 300 or so points were added to Lin Lu. He had now broken the 1,000 point mark. The wailing of his companions alarmed Su Lei. Damn it, how could I forget that Lin Lu he still has ghouls? This guy's mental strength, just how terrifying must it be? Because of a moment of carelessness, cost Su Lei 2 assassin teammates, but it doesn't matter. Lin Lu's skeleton warriors numbered over 200, much more than his 80 or so skeleton warriors. Lin Lu also had more skeleton archers and skeleton mages than him, but he has teammates, and there's the S-class genius Ginger pair. That was his advantage, and by freeing Kong Ri from the siege, they could turn the tables. Su Lei carefully commanded the skeleton warriors as he prepared for a siege. Have the summoner and his teammates attack Lin Lu. When the time came, Lin Lu would definitely draw the skeletal warriors that surrounded Zhongli for defense. In time, the encirclement weakens. Ginger pair will be able to break out as well. Just then, Lin Lu suddenly moved, and he retracted his heavy plate armor as the inferior devil dog quickly ran wildly. Seeing this, Su Lei shouted, "Quickly stop him, he's trying to escape." A teammate whose profession was heavy armor knight, riding a blood tusk boar mount, led a berserker teammate, a gun warrior teammate, and 2 ice and fire mages, splitting into 2 teams to go after them. Lin Lu, don't even think about escaping. Today is the day you die. The heavy armored knight in the lead wailed and screamed. Lin Lu smiled. He rode the bad demon dog in a big circle. It bypassed Su Lei and the elemental bard's army of summoned beasts and came to the rear. Instead of panicking, Su Lei's face showed joy. He immediately commanded his remaining teammates to surround Lin Lu, who was not far away. A summoner who left his army of summoned beasts and came alone in front of a large number of enemies. Then all that awaited him was death. Chapter 27, Against All Odds. Panicked? Lin Lu's sudden stupidity made the balance of victory completely tilt to Su Lei's side. The necromancer is a dual-talented profession of spells and summoning. However, Su Lei, who was a necromancer, knew very well in his heart necromancer's spell skills, except for a few support-type skills that were not bad. The rest were all trash skills. Only the undead summoners have a few redeeming qualities. Away from the summoned beasts, fighting with necromancy alone, a necromancer couldn't even beat an elemental mage 1 level below him. Right now, Lin Lu abandoned his summoned beasts and bypassed Su Lei and the elemental bard's summoned beasts. Alone, he came to Su Lei and the others. In Su Lei's team, excluding him and the elemental bard, as well as the 2 assassins who had just been killed in battle, the remaining 7 were all combat professions. A necromancer with no hands and no summoned beasts was caught in the middle of a siege of 7 combat professions. Any way you look at it, Lin Lu looks dead. Winning. To win. Su Lei rubbed his hands together nervously. His face flushed red, and his eyes glittered with excitement. It's as if you're about to jump up and down and cheer at any moment. This opportunity must not be missed. Su Lei immediately shouted to his companions, "Quick! Finish him off. Don't let him escape." His teammates are no cuties either. Lin Lu's head is worth over 500 points, which is not a human head. It is clearly a ticket to the top 4 schools, the first step to a bright future. They raised their butcher knives and mace, roaring and cheering. It was bound to tear Lin Lu into pieces. Su Lei stood in the distance, a pair of eyes, staring straight at Lin Lu's handsome, pale face. Strange? Su Lei frowned in vain, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Lin Lu seems to be too subdued. He does not flee or resist in the face of an approaching enemy. The face was like a deep lake, rippling with water. There was not the slightest hint of panic or unease. Su Lei even found out. A faint smile hung at the corner of Lin Lu's mouth. Su Lei's brain exploded. That's when it dawned on him. Lin Lu wasn't panicking, but had been planning this for a long time. Su Lei concluded that Lin Lu must be hiding an undercard, and although he didn't know what it was, he was bound to be able to deal a heavy blow to them and turn defeat into victory. Otherwise, Lin Lu, such a shrewd person, would not have been able to risk his life. After figuring that out, Su Lei immediately reminded his companions, "Retreat quickly, be careful of danger." His companion heard Su Lei's reminder, but no one took it seriously. A necromancer without a summoned beast is like a knight without a mount. It's simply unbeatable. Besides, there were 7 of them, and Lin Lu was just one person. A necromancer without a summoned beast. What danger could there be? Lin Lu's foolishness is a heavenly opportunity, so he can't miss it. Some people were even filled with malicious speculation that Su Lei was trying to steal heads, and that was why he pulled such a stunt. They pretended not to hear Su Lei's words as they quickly approached Lin Lu, eye to eye. No one took his words seriously. Su Lei suppressed his anger and stopped shouting, only giving orders to his skeleton army to come back. The heavy armored knight riding a blood-toothed boar earlier, clad in heavy armor and wielding a black iron chain hammer in his hand, was the first one to rush to Lin Lu's heels, relying on the fast running of his mount. "Your head is mine," the heavily armored knight yelled in triumph. He unleashed the skill, slam, without saying a word, and the black iron chain hammer in his hand was wrapped in a ball of deep yellow light, granting the weapon even more power. The heavily armored knight threw the chain hammer in his hand with force and smashed it towards Lin Lu's head. The heavy armored knight laughed madly. "Sisters and sisters of Magic City University, I'm coming." Su Lei, who was watching the battle from afar, was nervous as his heart was pounding. Could it be that he just misjudged? Lin Lu has no bottom card. He just panicked and ran to the wrong place. Is he overthinking? Just when Su Lei thought Lin Lu was dead, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next moment, despair was written all over Su Lei's face. The heavy armored knight's chain hammer didn't hit Lin Lu. Instead, it smashed a skeletal warrior. The heavily armored knight froze for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he was already surrounded by skeletons. It wasn't just him. His teammates, like him, were caught up in the skeletons. Damn, how can you manipulate so many skeletons? The heavily armored knight's pupils quaked and lost his voice. Lin Lu didn't bother with him. He first summoned 100 of skeleton warriors to hold the 7 of them at bay, and then from the dark graveyard, he summoned 5 skeleton mages, 5 skeleton archers, and 3 skeleton warlords, and 5 ghouls. Then, maneuvering the skeleton mage and skeleton archer, he took out the 7 people caught in the siege one by one in a single set of fire. Because Su Lei and that elemental bard were far away, Lin Lu sends the ghouls after the duo. Su Lei looked on with a dumbfounded expression as Lin Lu summoned another 100 or so skeleton warriors. "This guy, he's also too heaven-defying," Su Lei muttered. When Su Lei saw the several ghouls rushing out from the skeleton army, it was already too late. He whirled around and used his mount badge, summoning his mount and turning around to run. Su Lei's mount was an undead bone horse. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow, caught up by ghouls, died a horrible death. Su Lei had a lot of backbone, and when he was torn by the ghouls, he gritted his teeth and didn't wail. Su Lei died and Lin Lu gained another 264 points. After the ghouls finished off Su Lei, Lin Lu maneuvered them and went after the elemental bard. The petite girl, who was more fortunate, rode an elfin deer mount and fled without even looking back at her summoned beast, the flaming stone giant. After the ghouls chased after them for a while, they didn't catch up, so Lin Lu let them come back, accompanied by a disgruntled scream. The corners of Lin Lu's mouth rose lightly, his smile as bright as the sun. Outside the secret world, Pei Shifeng wept with joy. I knew Lin Lu was so smart that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Yang Qian had an appreciative look on her face. Worthy of being the man I'm looking at, bold and courageous. I really want to rush to push him down. The other side. The principal reddened and cried out in excitement. Go Lin Lu, that little gang. Go for it. Down with Tianlong no. 1 middle school. Tianlong no. 1 middle school. Asterisk. Lin Lu is awesome. What a bull S-class genius. It's still easy to take. The principal of Liang no. 1 middle school, along with the accompanying teachers, went crazy cheering for Lin Lu. On the sidelines, Wudi's face was horribly gloomy, especially after hearing those disparaging remarks about his school and students. A touch of murderous aura even surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. At that moment, the principal affectionately wrapped his arm around Wu Di's shoulders and comforted him with a raised eyebrow. Wu Di, old brother. I'm sorry, it's me who is not strict in my discipline. This group of teachers under my hand. Mouthless. When the college entrance examination is over tonight, you don't go. I invite you to the best restaurant in Tiannan City. Have a good meal, counting as an apology. Woody snorted coldly. You're the one who curses the worst. Thanks to you being a principal. Look at your stinking behavior. It's disgusting. Hey. The principal didn't retort or get angry, and said to himself, I don't know what kind of reward the Ministry of Education will have for this provincial scholar. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 28, The Old Marshal. Woody glanced at the principal and sneered. You don't want to get too happy. The principal slammed his mouth. Those 11 people from your school are unbeatable. Lin Lu easily defeated them. And as for that S-rank genius, he has no means of long-range attack, and he can't attack at a wide range. Her natural shield is awesome, but it's going to wear out any longer. Even if it was a shield of S-rank talent, it wouldn't last long. Sooner or later it would be a loss. No matter how you looked at it, it was Lin Lu's win. Hey, you don't say. The kid's pretty good at hiding it. In the past, when he was in school, he liked to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. I did not think that the examination room of the college entrance examination, or so, just now, scared me, almost fainted. I thought at the time that Lin Lu suddenly went crazy. Ha ha. Woody let out another sneer. You're underestimating Zhongli. She's got quite a few cards up her sleeve. The smile on the principal's face gradually receded, and a touch of gravity appeared in his eyes. What's the bottom line? You'll see it soon, Woody said coldly. A touch of foreboding. Suddenly it loomed over the principal's mind. He looked up worriedly at the curtain of light in the sky. The heart secretly prayed for Lin Lu. There were quite a few people on the makeshift podium. Director of the Department of Education of the Northern Province. Mayor of Tenant. Deputy Governor of the Northern Province. Director of Admissions. Northland Military Academy. Deputy Director. Kyoto University Admissions Office. Mordor University Admissions Office Teacher. Deputy Director of Admissions. Heavenly Sword University. For great schools, and a host of high-powered leaders in the Northern Province, all gathered on this small podium. The highest-ranking person among them was a withered old man in a marshal's uniform. His dry fingers pointed toward the curtain of light hanging in the sky, and his voice hissed, What was the name of that necromancer? Next to him, a middle-aged major general with gray hair immediately returned. His name is Lin Lu. He's from Liyang City and attends Liyang First Middle School. The old marshal grinned. I recognize him. He's General Lin Lord's only son. 10 years ago, at General Lin Lord's celebration banquet, I even hugged him. In a flash, he has grown so big. Remember before? This child does not move to cry. Worried to death. Nature is not at all like his father. Well, now that I'm older, I'm finally acting like one. With such an excellent son, the old lord will be comforted when he knows it in his spring. There was a pause. The old marshal solemnly said, This boy belongs to our Northern Military Department. Let him report to the Northern Military Academy tomorrow. Yes, the middle-aged Major General immediately responded. The podium. The Deputy Director of Kyoto University's admissions office frowned. Elder Nye, it's against the rules for you to do this. You should let the students make their own choices. How can you force people? The Deputy Director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University also chimed in. Elder Nye, you're being a bit unkind. I've heard that S-rank genius is already an internal candidate of your Northern Realm Military Department. Isn't one S-class genius enough? The fact that Kong Ri will be joining the Northern Military Department. Not exactly a secret. It really wasn't a secret. At least not in the eyes of those of them in positions of power. Ginger Pear loves passionate battles. It's an unabashed militant. Joining the military was partly her own choice, and partly the arrangement of the Jiang family in Kyoto. Although he didn't know why the Jiang family in Kyoto, why Jiang Li had to go to the Northern Military Department. But, since the Kyoto Ginger family is willing, the Northern War Department agrees, then they have nothing more to say. It could only give up this S-class genius to the Northland Military Academy. But Lin Lu couldn't let it. The potential that erupted from him was even more dazzling than Jiang Li, the S-class genius. The old marshal seems to be quite good-tempered, and he was not annoyed when someone refuted him in public, and he still smiled and said, Lin Lu is the descendant of a martyr, the son of a hero, and his father is from my Northern Military Department, as well as an outstanding graduate of the Northern Military Academy. It's close to us. It's only logical to join the Northern Military Academy. Lin Lu, he would surely be happy to join the Northern Military Academy as well. Not necessarily. I've heard that Lin Lu has repeatedly applied for a special enrollment slot at the Northern Military Academy, but has been repeatedly rejected. and even clashed with a deputy director of the Northern Military Academy's admissions office. Talking. It's the admissions office teacher at Mordor University. The old marshal asked calmly. Who did you hear that from? The teacher of the admissions office of Magic City University slowly said. My sister is a graduate of the Northern Military Academy and now serves in the Tiannan City government. Not long ago, she was invited to Lin Lu's birthday party, where she saw it with her own eyes. The old marshal smiled peevishly and said, Is that so? I guess it's supposed to be a misunderstanding. Hopefully. The teacher of the admissions office of Mordor University also laughed. On the podium, the atmosphere went cold. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes to the director of admissions of the Northern Military Academy. He was seen not saying a word, and his face was ashen. Others see it. In his heart, he had already determined that what the teacher of the admissions office of Mordor University had said was true. The crowd was secretly delighted. Here's their chance. Inside the secret, Lin Lu had already finished off everyone except for Zhongli and the escaping elemental bard. His score skyrocketed for a while, reaching 2,000 points. Now, only Zhongli was left alone. She's still struggling. After finishing off Su Lei and the others, Lin Lu commanded the skeleton army left over from the battle with Su Lei and the others to join up with the skeleton army that surrounded Zhongli, continuing the siege of Ginger Pear. Kongri's stamina is like unlimited. It's been almost half an hour. The college entrance exams will soon be over and the secret world will soon be closed. And yet she didn't show any semblance of fatigue. It seemed to be able to spend all the time with Lin Lu. If Zhongli really wanted to spend time with Lin Lu, then Lin Lu really can't do anything about her. Just as Lin Lu was thinking about what to do about the annoying blue shield on the sky, Zhongli laughed as she fought. Hey Lin Lu, I don't think I can forget your name for the rest of my life. Lin Lu didn't bother with her. Ha ha, I was the one who belittled you before. I'm sorry, next time, I definitely won't underestimate you again. Lin Lu still didn't bother with her. Zhongli got a bit angry. Hey, are you underestimating me? I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring people? Lin Lu still didn't bother with her. Zhongli added. You're the first person to force me into such a mess. Next, please watch this secret technique. No one else has seen it except you. What the hell? Lin Lu couldn't help but ask curiously. A brilliant blue light suddenly bloomed on Zhongli's body. It's like a nuclear explosion. With Zhongli at the center, the shockwave of the explosion swept through the land beneath her feet. Lin Lu's 300 or so skeletons, all of them went up in smoke. Not only the skeleton warriors, but also the skeleton mages, skeleton archers, ghouls, and skeleton warlords were all wiped out by that strange blue light. End of chapter 29. Outside the secret world, Lin Lu's heroic feat of one man single-handedly defeating 12 people received a lot of attention. News reporters outside the high school, they all aimed their cameras on the light screen of the secret realm where Lin Lu was. People at first only thought Lin Lu was crazy and a clown who was clamoring for attention. Where did he get the nerve to challenge an S-class genius? Moreover, it was also a mouthful to challenge 12 people including S-class geniuses. Occasionally, in the college entrance examination, there will always be one or two guys who like to be different, make a show of themselves and make a fool of themselves, and go to the examination room to make trouble. Reporters love to cover this kind of thing, too, sort of for the seriously brutal high school exams. Adds a little bit of laughter after tea time. There were even more curses outside the secret territory, and they spoke ill of Lin Lu. But after Lin Lu displayed his amazing battle power and instantly suppressed the S-class genius Zhongli, the cursing died down. It was replaced by a cheer. It's normal. People fear the strong and despise the weak, especially after Lin Lu easily and simply finished off Su Lei and the others. The cheering outside the secret world reached its peak. That necromancer is so powerful. Is he really only a level 1? I'm a level 2 mid-level necromancer and I can't even summon so many skeletons. Wow, that necromancer is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. How old are they? Would they look at a 30-something spinster like you? You want to die, don't you? I heard that talent was an F-rated talent. Fake it. When did the F-ranked ones manage to suppress the S-ranked ones? Talent is not the only factor that determines strength and weakness. It's like, some people are born with divine power. Some are born to run fast, and some are born with mental strength several times that of others. TSK, there's a good show to watch again. The 4 prestigious schools will surely break their heads in competition for this necromancer. The crowd outside the arena was talking about it. Unexpected. Zhongli's bottom card was actually so powerful. The situation is reversed. Lin Lu, who had been in an advantageous position just a moment ago, instantly hit rock bottom. Ginger Pear bounces back. Hiss. It still has to be an S-class genius. That move just now. I'm afraid that if a level 2 professional gets hit, he'll probably have to die. That necromancer is finished now. It's Zhongli who won. Alas. Thanks to that I thought I'd see a beggar's revolt. Tonic Stinky brother, go for it. Ha, you're disgusting. It's impressive enough that that person can force the titular S rank into such a mess with his F rank talent. Zhuang Tai, the principal of Liyang First Middle School, stood behind Wu Di with a complicated face. His voice was a little dry. Is that Ginger Pear's bottom card? Exactly. Wu Di smiled and angled his head. I've told you not to be too complacent. Do you really think that a mere F rank can really beat the heavens charming girl with S rank talent? The principal sighed. The face didn't show too much disappointment. Lin Lu's performance had been worthy of the resources he had invested in Lin Lu, even far beyond his expectations. Before the high school entrance exam, the principal's requirement for Lin Lu was to get at least 600 points on the college entrance exam. After all, Lin Lu was only an F-grade talent. Even if Lin Lu lost to Zhongli, he currently possessed over 2,000 points, and with one death in battle and half of his points deducted, that still left over 1,000 points. 1,000 points. What's the concept of 1,000 points in the high school? Back then, the legend of Liyang No. 1 middle school, Lu Yiming. He took the college entrance exam and only scored just over 600 points. Lin Lu scored more than 1,000 points in the college entrance exam. Enough to become a new legend in Liyang No. 1 middle school. Think about it. The principal wasn't that lost. He adjusted his mood. The corner of his mouth curled up, and said to Wu Di, "Tonight, let's go out for a drink." He and Wu Di have been friends for years. From time to time, it is normal to have a little conflict and to slander each other with a word or two of invective. It's impossible to fall out over such a trivial matter. Wu Di smiled back. "Alright, I'll pay for the drinks. After all, it was a student from my school who took the provincial top prize. It's only right that I treat him. You stepping horse, tonight, I'll have to slaughter you hard to make you bleed a little," the principal said in a hateful voice. "Doesn't matter," Wu Di said with a bright smile. The other side. Pei Shishang sighed softly, worry gently condensing between her brows. Yang Qian comforted from the side. "Alas, Frost, don't be too disappointed. Lin Lu is already great. With his grades nowadays, he's guaranteed to get into one of the 4 most prestigious schools." Pei Shifeng worried. "You're right. I'm only worried that Lin Lu will be devastated after this defeat. He has a sensitive mind. I'm afraid that he'll be unhappy." Yang Qian twisted her ass restlessly and threw a wink. "Don't worry about it. Let me comfort him when we get back and I'll make sure he gets a good time." Pei Shifeng said quietly. "If you dare to make a move against Lin Lu, don't blame me for flipping out." Yang Qian skimmed his lips. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, by the time I become Lin Lu's girlfriend, the rice will be cooked, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're so annoying," Pei Shifeng said sullenly. He. Inside the secret, everything, the dust settles. The mighty army of skeletons at the foot of the forest. Under Jiang Li's secret method, they all turned into ashes. Lin Lu was momentarily dumbfounded and only felt his heart dripping blood. 300 or so skeleton warriors was nothing. At 1 skeleton soldier a second, 300 skeleton warriors could be had in just 5 minutes. Even if he died more, Lin Lu didn't feel any heartache. What really caused Lin Lu's heartache was the elite undead that he had sacrificed a large number of skeleton soldiers to redeem. Luckily, Lin Lu had always viewed ghouls as close guards and rarely sent them into combat. He knew that the blue shield on Jiang Li was difficult to handle. Send the ghouls up there, and they can't penetrate the shield on Jiang Li. Therefore, Lin Lu didn't let the ghouls go into battle and only sent out 12 skeleton mages, 20 skeleton archers, and 6 skeleton warlords. As a result, it allowed Jiang Li to use a secret method to destroy them all. Since Lin Lu crossed into this world, it was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. He was the one who was careless. Lin Lu's gaze was slightly cold as he watched the young girl in front of him. The power of that secret technique was amazing. Even the person who used the secret method himself suffered the ripple effects. The clothes on her. It's not an outfit. It's customized by getting a life profession tailor to sew it using special fabrics. A combat suit designed for her use alone. So no matter how intense the fight is, it won't result in damage to your clothes. It was just that the shoes and socks on her feet were ordinary goods, so they were affected and suffered, becoming tattered and torn. Damn it, these are my favorite pair of shoes. Oh, Zhang Li wanted to cry. Solely take off the rotten shoes and socks, naked with a pair of slender delicate jade feet, barefoot on the ground, her toes gently curled, like a shy kitten. Endearing. Zhongli gently stomped her foot as she pouted. Her angry look also carried a bit of cuteness and shyness. This bad guy can't be spared. I have to play with him to get rid of my hatred. I want to avenge my shoes. She moved lightly with lotus steps. The soles of her feet were pink, as if the petals of a newly bloomed flower, soft and tender. Without skipping a beat, he walked up to Lin Lu. Chapter 30, You lose. I thought you were going to run away. Zhongli's sandalwood mouth slightly opened. Her voice clear and sweet said, Why would I run away? Lin Lu queried. He rode his inferior demon dog and stood still, motionless, looking down from above at the young girl before him. Zhongli said with a frown on her willow brows, You don't think I've run out of power after using the secret technique, do you? To tell you the truth, I just can't use my shield anymore, and it's still very easy to kill you. Then why haven't you done anything yet? Lin Lu asked. I blame you for ruining my favorite pair of shoes. Zhongli lightly bit her lower lip, a hint of trembling in her angry words, making her even more shy and adorable. As soon as I heard that, Lin Lu looked down. Only Zhongli's ankles were slender, like willow branches in spring. The foot is small and delicate, just like white jade carved. The toes were rounded and neatly arranged, revealing the unique softness of a young girl. Lin Lu was speechless. It's none of my business. It's not you who should be blamed. You cannot use the secret method. I don't care. It's on you anyway. She turned her head slightly sideways, avoiding the sight, anger tinged with a touch of shy avoidance. So are you going to finish me off? Lin Lu asked calmly. Yeah, but you can also choose to atone to me. Zhongli, the corner of her mouth hooked up a wry smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. How is it redeemed? Lin Lu asked with interest. As long as you're willing to be my chaperone from now on, you'll be at my beck and call whenever I need you in the future. Then I promise not to kill you and let you go. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled, a small, inscrutable thought hidden in that smile. Lin Lu did not hesitate. Okay, I can promise you that, but I have a question. Before, what was that blue shield on you? Zhongli replied. It's my talent to absorb any damage and then release it through a secret method. So it is. Lin Lu quipped. What a great talent, nah. Zhongli said. It's not too powerful. It's just that after using the secret method, I have to recover for a while before I can use my talent again. Lin Lu laughed. That means you can't use your talent now? Yeah, but don't even think you can hit me at this point. I've taken out all your summoned beasts, and I can easily pinch your throat whenever I want. Zhongli said with a soft smile. I can keep you alive as long as you are good and don't resist and do as I say. You'll have to thank me for my mercy. Oh, Lin Lu said with a serious face. Indeed, I have to thank you for your kindness, except that my summoned beasts are more than that. It is you who have lost. Lin Lu's words just fell. He immediately did so, summoning another army of skeletons from the dark cemetery, instantly drowning Ginger Pear. How is that possible? Zhongli's beautiful eyes instantly widened with an incredulous expression. It's not just Ginger Pear. Outside the secret world, the podium, the old marshal jolted to his feet, so shocked that he could barely stand on his feet, and could only rely on the objects beside him for bare support. Behind, the middle-aged major general rushed forward to assist him. Even the old marshal's breathing became rapid and heavy. It's not just him. Those who could stand on the podium included the enrollment teachers of the four most prestigious schools, as well as the head honchos of the northern province. One with great power. What kind of genius hasn't been seen before? However, at this very moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The old marshal heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Lin Lu, we, the Northern Military Department, want it. This is not a discussion with you. It's an order. The deputy director of Kyoto University's admissions office shook his head. Elder Nye, it's not up to you. Your Northern Military Department is formidable, but our other three prestigious schools aren't just eating their words. The deputy director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University smashed his mouth. It's better to each according to their own abilities. This person, we also want it. To be able to summon so many skeletons, such an unbelievable mental strength. This kid shouldn't be a mutant. It's possible. If it's a mutant, then the cultivation value is great. I have to hurry back to report to the school. The enrollment teacher of Magic City University, a young man with a white face, was about to leave when he finished speaking. Around the podium, out of nowhere, a few sergeants, attached to the Northern Military Department, appeared. In vain, he stopped the admissions teacher from Mordor University. No one leaves without a marshal's order. The major general, who was following the marshal, said in a cold voice, The Magic City University's enrollment teacher's face changed and said, Elder Nye, what are you doing? I represent the interests of Magic City University. Are you doing this because you want to offend Magic City University? The old marshal smiled faintly. It's just a teacher. Even if I kill you, the Magic City University won't dare to go to war with our Northern Military Department. Besides, I won't let you go because the entrance exams aren't over yet. When the college entrance exam is over, you can go wherever you like. I don't give a damn. I still say that Lin Lu belongs to our Northern Military Department, and no one is allowed to grab it. The deputy director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University said in a chilling voice, What if we're partial to robbing? You're more than welcome to try. The old marshal spoke in a flat tone. Like bad old men everywhere on the street, there was neither much poise nor gravitas. It looked shaky and weak. The words were even a little slurred. However, no one present dared to belittle this marshal who had been guarding the Northern Realm for nearly 50 years. The deputy director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University stood up. I'm going to leave now. Whoever stops me is an enemy of our Heavenly Sword University. Your Northern Realm military department can scare others, but not the people of my Heavenly Sword University. Say it. The deputy director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University just barged out hard. The deputy director of the admissions office of Kyoto University also got up and silently followed behind the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University. The same goes for Mordor University. The few sergeants weren't spoiling them either, and they all pulled out weapons from their storage rings. The deputy director of admissions of Heavenly Sword University snorted coldly. He also pulled out his weapon from his storage ring. He was a third-level high-ranked swordsman, and his weapon was a two-handed greatsword. As for Kyoto University and Mordor University, the two of them silently took a step back, not mixed up in it. The reason why Heavenly Sword University is so hardcore, it's because the president of Heavenly Sword University, known as the first sword god of Huaxia, is invincible in single combat, and extremely protective. It was true that Mordor University did not dare to go to war against the Northern Military Department for the sake of the greater good. The same is true of Kyoto University, but Heavenly Sword University dares. Look for a fight soon. The vice-governor of the Northern Province stood up to urge peace. Chapter 31. The deputy governor of the Northern Province was surnamed Shun, called Shun Tungwen, about 30 years old, bearing the bloodline of a beastman, with obvious beast characteristics on his body. Half man, half beast, hideous and resolute. Shun Tungwen moved in front of the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University. The body stood like a tower of iron, full of wild strength, blocking the clash that was about to break out. Shun Tungwen said in a deep voice, Something's wrong. Let's sit down and discuss it. We're all Chinese. Don't implode. Ch. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University slung the heavy, sharp, blood-stained, crimson-colored giant sword over his shoulder, showing his teeth. Brother Shen, a few of us do things, but we all follow the rules. There are good seedlings. We all rely on our own abilities and compete fairly. It's Elder Nya who doesn't abide by the rules, not satisfied with having an S-rank genius, but wanting to hog another one. Really thinking that the Northern Military Department is invincible and can be unscrupulous? The deputy director of Kyoto University said in a flat tone with implied threats. There are rules. Let's follow the rules. Don't hurt the peace. If you North Realm doesn't abide by the rules, don't blame us for not abiding by the rules as well. Anyway, sooner or later, you will have your regrets. The middle-aged major general who had been staying by the old marshal's side responded in a cold voice. Lin Lu was trained by our northern province, so naturally, he should join our Northern Military Department. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University said sharply. All right, since you said so, then in the future, I don't want any of the candidates from your Northern Realm province. I'll leave all of them at Heavenly Sword University for you. So is Kyoto University. Mordor University likewise. Heavenly Sword University, Kyoto University and Mordor University, the three most prestigious schools, tacitly decided to temporarily ally and join forces against the Northern Military Department. Shun Tungwen frowned. Everyone calmed down a little bit. In the evening, our northern government hosts invite you to the city hall. No matter what can be talked about, can be discussed, it's not necessary, the weather-beaten old marshal said, hoarsely. Lin Lu, I'll take the Northern Realm. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University said in a deep voice. Elder Nye, are you determined to break the rules and offend our three prestigious schools? Exactly. The old marshal raised his head slowly, his cheeks wasting away and his pale face looking haggard. A pair of cloudy eyes suddenly blossomed into a beam of sharp and incomparable divine splendor, like a sharp sword unsheathing its sheath. Domineering. I'm old and dying. I don't have the patience to argue with you. If you don't listen, I'll kill you. This is your final warning. Young people, cherish life. The old marshal hunched over and lowered his voice. In the meantime, around the podium, several general-level figures came at some point. There were even dozens of school officers and lieutenants. This place is the military base of the Northern Military Department. Though desolate, but there are multiple military camps stationed around it. There are tens of thousands of professional sergeants. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University was unconvinced and wanted to say something else, not waiting for him to open his mouth. The deputy director of Kyoto University pressed a hand to his shoulder and shook his head with a grave expression. He knows. The old marshal was truly moved to kill. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University froze for a moment, unwillingly swallowing his words back into his stomach and closing his mouth. The admissions teacher of Magic City University was very good at reading people's faces, and seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he also obediently silenced his voice. Vice Governor Shin Tungwen was sweating with anxiety. I don't know what's going on today. The old marshal, who had always been easygoing, spoke so sharply today. The big three aren't something to be trifled with. 3 great schools with deep roots. The outstanding graduates produced are active in politics, business and the military. Crossing swords with the 3 famous schools would be very unfavorable to the future development of the Northern Province and the Northern Military Department. Shin Tungwen walked quickly to the old marshal, bent down, and respectfully said, Elder Nye, I know that talent is rare, but let's offend, for the sake of one person. I don't think you know that yet. The old marshal interrupted in vain. Know what? Shin Tongwen's pair of beast pupils revealed a puzzled look. The old marshal whispered a few times in Shin Tongwen's ear. Shin Tungwen was appalled and lost his voice. Is this true? The old marshal laughed bitterly. I wish it were false, but it just happens to be true. Shin Tongwen's eyes were complicated. His mind was full of thoughts. After a long time, he said solemnly, Yes, I understand, and on behalf of the Northland provincial government, I will give you my full support. The old marshal looked grateful. Shin Tungwen was puzzled. It's just that. Why don't you make the news public? Everyone is Chinese. They will understand your painstaking efforts. The old marshal shook his head. Our enemies, not only the foreign races, but also the traitors within. The news must not be made public. Yes. Shin Tungwen retreated with worry. That middle-aged major general, on the other hand, said to the 3 great schools, Gentlemen, my ministry will not restrict your freedom, but please remember that Linlu is ours. The land you're stepping on is our Northern Military Department's territory, so don't play any tricks or make any trouble. We know. The deputy director of Kyoto University smiled faintly. Instead, there was a chill in his eyes, so cold it was frightening. He glanced at the old marshal's stooped and pale back, and with that he immediately left the podium. So did the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University and the admissions teacher of Mordor University. The stakes are high. They have to go back and report to the school immediately. Let the school send a strong man to rob them. There was a great possibility that Lin Lu was a mutant, and if he really was a mutant, then he had picked up a treasure. Can't miss it by any means. Wait for the 3 big schools to leave the podium. On the stage, only people from the Northern Province government and the Northern Military Department remained. The old marshal stared at the secret light screen and was quiet for a moment. He asked in a vain, diffident whisper, Just now, that little brat from Mordor University said that Lin Lu had a conflict with a certain deputy director of the admissions office of our Northern Military Academy. What's going on? The podium, everyone's eyes, in unison, looked at the director of the military school's admissions office, who was standing in the corner. His face was white, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Wu Zihao, you're killing me! The director of the admissions office clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. It's a bit of a skirmish. It's not a big problem. We can fix it. The director of the enrollment office barely squeezed out a smile and shuddered. At this point, the podium, the military police commander of the Northern Military Department spoke up at this time. This morning, I received a report that Wu Zihao of the Northern Military Academy's admissions office threatened Pei Shifan with the Military Academy's special enrollment quota. The old marshal interrupted. Who is Pei Shifan? It's General Lin Lord's old unit. After General Lin Lord's sacrifice, Pei Shifang adopted Lin Lu and is Lin Lu's guardian. To the side, the middle-aged Major General explained. Oh, go on, the old marshal said. The military police commander continued. Pei Shifeng submitted an application to the Northern Military Academy as early as a month before the college entrance exam, applying for a special enrollment slot for Lin Lu. But Wu Zihao controlled the enrollment quota of the military school and used his power for personal gain, forcing Pei Shifeng to be his girlfriend. And if Pei Shifeng didn't become his girlfriend, Wu Zihao wouldn't let Lin Lu attend the military school. After the military police commander finished speaking, on the podium, there was a death-like silence, a flash of berserk epileptic killing intent. A long dead silence followed. For a long time, the old marshal rasped, Wu Zihao is the son of the Wu family in Tiannan, right? The vice principal of our military academy is his father, right? That's right. The middle-aged major general gulped. The old marshal said with suppressed anger, bring Wu Zihao here, alive, and the vice colonel of the Northern Military Academy, and have the military police go there, also alive, and every employee of the War Department implicated in this matter. Arrest them. Yes, sir. The military police commander smiled cruelly. Chapter 32 Wu Zihao, the Deadly. Yang Xian, her lips that were as delicate as flower petals opened slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, filled with surprise. Frost, tell me, is that really your brother? Yang Xian was surprised. Pei Shifeng's fair cheeks were colored with a faint blush, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. I don't know. I don't remember him being this powerful either. Yang Xian's flirtatious face showed a touch of remorse. Damn it, if I had known that your brother was so powerful, I should have brought my best set of battle clothes. What kind of battle suit? Pei Shifeng's cool eyes flashed with a flash of doubt. It's what I bought before. A particularly great set of erotic underwear. Yang Xian lightly twisted her waist. Her charming demeanor was like the spring breeze. Pei Shifeng's willow eyebrows rose up, her cheeks slightly red, and she slightly trembled. You're such a really annoying. You're not allowed to come to our house from now on. If you don't ask me to come, I'll go. Don't think I don't know that you, this guy, have already secretly slept with Lin Lu. Yang Xian gently opened her vermilion lips, and the touch of flattery was as bright and charming as a blooming rose. Pei Shifeng calmly said, Lin Lu and I did sleep together, when he was still young and… Yang Xian laughed. It's fine if you've slept with him. Since you've slept with him, I'm going to sleep with him too. If you don't agree, tomorrow I'll spread this out so that everyone in the military department will know that our high-flying goddess has no shame in her private life. Pei Shifeng's cold face was filled with seriousness. Go ahead and spread it. I'm not afraid. Seeing Pei Shifeng angry, Yang Xian knew that she had spoken too much and quickly apologized. My good sister, it's my fault. I don't sleep with Lin Lu. I sleep with you, okay? My ability. You know, when in the military school, that female dormitory supervisor see us not good, everywhere difficult for us. I touched into her dormitory at night, and ruled her into submission. Okay? I'm begging you to shut up. Pei Shifeng gently bit her lips, her shy appearance making people's hearts pound. It's good that you're not angry. Yang Qian smiled. Pei Shifeng sighed. Alas, I have a bad fate. There are so many good girls in the world, but I just happen to know you. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a sickening voice snapped. You guys seem to be having fun. Wu Zihao walked over from the side with a sneer on his face. Yang Qian gave him a blank look and said in disgust, I advise you to better get out of here. Don't force us to beat you with our hands. He, I've come to congratulate you guys. I can't imagine that a piece of like Lin Lu could still have such a glorious day. God is really unfair. Lin Lord, this old dog died. How come Lin Lu, this puppy is still alive? Deluding himself to salty fish? Wu Zihao's words were sarcastic, his face filled with jealousy towards Lin Lu, and his words became more and more vicious. You, asshole. Pei Shifeng was so angry that her body was trembling, and anger was written all over her white and beautiful face. Wu Zihao was like a scoundrel, arrogant and proud. Why do you want to hit me? Come on, feel free to hit me. I'm not afraid to tell you, the head of the military justice department is my eldest uncle. If you dare to hit me, you'll be waiting for a court-martial. Yang Xian sneered while calming the angry Pei Shifeng. Wu Zihao, don't be complacent. Lin Lu's future prospects will definitely be better than yours. When Lin Lu sets foot in the Holy Realm in the future, it's your time to die. Wu Zihao sneered. Even if Lin Lu can grow into a saint-ranked powerhouse in the future, so what? How many years would we have to wait? The old principal of the Northland Military Academy has announced his official retirement. Tomorrow, my father will take over as the new principal of the Northern Military Academy, and I've also taken the initiative to apply, leaving the military school and transferring to the Liyang Military Department. So hey, why don't you guys take a guess as to who's going to be your future top boss? What? Yang Qian's pretty face went white. Pei Shifeng's face also suddenly changed. Wu Zihao had a sinister look on his face as he said triumphantly. Scared? You two stinking wait and see how I'll fix you later. Lin Lu is great for nothing. In front of the power, he is a bubble of. When I go to the military department, it's still not a handful for you two. And Lin Lu, this little can't help me. When the time comes, I will definitely film the whole process of torturing and insulting you, and then use the computer to send it to Lin Lu. Do you think Lin Lu, this punk, will vomit blood when he sees the video? Oh, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll give you one last chance. Don't want to be tortured to death by this Lord Me later. Tonight, you two behave yourselves in my room. It's your last chance. Just as Wu Zihao was threatening Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian with a smile on his face, a few gendarmes silently came behind Wu Zihao. Deputy Director Wu, our commander has something for you. Please come with us. A military policeman smiled. Wu Zihao stopped his smile and turned around, puzzled. What does the military police commander want with me? Of course it's a good thing. The gendarmes chuckled. Seeing this, Wu Zihao also relaxed his guard and asked, what good thing? You'll see when you go. I promise it's good. The gendarme laughed. It must be that the military police commander knows about my father's promotion to principal and wants to suck up to me. Wu Zihao said with an arrogant face. Fine. Let's go then. Before leaving, Wu Zihao turned around and smiled grimly at Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian. Tonight is your last chance. Serve me well and I'll keep you safe from now on. If you don't dare to come, humph, you know the consequences. Say it. Wu Zihao let out a strange laugh. His ugly face was chilling. Wu Zihao followed a few gendarmes. Pei Shifeng sighed. Qian, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you into this. It's okay, you just listen to Wu Zihao blow it. Really think that the military department is his family? Ah, big deal. We do not work in the military department. This stupid, watched too many movies, think we are stupid, can be threatened by him? Really eh? Yang Qian comforted. Just then, another gendarme approached. You're Pei Shifeng, aren't you? Pei Shifeng nodded woodenly. It's me. The old marshal is invited. The gendarme said respectfully. What is old marshal looking for me for? Pei Shifeng was surprised. You'll see when you come, the gendarme said. Mysterious. And I don't know what's going on here. The old marshal, the highest officer of the Northern Military Department, was a busy man, so how could he have the time to summon her, a small lieutenant, to see him today? Yang Qian's delicate mind guessed that the old marshal had invited Pei Shifeng over, probably because of Lin Lu. Frost, this is a good opportunity. When you meet the old marshal, find a chance to tell the truth about you and Wu Zihao. The old marshal has always been impartial and cynical, and will definitely do right by you and Lin Lu. Aha! Pei Shifeng lightly nodded her head. Chapter 33, High School Examinations. Inside the secret. Zhang Li is in a terrible position. The use of the secret method caused her to be unable to use her talent for the time being, and for being gullible again, and caught up in an army of skeletons. Damn it! Zhang Li clenched her pink lips, her eyes burning with unyielding pride. The graceful and supple body was like a flower swaying in the wind, struggling against the skeleton's attack. Skeleton warriors of the low first rank, in even greater numbers. Nor was it a match for Zhang Li. Due to the special nature of her profession, Kang Ri was unable to use weapons or wear defense, but it also gave her extreme physical strength and nearly unlimited stamina. Against this melee profession, the best way to do this is to attack from a distance. Luckily, Lin Lu's family was rich and didn't lose all the skeleton mages and skeleton archers. On the bus to Tenant City, Lin Lu exchanged 100 skeleton archers and 70 skeleton mages, together with what he had redeemed before. It was enough for him to make use of. Until the end of the high school exams, only 15 more minutes left. Lin Lu summoned 10 skeleton archers and 10 skeleton mages from the dark graveyard, had them stand on the periphery and attack Ginger Pear, with a remote joining the siege. Zhang Li was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Seeing this, Lin Lu raised his staff and used the curse skill Damage Deepening on Zhang Li. This skill was purchased at the Apocalypse Mall on his birthday. He bought a total of 2 skill books. A defensive skill, White Bone Armor. A cursed skill, Deepening Damage. The skill effect of Damage Deepening is that it enhances the damage taken by the enemy. It would allow him to kill his enemies faster. One of the essential skills for a necromancer. Under the enchantment of the curse, Ginger Pear is getting hurt. It's finally getting close to holding up. Her eyes were red, and her originally pink lips were somewhat white. Her aggrieved appearance was like a delicate porcelain doll. Lin Lu, next time I will definitely defeat you, Kong Ri cried out unwillingly. Lin Lu still didn't say anything, just looked at her with cold eyes. Spin. Ginger Pear was killed in action. After she died, Lin Foothills scored 849 points. With the addition of those 800 points, he also scored 2,942 on the college entrance exam, which is a pretty scary score. It set a new record for the highest score in the history of the Northland Province's high school entrance exams. Became a top student with the highest score in the history of the Northern Province. A contented smile appeared on Lin Lu's face. He fought with Zhang Li for a while. It's not exhausting to say it's exhausting. It's just a bit of a drain. With S-class talent Zhang Li is not an oil lamp. If she is not negligent and careless, belittled Lin Lu, told him to hit a surprise. This tussle. It's not certain who will lose or win. Lin Lu won, but he wasn't complacent. Instead he reviewed the fight and analyzed his shortcomings. He shares the same weakness as all summoning professionals. Lin Lu's summoned beasts were incredibly powerful, but he himself is very weak. Fear of being close. Gotta think of a way to improve survivability. Lin Lu muttered. Time passes quietly and without a sound. Soon it was time for the exam to end. Lin Lu was pulled into the secret realm by a bloodlight and sent away by a bloodlight. Wait for the light to recede. Lin Lu opened his eyes and he was back in the big, desolate playground. Surrounded by candidates. People were crowded together and bustling. Some of them are disillusioned and some of them are pleased. Some danced with joy. Others pounded the ground and cried. There were even 2 people who were in the same secret group. After killing half a day within the secret territory with no result, he left the secret territory and met again outside, and fought without saying a word. None of the surrounding candidates were persuaded to fight. Those who did well on the test are in high spirits right now and need to vent. The ones who didn't do well are in a positively awful, annoying mood and need to vent. A chaotic battle ensued. Several employees of the Education Bureau came from the air to maintain order. Lin Lu glanced indifferently at the melee of people, and immediately pushed away the surrounding candidates who were watching, and walked towards the direction of the Liangno. One middle school bus. First to meet the principal, and then to find Pei Shishang. Road. Lin Lu coincidentally meets Amazing Wang. He's heading for the school bus. 2. This Liangno. One middle school's king of singles was currently wearing a smug smile on his face. The two converge. The other party saw Lin Lu and greeted him with a smile. Hey Lin Lu, how did you do on the exam? It's okay, Lin Lu said. Wang Yanbing asked. So did you run into that S-class Heavenly Pride? Lin Lu replied. Bump. Amazing Wang lamented. You're also too unlucky. Just complain that the grouping of this college entrance exam is too evil. If it's just a single S-class genius alone that's fine. Treadmill. One S-rank genius isn't enough, but also gave her 11 teammates. Who the hell can beat this? Lin Lu smiled and asked. What about you? How did you do on the exam? Hey, guess how many points I scored on the test? Wang Yanbing laughed. Well, 500 points or more? A little higher. 600 points or more? By the way, guess again what the exact score is. 650 something points? Whoa, your guess is really accurate. I got 653 points in the college entrance exam. 30 or so points worse than the legendary Lu Yiming from our first middle school. Wang Yanbing rubbed his hands together with an excited expression. Congratulations. Lin Lu smiled with a sincere expression. Wang Yanbing patted Lin Lu's shoulder. Go back, brother, I'll treat you to a few days of fun. Okay. Lin Lu answered in one mouthful. The two walked and talked. It was soon back to the spot where the Liangno, one middle school bus had stopped. The principal and accompanying teachers had been waiting for a long time. Each one of them was excited, breathing heavily and red in the face. After seeing Lin Lu and Wang Yanbing, more cheering and enthusiastic rushes. He's back, the great hero of Liangno, one middle school. Wang Yanbing mistakenly thought that the principal teacher was coming at him. With a pleased and complacent smile on his face, he took the initiative to welcome him. Headmaster I. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, the principal flew up in the air and kicked Amazing Wang directly to the side. Get out of the way. The principal scolded. Several teachers even stepped over the fallen Wang Yanbing. Ouch! Wang Yanbing ate the pain and screamed a few times. And then, in a whirlwind, he aggressively climbed up from the ground. A clear black shoe print was imprinted on the white cheek. It's so bullying. Who did I invite? Why are you doing this to me? Wang Yanbing looked at the principal and the others with an aggrieved face, only to see the principal come to Lin Lu and almost kneel down for him. Lin Lu, you. The principal was agitated, and stammered for half a day, but could not utter a complete sentence. 2942 points on the college entrance exam. What's the concept? The first in the history of the northern province. When the legendary Lu Yiming of Liang No, one middle school scored 689 points in the exam. The principal was so overwhelmed that he didn't close his eyes for several days and nights. Today Lin Lu scored 2,942 points. He's afraid he won't get another good night's sleep for 6 months. Good job. The principal wasn't wrong about you. The principal's voice became high-pitched with excitement, full of power and passion. Lin Lu smiled faintly and said softly, "And that's thanks to your cultivation, principal." The principal's eyes filled with tears and he was moved beyond words. The teachers, on the other hand, lifted Lin Lu high. Cheeringly, he carried Lin Lu back to the bus. Only Wan Yanbing was left standing in place with a confused look on his face. Chapter 34, the end of the higher education examination. On the bus, the principal took out a bottle of slightly cooled iced tea from the car refrigerator and attentively handed it to Lin Lu. "Just now, the governor of Liyan City called and asked me to take you back tonight. He specially made a grand welcoming ceremony for you, with all the city leaders present, as well as news reporters from the TV stations." "Good." Lin Lu took a sip of iced tea and nodded in agreement. He had just called Pei Shifeng, but Pei Shifeng didn't know what she was busy with and didn't answer. Lin Lu was going to, after a while, give her a call. On the side, Teacher Hu curiously said, "Lin Lu, you're hiding really deep. It's the first time I've seen you able to summon so many skeletons. It's awesome. How did you do it?" Lin Lu murmured. The principal blared at Mr. Hu and scolded, "Why are you asking this? You care how people do it. It's private, understand." Teacher Hu has a big personality and says whatever he has to say, and after being scolded by the principal, he was surprised to realize that he had spoken out of turn, and hurriedly apologized to Lin Lu. There is a lot of privacy in professionals. Don't want outsiders to know. Some people will hide their talents. Some people will hide their careers. Some people will hide skills, equipment, etc. In a word, don't ask questions if they don't tell you anything about their own careers. It's just rude to ask. Lin Lu smiled, indicating that he didn't care. "Headmaster, the top student of our northern province. It should be me. Is there any reward?" Lin Lu inquired with some anticipation. The principal said cheerfully, "Don't worry. The first prize in our northern province is definitely yours. No one can take it away. As for the reward, it is still unknown. Every year, the province gives different rewards to the top student. Besides the province, our Liang City will also give you a reward, presumably a soul gem, either money, or a villa or something like that, as well as, our school will also give you a reward." Lin Lu was curious. "So the school gave me a reward. Can you tell me now?" 2,000 soul gems plus a set of formations refined by my own hands, the principal solemnly said. Lin Lu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It's quite generous." After a pause, he asked again, "By the way, headmaster, that formation you rewarded me with, what type is it?" The principal patted his chest. "Depending on what type you want, an attack formation, a defense formation, or a formation that can accelerate cultivation. What do you want? Just say it, and I'll make sure to meet your requirements." "Let's see." The two were chatting. Suddenly a couple of officers of considerable rank burst in. At the head of the group was the middle-aged major general with gray hair who had been following the old marshal. Seeing that it's someone from the Northern War Department, the principal took the initiative to stand up and ask, "Gentlemen, is there something wrong? We've come to find Lin Lu, Lord Nyayuan, the marshal of the Northern Military Department. For something." The major general spoke politely. The principal touched his nose, didn't say anything, and turned back to Lin Lu. A puzzled look appeared on Lin Lu's face as he asked, "What are you looking for me for?" The major general smiled faintly. "General Lin Lord was once Marshal Nyayuan's subordinate. The relationship is very good. When you were a child, the marshal even hugged you. I don't know if you can still remember. It kind of rings a bell." Lin Lu said, "The marshal wanted to see you, both to catch up and to recognize you for the good grades you've achieved on this entrance exam." The major general smiled and said, "Please come with us. Don't keep the marshal waiting." "Good." Lin Lu immediately got up. After all, he was a marshal in charge of a province's army, and he couldn't afford to offend a big shot like this. Lin Lu came outside the bus, discovered that at some point, many reporters gathered outside the car. When Lin Lu appeared, reporters swarmed the room. "Lin Lu student. I'm a reporter from Pravda. May I ask if we can book a time to do an exclusive interview for you? This is the Huaxia Daily News." Lin Lu student. I heard that you are a very rare mutant. Is this true? Are you really F-rated for talent? Microphone, camera, flash, altogether disliked Lin Lu's face. This is the first time Lin Lu has been interviewed. And still so many people. It's a mess. It was so loud that he couldn't hear what these reporters were saying. The Major General who followed Lin Lu, his brows furrowed, and with a cold snort, the sergeants guarding the surrounding area immediately stepped forward, and drove these frantically clamoring journalists to the side. The Major General escorted Lin Lu to a Humvee military vehicle. The car let out a low rumble, as if a sleeping beast was about to awaken. Like an arrow off the string, it disappeared. All that was left were 2 deep wheel marks and a cloud of dust. Hummer pulled Lin Lu and arrived at a secret barracks of the Northern Military Department. Soldiers smelling of blood are everywhere here. Get out of the car. The Major General led Lin Lu inside the base. The base is large and is divided into different areas. The Major General led Lin Lu into a cozy parlor. Nya Yuan, the Marshal of the Northern Military Department, had been waiting here for a long time. When I first met the old Marshal, Lin Lu thought he was just an ordinary old man. No different from the old men playing chess and dancing in the square in the neighborhood. The old Marshal wasn't wearing his imposing, metal-laden Marshal's uniform either. Instead, he wore a loose gray robe. He sat in a wicker chair. After seeing Lin Lu enter, he beckoned and smiled kindly. Sit down. Just finished the exam. Tired. Plain and simple. That was Lin Lu's first impression of the old Marshal. Yes, Lin Lu didn't make a fuss and sat down on the empty wicker chair opposite the old Marshal. Here, have some. The old Marshal's hand, dry as an old tree root, pointed toward the snack treats laid out on the rattan wood coffee table. Yes, Lin Lu responded, picking up a beef jerky and gnawing on it. The old Marshal talked and acted like an ordinary old man. There was no semblance of the killing spirit of a soldier. The old Marshal had a kind face. The wrinkled folds of his face, twisted into a flower. He said smilingly, "Here, I'll show you something good." The old Marshal handed Lin Lu the tablet he held in his arms. Lin Lu took it curiously, thinking, "What's so good?" After he took the tablet and saw the image on the display. Stunned. A well-lit torture chamber. Wu Zihao was tied to a torture device, and several experienced torturers surrounded Wu Zihao and tortured him. It's worse than death. Lin Lu's face was grave as he slowly raised his head and gazed at the seemingly kind old man in front of him in disbelief. What does it mean? Wu Zihao uses his power for personal gain. This is a big taboo in the military department. He deserves to die. The old Marshal had gray hair and his face was covered with the scars of age, but his eyes were still firm. Chapter 35, Luo Su. Lin Lu stared calmly at the image of Wu Zihao's torture in the tablet. There was not a ripple on his handsome face. The old Marshal poured Lin Lu a cup of tea and mused. I am old and useless. I don't have a few years of good life to live, and I am lax in disciplining my subordinates. So much so that I have let some underhanded scoundrels spoil the reputation of the Northern Military Department. Child, it's my fault for letting you suffer, Lin Lu said in a respectful manner. Lord Marshal, you are overstating your case. The old Marshal waved his hand and said, calling me Lord Marshal is a bit awkward. I've known your father for many years, both as a comrade in arms and a close friend. Just call me Nya Lao. Yes, Elder Nya, Lin Lu said softly, facing such a big man. He dared not be negligent. The old Marshal smiled amiably. In the past, it was my negligence and carelessness that I didn't take care of you, and I promise you that Wu Zihao, and his father, and even the entire Wu family, will all go up in smoke. Lin Lu calmly said, Thank you, Elder Nya. The fact that Wu Zihao would end up like this was entirely because he was to blame and did not deserve any sympathy. He knew that the old Marshal was pulling his leg. His own first ever score in the northern province was no joke. Only, Lin Lu didn't expect it. It's amazing that the old Marshal thought so highly of him. He heard Yang Qian say it. The Wu family was deeply rooted in the Northern Military Department, and there were a handful of people in high positions of power. Destroying the Wu family will not hurt the roots of the Northern Military Department though, but it's also the equivalent of breaking one of its fingers. Within the Northern Military Department, those implicated by the Wu family were afraid to be in the minority. The Northern War Department is probably going to be in chaos for a while, but it's possible. It is because the Wu family is doing too much. Look at Wu Zihao's style of doing things. Know that the Wu family is arrogant and domineering habitually. Iron must have not done a lot of corruption and abuse of the law. The private sector things. The old Marshal had a deep heart. It's impossible not to know anything at all. Say maybe. Lin Lu was just an excuse for the old Marshal to purge the Wu family. The old Marshal took a sip of tea. Vainly the words were turned around and said, "These few days you stay here. Don't go home. What do you want? Just tell me. Wait for a few days. You'll go directly to the Northern Military Academy to go to school. Welfare and treatment and so on. You don't have to worry about it at all. I'll arrange you according to the highest specifications." "Ha?" Lin Lu's face showed surprise. "Is this taking him into custody? How come you can't even go home?" The old marshal smiled and asked, "Why don't you want to attend the Northern Military Academy?" Lin Lu hesitated, but still shook his head. "There are too many rules in military school, and I like to live freely, and I'm afraid I can't stand the military school life." The old marshal laughed. "It's fine. Just get used to it. I can get the military school leaders to give you privileges, to ensure that your campus life will be comfortable." Lin Lu showed a contemplative look. "Well," the old principal continued, "and there are scholarships, daily allowances, cafeteria grants, equipment allowances, etc. I'll give you the best." Lin Lu's eyes lit up. That's what he wants. He was actually happy to go to military school as long as there were benefits. And the old marshal was sitting across from him. He refused once and that was more than enough. If you refuse again, that would be a bit of a cheeky thing to do. Lin Lu was about to agree. Steeply, the door to the parlor was opened. The door guards disappeared. An unfamiliar aura appeared in the doorway. The old marshal leaped to his feet and chortled. "What man?" A soft laugh came from the doorway. "Elder Nye. It's been a long time. Are you still in good health?" The old marshal's white eyebrows twisted into a ball as he said in a deep voice, "Luo Su, if you don't properly guard the Heavenly Fury Demon Cave in Kyoto, what are you doing here in my northern realm?" "I didn't want to come either. It's just that I heard that Elder Nye you were unruly, and that you weren't satisfied with one S-class genius and wanted to hog the other, and that the three most prestigious schools sued the Ministry of Education in Kyoto, so I was sent to mediate the dispute." Luo Su was a handsome, upright-looking young man wearing a black tracksuit. He whistled a couple of soft whistles and walked slowly into the house. After a few glances around, again, he set his eyes on Lin Lu. The mouth sked. "That's a mutant. Looking no different than a normal person." Lin Lu was puzzled. What was a mutant? Is that about him? Before he came, just as he got off the bus, a large group of news reporters gathered around him. I think he heard that some reporter was also asking him if he was a mutant. Luo Su twisted his head again and smiled at the old marshal. "Elder Nye, you're really good at finding a place to hide," the old marshal said with a cold face. "What's so secretive about it? It's still easily found by you." Luo Su laughed. He. "This only proves that I'm awesome." The old marshal said with a strong attitude. "It's useless for you to come. I don't accept mediation. If you want to snatch someone, then be prepared to go to war with our Northern Military Department. Unless I die, there's no way I'm going to let someone go." Luo Su sighed. "What are you doing? Breaking the rules, making enemies with the Ministry of Education, and offending the three most prestigious schools won't do you or the Northern Military Department any good." The old marshal was about to retort. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Lu was still on the sidelines. He turned to Lin Lu in a softer tone and said, "You go wait outside first. I'll talk to this Ministry of Education commissioner about something and call you when I'm done." "Yes." How dare Lin Lu disobey? Was about to get up and head out. The old marshal said sternly to Luo Su, "Where are my men? Release them all to me." "Good." Luo Su's fingers gently scratched the air. Dark purple spatial energy flickered, and in the next moment, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the small parlor. The old marshal's men scrambled toward the spatial rift. Horror was written all over everyone's face. They thought they'd never get out. The old marshal gave orders with a blank face. "Get out, all of you, and don't come in without my orders." "Yes, sir." The gray-haired, middle-aged major general led his men out of the parlor with a shameful look on his face. Lin Lu followed them out of the parlor and waited outside. That person named Luo Su should be a space profession. It's a pretty rare profession. Any spatial system professional was enough to rival an S-class talent possessor, and the major powers snatched them up. No wonder that man could instantly arrive at the Northern Military Headquarters from Kyoto, which was thousands of miles away. It wouldn't be surprising if it was a space professional. I don't know what Luo Su's rank is. The ability to teleport over large distances and silently take out so many battle-hardened military personnel, including a major general. Luo Su shouldn't be a saint-ranked powerhouse. I can't imagine. For his sake, the four prestigious schools had actually made a scene, alarming the Ministry of Education and sending a saint-ranked powerhouse to mediate. Himself suddenly became so important. This made Lin Lu feel very uncomfortable. I also don't know where I will go in the future. Lin Lu sighed. Dutifully wait outside the parlor. Chapter 36, The Coming Disaster. Inside the conference room, Luo Su was very self-conscious and sat down across from the old marshal, where Lin Lu had sat before. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he took 2 more small teaspoons of cinnamon cake and stuffed them in his mouth as he ate and drank. The old marshal coldly said, "No matter what, I won't give Lin Lu away. The Northern Military Department has been in decline for the past few years, and there aren't many decent ones in the younger generation. Without a suitable successor, none of us old people dare to retire easily. We can only hold on for dear life." Luo Su shook his head. "It's out of my hands. I can only blame your military school for failing to manage and produce talent." The old marshal sighed. "I admit this point. It's my fault. People are getting old and their hearts have become soft. They are too kind to their subordinates, leading to a mess in the management of the military school. It's time to return to my previous method of governance, ruling with blood and fear," Luo Su said kindly. "Alas, Nya Lao, I can understand your difficulties, but I also hope that you can understand how difficult it is for me. No matter what, the rules can't be broken. How can you say that you have to give a chance for a fair competition? The other 3 are not vegetarians. Offending them won't be good for you," the old marshal agonized. "You don't understand. We're running out of time." Luo Su let out a long sigh and said, "Actually, I already know." The old marshal's gaze condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you already know, you should be able to understand my bitterness all the more. I won't say any more. You and I have known each other for a while. Don't force me." Luo Su mused. "The bigwigs in Kyoto, they are already thinking of a way out. If the North falls, the other provinces won't have a good time. We still understand the reasoning of the lips dying and the teeth getting cold." The old marshal was angry. "You guys know how many people died in the North Realm before, and I didn't see any of you take care of it. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. These are different times. In fact, not only the North family, but other places as well." "What? Is the news reliable?" "Reliable. In short, Huaxia will soon see a major chaos, and all provinces must cooperate and unite together in order to get through this difficult time. At such a critical juncture, if you Northern Realm takes the lead in breaking the rules and not abiding by them, I'm afraid you will be completely isolated. At that time, your Northern Realm will truly become a pariah," Luo Su said with a face full of gravity. Contemplated for a long time, the old marshal asked slowly, "So, what do you say? How do we cooperate?" "A week ago, Kyoto secretly summoned the governors of the provinces, and this evening, a general meeting will be held, and before morning, a result will certainly be discussed." "Okay, then I'll wait until the convention is over." Outside the parlor, the middle-aged major general was summoned by the old marshal, and after a while he came out of the parlor, walked up to Lin Lu, and said, "Elder Nya has something to do in the evening and can't accompany you, so you can stay here tonight. By the way, your sister Pei Shifeng is also here." "Why is she there too?" Lin Lu asked with a furrowed brow. The middle-aged major general said in a soft manner, "She is a witness. When we interrogate Wu Zihao, we have to have her to testify at the side. After the interrogation is over, she can leave, but she knows that you are also in this base, so she purposely stayed behind and waited for you to go with her." Lin Lu let out a sigh of relief. "Well, then I still have to call our principal and tell him that I won't be returning to Liyang City at night. I've already sent someone to explain the situation to him. He asked me to convey to you that when you return to Liyang City, let him know in advance, and he'll make a grand welcome party for you." "That's good." The middle-aged major general led Lin Lu, arrived at a rather luxurious room in the base. The major general said, "You will stay here tonight. Your sister has just gone out and will be back later. The food will be here in a few minutes. What would you like to have for dinner?" "Have some sumptuous ones." Lin Lu laughed. The end of the college entrance exams had to be celebrated anyways. "Okay. Drink?" the major general asked. "Wine." "Forget it." "Good." After the major general left, Lin Lu came to the bedroom, the big fluffy bed, and lay down. The high school exams are over. His taut nerves were finally able to relax. After a while, footsteps sounded outside the door. Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian pushed their way in. Seeing Lin Lu, Pei Shifeng was pleasantly surprised. Her pace was elegant and graceful as she walked up to Lin Lu and hugged him. "You are amazing. Sis is proud of you." Pei Shifeng's delicate body was fragrant and soft. Lin Lu was a bit oblivious for a moment and didn't even hear what Pei Shifeng said. Wait for Pei Shifeng to release him. On the side, Yang Qian, who had been waiting for a long time, also followed Pei Shishuan's example and tried to take Lin Lu into her arms. She had changed her clothes at some point, wearing a tight black wraparound dress that showed off her luscious petite body to the fullest. Her legs were long and straight. She looked white as jade under the light, and her feet were on a pair of thin heels, adding to the beauty of her already tall height. Yang Qian said with a flirtatious face, "Good brother, let your sister give you a hug." "Stop." Lin Lu dodged Yang Qian and frowned. "I don't know you well. It's not good to be so intimate." Yang Qian rolled her eyes with her big Kazairan eyes and said in a bad mood, "What's wrong with that? Just hold it a few more times and it'll be cooked. My sister doesn't have a boyfriend." "I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "Qian Qian." Pei Shishuan's delicate face was covered in frost as she said in a cold voice, "Didn't I tell you before I came here? Don't mess with my brother." Yang Qian skimmed his lips. "You both hugged. Why shouldn't I?" "No means no," Pei Shifang said forcefully. "Okay." Lin Lu stood with a puzzled look on his face. "Why do I feel that my sister and Yang Qian are weird at this moment? Especially Yang Qian, who looked at him as if she wanted to eat him." "Xiao Lu, when did you become so powerful? Hiding too deep. Even me you don't tell me. Causing my sister me to go to college for you. Fretting for a long time, and also suffered a lot of nuisance." Pei Shifang bit her red lips and complained. Lin Lu scratched his head and said, "I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't believe me." Pei Shishang's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a doting look. "Little fool, how could sister not believe you?" Yang Qian, on the other hand, was curious. "Speaking of which, what happened after that bastard Wu Zihao was taken away by the military police?" Pei Shifang said with a smile. "The military police took Wu Zihao to the interrogation room, where the old marshal personally interrogated Wu Zihao. At first, he was a dead duck and refused to admit it, saying that I had falsely accused him. Later, the spirit mage of the military police corps stepped in and temporarily hypnotized him, and Wu Zihao gave a full account. Do you know that the original old principal of the Northern Military Academy's sudden insanity wasn't a recurrence of an old injury, but rather, it was Wu Zihao's father who messed up, to get the old principal to retire and recuperate so he can get to the top." Chapter 37 Investigations. Yang Qian frowned. The Wu family's heart is also too vicious. Yeah, the old principal is such a good person, and the Wu family dares to plot against him in order to get to the top. It's really audacious. Pei Shishang celebrated. Luckily, Lord Marshal was clear-sighted and cleaned up Wu Zihao's family, uprooting them. Now the military police corps will have their hands full. The Wu family holds the military justice office and has been fighting with the military police corps openly and secretly. Both sides have been feuding for a long time, and now that the Wu family has fallen, the military police corps will surely retaliate against the Wu family viciously. Yang Qian said with a smile. Pei Shishang lamented. "It's good to get rid of this trouble of Wu Zihao anyway. He's just too annoying." Lin Lu stood aside without saying a word. Only he knows it in his heart. Old Marshall's main purpose in getting rid of the Wu family was to take it out on him. Wu Zihao shaking out the Wu family's plot to kill the old principal was a complete surprise. This is the end of the Wu family for good. The gods can't save it. Yang Qian's beautiful eyes panned over to the silent Lin Lu and said with a curious expression. "Lin Lu, I heard that you're a mutant. Is that true?" Lin Lu shook his head. "Not sure. I don't even know what a mutant is." Pei Shishang explained for Lin Lu. Mutants refer to a class of people who possess some kind of special ability. For example, they are strong, run fast, have deep magical power, can sense the presence of monsters, and have 6 arms, 3 legs and 5 eyes. These people are considered mutants. Mutants have a myriad of abilities. Those like you, who can summon beasts that are several times more than an ordinary person, also belong to the mutants. Oh, Lin Lu asked. Then is there any way to test it, to confirm whether I'm a mutant or not? Pei Shifang said softly. There is currently no means of detecting mutants. In short, as long as there are mutant abilities that are different from the norm, they can all be called mutants. Lin Lu nodded. The heart is secretly happy. He's worried about that. In Lin Lu's dark graveyard, there were tens of thousands of skeleton warriors, and the skeleton mages and skeleton archers combined were almost 200. As each minute passes, the undead in Lin Lu's dark cemetery would also gradually increase with time. However, instead, he was like a prisoner in shackles and anklets, limited in every way. Take today's high school entrance exam. Lin Lu could completely summon an army of skeletons numbering in the tens of thousands, sweeping across the secret examination center. But he can't do that. The reason is simple. The powerhouses guarding the secret boundaries are not little cuties. Once Lin Lu revealed a strength that far exceeded their perceptions. he was bound to attract covetousness and trouble. So, Lin Lu had to hide his strength and try to suppress his strength to level 1, trying his best to defeat his opponent without arousing suspicion. There you go. With mutant status, even if he goes a little out of character later, he'll have an explanation. Lin Lu planned that when he went back, he would have to look up the information and study the mutants to get a clear understanding. He couldn't afford to show his face when he pretended to be a mutant in the future. Yang Qian said, "The number of mutants is quite rare, and the cultivation value is also very high, especially those with extraordinarily powerful mutation abilities like you are the meat and potatoes that the major colleges compete for. Every year, after the college entrance exams, major colleges put on an enrollment show. We're in for a treat this year." Pei Shifeng also asked, "Xiao Lu, which college are you going to?" Lin Lu mused. "I don't know." Feng, while in the parlor with the old marshal, he had actually decided that he would attend the Northern Military Academy. Although Lin Lu didn't like the rules and regulations of military school, he liked freedom. But, the old marshal's face couldn't be ignored. This Lord Marshal was the only saint-ranked powerhouse in the northern province. Lin Lu couldn't even wait to hug his thigh. How could he dare to refuse? And secondly because, well, the old marshal was really good to him too. Scholarships and other benefits are just as good. He was also promised privileges so that he could have an uninhibited campus life at the military academy. So much for that. Going to Northland Military Academy is pretty good, too. The key was to be able to hug the old marshal's thigh, to be able to hook up with a holy ranked powerhouse. This was a thing that many people could only dream of. However, the special agent of the Education Bureau, Luo Su, made a sudden visit. Messes everything up. Lin Lu learned from Luo Su and the old marshal's mere words that the 3 great schools also wanted him. Because of dissatisfaction with the brutal bullying of the Northern Military Department, the 3 prestigious schools jointly complained to the Ministry of Education, which sent Luo Su over to negotiate with the old marshal. "I don't know what will happen in the end. Nothing is known." Yang Qian urged, "If a famous school wants to recruit you, don't rush to say yes. Wait and see what other famous schools can offer, and go to whichever one gives high treatment and good benefits." "That I know," Lin Lu said. Yang Qian smiled lightly. "You know it." Pei Shifeng pondered for a moment and said, "If good choices are made, Littlefoot, you'd be better off not coming to the Northern Military Academy." "Ha? Why?" Lin Lu was puzzled. Pei Shifeng lightly opened her vermilion lips, and a sigh came out leisurely. "The North Realm is not peaceful during this period of time, and the cadets who graduated from the North Realm Military Academy will be forced to join the North Realm's military department. So I'm afraid that you won't be able to eat the bitterness of joining the military." Before, Pei Shifeng wanted Lin Lu to attend the Northern Military Academy. It's because there's a special enrollment quota for the Northland Military Academy. Exemption from admission. You don't have to take the entrance exam to get into the Northern Military Academy. This was a good choice for Lin Lu, who was still a loser at the time. Times are different now. Lin Lu scored 2,942 points on the high school entrance exam. It doesn't matter which of the big 4 schools grabbed him. Pei Shifeng wasn't some pedantic person, and with a better choice, she naturally supported Lin Lu to fight for it. Lin Lu smiled bitterly. His choices don't matter now. What matters is the decision of the old marshal and Luo Su and the others. The other side. Inside a certain luxury hotel in Tenant City, Zhang Li's entire body sprawled unimaginatively on the big, soft bed. A pair of flawless jade feet were high in the air, swinging back and forth leisurely in midair. It proved that she was still in a good mood at the moment. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Li lazily said, "Come in." The door is unlocked. Then a woman dressed as a maid walked in. "Missy, I've already found out what you asked me to investigate," the maid said as she handed Zhang Li a document. "Chan Gua, you did a great job." Gingerly complimenting the maid, Gingerly sat up and took the papers, flipping them open impatiently. The file is full of information about Lin Lu, from the smallest to the largest, the giant. Ha ha, Lin Lu. This guy, he used to be pure love, chasing a girl for 3 years. He's too cute. Zhang Li smiled dully and murmured, "The cuter you are, the more valuable you are to be destroyed by me. Lin Lu, sooner or later I will defeat you and make you submit to me." Chapter 38, Sudden Attack. Returning to her senses, Zhang Li asked, "Have you investigated clearly which university Lin Lu is going to attend?" The maid named Chen Guo shook her head. "It's not clear yet. I only know that the 4 major schools are all interested in Lin Lu." Zhang Li nodded, her voice soft and sweet. "Good. Go back and tell father that I'm not going to go to the Northern Military Academy for the time being. I'm going to attend the same university as Lin Lu. Mei Chen was brows clustered slightly. Eldest miss, if the master knows that you are delaying for the sake of a private love between a man and a woman, you think I'm in love with Lin Lu? Zhongli interrupted Chen Guo. The maid nodded hesitantly. Zhongli is like a small wildcat that has exploded its fur, and her voice is lazy and soft. What do you take me for? A teenage girl with an adolescent love brain? I'm focusing on Lin Lu. I just want to defeat him. You know the special thing about my profession. I have to keep obtaining victories. Leaving behind defeats will have an impact on my promotion to the Holy Order in the future. After I defeat Lin Lu, he will be of no use to me. Mei Qingguo immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Missy. It's me who misunderstood. Zhongli waved her hand and said, It's fine. Go down. Tell my father. He'll understand. Yes. The maid retired. The only person left in the room was Zhongli. There was a picture of Zhang Linlu in the file. Zhongli looked at it for a few moments, remembering the scene in the examination room today, and for a while, it was hard to dispel the evil anger in her heart. She casually threw the photo on the floor. Pink soft jade feet trampled on Lin Lu's photo. Lin Lu, I will defeat you sooner or later, Zhongli murmured with a serious face. Military bases. Inside the luxury rooms, the Major General sent a generous amount of food. Lin Lu, Pei Shishuang and Yang Qian simply celebrated, and after eating and drinking enough, they went back to their rooms to sleep. The guest house has 2 bedrooms. Lin Lu sleeps in one room. Yang Qian and Pei Shishuang slept in the other room. Wait until the middle of the night. Lin Lu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly realized that something had climbed up his bed. Lin Lu's first reaction was that there was an enemy. He was startled. Hurriedly, he pulled out his staff from his storage ring and prepared to summon the skeleton. Hey! It's me, take it easy. Yang Qian's flirtatious voice came out. Lin Lu breathed a sigh of relief, took the staff back into his storage ring, and complained, Sister Yang, you won't sleep at night. What are you doing running to my bed? Did you come here specifically to scare me? Yang Qian was wearing a cool silk halter nightgown. Without underwear, the silhouette was still full. Thin waist and long legs, bumpy and concave. She narrowed her eyes slightly. A mysterious allure in her eyes as she said in a flirtatious and sexy manner, Sister can't sleep at night, so she came to talk to you. Lin Lu said, I don't know you well. There's nothing to talk about. Stinky brother, it's precisely because we're not familiar with each other that the two of us have to get close. And after tonight, the two of us will be mature people. Yang Qian gently stroked Lin Lu's cheek, and that gentle movement was filled with love and compassion. That flirty look, it made a warm current well up in Lin Lu's heart. Sister, you. Lin Lu's mouth was a little dry. Shoo, don't talk. Yang Qian's fingers were like green onions, the tips of which were slightly curved, exuding an air of elegance. Her fingers rested against Lin Lu's lips, slowly rubbing them. Good brother, you have a nice mouth. Can my sister have a kiss? Yang Qian slightly opened her moist red lips and spat out a warm breath that gently hit Lin Lu's face. One of her beautiful legs also smoothly rested on Lin Lu's waist. Ambiguity filled the air. Lin Lu really couldn't resist the temptation of this beautiful big sister Yang Qian. Just as he was about to sink, Pei Shifeng's creepy, icy words like ice rang out. What are you doing? I don't know when. Pei Shifeng stood by the bedside, coldly watching Lin Lu and Yang Qian's ambiguous behavior. Lin Lu suddenly came to his senses and kicked Yang Qian off the bed, explaining in a panic, This bad woman, not sleeping at night, quietly climbed into my bed and tried to kiss me. Qian, didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to take a shot at my brother? Pei Shifeng raised her chin slightly, a look of contempt passing through her eyes as if she was looking at something unappealing. Yang Qian, who was kicked out of bed, rubbed her but while saying sardonically, I can't sleep at night. I just came to talk to your brother. I have absolutely no ill intentions towards him, whatsoever. Pei Shifeng coldly said, Shut up and get back to your room. Yes. Yang Qian rubbed her ass and left pitifully. Yang Qian is gone. Pei Shifeng, however, did not leave. She closed the bedroom door behind her and locked it. Then, Pei Shifeng very naturally came to the bedside of the lifted up the quilt, drilled into Lin Lu's quilt, and slept next to Lin Lu on the bed. I'll sleep with you tonight, Pei Shifeng said coldly. Good. Lin Lu's cheeks burned slightly. He had no reason to refuse, much less want to. Pei Shifeng was wearing a white lace halter nightgown, half covered, her waist soft and slender. A pair of moist and well-proportioned legs were bare, and even the white and slim jade feet were silently enchanting and sending out tantalizing invitations. Pei Shifeng gently blinked her eyes, her voice soft and gentle. Go to sleep, with Sister Me protecting you. Yang Qian wouldn't dare to mess around. Okay. Lin Lu obediently closed his eyes, but there was no sleep in his mind. Pei Shifeng, on the other hand, quickly fell asleep. Her even breathing could be heard. Ugh. Lin Lu sighed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Early the next morning, the Major General came to the door early. He said, "You can go home. Wait for tomorrow. There will be an enrollment meeting in Liang City." Lin Lu's heart was suddenly clear. It seems that yesterday, it was Luo Su who won, and the old marshal had to give up Lin Lu and let him go. And the 4 famous schools competed fairly, each according to their own abilities. Whichever one can recruit Lin Lu, that's considered awesome. Under the supervision of Luo Su, the old marshal couldn't intervene too much. The Major General then asked, "Do you 3 know how to drive? If you can't drive, I'll send someone to drive you home." "I can drive," Pei Shifeng replied. The Major General said, "Okay, the car is parked in front of the base. Here are the keys." The 3 of them got in the car. The moment the ignition was turned on, the Hummer was like a wild horse out of control, impatiently charging forward. On the way back to Liang City, Lin Lu called the principal and told him that he had gotten on the bus back to Liang City. The principal smiled and said, "I'll notify the governor now and prepare to hold a welcoming ceremony for you. The rewards from the province, the city and the school are all ready for you, just waiting for you to come back." Okay. Hang up. The school's reward. Lin Lu already knew about it. 2,000 soul gems plus a set of formations refined by the principal himself. I just don't know what rewards the province and the city will give him. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 39, Commendation Conference. Entrance to Liang City. After receiving a call from Lin Lu, the principal immediately called the governor of Liang City again. As rehearsed beforehand, the flags fluttered and the bright colors danced in the wind. Mighty honor guards, gorgeous floats, and red carpets are ready, just waiting for Lin Lu to come back. As time passes, the Hummer that Lin Lu rode in appeared at the entrance to Liang City. It's coming. Lin Lu is back. The rousing trumpet sounded. The honor guard's pace is neat and tidy, and each step is taken with a shocking rhythm. It was followed by a beautifully decorated float. On both sides of the road, the people of Liang City cheered, applauded and cheered. Primary and junior high school students from Liang City came and stood on both sides of the road, waving colorful flags in their hands. The eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Lu. Lin Lu sat in the car, looking out the window at the lively and bustling scene, and couldn't help but sigh. This is too much. Pei Shifeng, who was driving, turned around and laughed. You're the provincial top student, or one of the candidates with the highest scores on the college entrance exam in the history of Northern Province. No matter how grand the entrance ceremony is. Yang Qian, who was sitting in the back row, also laughed. Enjoy it, it's your high time. After entering the city, Council Hall, Central Plaza, Liang City, the venue was brightly lit at the beginning of the night. A grand commendation ceremony is about to kick off. Lin Lu's trio got out of the car. The chancellor came up with a few city leaders in tow. Lin Lu, let me introduce to you. This is our Liang City's governor, Zhang Yansen. Lin Lu politely said, "Good day, Governor Zhang." Zhang Yansen smiled warmly. "Congratulations, Lin Lu. Not only did you get the provincial top student, but you are also the first top student in the history of Northern Province. You are the pride and joy of Liang City. Your honor will inspire everyone with a dream." Once they met, Governor Zhang first came with a wave of bragging rights. It was quite nice, even a little respectful. Lin Lu immediately felt that the gold content of this 2,942 points of the provincial first prize winner was really not low. A city governor with a high position of authority. A big shot that would make Liang City tremble when he stomped his foot. Actually treating him with respect. Lin Lu was not the type to get carried away. He's one of those who respects me as much as I respect him. In the face of Governor Zhang's compliments, Lin Lu didn't have half a bit of conceit or arrogance. Instead, he showed humility and modesty. It's this seemingly unimportant detail. It made Governor Zhang feel better. He thought that Lin Lu was modest and polite, and that he was a character who would surely become a great man in the future. Lin Lu's trio walked into the banquet hall. The commendation meeting was officially opened. The stage was crowded, chaotic and noisy. Without changing his face, Governor Zhang casually threw a wide-range silence spell towards the stage. As a preceptor priest, silence is one of his best spell skills. Under the influence of skill effects, the stage was silent. In accordance with the usual practice, Governor Zhang first took the stage and said a few words on the scene. Then Zhuang Tai, the principal of Liang No 1 Middle School, took the stage. Today, The principal is a man of honor and 8 faces. Off stage. The principals of Liyang No. 2, No. 3, and No. For middle schools are red with envy and gnashing their teeth with jealousy. Especially the principal of the second middle school. When he had seen Lin Lu's strength, he also had the idea of recruiting Lin Lu to the second middle school. He tried a couple times. Send someone to make contact with Lin Lu. But they were all blocked back by the early and alert principal of the first school. I haven't even seen Lin Lu. Later, the principal of the second middle school was too troublesome, so he simply gave up his intention of recruiting Lin Lu. Now, looking at the first high school principal's smug look on stage, the second high school principal's bowels were green with remorse. If he had known that Lin Lu was so good, he would have tried to get him into Liyang No. 2 middle school even if he had to spend all his money. Then, the person who will be glamorous on the stage will be him, and his Liyang No. 2 middle school will be able to completely turn around, overpowering No. 1 middle school and becoming the premier key high school in Liyang City. It's a shame. It's no use regretting it now. It's all too late. The principal of the second high school looked contrite. The principal didn't say anything on the stage, just caught Lin Lu a good compliment. They say he has a resolute character, is unflappable, keeps a low profile, is hardworking and self-motivated, and strives for excellence. The compliments made Lin Lu a little embarrassed. The principal then finished his speech. Finally Lin Lu went on stage. He didn't need to say anything, just stand on the stage and accept the awards given to him by the province, the city and the school. Once Lin Lu was on stage, there was a mountain of applause right at the bottom. A gaze of adoration, like a hot fire, melted Lin Lu on the verge of melting. Off stage, there are staff from the Liyang City government offices, teachers and students from several universities in Liyang, local civic organizations such as the Demon Hunters Guild, the Church of the Divine Wrath, and the Association of Professionals, all present. For this commendation meeting, Governor Chang took quite a bit of trouble. Lin Lu stood on the stage, looking at the bottom of a huge piece of people. He adjusted his mind after only a moment of panic. Stand calmly on the stage, letting Governor Chang and the principal tuck a trophy, medal, or medallion representing honor into his arms. He's not interested in these false ones. What really excited him were the 3 heavy storage rings. The rewards given by the province, the city, and the school were all contained in this small storage ring. That's the real good stuff. After Lin Lu got the storage rings, he immediately checked them one by one. The storage ring given by the school contained 2,000 inferior soul gems. The storage ring given by the city government contained a set of equipment for a 2-star peak necromancer. Obviously, this was for Lin Lu to prepare for after he was promoted to level 2. Lin Lu was now at the high rank of level 1, and it wouldn't be long before he would be promoted to the peak of level 1, and then break through and be promoted to level 2. At that time, this 2-star peak necromancer suit given by the city government would come in handy. 1-star sets, cheap, won't last long. It's better to have a 2-star set, which is worth a lot on its own, and even if you don't want it, you can just sell it and make a big profit. The city has a heart. The storage ring given by the provincial government contained 500 medium soul gems, 10 bottles of 2-star potions, and 10 advanced skill books. It was too late to take a closer look. As soon as the commendation meeting was over, Lin Lu was then dragged to the banquet hall at the back of the venue by the principal and Governor Zhang. The place is well drinking and the food is exquisite. Come on, Lin Lu student. Let me introduce you. This is my niece, B-rank talent, Megas profession, same age as you. You guys should get along well. The principal pulled a young girl with a pretty face in front of Lin Lu and introduced him attentively. Hello. Lin Lu nodded slightly in greeting. Next, Governor Zhang also introduced Lin Lu to the beautiful woman beside him. This is my sister-in-law. Should be 3 years older than you. Is a college student at Southeast University. Unmarried. No boyfriend. Then there was the daughter of the deputy director of the city school board, granddaughter of the gold medal demon hunter of the Demon Hunters Guild, the niece of the city's law enforcement director. Before long, Lin Lu was surrounded by a group of warblers. Chapter 40, Tranquility. Their eyes were full of shyness and curiosity. The gorgeous gowns were tight and slim, outlining the curves of the young girls' beautiful bodies, with long legs, thin waists and even, clean complexions. Some of the girls tilted their heads slightly, their eyes glittering with adoration, as if Lin Lu was a deity who had descended to the mortal world. They smiled sheepishly, wanting to speak, and tension spread through the air. Other girls boldly approached Lin Lu, chattering and discussing, their voices like crisp silver bells. Lin Lu's face looked handsome in the light of the party lights. After years of being single, it was the first time he had been welcomed by so many girls. Lin Lu was a bit formal for a moment. Not far. Pei Shishuang and Yang Qian looked at the scene. Yang Qian did not hide her jealousy. She walked over on purpose and squeezed in among the girls. From time to time, she interjected to interrupt the girls' conversation with Lin Lu, a pair of beautiful eyes provocatively sizing up the other girls. Pei Shishuang gracefully stood in place. Her eyes were like water, but they were faintly cold. The straight nose like a sculpture, and the soft lips with a beautiful curvature made people want to take a bite just by looking at them. The pointed and rounded chin added a bit of flirtation to her coldness that made people not dare to look at her directly. My brother is liked by girls. She, as a sister, should feel relieved. But Pei Shishuang couldn't help but bite her lip, and as she watched Lin Lu and those girls laughing so happily, an inexplicable wave of sourness surged up. Her chest was tight, as if something was slowly twisting her heart. It felt as if a fruit hanging on a branch that she had worked so hard to cultivate and grow had been plucked by someone else when it was about to ripen. The heart is empty. Lin Lu was the center of attention at the party. The guests talked and laughed and gossiped, but their eyes never left the male host. The men, when they looked at Lin Lu, inevitably felt a few moments of jealousy, but more than anything else, they were in awe. The ladies, on the other hand, stood slightly on their tiptoes in an effort to get a better look. Wang Yanbing also came to the banquet, and he and a few of his elite classmates got together to drink and chat. Lin Lu was really unkind. I asked him how he did in the exam. He told me that the exam was average, but it turned out that he scored 2,942 points in the exam. It's called an average test, and if he's considered an average test, then what are we like us who scored 500 or 600 points on the test? Amazing, Wang grumbled brokenly. The others said, mortals like us, it's better not to compare ourselves to geniuses like Lin Lu. People are more angry than people. Real geniuses are different from us. Alas, last year Lin Lu's birthday, but also invited me, but I did not go. Regret. If I went last year, maybe now has embraced Lin Lu's thighs. Me too. I was thinking that I'd have to go if I was invited again for Lin Lu's birthday this year, but it turns out he didn't invite me this year. Alas, why didn't I realize it before? Lin Lu is handsome, good person, treats the feelings devotedly, just the talent is poor. If I can start over, I will definitely take the initiative to pursue him. Me too. I want to be his girlfriend so badly. You guys, if I pursue Lin Lu now, do I still have a chance? Don't be delusional. Look at the girls surrounding Lin Lu. Which one isn't from a prestigious family with a noble status and good looks? I'm envious. Hey, thankfully, I've never offended Lin Lu. The ones who have insulted Lin Lu in the past can be miserable, and I don't know if Lin Lu will take revenge on them. The sound of classmates talking. It reached the ears of Shen Wen and Wang Xian on the side, and both of them were quite unhappy in their hearts. Wang Xian had bullied Lin Lu in the past and was afraid of being retaliated against, so she had been scared for the past few days, and had trouble sleeping at night, becoming more and more emaciated every day. The face is ugly, living like a female ghost. Shen Wen, on the other hand, had a forlorn look on her face, looking at Lin Lu from afar, looking at the now scenic Lin Lu. The chagrin and remorse in her heart was about to drive her crazy. Shen Wen's eyes looked incredibly tired, and remorse kept her up at night. Blame yourself for not being nicer to Lin Lu in the first place. Why reject his love? Obviously he liked himself that much. Tears slid silently down Shen Wen's delicate face. Regret stabbed at her heart like a sharp knife. How she wished that time could be turned back and she could start all over again. Wang Xian was still chattering and said with a sobbing voice, Wen Wen, I'm so scared. What if Lin Lu retaliates against me in the future? Shen Wen glared fiercely at Wang Xian. Suddenly raising his hand, he slapped Wang Xian in a swift manner. The sheer force of that force caused Wang Xian to stumble and almost fall to the ground. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving only the crisp sound of the slap echoing in his ears. A sharp pain shot across Wang Xian's face, and her eyes were filled with shock and aggression as tears welled up in her eyes. Wen Wen, why are you hitting me? Wang Xian aggravated. Shen Wen grimaced, didn't say anything, and walked away. It was hard to wait until the party was over. Lin Lu was again dragged away for a drink by the big shots of Liang City, drinking until the wee hours of midnight. Pei Shishuang and Yang Qian brought the confused Lin Lu back home. Yang Qian was surprised. Lin Lu looks gentle. The amount of alcohol is really heroic. Can drink. Governor Zhang vomited. And that principal in Lin Lu, can't tell, he's quite the dancer. His ass twirls more tie than a professional dancer. Pei Shishuang seemed to be in a bad mood and carried Lin Lu back to the bedroom in silence. Another basin of fresh water was fetched and the drunken Lin Lu wiped his face and body. Tonight, I'll sleep with Lin Lu, so don't bother him. Pei Shifang's voice was clear and cold. Okay. Yang Qian saw that Pei Shifang's mood was a bit off, so she didn't say anything more and obediently went to the guest room to sleep. Wait for Yang Qian to leave. Pei Shifang sat on the edge of the bed. Moonlight poured through the window, spilling over her, adding an ineffable clarity to her already flawless white skin. Her gaze was lingering and tender. Gazing closely at the sleeping Lin Lu, she gently raised a white, slender hand, like caressing the most precious treasure in the world. It slowly fell on Lin Lu's face. The fingertips gently slid over Lin Lu's forehead and eyebrows, feeling his temperature. The delicate touch made a warm current surge through her heart. Pei Shifang's movements were extremely gentle. Afraid of waking up Lin Lu, her fingers curved slightly, gently rubbing Lin Lu's cheek. Pei Shifang's eyes were filled with pity and affection, as if they were speaking of endless love. She bent down slightly, bringing her bright and cold face close to Lin Lu, and between her breaths, she could feel Lin Lu's scent. Her long hair fell lazily like seaweed over the male lead's body, giving off a light fragrance. Pei Shifang just quietly stood by Lin Lu's side, immersed in this moment of peace and happiness. Chapter 41, Undead Assassin. Principal. What a. In the middle of the night, Lin Lu woke up thirsty. The image of the principal drunkenly pole dancing and twerking his ass around one of the hotel's poles still echoed in his mind. Vomit. Suddenly so nauseous, I wanted to throw up. I don't know if it's because I've had too much wine, or I'm sick of the principal, or both. When Lin Lu got up, he suddenly realized that Pei Shifang was also sleeping on his bed. Her glistening full lips were a little dry, and she was still frowning gently as she fell asleep, so that people couldn't help but look at her and want to reach out and smooth it out. A small hand, white as jade and delicate and slender, was gripping him tightly, like he's afraid he'll run away. Lin Lu rubbed his head in confusion. Why is Sister Pei sleeping in my bed? He tenderly broke Pei Shifang's long, strong, well-defined fingers. Jumping out of bed, he went to the kitchen and grabbed a carton of cold milk from the fridge. Lin Lu sat on the sofa and drank the entire carton of milk before looking at the 3 storage rings he wore on his right hand. The provincial government deserves to be called the provincial government. That is, it is rich and powerful. The moment it came out, it was a whole 500 medium soul gems. At market price, 1 medium soul gem can be exchanged for 10 inferior soul gems. 500 medium soul gems, converted into inferior soul gems, that would be 5,000 pieces, or $15 million, plus the 2,000 inferior soul gems awarded by the school. That's $70 million in total. It was the first time he had seen so much money in his 2 lives combined. These soul gems, though, are not to be spent frivolously. He would have to use it later for his cultivation. Except for 500 medium soul gems, it also rewarded Lin Lu with 10 skill books, as well as 10 bottles of potions. First look at the potion. 2-star high-level power potion x3, 2-star high-level agility potion x3, 2-star high-level stamina potion x2, 2-star high-grade spirit potion x2. These potions will permanently enhance their attributes when consumed. Attribute potions like this were very expensive and had a price. A bottle of 2-star high-grade power potion, when put on the market, was estimated to fetch a high price of over $100,000. Without saying a word, Lin Lu opened a bottle of power potion and poured it into his stomach. Drink up. Lin Lu felt warm all over. The power of the potion, which had transformed his body, made him a lot stronger. He had bottle after bottle. Take the remaining 9 potions and drink them all. Phew. Lin Lu heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He now felt terribly strong, as if he could kill a tiger with one fist. This desire, it grows stronger and stronger. He couldn't help himself and slammed his fist into the marble coffee table in the living room. The sturdy marble coffee table was reduced to pieces in a blink of an eye. His flesh strength today shouldn't be much different from a first-level high-ranked warrior. If it's compared to Kong Ri, it's not even close. Zhang Li's physical body was a diamond, while Lin Lu's physical strength today was only as strong as a rock, suppressing the growing desire for destruction within. Lin Lu pulled out another 10 advanced skill books rewarded by the provincial government. Skill books are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and holy. There are 6 levels. Before Lin Lu's college entrance exam, he purchased 2 skill books at the Apocalypse Mall, Damage Deepening and White Bone Armor, both of which are mid-level skill books, aren't worth a few bucks. The price of a skill book is not based on level, but on the effect of the skill. For example, the cleric's primary skill, silence, bans enemies and prevents them from using spell skills. A priest's master skill, Detect Evil, is able to detect the presence of evil. Beginner's Silencing Skill Book. In the market, a copy sells for $200,000. Master Level Detect Evil Skill Book. It sells for $8,000 a copy on the market. Silencing spells are so effective. It's almost become an essential skill for priests. A qualified priest has to know healing and silencing spells. As a result, the price of beginner's silence art skill books had always been soaring, with demand outstripping supply. The effect of Detect Evil was too ribbed, and there was no use for learning it, and only a few extremely special secret realms would require the use of the Detect Evil skill. Demand is not great, so it sells cheap. Let me conk out. The province rewarded me with 10 books of whatever skill. Lin Lu said to himself. Summon Undead Assassin, summon a stealthy undead assassin to fight alongside you. Necrotic Enhancement, enhances the life and attack power of an undead. Curse, Shimmering Darkness Spirit Sight, curses a group of monsters, reducing their range of vision. Curse, Weaken, curses a group of enemies, reducing the damage they deal. Summon, Poison Spear Skeleton, summon a skeleton that throws a poisonous short spear to fight for you. Summon, Ice Arrow Skeleton, summons a skeleton that shoots ice arrows to fight for you. Bone Spear, summons deadly white bone spikes that pierce the enemy. Wall of Bones, create an impenetrable barrier of white bones and fragments. Passive, Skeleton Mastery, boosts the life and damage of skeleton-type summoned beasts. Passive, Toxin Resistance, boosts resistance to virulent poisons. Taking a look at the skill books rewarded by the provincial government, a moderate one. Or rather, the profession of necromancer, whose skills are mostly nothing out of the ordinary, with only a few or two that are still somewhat interesting. Lin Lu casually picked up a Summon Undead Assassin skill book and crumpled it up. The skill book turned into a gray light and drilled into Lin Lu's body. After that, Lin Lu's ears swirled with the beeping of the cheat. Undead Assassin has been unlocked in the redemption list. Lin Lu's consciousness entered the dark graveyard and opened the redemption list. Sacrifice 40,000 skeleton warriors for 1 undead assassin. Lin Lu immediately sacrificed 40,000 skeleton warriors to exchange for an undead assassin. The undead assassin was a tier 2 beginner level monster, covered in gray and black bandages, with a dry body, a pair of eyes with a touch of scarlet, a weapon of 2 withered bone daggers, and an ability of stealth. Immediately after that, he learned all the remaining skills. Poison Spear Skeleton unlocked in redemption list. Ice Arrow Skeleton has been unlocked in the redemption list. Sacrifice 10,000 skeleton warriors for 1 Poison Spear Skeleton. Sacrifice 10,000 skeleton warriors for 1 Ice Arrow Skeleton. 2 types of skeletons, both of which were at the peak of level 1. Except for the summoning skills, curses and spell-like skills. No great ones. Spells can't beat mages. Curses are no better than voodoo warlocks. Necromancer is a profession that is good at everything and sparse in everything. 10 skill books, and only the 3 skill books of the summoning class, and 2 passive skills were not bad. Under the influence of the passive skill, Skeleton Mastery, Lin Lu's skeleton army had risen 1 rank in strength overall. The passive skill Toxin Resistance will always be used later. There are quite a few professions and monsters that specialize in making poison. Chapter 42 Admission Conference. After organizing the awards given by the province, the city and the school, Lin Lu sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a soul gem in his hand, and began to cultivate. It took about half a bell to practice. At dawn, Pei Shifeng also woke up and went downstairs to the living room. Lin Lu opened his eyes and greeted with a smile. Sister Pei. Good morning Pei Shifeng still had that noble, elegant and cold look as she nodded coldly, then said with a worried expression. You drank so much wine last night and woke up so early today to practice. Can your body hold up? Lin Lu laughed. Sister Pei. Don't worry. I can hold up. Okay. Pei Shifeng sighed and asked. Are you hungry? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles to eat. Yes, please sister. Add a ham and an egg for me. Lin Lu said. Pei Shifeng smiled favorably and went to the kitchen to tie her apron. At this time, Yang Qian yawned and walked out from the guest room and asked. Dear Frosty. I'm so hungry. What are we going to eat in the morning? Noodles. Pei Shifeng said faintly. Add an egg for me and extra scallions. Okay. The noodles were cooked quickly. The 3 ate and washed up. Lin Lu was going to attend the enrollment conference held today, and Pei Shifeng accompanied him. As for Yang Qian, she had originally planned to accompany Lin Lu to the enrollment conference with Pei Shifeng. But this morning, Yang Qian receives a military order that her vacation is over and she has to go back to the military for a mission. Yang Qian reluctantly bid farewell to Pei Shifeng and Lin Lu. Immediately, Lin Lu and Pei Shifeng also headed to the place where the enrollment conference was being held. The City Hall. At the moment, the place is surrounded by parents and students. Luxury cars of all kinds clogged the streets. Lin Lu's scalp tingled as he looked at the crowded crowd, and he turned his head to Pei Shifeng. There are too many people. Why don't we just go home and come back in the afternoon when there are fewer people? Come what may. It doesn't matter if you squeeze. After Pei Shifeng finished speaking, she went with the flow and took Lin Lu's hand, leading him to squeeze forward. Honestly, Lin Lu kind of underestimated his popularity. Parents of students packed into piles in front of City Hall. After seeing Lin Lu and recognizing him as the Northern Province scholar, a look of adoration appeared on their faces. Respectfully, he made way for him and Pei Shifeng. There was even a charming young woman, leading her daughter, who asked Lin Lu for an autograph. Lin Lu casually signed one for her. The young woman and her daughter left happily. It feels like I've become a big star. Lin Lu spat. To the side, Pei Shifeng laughed lightly. Indeed, the strong ones of this era are like the stars of the olden times, worshipped by everyone. When you're a little more well-known later on, you'll be approached by agencies for movies, commercials, endorsements, and the like. Lin Lu muttered darkly. I'd love to see what movies made by professionals look like, and if they don't even need special effects. Through the crowd, entering City Hall, the staff at the door, seeing Lin Lu, immediately came up attentively. Lin Lu student, you're finally here. The enrollment teachers of the four most prestigious schools have been waiting for you for a while. Yeah? Then take me there quickly. Lin Lu said. The large city hall has been taken over by major enrollment sites. Admissions teachers are like vendors in a marketplace, selling and soliciting students. These ordinary universities. Lin Lu couldn't look at them, and they didn't have the insouciance to try to recruit Lin Lu for enrollment. Lin Lu didn't look away and passed right by these ordinary universities. As for these ordinary university enrollment teachers, they could only watch Lin Lu leave with a look of awe. Following the city hall staff, he arrived on the second floor. In front of a luxurious conference room, Lin Lu and Pei Shifeng pushed their way in. In the conference room, there were 8 people, 2 from each university. Seeing Lin Lu coming, several people in the conference room looked thrilled and excited. Yet the next moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became saber-rattling again. The air gradually became heavy. It was also Pei Shifeng, who didn't shy away from this situation and said in a cold voice, all of you are busy people, so it's better to start quickly. The first to speak. It's the Deputy Director of Admissions at Heavenly Sword University. He was an impatient man and couldn't stand to be slow in his work. Student Lin Lu, this is the conditions we've offered. You can take a look at it, and if there's anything you're not satisfied with, just say it, and we, Heavenly Sword University, will do our best to satisfy you with the utmost sincerity. The Deputy Director of Heavenly Sword University gave a wink to a soft female teacher beside him. This female teacher timidly walked up to Lin Lu and handed him a sheet. On the sheet, it was written the welfare benefits given by Heavenly Sword University. Lin Lu skimmed through it carefully. It was about the same as the day before, when the old marshal had made him an offer. Seeing that Heavenly Sword University had taken the lead, the 2 universities, Kyoto and Mordor, are not to be outdone. Hand out the list to Lin Lu as well. What puzzled Lin Lu was the Northern Military Academy. The man who was so fervently trying to keep him in the Northern Military Academy before had now become extraordinarily cold, as if he had lost interest in Lin Lu. Those 2 teachers from the military school's admissions office sat on the high-grade leather chairs in the conference room, not moving a muscle. One of their eyes stared at the clean white ceiling, while the other stared at a pot of green plants placed on the conference table. Ignoring Lin Lu, what exactly did Luo Su talk to the old marshal that night? This made Lin Lu very curious. It's also good that the Northland Military Academy has lost interest in him. He hadn't liked the rule-bound military school. There was also Sister Pei Shifeng who advised him that it would be best for him not to choose the Northern Military Academy. Lin Lu was a man who listens to advice. Rule out the Northern Military Academy first, then choose one of the 3 remaining prestigious schools. He carefully compared the benefits package of each university, trying to find the one that was the best fit. A moment of silence. The Deputy Director of Heavenly Sword University said steeply, our university has a silver-level soul secret realm. I can secure it for you. 12 hours of use per semester. Lin Lu's eyes lit up when he heard that. A silver-level soul secret realm was even better than that black iron-level soul secret realm in Liyang First Middle School. The admissions teacher from Magic City University sneered. What's a silver-level soul secret realm? We have a gold-level soul secret realm at Mordor University. As long as Lin Lu comes to us, every semester, he'll have 8 hours of access to the gold-level soul secret realm. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University glared at the admissions teacher of Mordor University. The right to use the gold-level Soul Secret Realm. Only the principal and the school board are qualified to decide, right? You, a tiny admissions teacher, beware of the wind. The admissions teacher of Mordor University said without changing his face. Yesterday, I've already discussed this with the president of our Magic City University. 8 hours of access to the gold-level Soul Secret Realm per semester. No problem at all. Chapter 43, Life Connections. Hey, you guys, Mordor University, are really willing to put down some money. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University rubbed his teeth. Since that's the case, then we at Heavenly Sword University can't be cheap. 24 hours per semester. The Mordor University admissions teacher gritted his teeth and said, we're, like, 24 hours. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University continued to raise the stakes. 30 hours. The admissions teacher at Mordor University had a heartbeat. We're 30 hours too. Lin Lu stood on the sidelines, forcing a smile and remaining silent. Make noise. Make noise. The more noise you make, the more favors I can get. Unfortunately, Heavenly Sword University added 45 hours to silver-level soul mystery time and stopped continuing. The same was true for Mordor University, where the gold-level soul mystic realm could be used for a maximum of 32 hours in a semester. The two schools, in turn, came up with something else to entice Lin Lu. Library reading vouchers, strengthening stones, magic potions, equipment, golems, and other miscellaneous stuff. The argument also grew louder and louder. The deputy director of Kyoto University hadn't uttered a word until Mordor University and Heavenly Sword University had pretty much fought it out. That's when he spoke up. Student Lin Lu, as long as you're willing to come to Kyoto University, we're willing to gift you a 3-star Dark Elf bloodline. What? This statement was made. Everyone present was shocked. Fey bloodlines were a good thing. Not only could they drastically increase their strength, but they could also gain another bloodline talent, and several bloodline skills. Shin Tungwen, the vice-governor of the northern province, possessed an Orcish bloodline that was incredibly strong and ferocious, with an additional B-ranked berserking talent on his body. Dark Elf blood is much more valuable than Orc blood. When the Dark Elf bloodline was fused, there was a certain probability that he could transfer into a Dark Mage and become a dual professional. Lin Lu knew the value of the Dark Elf bloodline since he was aware of it. Even if he didn't know, Pei Shifeng beside him would inform him. The young teacher with white skin from Mordor University saw that Kyoto University had spared so much blood, even taking out something as good as the 3-star Dark Elf bloodline. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Knowing himself, Mordor University is completely hopeless. He sighed and withdrew from the competition. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University, on the other hand, had a struggling look on his face, and opened his mouth several times to speak. I don't know what he's preening about. The deputy director of Kyoto University looked around, saw that no one dared to compete with him, smiled smugly, and said to Lin Lu, how about it? Have you considered it yet? Lin Lu was still a bit hesitant. Seeing that Lin Lu was hesitating, Pei Shifeng came close to Lin Lu's ear and whispered, just choose Kyoto University. The Dark Elf bloodline is very powerful. Not only can it enhance your strength, but it can also increase your lifespan. The common lifespan of an elf is above 500 years. High elves, on the other hand, have lifespans of several thousand years. With the use of elven blood, you are even half-elf and your lifespan is increased by 200 or 300 years. If your elven bloodline is that of a high elf, the lifespan is more like 1 or 2,000, less like 5 or 600. The average lifespan of a dark elf is over 700. Using a dark elf bloodline would increase it by roughly 300. You can get stronger and increase your lifespan. The benefits of dark elf blood are more than that. Anyway, if the dark elf bloodline was placed in an auction house, it was estimated that it could be sold for a sky-high price out. It follows from this. Kyoto University values Lin Lu, willing to pay a great price to get Lin Lu. Sister Pei Shifeng's advice. Lin Lu definitely wanted to listen. Besides, he was really full of heart for the dark elf bloodline. He nodded and was about to say yes to the deputy director of Kyoto University. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University, who had hesitated for half a day, leapt forward and said, a master-level skill book, Life Connection, known as the Summoning Department's life-preserving divine skill. As long as you promise to come to our Heavenly Sword University, I'll gift you this skill book. What? A life connection? Immediately, Lin Lu's eyes lit up. It only felt like the 3-star Dark Elf bloodline in the hands of the deputy director of Kyoto University was instantly unscented. No wonder Lin Lu was so out of sorts. The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University wasn't wrong. Life Connection is a life-saving, universal skill for summoning professions. You can learn it as long as it's from the summoning department. The skill effect of Life Connection is to connect lives with multiple summoned beasts and share the damage taken. As long as the summoned beast didn't die, the summoner who used the Life Connection couldn't die either. In order to take out a summoner that had used Life Connection, you had to take out the summoning beast and the summoner together at once. Completely solved the shortcomings of the necromancer's thin blood and fear of decapitation tactics. If Lin Lu learned the skill Life Connection, when he summoned millions and millions of undead, who could beat him? Global. The top summoning professions almost always have this skill by their side. When Lin Lu accessed the information in front of him, just notice the skill. However, the Life Connection skill book had a too low burst rate and was a rare commodity that could not be bought even with money. From the hesitation of the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University just now, it was enough to see that the Life Connection was of great value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been slow to make a decision. It took half a day of agonizing before he made up his mind. Took out the final card from the bottom of the box, a comeback to win the battle without a fight. Lin Lu hesitated for a moment and finally chose Heavenly Sword University. Yeah! The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University cheered loudly, like a great general who had won a battle. The deputy director of Kyoto University said sadly to Lin Lu, "Do you want to think about it a little longer?" Lin Lu shook his head. "My mind is made up." The deputy director of Heavenly Sword University grinned. "Wise choice, Lin Lu. Don't worry, Heavenly Sword University won't treat you poorly, and all the things that were promised to you before are also true to their word." "When will I get my Life Connection skill book?" Lin Lu asked. "After the enrollment agreement is signed." After the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University finished answering, then he made the female teacher beside him go and prepare to print the contract. Seeing that Lin Lu had decided to go to Heavenly Sword University, the two enrollment teachers from the Northern Military Academy immediately got up and headed out. The admissions teacher from Mordor University also felt that there was no need to stay on and left the conference room with his colleagues. The last to go were the people from Kyoto University. They left with a look of regret. It was obvious that they still wanted to take Lin Lu, or else they wouldn't have taken out something as good as the Dark Elf bloodline. It's just not as cost-neutral as Heavenly Sword University. Even a good thing like the Life Connection skill book was willing to give it away. Not a moment too soon. The more shy female teacher from Heavenly Sword University printed out the contract. "Here, sign and fingerprint and you're all set," the deputy director of Heavenly Sword University said in a light tone. Contracts, which are printed in special ink with rune formations traced on them. Once signed and fingerprinted, the rune formation on the contract goes into effect, nor can anyone break a contract of adhesion. Therefore, before signing, Lin Lu first carefully read through the contract, to make sure that there is no problem, and then he signed the handprint. Chapter 44, The Shamed Principal. Alright, now you're a freshman at our Heavenly Sword University. To introduce myself, my last name is Qian Zhua. And I'm the deputy director of the enrollment office. This is my assistant, Ms. Yoon. She's in the orientation class. Qianzhui introduced Lin Lu with a big grin. The names and identities of the two of them. Lin Lu immediately said humbly, "Good day Director Qian. Good day Ms. Xiao Yun." Lin Lu student. "You're also good, Ms. Xiao Yun seemed to have just started her job, and her entire body exuded a silly, white, sweet aura. Qian Scorch sat on a leather chair in the conference room, both feet resting on the high-grade walnut conference table, and sharply pulled out a skill book from his storage ring and threw it to Lin Lu. "This is what was promised. I'll give it to you first, so that you don't have to think about it, and the rest, when I go back to school to make it up to you," Qianzhuo lazily said. "Thank you Director Qian." Lin Lu took the skill book, glanced at it, and after determining that it was the skill Life Connection, he immediately learned the skill book. Lin Lu licked his lips and said, "I really want to try out the power of this new skill. If you want to try to go. The enrollment contract has been signed. I'm not busy here. You remember a little bit of the opening day. Come early, do not be late. In any case cannot be late. Our Heavenly Sword University's president, the most hate people late." Money Scorch carefully admonished. "I know." After saying that, Lin Lu and Pei Shifang walked out of this luxurious conference room together. As a result, as soon as he came out, he ran into Governor Zhang face to face. Today is the annual enrollment conference. Governor Zhang, as the mayor of Liang City, will naturally appear here. "Good brother, I heard that you were accepted into Heavenly Sword University?" Governor Zhang said with a joyful smile on his face. since the last time we drank together. Lin Lu was much closer to Governor Zhang. The two were known as brothers. Yeah. Lin Lu nodded nonchalantly. Governor Zhang laughed. Good. This is really worth celebrating a big event. Just as I did not drink all the fun last time. This time we brothers find a place to drink a big drink. No. It's hard for me to drink. I'm dizzy and nauseous. I don't dare to drink anymore. Lin Lu refused. Governor Zhang asked. Since you don't drink, what if I help you set up a few tables and make a farewell party when you leave? It's okay. There was a pause. Lin Lu asked again. Right. Have you seen the principal? Today is such an important day. He should have come too. Governor Zhang laughed out loud. Your principal hasn't had the face to go out these last few days. Lin Lu was puzzled. Why is that? Remember the last time you got drunk and your principal pole danced and twerked his ass off? Of course I remember. That night. I don't know who recorded it and posted it on the internet. Now Liang no. One middle school. All the teachers and students have seen your principal dancing with her bare ass. Your principal is so ashamed and embarrassed to go out. I haven't seen him out for days. Lin Lu had a bitter smile on his face. This is just a little too bad for the principal. But miserable is miserable. The principal, and the school, still owed Lin Lu a set of formations. He had planned to ask the principal for the formation after he came to the enrollment hall and ran into him. As a result, the principal has barricaded himself in his house out of shame and fear of gossip. It seemed that the only way to get there was to make a personal trip to the principal's house. Farewell to Governor Chang. Pei Shifang drove Lin Lu to the entrance of a mansion near the school. Principal opened the door. It's me Lin Lu. I have something to find you. Lin Lu shouted a few times. After a while, there was a reaction inside the mansion. The door to the mansion opened slowly. Lin Lu and Pei Shifang walked inside the principal's mansion together. The principal sat somewhat disheveled on the living room couch. When he saw Lin Lu, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Looking for me? You figured out what you want for your customized formation, right? That's right. Lin Lu found a random place to sit in the living room. What's the request? To accelerate the speed of cultivation. Okay, tomorrow at this time as well. You guys come back to me and make sure you get the formation practiced. Good. Then we'll leave without disturbing you. Lin Lu got up and excused himself. Almost out of the mansion. After all, Lin Lu was unable to bear it in his heart to see the principal troubled by such a trivial matter and keep on degenerating. He went back to the mansion's living room and patiently advised the principal for a few moments. The principal was unmoved. He just kept asking Lin Lu if he had seen it, who had filmed him dancing drunk and uploaded it to the internet. Lin Lu rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment, making a bold guess. I think the principal of the second high school did it. The principal of the second high school drank the least at that reception. The principal slapped his thighs and said excitedly, I also suspect that the principal of the second middle school did it. He is envious and jealous of me. It's not surprising that he would do such a thing. This asshole took advantage of my carelessness to take ugly pictures of me and posted them on the internet. Just wait. I want revenge. The principal was rekindled. Lin Lu, thank you for encouraging me. Leaving the principal's house. Sitting in the car, Lin Lu said, Sister Pei, I want to find a place to try out the effects of the new skill. Pei Shifang nodded slightly. Let's go home then. There's a pretty big open space near the villa. Practice there. It's just right. Okay. Lin Lu answered and said. When we got back to the villa, parking the car, the two also changed into looser clothing, came to the clearing near the villa. Both sides set up their positions. Lin Lu was the first to attack, summoning 20 skeleton warriors from the dark graveyard before using the skill Life Connection on them. Pei Shifang's occupation was swordsman. It is a profession that specializes in close combat with swords. The sword was like a white snake spitting out letters, hissing and breaking the wind, and like a swimming dragon traveling through. She deals damage to the skeleton at the same time. The damage was evenly distributed to each of the life connections. Follow this damage equalization. If he used life connection on 10 million skeletons, then whatever damage he took would be spread evenly across each of them. If it was a fatal wound, spread evenly over 10 million skeletons, it would become a small wound from a mosquito bite. That's a pretty unbelievable skill. Lin Lu couldn't even hide the joy on his face. Pei Shifang, on the other hand, shook her head and said softly, more than 10 million skeleton warriors. You're dreaming. Even a saint-ranked necromancer can't summon more than 10 million skeleton warriors. Chapter 45, Formations. I'm just saying, Lin Lu said. Alright, skills have been tried. Let's go home. Pei Shifang put away her weapon and stretched her body lazily, her blouse lifting up slightly, revealing a small section of her thin white limbs. Okay, Lin Lu headed for home. Behind Lin Lu, Pei Shishang took a few quick steps with her long legs, and after catching up with Lin Lu, she held his hand and asked in a very natural tone, "For lunch, what do you want to eat?" Without thinking, Lin Lu said, "Get takeout. Whatever you want." As for her taking the initiative to hold her hand, although Lin Lu's heart was a little strange, he didn't say anything more, and the two of them returned home. After lunch, Lin Lu cultivates. Pei Shifeng went back to her bedroom to take care of some work in the military department. After noon, a TV reporter came to the door and wanted to interview Lin Lu. He refused decisively. The interview was time-consuming and took 3 or 4 hours to complete. It won't do him any good and it's a waste of time. In the evening, after Lin Lu and Pei Shishang ate hot pot, he then went back to his room to get ready for bed. Lying in bed, eyes closed, it was hard to get a dinky sleep. Again, he was awakened by an unexpected knock on the door. Pei Shifeng's cool and sexy voice came in through the door. "Fool, are you asleep?" "Nope, still awake." Lin Lu shot back. "Then I'm coming in." Pei Shifeng pushed the door in without waiting for Lin Lu to respond. She had only just showered. A towel wrapped around her slender waist, her long, dark, smoky hair cascading behind her. Her legs were white and straight, her feet small and delicate, her ankles slim, her delicate toes glowing with a faint pink sheen. Lin Lu kept his composure and said, "Sister Pei, what do you want to see me about?" Pei Shifeng climbed onto Lin Lu's bed and burrowed into Lin Lu's comforter, saying lightly, "Nothing, just couldn't sleep at night and wanted to talk to you." "Oh." Lin Lu blinked a few times, and for a moment he didn't know what to talk about. The two just lapsed into silence. Only after a long time had passed did Pei Shishang open her mouth and ask, "Xiao Lu, what kind of girl do you like?" "Sis, why are you asking?" Lin Lu wondered. "Nothing, just asking. Afraid that you'll be cheated again like before when you go to college," Pei Shishang said coldly. Lin Lu laughed. "Don't worry about this. After I go to college, I won't look for a girlfriend. I want to focus on cultivation and put my mind on becoming stronger, which have time to talk about love." "Aha, you're still young, and when you go to college you should focus on your studies." The corners of Pei Shifeng's lips couldn't help but curve up. "I'm an adult. I'm not small anymore. Stop treating me like a child." Lin Lu bristled. "It's my sister's fault. You're already an adult." Under the covers, one of Pei Shishang's bare feet, resting on Lin Lu's calf, her toes gently paddling, the light touch causing Lin Lu's body to slightly tremble. He looked at Pei Shifeng suspiciously. Instead, he met Pei Shifeng's gaze that was full of cold desire. "Sister you." Lin Lu seemed to be aware of this, and he was about to ask a question. Pei Shifeng inclined her head and said coldly, "Go to sleep." "I'm sleepy. I'll sleep in your bed tonight." After all was said and done, she closed her beautiful eyes as if she was asleep, but her toes continued on Lin Lu's leg, sometimes gently tracing over, sometimes pressing slightly harder. Lin Lu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as he sensed a different kind of aura. He couldn't bear it and reached out to hold Pei Shifeng's feet. Pei Shishang's delicate body trembled, her eyes still closed as she pretended to sleep. "Why does it feel like this sister of his seems a bit?" Lin Lu wasn't polite either, and began to strike back at Pei Shifeng. Pei Shifeng was able to endure it at first, but soon her face flushed and her moist red lips opened slightly as she gently drank. "Stop fooling around and go to sleep." "Okay." Lin Lu smiled gently and let go of Pei Shifeng's foot. The next day, early morning, Lin Lu woke up. Pei Shifeng's figure was already gone from the bed, and he walked downstairs. Pei Shifeng is in the kitchen making breakfast. Seeing Lin Lu get up, Pei Shishang calmly said, "Breakfast will be ready soon. Just wait a moment." Her attitude towards Lin Lu returned to what it was before. It seems that last night's ambiguity was just an illusory dream. Had breakfast. Pei Shifeng continued to go back to her bedroom and deal with the work of the military department. Lin Lu, on the other hand, cultivated. Wait until after the appointment with the principal. He went out and summoned his mount to the principal's mansion. "Headmaster, the formation I wanted, has it been completed yet?" Lin Lu shouted. "Okay, it's long overdue." The principal sat on the sofa in his pajamas and casually threw an object on the coffee table to Lin Lu. A square black metal box, the size of a fist. "This is the core of the manipulation formation." Lin Lu injected his spiritual energy towards the core, and the formation was instantly activated. A formation with a radius of 2 meters instantly opened. Lin Lu sat on the ground and tried to meditate and cultivate. With the array added, the speed of cultivation had really accelerated by a few points. The principal was a peak level 2 formation master. And this formation that he had refined was also graded at peak level 2 stars. Lin Lu was pleased with this. I heard that you finally decided to go to Heavenly Sword University, the principal asked. Lin Lu said, that's right, Heavenly Sword University gave me a Life Connections skill book. Headmaster, you should know how important this skill book is to a necromancer. The principal nodded. I can understand. Heavenly Sword University is quite good, especially their principal, the #1 sword god of China, invincible in single combat. Although Heavenly Sword University was founded for a short period of time, their president was extremely protective. When you get to Heavenly Sword University, don't act like a pig in a poke like you did in high school. Heavenly Sword University doesn't like mediocre talents. They only like geniuses and demons. The more you can cause trouble and make a scene, the more they like you. But you have to grasp a good proportion. Not too much. Everything has a degree. You have caused trouble things. Some things Tianjin University can protect you. Wipe your ass. But some things, Tianjin University cannot protect you. You're a smart guy. And by saying that, you should be able to understand. Lin Lu solemnly said, I understand. The principal smiled and said, it's good to understand. It's good to understand. He was silent for a while, then said, last time I gave you a banquet, didn't I introduce my niece to you? What is it? Do you like it? Lin Lu smiled awkwardly. Headmaster, don't give me a hard time. After I go to college, I intend to cultivate well and stay away from women. Hey, you kid, don't pretend in front of me. What is not close to women? Not looking at my niece. Just admit it greatly. Say not looking on the line. I'm not what narrow-minded people will not blame you. The principal hammed and hawed. Lin Lu defended. I truly intend to stay away from women and cultivate well. Not when you meet a girl you like, the principal said with the air of a man who had been there before. Chapter 46, on the train. Leave from the principal's house. Back home. Lin Lu opened the magic energy quenching formation he had just obtained and continued to cultivate. In the middle of the day, people kept calling him. There were also visits to the door. There were high-ranking government officials that he had met at the last table, powerful men from the Professionals Guild, and former classmates. They are either pulling together, or currying favor, or flattering, holding a variety of purposes to come. Lin Lu all disappeared, focusing on cultivation. Evening. Lin Lu laid down on his bed after taking a bath, intending to cultivate for a while longer before going to bed. Duck duck. 2 more knocks on the door. Not waiting for Lin Lu to agree, Pei Shifeng pushed the door straight open and barged in. She was wearing a light white nightgown. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her skin was crystal clear, like fine porcelain. Those eyes, as if they could speak. I want to sleep in your room tonight. There was no room for Lin Lu to refuse or agree. Pei Shifeng's expression was gentle and her eyes looked like clear springs, and she lightly burrowed into Lin Lu's comforter. Tonight will be another sleepless night. 2 weeks later, Lin Lu received a text message from Chen Zhua, the deputy director of the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University. Remind him that it's time to leave and report to college. School is about to start. The night before he left, Governor Zhang booked 10 tables for Lin Lu at the most luxurious hotel in Liang City. Eat and drink all night. Governor Zhang drank and puked again. And the principal did not drink a drop of wine, but instead poured a lot of wine into the principal of the second high school. Looking at his sinister grin, he was probably trying to do something to the drunken principal of the second high school. After all, it was the principal of the second high school who had recorded the principal's scandalous drunken behavior and posted it on the internet not too long ago. The principal's vindictive, but very vindictive. Early the next morning, the only ones who came to the station to see Lin Lu off were Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian. Stinky brother, after you leave, remember to call your sister when you miss her, Yang Qian said with a face full of sadness. Lin Lu was helpless. Big sister, I don't know you well. It's not necessary. Good you scum. I treat you so well. How dare you say you don't know me well? Yang Qian obediently leaned towards Lin Lu and hooked Lin Lu's waist. A pair of beautiful eyes revealed a cold aura. It's my fault. I'll call you more often in the future, Lin Lu said in a tone as if admitting defeat. That's more like it. Yang Qian smiled in satisfaction as she leaned closer, the hot breath from her words falling on Lin Lu's face. If you really want me to, my sister can send you something nice. What? Lin Lu was curious. Yang Qian smiled without saying anything and stared at him with ambiguous eyes. Qian, don't bully my brother. Pei Shifeng stood there, her eyebrows clear and cold, her face like ice. I didn't bully him. Yang Qian skimmed her lips and walked to the side. Pei Shifeng looked at Lin Lu, her cheeks blushing, and softly said, "Remember to contact me often, and come back when you're on vacation." Aha! Lin Lu nodded vigorously. Hiss. Looking at the ambiguous atmosphere of the two of them, Yang Qian muttered, "I always feel that the two of you secretly did something while I was away. Frost, you wouldn't have slept with your brother." Pei Shifeng frowned. "You're so disgusting. You two are the ones who are disgusting. You siblings, this is called incest, you know." Yang Qian said, "It's not like I'm not related to Sister Pei, so I can do whatever I want. It's out of your hands." Lin Lu said. Pei Shifeng's heart was pounding. Her face couldn't help but redden, and she bowed her head slightly, a smile spreading across her face. "You guys." Yang Qian clenched her red lips, her gaze full of unwillingness. "The train is coming into the station. It's time for Lin Lu to go too." He walked to Pei Shifeng and said seriously and gently, "Wait for me to come back." "Well, I will. Call me if you miss me." Pei Shifeng's face was still blushing, and there was an indescribable shyness when she said this. Yang Qian watched from the sidelines, her eyes full of aggression and unwillingness. Her hands kept grabbing the corners of her clothes, as if she wanted to vent out all the anger in her heart. Farewell to Pei Shifeng and Yang Qian. The train roars, and Lin Lu sits against the window, far away from the familiar. Starting a new journey. The train was full. Sitting beside Lin Lu was an innocent and cute-looking schoolgirl, wearing a pink sweater on top and a short skirt and white knee socks on the bottom. The two people sitting across from him, by the looks of it, were also students, a man and a woman. The two of them looked quite similar. They should be brother and sister. A pithy, stocky, and supposedly melee type of profession. The other wore thick glasses and was holding a book in his hand that he was looking at carefully. Like a scholar. The three should have reported to the university. Just like Lin Lu. The train traveled for a while. The male student sitting across from Lin Lu frequently peeked at the cute girl sitting beside Lin Lu. After the train goes through a tunnel, the male student finally spoke. "Classmate, my name is Su Shu. Which university are you from?" The cute girl froze for a moment, and immediately said, "I'm a freshman at Northern Meditation University. My name is Feng Lele." Su Shu's eyes lit up. "Really? I'm also from Northern Meditation University. This is my sister. Her name is Su Chao." The female student named Su Chao put down the books in her hands and greeted the cute girl opposite her. "Feng Lele," before continuing to hold the book. "Look at the way she reads and sleeps." Lin Lu dares to assert that she must have been a scholar by profession. Feng Lele curiously said, "Is your sister also from the University of the North?" "No, she's from Windy City University, not the same university as us." Su Shu laughed brightly. "Actually, I was planning to move a week ago. A mild demonic disaster recently erupted in the northern underworld province. I'm going to answer the call of the provincial government of Northmore to join the Demon Hunting Corps to clean up the demons and earn some credits along the way. But my mom heard about the outbreak of a demonic plague in the northern Mediterranean province, and she refused to let me go, telling me to leave a few days late, protect my sister, and report to the university together. Alas, it cost me a great opportunity to earn credits." Su Shu's face showed regret. Feng Lele covered her small mouth in surprise. "Wow, you're really great. How dare you join the demon hunting troop to clean up the demons? My hometown has had a few demonic disasters in the past, and those demons are so powerful that ordinary college students can't beat them at all." Being complimented by a cute girl like Feng Lele, Su Shu had a smug look on his face. "Demons? It's just like that. Kill them a few more times. As long as you master the weaknesses of the demons, killing them will be as easy as killing a chicken. When I was in the secret realm of the college entrance exam, I eliminated a few hundred demons and scored over 400 points on the exam. Those demons are really too cunning. Knowing that they can't beat me, they just hide and hide. If the time for the college entrance exam wasn't too short, with my true strength, I'd be guaranteed to go to Heavenly Sword University." Feng Lele was shocked once again. "You scored over 400 points in the college entrance exam. That's awesome. I only scored over 380 points on the college entrance exam, and I was barely admitted to Northern Mediterranean University. Alas, the test more than 400 points is nothing impressive. My college entrance examination at that time really did not play well. If play well, I have now gone to the Heavenly Sword University. At that time, I actually could have gone to Heavenly Sword University if I really wanted to. I have quite a few acquaintances at Heavenly Sword University, so if I want to go, I can get in by saying hello to the teacher at the admissions office of Heavenly Sword University." Then I didn't go, because the enrollment teacher of North Underworld University found me privately and begged me bitterly telling me not to go to Heavenly Sword University and stay at North Underworld University. And I agreed when I was soft-hearted. Now, I have no regrets. Isn't there a saying that where talent is, light shines brightly, and a true genius can show a dazzling light wherever he goes? Chapter 47, Heavenly Sword University. When talking about him having connections at Heavenly Sword University, Sushu's tone of voice was light, and he deliberately looked like he was very casual and didn't care. Simply lovely Fong Lele. The gaze that looked at Sushu could not help but gain a few more points of admiration. Sushu's face grew more and more smug, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the others who were attracted to his storytelling in the seats around the front and back. Her younger sister, Su Chao, on the other hand, raised her head buried in a book and looked helplessly at her own brother resting there blowing awesome. That's the one thing her brother Sushu is bad at, bragging too much about himself, especially when it comes to pretty girls. Su Chao shook his head and continued reading. North Mediterranean University is a provincial university, one of the top universities in China. It's a big deal to get into Northern Mediterranean University. The surrounding passengers looked at Sushu's siblings with a somewhat different line of sight all of a sudden. If he had looked at Sushu before, he had only thought of him as an ordinary college student. Then now looking at Sushu again, it's clear that he feels some weight. Lin Lu didn't say anything and kept his eyes closed. In the next few moments, Su and Fong Lele talked to each other. The two were talking and laughing, and Sushu's sister, Su Chao, interjected a word or two every now and then. The atmosphere was cheerful and cordial. Sister Lele, I have fresh pears picked from my old family's orchard here. You must try them. They're delicious. Sushu took out a few fresh pears from his storage ring and stuffed them all into Fong Lele's hands in a brain. Thank you. Fong Lele also took out a box of cookies from her storage ring. These are cookies that I baked with my own hands. You try them too. Sushu ate a cookie and complimented. It tastes really good. Sister Lele, if you open a bakery, you can definitely make a fortune. Fong Lele smiled shyly and handed the cookie box to Su Chao. Su Chao shook her head. I don't eat sweets. Okay. Fong Lele twisted her head to look at Lin Lu again and said softly, This student, do you want a cookie? Lin Lu opened her eyes and glanced at Fong Lele and then at her cookies. I'll taste it. Lin Lu picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. Is it good? Fong Lele asked. It's okay. After Lin Lu gave a pertinent comment, he continued to rest his eyes. Fong Lele continued to ask, This student, I still don't know what your name is. My name is Lin Lu. Are you a college freshman too? Exactly. Like us. From the University of the North End? No. Learning that Lin Lu was not from Beihua University, Sushu laughed and said, In addition to Beihua University in Beihua Province, there's also Beijing University. So you must be from Beijing University, a third-rate university. Am I guessing correctly? Lin Lu didn't say anything, just shook his head. Su Chao put down the book, sized up Lin Lu for a few moments, and asked suspiciously, Could it be that you're a scholar? And a freshman at Wind Metropolis University just like me? Lin Lu still shook his head. In North Mediterranean Province, there are 4 universities. In addition to Heavenly Sword University, North Underworld University, and North Court University, there was also a Wind Capital University that only enrolled scholarly professions. Fong Lele looked at Lin Lu in surprise. Are you a freshman at Heavenly Sword University? Well, that's right. Lin Lu said calmly. What? Sushu's eyes widened in disbelief. A strong shock welled up in his heart, and his originally full confidence was instantly shattered. Feeling like a fledgling bird that has just spread its wings but meets an eagle, it instantly becomes small and powerless. Sushu asked Lin Lu with a somewhat stiff smile. How many points did you score in the college entrance exam? I remember that if you're lucky, you can go to Heavenly Sword University with more than 500 points, 2,942 points. Lin Lu replied, 2,900. Sushu was completely dumbfounded this time. Not only him, but everyone around him was dumbfounded. You're Lin Lu, the Northern Province's top scholar? A youth sitting in the back row stood up excitedly. It's me, Lin Lu said. The whole carriage was instantly plunged into a marvelous atmosphere. There was a moment of consternation among the passengers, followed by whispers that spread like ripples through the compartment. Some were so excited that they stood up and tried to get closer. Some watched shyly from afar with admiration in their eyes. Lin Lu's reputation had spread throughout the Northern Realm and its neighboring provinces. If he had been interviewed on TV that day, his reputation would have been even greater. Only, Lin Lu didn't care about the false name. He only found it noisy. Fong Lele, who was sitting next to Lin Lu, was so nervous that she was at a loss for words. Her hands trembled slightly, and she looked at Lin Lu with admiration in her eyes. "Hello, big brother. I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph?" Feng Leilei's cheeks were flushed, her eyes staring straight at the immovable, her heart thumping. "Okay," Lin Lu said. "It's just a signature, a show of hands. Sign my book too. Just in my book, okay?" My sister Su Chao changed her previous indifference. Her eyes were bubbling stars outward, and her voice could not suppress the excited trembling. "Good." After Lin Lu signed Feng Leilei's name, another signature on Su Chao's book. After, the two girls were enthusiastic and chatting away with Lin Lu. Leave Xiaoshu out to dry. It just so happened that Su Shu didn't want to talk at this moment. He hadn't recovered from the blow he had just received. Over 2,900 points. Compared to Lin Lu's scores, his high school entrance exam scores seemed rather insignificant. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The train arrived at Tianquan City, the capital of the northern Mediterranean province. Get off the train. The crowd was huge and bustling. Because they were not at the same university, Lin Lu and Su Shu and others went their separate ways. The two girls looked at Lin Lu's fading back, and Feng Leilei dazedly said, "What a pity that I didn't ask for Lin Lu's contact information. Yeah, I don't know if I'll see you again in the future." Su Chao also said with a look of regret. Su Shu stood back and said jealously, "As for that, apart from his good grades in the college entrance exam, what part of his body is better than mine?" Feng Leilei turned around and said, "He's better looking than you." Su Chao also said seriously, "Still taller than you." Su Shu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Tall, handsome, strong, men like that. What girl could not love that? Leave the train station. Lin Lu stopped a cab at the curb, traveled to Heavenly Sword University. Lin Lu sat in the cab, his eyes looking through the window at the street scene flying by outside. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to be cut off at this moment by an invisible barrier. The sunlight poured over the car, giving it a faint glow. Lin Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. After about half a bell, the cab slowly stopped. Lin Lu paid the fare, pushed open the door, and a breath of fresh air hit his face. He looked up as the gates of Heavenly Sword University loomed large. The huge gateposts, made of sturdy stone, stood straight, with beautifully carved lines, and the sunlight sprinkled on them, giving them a warm sheen. Lin Lu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Heavenly Sword University, here I come. Chapter 48, Sword Seed Museum. The entrance to Heavenly Sword University. Standing in line were a number of new students with their parents, who were lining up to enter the campus. Inside the campus of Heavenly Sword University, no one of any kind is allowed to enter. New students and parents entering the campus must have their identities double-checked before being released. Lin Lu looked at the long line. The thought of having to wait in such a long line gave him a headache. At that exact moment, Mr. Xiao Yun, the teacher of the orientation class at Heavenly Sword University, called Lin Lu. "Lin Lu, have you arrived yet? It's at the school gates." "Yeah, well, hurry up and get in here. I had to wait in line too." "You don't need to stand in line, just go straight to the guards at the gate. I've spoken to them, tell them your name and you'll be able to come right in." "Okay, I'm on my way." Hang up. Lin Lu came straight to the entrance of the school. A guard saw this and scolded. "New student, don't you know the rules? Get in line. I'm Lin Lu from the northern province." "You're Lin Lu, ah. That's fine. You don't need to line up. Come in." After the guards heard Lin Lu's name, their attitude immediately changed, respectfully inviting Lin Lu inside the school gate. This ruffled the feathers of a parent of a new student in line next to him. He had a rich face, was dressed in extraordinary clothes, and was branded from head to toe. "Hey, that's not fair. We're all freshmen. Why should we let this kid go in first?" the rich man questioned loudly. Many of the people in the queue followed suit. "They're all freshmen. How can they still be special? Get him back in line too." "Yes, we're in line, and so is he." The guard snorted coldly and chided. "Shut up, all of you. Do you know who he is?" Lin Lu, the top student in the northern province, scored 2,942 points on the college entrance exam. "How dare you guys compare yourselves to him? Let me tell you, the strongest man is honored at Heavenly Sword University. If you have the strength, you have the privilege. Don't be unconvinced." This statement was made after learning about Lin Lu's heaven-defying achievement. The crowd, which had been noisy just a moment ago, suddenly subsided. The rich middle-aged man, too, immediately shut his mouth. After entering the school gates, Mr. Koyan jogged all the way from the distance to follow Lin Lu. "I've kept you waiting. Come with me. I'll arrange a temporary residence for you first." And only after the orientation meeting is over will you be assigned a dormitory. Teacher Xiao Yun panted. Okay. Lin Lu answered and followed Teacher Xiao Yun, walking through the vast campus of Heavenly Sword University. Teacher Xiao Yun introduced Lin Lu to Heavenly Sword University as he walked. Heavenly Sword University is a large area, so if you're not familiar with it at first, you might get lost, but you'll get familiar with it after a few more trips. At the university, you can come and go as you please, except for a few restricted areas that you can't set foot in. The Forbidden Zone? What is that place? Lin Lu was curious. Teacher Xiaoyun smiled and said, you'll know when you get there later, and you don't have to worry about mistakenly entering the Forbidden Zone or anything. The Forbidden Zone is always guarded day and night. It's very safe. Aha! Teacher Xiaoyun led Lin Lu to an exquisite villa. Before the orientation meeting, you will live here first. Besides you, there are also a few new students living here. You have to get along well. No fighting. Oh, Teacher Xiaoyun admonished. Lin Lu frowned. Teacher, when does the orientation meeting start? Tomorrow or the day after? Koyan Sensei said. Okay. Lin Lu nodded. Teacher Xiaoyun said, your room is on the second floor of the villa. The first room on the left is it. I won't send you in. This villa is full of boys. It's not appropriate for a teacher to go in. After saying that, Ms. Xiaoyun walked away with a red face. What a strange person. Lin Lu mumbled to himself as he took a look at Mr. Xiaoyun's departing back. Spinning around, he walked into the villa. Upon entering the foyer, you are greeted by a beautifully parquet marble floor, illuminated by an ornate crystal chandelier that shimmers with understated luxury. The foyer is decorated with a classical European carved standing cabinet with delicate vases of dainty roses. The first floor living room is spacious and bright. Lin Lu didn't stop and went straight up to the second floor. The first on the left. The bedroom is decorated in light tones, giving it a warm and cozy feel. Lin Lu was a bit tired after riding the train for quite a long time, so he just laid down on the soft and cozy big bed. Close your eyes. Was about to take a nap. Lin Lu steeply sensed someone approaching him. He immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the door, only to see a man who looked like a cobra, standing in the doorway, staring at Lin Lu, who was lying on the bed, with a smile on his face. He had a smile that sent shivers down his spine. It was as if it was a venomous snake hiding in the shadows that was staring deathly at the weak prey, exuding a dangerous and deadly aura. Ordinary people would be afraid of being scared silly when they saw such a person. Lin Lu, however, was not afraid, lying leisurely on the bed, one hand propped up on his head, and asked flatly, who are you? Wu Mangjin, peak level 1, poisonous warlock with serpentine blood, from the southern borderlands. What about you? What's your name? So he's a serpent. No wonder it looks so creepy. Lin Lu said softly after sizing up Wu Mangjin for a few moments. Lin Lu, level 1 high rank, necromancer, from the north. Wu Mangjin was surprised. You're only at the high rank of level 1, and you're able to live in the Sword Seed Pavilion. It's not simple. Sword Seed Pavilion? Lin Lu wondered. Yeah, this villa we're living in right now is called the Sword Seed Pavilion, and it's one that only the most outstanding freshmen are qualified to stay in. Wu Mangjin replied. Lin Lu frowned. What an unpleasant name. Wu Mangjin laughed in agreement. Ha ha, I feel the same way. Lin Lu asked. Mr. Wu, how many people live in this villa? Plus you. That makes 5. So little? He. This is a place that only a very few true geniuses are qualified to step into. Ordinary goods can't come. Wu Mangjin sneered a few times. What about the others? Went outside to sneak around. As soon as Wu Mangjin's words fell, on the first floor of the villa, there was a movement of 2 people laughing and joking. Wu Mangjin smiled strangely. They're back. It seems to be because of the serpentine bloodline. It's like Wu Mangjin can't smile anymore. Smiling is always weird. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Wu Mangjin. A bright voice rang out. There's another newcomer. Wu Mangjin said. Really? Let me see if I'm as handsome as I am. Footsteps sounded hurriedly, and a blonde teenager, too, came to Lin Lu's bedroom door. The blonde teenager looked at Lin Lu carefully for half a day and skimmed his lips. Hiss, not bad looking, but not as handsome as me. Wu Mangjin smiled sorrowfully. Student Wang Daopu, I think Lin Lu looks more handsome than you. Nonsense. I'm obviously the one who's good looking. The blonde teenager muttered in dissatisfaction. Chapter 49, Sword Show Hall. It's useless to be handsome. Men still have to speak with strength. Downstairs, another voice came. It was the person who was laughing and joking with the blonde teenager Wang Daopu earlier. Lin Lu said in his heart, The person who said that must not look very good. Sure enough, the man walked up to the second floor and appeared in front of Lin Lu's bedroom door. He was born dark, fat and ugly, but the strength should not be underestimated. It was also a peak level one. Wu Mingjin let out a grim smile. Student Lin Lu. These two are Wang Daopu and Yinya. One of them is a paladin and the other is an earth mage. Hello guys. My name is Lin Lu. Level 1 high-level necromancer. Lin Lu jumped off the bed and greeted the two with a humble attitude. Knowing that Lin Lu's level was only level 1 high, the two of them could not help but look at him with some contempt. Yinya bluntly said, "You're only a high rank one. How are you qualified to come to the Sword Seed Pavilion?" Lin Lu shook his head. "I don't know. It was Mr. Xiao Yun who brought me here. Could it be that Ms. Xiao Yun is mistaken? She's been in a daze," Wang Daopu said. Wu Mingjin retorted, "Teacher Xiao Yun never makes mistakes in his work. Heavenly Sword University won't let someone who does things sloppily become a teacher." Wang Daopu said disdainfully, "Whatever, it's none of our business anyway." When Yinya heard this, he also felt that it made sense. Glancing at Lin Lu, he went back to his own room. So did Wang Daopu. Wait for the two to leave. With a few more strange laughs, Wu Mingjin said to Lin Lu, "They despise you." Lin Lu indifferently said, "It doesn't matter," which Mingjin asked suddenly and seriously. "You, very strong? Average," Lin Lu said. Wu Mingjin licked his lips with his thin, snake-like tongue and laughed strangely. "You're lying," Lin Lu said with a straight face. "I never lie." "Ha!" Wu Mingjin sneered twice, clearly not believing what Lin Lu had said. The serpentine bloodline gave him the ability to see into the hearts of men. He knew Lin Lu was dangerous, and he knew Lin Lu was full of lies, and he liked that. Wu Mingjin went back to his bedroom. His room, which was next door to Lin Lu's. People are gone. Lin Lu closed the door and lay down on the bedroom bed, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. When he wakes up, it was dark. Through the window, the setting sunlight colored everything a golden yellow, warm and serene. The Sword Seed Museum, it seems, has a visitor. There was the sound of a girl's giggle that lilted through the doorway and into the bedroom. Lin Lu was slightly stunned as he got out of bed and headed out. He pushed open the door to his room and headed out, suddenly realizing that Wu Mingjin was hiding in the shadowy hallway. Not knowing what she was doing, Lin Lu, who had been abruptly taken by surprise, had a puzzled look on his face. Wu Mingjin smiled grimly and explained, "Wang Daopu invited the girls from Jianshou Pavilion to come over to play, and because of my special bloodline, I have a rather scary smile, so I was afraid of scaring people, so I hid here." Lin Lu said, "Then you should go back to your room and stay there. Why are you hiding in the hallway? You're afraid of scaring the girls. Aren't you afraid of scaring me?" Wu Mingjin sighed. "The room is too lonely for me to be alone." Lin Lu patted Wu Mingjin's shoulder with a sympathetic face and said, "It's fine. You go down with me piece by piece. A girl who can get into Heavenly Sword University isn't that delicate. Wouldn't she be intimidated by you?" Wu Mingjin smiled bitterly, said nothing, and retreated to the bedroom. Since he inherited the serpentine bloodline, the once handsome features were gradually eroded by the features of the Serpent Man. Becoming ugly and hideous, his laughter became more and more grim and chilling, and his eyes were as cold and fierce as those of a viper. The people around him looked at him as if they were looking at a monster, and as if knives were piercing his heart. This makes Wu Mingjin increasingly sensitive and inferior. Lin Lu was very emotional. A bloodline like the Serpentines that can make a person monstrous and ugly is not for the faint of heart. Huaxia does not reject bloodline inheritance, but it really does not like fey bloodlines that do not fit the aesthetic. Lin Lu turned and headed downstairs. First floor living room. 3 men and 2 women are chatting away. There were many alcoholic beverages on the table. There were Wang Daopu and Yenya that Lin Lu recognized. As for the remaining 1 man and 2 women, Lin Lu did not recognize them. That boy, I believe, was the last person in the Sword Seed Museum. The 2 girls, on the other hand, were the people from the Sword Show Pavilion. As Wu Mingjin had said, the Sword Seed Pavilion and the Sword Show Pavilion were temporary dormitories that only the best freshmen of Heavenly Sword University were qualified to stay in. Sword Seed Museum residence boys. The 2 are distinctly different when it comes to girls living in Kenshuken. The only thing that displeased Lin Lu was the name, Sword Seed Museum. I don't know who gave that name anymore. So disgusting. Sword Seed? For those who don't know, it's a curse word. Seeing Lin Lu, Wang Daopu gave him a slight nod, like an emperor meeting an unimportant subject. Yenya sat in the corner, drinking in silence, not even looking at Lin Lu. The 2 lively and pretty girls lit up when they saw Lin Lu and immediately became reserved. Compared to the frivolous Wang Daopu, the dark and ugly Yenya, it also had to be the handsome, deep-eyed, tall and lean Lin Lu. More to the taste of both girls, they straightened their spines slightly, a hint of shyness and anticipation in their eyes. One of the girls gently stroked the hair around her ears, moving with grace and care. The other girl unconsciously pursed her lips, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Hello, gentlemen," Lin Lu greeted casually and found a seat in the living room. "You're Lin Lu, right? Get acquainted. My name is Situ Yang, son of the chairman of the Bohemia Bank, peak level 1 gold coin merchant." The teenager called Situ Yang took the initiative and enthusiastically introduced himself to Lin Lu. He was plain looking, not very tall, and plainly dressed, like an unassuming little man. But his identity and occupation are not simple. Zijing Bank, one of the top 10 banks in China, the gold coin merchant, on the other hand, is an extremely strong profession. He can convert money into offense. The more money you have, the better the fight. If it was an ordinary person who had switched to become a gold coin merchant, then the profession would be T1 level strength at best. However, Situ Yang was the chairman of the Bohemia Bank, and I'm afraid the last thing his family lacked was money. One could imagine how terrifying the profession of gold coin merchant would be in Situ Yang's hands. "I heard you've been sleeping all afternoon. You're hungry. Eat something." Situ Yang pointed to the food on the table and warmly greeted. "I bought all of these, so you can eat as much as you want." "Thanks." After saying thank you, Lin Lu nonchalantly reached for a piece of fried chicken coated with sauce and ate it. Situ Yang laughed. "Introducing you again. These two beauties are Lin Muyo and Gu Shiyu from the Sword Show Pavilion." Lin Muyo was a cute-looking, lowly-bodied girl, a level 1 peak priest. Gu Shi, on the other hand, was a long-legged imperial girl of this type, a peak level 1 darkness warlock. Each has its own 1000. Chapter 50, Cooperation. "Hello guys." Lin Lu smiled at the duo and greeted them. The two women also hurriedly returned their smiles to Lin Lu. Wang Daopu was not willing to have the limelight stolen by Lin Lu and hurriedly said, "I've gotten reliable information that the orientation meeting is tomorrow, and the rules are still the same as before. It's a big mixer." "A great melee?" Lin Lu's face was puzzled. Situ Yang on the side was surprised. "How come you don't know? Heavenly Sword University's orientation is equivalent to an entrance exam, and will assign you a dormitory and a tutor according to your score on the entrance exam." Lin Lu nodded and asked again, "So what was the big melee about?" Situ Yang said, "It's just stuffing all of us freshmen into a small secret realm, killing each other, taking out one person, giving one credit, and the one with the most credits gets priority in picking a dormitory and mentor." Lin Lu said, "It's similar to the high school rules." Situ Yang nodded. "It's pretty much the same, except that there are no monsters in the orientation meeting. Moreover, the school will send a few sophomore seniors or older sisters halfway through to enter the secret realm to cause trouble as well." Lin Lu nodded thoughtfully. Yan Ya, who had been drinking mulled wine, raised his head. "Honestly, the other freshmen are nothing to be afraid of. It's the seniors who join halfway through the year who are the tough ones to deal with." To make it more difficult, it's also about taking a good whack at the freshmen's arrogance. Every orientation session, the university has been known to pick a few sophomores or juniors to join the orientation meeting halfway through, taking freshmen and abusing them to death. Gu Shi folded her two beautiful legs together and sighed. "I heard that the seniors who joined halfway through were ordinary students. It hates the best students from our sword show hall and sword seat hall the most, so it'll target us specifically." Situ Yang said with a grave expression. "I have also heard of it." He laughed bitterly again. "In fact, this so-called Sword Seed Pavilion and Sword Show Pavilion are just a little better to live in addition to not having a single benefit, and are also prone to being targeted." "That's right. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to the Sword Show Pavilion, no matter what I said." Gu Shi sighed. Wang Daopu looked around and suddenly stood up and said in a loud voice, "Actually, I think our two dormitories should join forces." Lin Muyao, who was as petite and cute as a loli, said in a milky voice, "How is it a joint effort? Every orientation assembly decides a newcomer king. If we cooperate, who should that newcomer king be? Let's work together first. Take out the regular freshmen, and the seniors who joined in the middle of the day, and then we'll fight it out after only our two dorms are left." Wang Daopu looked excited. "What do you think of my method? One can give it a try," Yenya said after a moment of contemplation. "That's a good one." Situ Yang shook his head and said, "We don't even have all the people. What kind of cooperation are we talking about? How can we say that we have to wait for all the people to come together?" "That's good," Gu Shi said with a bright light in front of her eyes. Wang Daopu twisted his head to look at Lin Lu and made to say, "Go upstairs and call Wu Mengzhen down." Okay. Being made to do so, Lin Lu was not annoyed and got up to go upstairs. Wang Daopu then turned his face to Lin Muyao and Gu Shirin and said softly, "There are 5 of you in the sword show pavilion, so I'll trouble the 2 of you to call out the remaining 3. Alright, I'll make the call." Lin Muyao nodded and took out her cell phone to dial the number. Sword show pavilion. Not far from the sword seed pavilion. Not a moment too soon, 2 more girls came to the door. One of them, who was quite playful and attractive looking, only, beside the other young girl, she was completely reduced to a green leaf accompanying the flowers. It was a stunning woman with dazzling radiance all around her, and underneath her curved willow eyebrows, there was a pair of bright, clear, starry eyes, fair and flawless skin through a light pink color, small lips pink and soft, delicate, standard melon face, a shallow smile, dimples in the cheeks hidden. Very nice. This body of hers was exquisitely nurtured, with a shapely body, bulging breasts, a slender waist, red lips and lotus root arms, and a pair of jade legs that were slender and straight. "Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Xie, level 1 peak swordsman." The stunningly beautiful young woman introduced herself graciously. The eyes of the boys in the room unanimously focused on Jiang Xie with a face of infatuation. As for the girl who accompanied Jiang Xie through the door, that pretty and lovely girl was subconsciously ignored. "Hey, have you guys seen enough?" Gu Shiyu clasped her arms in front of her chest and looked at the 3 boys in the living room with contempt. "Sorry, got sidetracked." Situ Yang was the first to come back to his senses, scratching his head and apologizing. Wang Daopu's gaze was firmly locked on Jiang Xie, and his saliva was almost flowing out. Yenya also, staring, froze in place. Situ Yang looked embarrassed. He pushed Wang Daopu a few times and said, "Wake up, don't look, it's time to do business." Wang Daopu's eyes were focused, completely sinking into Jiang Xie's stunningly beautiful face. For this kind of thing, Jiang Xie seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Alas, men, they just can't be relied upon. Lin Muyao spread her hands and said helplessly. Just then, Lin Lu led Wu Mengzhen downstairs. "There's only 4 people in the sword show hall, and we're still 1 short. Where is she?" After descending the stairs, Lin Lu swept his gaze over several women and went straight to the point. The stunning beauty named Jiang Xie took the initiative to come forward and explain. "There's one more person who doesn't want to come and doesn't want to cooperate." "Oh, what's your name?" Lin Lu asked as he looked at Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie reintroduced herself again. Lin Lu turned his gaze to the girl next to Jiang Xie again and asked, "What about you?" This playful and lovely girl, who didn't seem to expect Lin Lu to ask her name, was stunned for a moment and said, "My name is Fang Yuan." Lin Lu looked at Wang Daopu, who was addicted to beauty and could not help himself, and secretly shook his head. Unreliable guy. In the end, it's up to him. Lin Lu's gaze was fixed. Loudly, "Good. Then we're all 9. So raise your hand if you agree to work together, and wait for the orientation meeting tomorrow. 9 of us from the 2 dormitories will work together to fight against the enemy until all the enemies are killed and only 9 of us are left to kill each other and decide the new king of the rookies from among the 10 of us. If anyone dares to go against cooperation, there will be retaliation from the rest. If you don't agree, don't raise your hand, and let's just say nothing happened tonight." After all was said and done, Lin Lu was the first to raise his hand. They were followed by Situ Yang, Wu Mengzhen, Lin Muyao, and Gu Shirin. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment and raised her hand hesitantly, and Wang Daopu and Yenya also came back to their senses and raised their hands hastily. Only Jiang Xie was left without raising her hand. Wang Daopu was puzzled. "Mr. Jiang, what are you waiting for? Raise your hand?" Jiang Xie shook her head with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, forgive me for not being able to participate in your cooperation." "What?" Situ Yang was surprised. "Can you give a reason?" "There is no reason." Jiang Xie's voice was clear and clean, and she spoke with a refreshing comfort. "Good. Then let's exclude Jiang Xie, and let's form a team of 8. Lin Lu faintly said. "I'm quitting too. No more cooperative teaming." Sito Yang, for some reason, is also withdrawing. Chapter 51 Conflict. Seeing that Jiang Xie and Situ Yang had both retreated, froze for a moment. Wang Daopu and Yenya both didn't know what came to mind. Their faces changed and they followed suit and withdrew from the cooperation. In the end, Lin Muyao and Gu Shiyan glanced at each other, pondered for a moment, and similarly retreated. When Lin Lu saw this, he only felt puzzled for a while. The group was initiated by several of them, but now they all backed out? He didn't have a strong need to form a group or not. per se. He was just thinking that there was no need to get particularly out of place when he had just arrived. And not really knowing the strength of the upperclassmen seniors, it would be safer for everyone to team up together. And now it's just him? The eyes swept over their faces one by one, and finally landed on the ugly and hideous face of Wu Mingzhen. Wu Mingzhen smiled sinisterly. I do look forward to working with you. Me too. Lin Lu was already somewhat indifferent. Two people were two people. Lin Lu noticed that Jiang Xie's bright and beautiful eyes had been quietly surveying herself since before. He couldn't help but speak. Student Jiang Xie, since you don't agree to cooperate, what are you doing here? Without waiting for Jiang Xie to open her mouth, Wang Daopu was raising his eyebrows. Lin Lu, you're being a bit too lenient. If Jiang Xie wants to come to our Sword Seed Pavilion, do you even need to tell you? This place, she comes when she wants to come and leaves when she wants to go. It's out of your hands. As soon as they met, he was deeply attracted to Jiang Xie, but he didn't expect Jiang Xie to keep staring at Lin Lu. Lin Lu didn't spoil Wang Daopu this time and disliked. I'm talking to Jiang Xie, why are you interrupting? Wang Daopu came to temper and got angry. I'm going to interrupt. You're just a level 1 high-ranked necromancer and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. You're tired of living. Lin Lu sneered. I am tired of living. If you want to kill me just come. I am afraid you don't have the ability. Good. That's what you said. Let's go. Let's go to the arena's secret realm. Let's see how I can clean you up. Wang Daopu's eyes erupted with fury and he gritted his teeth. Enough. We are all good brothers living in the same dormitory. What's the point of making a scene like this? Situ Yang reached out to stop Wang Daopu and righteously said, who told you that living in the same dormitory makes you a good buddy? Not any cat or dog can be my Wang Daopu good brother. Wang Daopu skimmed his mouth and sneered. Situ Yang, I truly treat you as a good brother. If you also treat me as a brother, then get out of my way. I have to teach this bastard a good lesson today. What's so pretentious about a level 1 high-ranked goods? What's so goddamned impressive about him when any random person here is in higher rank than him? 1 or 2 verbal arguments only. It's not a big deal. There's no need to fight. All calm down. Situ Yang continued to stop Wang Daopu and shouted at Yenya, who was on the side. Don't just stand there. Come over and persuade Wang Daopu. Yenya clasped his arms, with a look of indifference, and said indifferently, this has nothing to do with me. I don't care. Why are you such a... Situ Yang was completely speechless. Wang Daopu was a paladin. His physical strength was not bad. With a slight force, he pushed the thin and short Situ Yang to the side and stumbled. Kid, if I don't beat you to your knees and beg for mercy today, I'll take your last name. Wang Daopu's body erupted a powerful divine power. His body size instantly surged more than double, and his sandal-sized fist was about to smash into Lin Lu's handsome face. Jiang Xie, who was standing on the sidelines, stepped in at the crucial moment. Her lotus step slightly moved, appeared in front of Lin Lu in a flash, raised her slender jade hand and easily blocked Wang Daopu's powerful punch. Why are you protecting him? Jiang Xie student. Wang Daopu retracted his fist and said with dissatisfaction. Jiang Xie smiled sweetly and said, Heavenly Sword University has a school rule that prohibits private fights, and those who violate it will suffer a very severe punishment. Punishment? Learn that students will be punished for private fights. Wang Daopu immediately dismissed the idea of making a move with Lin Lu at this moment. He said in a hateful voice, count yourself lucky this time. Next time I'll have to drag you to the arena's secret realm. You rookie. I don't know how you got mixed up in the Sword Breeders Hall, where only the best freshmen can come in. Just you wait. I'll go find and mess Xiao Yun later, and kick you, the abusive one, out. Wang Daopu spoke very harshly, especially in front of a few pretty girls from the sword show pavilion. Jiang Xie's expression was graceful. Her heavenly pretty face was warm and soft. The pretty and lovely Fan Yuan looked at Lin Lu rather worriedly. The long-legged imperial sister Gu Shiyan's gaze at Lin Lu was no longer the shyness and anticipation she had before, but rather a few more points of contempt. Oops. Suddenly, the lowly-styled Wang Muyao let out a steep cry of alarm. In an instant, the crowd's eyes were drawn to her. Long-legged imperial sister Gu Shiyu was puzzled. Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? You're in a state of shock. Wang Muyao looked at Lin Lu incredulously, covering her small mouth in surprise. I remember. I've seen it on TV before. With a high school score of almost 3,000 points, one person single-handedly challenged a peak level 1 S-ranked genius, and his teammates totaling 12, and killed them all. The number 1 in the history of the Northern Province. The little underworld King Lin Lu. What? The Northern Province scholar is actually him? No wonder Lin Lu is qualified to stay in the Sword Seed Pavilion when he's only at the high rank of level 1. To be able to take out an S-rank genius at the peak of level 1, TSK. Lin Lu's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Had. I knew Lin Lu, he wasn't simple. How is this possible? Nearly 3,000 points on the high school exam. Wang Daopu only felt a wave of dizziness. He only scored more than 800 points in the college entrance exam. Compared to Lin Lu's college entrance exam results, he was completely crushed. What shocked and despaired him even more? It was Lin Lu's battle record. And no S-class genius at the peak of level 1 was Lin Lu's opponent. Then how could he, a peak level 1 A-ranked genius, be Lin Lu's opponent? And, most importantly, it was Lin Lu's horrible battle record of picking 12-1. A single person single-handedly took on 12 professionals including S-class geniuses. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Lu won. 1 fights 12. And surprisingly wins. Where did this demon come from? It's also too anticlimactic. A few drops of cold sweat immediately seeped out of Wang Daopu's forehead. Okay. Wang Daopu's heart was incomparably fortunate that Zhang Xie blocked the way at that time and didn't really fight. Otherwise the probability of him losing was too high. In front of so many people, and girls were there, if he lost to Lin Lu, it would be a great shame. Gu Shiyan's beautiful Danfeng eyes were filled with awe. Lin Lu's high school entrance exam score. I think it's the second highest among the freshmen, just below fellow student Zhang Xie. This freshman class at Heavenly Sword University. The first place winner of the high school entrance exam was Zhang Xie at 3,129 points. Second place went to Lin Lu, 2,942 points. Only 187 points separate the two. Zhang Xie was a local of Tianquan City, and was likewise an S-class genius whose mother was the vice president of Tianjin University. Born into a famous family and gifted. Her high school score of 3,129 is perfectly logical and not at all surprising. What was shocking was that Lin Lu, with a level 1 high rank, F-rank talent, and a not-so-strong profession, was able to score 2,942 points on the college entrance exam. There is only a difference of 187 points with Zhang Xie, the daughter of heaven. Genius was no longer enough to call Lin Lu monster. Lin Lu is simply a monster. The crowd inside the Sword Seed Pavilion looked at Lin Lu with flashes of awe and scorn in their gazes. Chapter 52, Behind the Scenes. Lin Lu didn't care about the way the crowd looked at him. What he cared about was when he was given the title of Little Pluto. I don't know who named him either. However, the title does seem quite overbearing. It's the addition of the word little in front of it that makes this formidable title a bit childish. Damn it, isn't it good to just call me Hades King? Why do you have to call me Little Hades King? Lin Lu spat out brokenly. Ha ha, Lin Lu, you're hiding it really deep. Why don't you tell us about your college entrance exam results earlier? Situ Yang half surprised and half complained. Lin Lu straightened up and said, you guys didn't ask. Situ Yang's face showed embarrassment. It's true that they didn't ask. In fact, there was no need to ask. Most of the outstanding students who were able to stay in the Sword Seed Pavilion were city or provincial scholars in their respective hometowns. At the very least, it has to be the top of the list, a second place presence. It doesn't even have to be asked. Northland Province, located on the border of China. It is far removed from the other provinces. Plus, Lin Lu has not been interviewed by TV news reporters, and his reputation is not spreading. Most people only knew that this year's Northern Province scholar was a formidable character. Most people didn't know Lin Lu's name. Therefore Situ Yang didn't recognize it for a moment. Well, it's not too late. We still have to attend the orientation assembly tomorrow. You all should rest. Situ Yang looked at the watch on his wrist and said to the crowd. Wang Daopu knew that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with, so he immediately wiped his feet and fled back to his room. Yenya stared at Lin Lu in awe for several moments, yet respectfully greeted Lin Lu and went back to his bedroom. He is a strength supremacist. The weak and the strong were his only beliefs. The girls are also leaving one by one. Before Zhang Xie left, she purposely came to Lin Lu and softly said, I came here just to familiarize myself with my new classmates. I didn't have any bad ideas, and I didn't participate in the cooperation because I had a hard time, so please understand. Say it. Zhang Xie walked away without looking back. Situ Yang sighed as he gazed fondly at the back of Zhang Xie's marvelous and enchanting figure as she left. What a nice girl. I don't know who will be so lucky in the future to marry a stunning woman like her and go home. Alas. You two get an early night too. I'll go first. Steward Young finished and went up to the second floor to return to his bedroom. The door closing. Villa living room. Only Lin Lu and Wu Mingjin remained. Lin Lu, you have to be careful of Zhang Xie. She seems like she's very hostile towards you. Mu Mengxian spat out her snake letters and said, well, that I know. Lin Lu said with a bashful face. Wu Mengxian wondered. Ha, that's how you know? Could it be that you have a talent or skill for sensing malice? Lin Lu replied. I judged it from the way Jiang Xie looked at me. Wu Mengxian was surprised. You can tell from the eyes? Lin Lu said. That's right. Ever since Jiang Xie came, her gaze has always fallen on me if anything. Based on this alone, you dare to assert that Jiang Xie has malicious intentions towards you? Wu Mengxian was completely shocked. Yes, if there's no malice, then it's love. And anyway, she can't keep sneaking peeks at me all the time when she's fine. I'm not that narcissistic. Love is unlikely. It's only the first time I've met Jiang Xie. How could I possibly be in love? So excluding love, that only leaves malice. Lin Lu analyzed with reason. Wu Mengxian exclaimed. Your reasoning is perfect. But the question is that Jiang Xie obviously met you for the first time. So why would she hate you and unleash her malice on you? That I don't know. Lin Lu shook his head. Is it possible that you have offended Jiang Xie in the past? Wu Mengxian asked. Lin Lu shook his head straight. This is even more impossible. I've never even seen Jiang Xie before. How could I possibly offend her? So what's going on here? Why don't I ask Jiang Xie next time I meet her? I don't think you can ask. There's no way Jiang Xie will tell you. Wu Mengxian said. Fair enough. Better get cleaned up. We've got a tough fight tomorrow. Well, Heavenly Sword University. Ken Shuken. This villa, as a whole, was no different from the Sword Seed Museum, except that the furniture and decoration of the villa was a little more on the girl's side, and the light pink color was the main color of the villa. On the second floor of the Jianxiu Hall, inside the largest bedroom on the right-hand side, the heaven's petite girl Jiang Xie, wearing a very bold and sexy erotic pajamas, a pair of pink delicate jade feet barefoot on the ground, the path toward the bathroom to go over. Inside the bathroom, the pretty and lovely Fang Yuan is taking a bath. Jiang Xie's pair of beautiful eyes were flushed with a smear of peach color, brimming with radiance and extremely charming. She burst into the bathroom. Fang Yuan seemed to have long been accustomed to it and did not feel shy at all, showing her long and slim delicate body to Jiang Xie in a generous manner. Even, vaguely, looking forward to it, Jiang Xie fawned. Suddenly, her red lips traced the cool lips, her jade hands climbed up to her waist, and her zin was as sweet as honey. She hooked Fang Yuan's neck and brought it forward, and Fang Yuan's whole body tilted into her arms, her face, like the evening sun burning twilight, with a light smile, bewitching and seductive. Jiang Xie's white shell teeth gently nibbled Fang Yuan. It's on the rise. She stopped abruptly and said, Today, why are you so excited to see that Lin Lu guy? Do you like him? No. Noor only likes Master Xie in her life. How could she possibly like those stinky men? Fang Yuan was pitiful. Her delicate body trembled slightly and said, Poof. Jiang Xie snorted coldly, and her two slender jade fingers pinched Fang Yuan hard, like twisting a screw, brutally twisting it. Ah! Fang Yuan let out a few agonizing screams. Jiang Xie coldly said, How dare you lie? Do you think I didn't notice? The way you look at Lin Lu's eyes are almost drawn, and you still say you don't like him. Fang Yuan pitifully said, No, really. Ha, tough talk ha. Jiang Xie unplugged the shower head and held the hose as Fang Yuan sneered. Lift your body up. Master, don't. Fang Yuan's eyes were moist and she said delicately, Take the initiative. Don't force my hand. Jiang Xie coldly said, Yes. Fang Yuan whimpered, holding the wall with both hands and slowly bending her thin, limp waist. Pop. At that moment, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open with force. A pretty girl with long silver hair, ruby eyes, a delicate little nose, and rosy lips, walked into the bathroom. Ginger Pear said with a smile, Yuki, am I right? Lin Lu is a very interesting guy. Jiang Xie was disturbed, very unhappy. Zhongli, can't you see that I'm busy here? What are you guys playing? Take me one. Zhongli looked at the duo of Jiang Xie and Fang Yuan in confusion. Chapter 53, The Pupil Artist. Fang Yuan fainted and curled up on the cold floor of the bathroom, twitching a few times every now and then in a playful manner. Balcony. The light breeze is cool and the moonlight is bright. Jiang Xie sat on a mahogany chair, her two white and slender legs folded together, cocking up a slim and pink jade foot to shake and shake. Her beautiful eyes flashed with an ambiguous smile. My little slave tastes good. It's too much fun to play with. Jiang Li shook her head. It's okay, she just keeps crying. It's annoying. I don't get it. Isn't she having a good time too? Just enjoy it. Why does she keep crying? Jiang Xie smiled contemptuously. I went to the Sword Seed Hall with her in the evening, and Lin Lu just asked her name, and this lowly thing, surprisingly, sprung to life. Jiang Li said rather seriously. Lin Lu, he's good-looking and strong, so he naturally attracts girls. Jiang Xie gently raised her eyebrows and smiled. Could it be that you also like Lin Lu? I don't like underdogs. Ginger Pear's rosy lips slightly quirked as she said. Jiang Xie frowned in confusion. I remember. Wasn't it you who lost to him? How? Jiang Li's ruby eyes flashed, and her tone was indifferent with a resolute decisiveness. I was careless back then in the high school. I won't make the same mistake twice. I'll beat him tomorrow. Jiang Xie's fine white fingers pressed the hair beside her ear that was ruffled by the evening breeze. She gently shook her head. Not tomorrow. You'll find another opportunity later. I promised my girlfriend that I would help her take revenge. Lin Lu has to be killed by my own hands. Jiang Li was puzzled. Ha? Which girlfriend of yours? How come you have a grudge against Lin Lu? Jiang Xie's red lips slightly opened and sighed. I have a girlfriend who was a tutor in the summoning department, and the school popped out a Life Connections skill book from the secret realm the other day. When she entered the school library, she wanted it so badly that she borrowed credits from everywhere and managed to scrape together enough to see that she could redeem it. But she was told that the skill book had already been taken away by Qian Scorch from the admissions office and given to Lin Lu, and she was so angry that she cried and looked for me, telling me to teach Lin Lu a lesson and take it out for her. Jiang Li said, if you want to teach a lesson, you should also teach that admissions office. He's the one who took the skill book. It's none of Lin Lu's business. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xie's lips. Still saying you don't like Lin Lu? If you don't like it, why are you speaking for him? Jiang Li frowned. I'm trying to reason with you. Jiang Xie coldly said. I don't care. Anyway, my girlfriend begged me and told me to kill Lin Lu to help her out. I just did as I was told. Tomorrow Lin Lu he will definitely die under my sword. Jiang Li thin anger shallow anger. Eyes flow. On a kind of moving, you really want to get in my way? The corner of Jiang Xie's mouth blossomed into a smile. Her eyes flirtatious. You can also beg me I promise to comply with you. Tonight, you sleep with me once. Tomorrow I will definitely fully cooperate with you to act. Jiang Li's brows furrowed, and her cheeks were tinted scarlet from her anger. Seeing that Jiang Li was really angry, Jiang Xiyu immediately coaxed in a good manner. Alright, just kidding. I won't make a move on Lin Lu tomorrow. I'll leave him to you alright. Gingerly, she grimaced. What about your girlfriend? Jiang Xie smiled brightly and said, I've known you for many years, so I'll definitely look towards you. As for that girlfriend of mine, she's just an insignificant one amongst my many lovers. Certainly not as important as you. Only then did Kong Li completely lose her temper. Day 2. Wind and sunshine. 8 o'clock in the morning. Koban-sensei came to the Sword Seed Museum on time and addressed the crowd. Today is the orientation meeting of Heavenly Sword University. After you have eaten breakfast and washed up, before 10 o'clock, go to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion to gather. The rules of the orientation meeting, you should know. Be mentally prepared in advance. After that, without stopping for a moment, Ms. Koyan went back to the Sword Show Hall. Students staying at Kensiken. Daily breakfast without the hard work of going to the cafeteria. Their breakfast was brought to the Sword Seed Museum after a special chef had cooked it, and the breakfast was very generous. It's better than eating out at a 5-star hotel. After Lin Lu ate his fill, he washed up and headed to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion with a few of his housemates. Road. Wang Daopu twisted and came to Lin Lu and apologized to him. Lin Lu student. I was wrong last night, please forgive me. Lin Lu wasn't the type to be unreasonable. He said blandly, next time, you're dead. Wang Daopu smiled sarcastically. Yes, thank you Lin Lu student for forgiving me. Situ Yang smiled and said, Wang Daopu, you are have to thank Lin Lu. I yesterday, specially on the internet to find the video of Lin Lu's college entrance exams. After watching it, I can only use the word atrocious to describe it. Wang Daopu skimmed his head and glanced at Lin Lu and snapped. I also didn't expect to run into a mutant, which is less likely than meeting an S-class genius. Wu Mingzhen smiled sinisterly and said, Heavenly Sword University is one of the 4 most prestigious schools in China, gathering all kinds of geniuses from all over the country. And for this class of freshmen, in addition to Lin Lu, the mutant, there's also a pupil artist. Pupil artist? That's a profession that's comparable to the spatial department and quite rare. Is the other person a man or a woman? Female. Could that be the girl who didn't show up at Kenshuken yesterday? No. This pupil artist was specially recruited into the school and didn't take the entrance exam. Then why hasn't she checked into Kenshuken? I think it's because Her sister is one of the juniors and she lives with her sister. Oh so, is it pretty? I don't know, I haven't seen. Lin Lu quietly listened to the few Wumingjian people chatting away. He asked abruptly, this pupil master you guys are talking about, will she be attending the orientation meeting as well? Situ Yang frowned into a ball and said, the different pupil techniques mastered by the pupil artist, the threat level is also different. If it is the mastery of the elemental power of the pupil artist, that's fine. At best, it's just a little bit more powerful elemental mage. If she mastered it, is the rule system or the illusion system of the pupil technique? That can be troublesome. Wu Mingjin paused for a moment and sneered. It's the illusion department. Wang Daopu said in fear. It's over. We're only at level 1. We have to wait until level 3 before we can flexibly manipulate the power of the spirit and construct spiritual barriers to resist the interference of illusions. Yenya gruffly said. A pupil artist who has mastered illusion is able to easily kill a level 1 or 2 professional in seconds, unless they carry equipment or props that are immune to mental attacks. Wang Daopu skimmed his lips. Equipment and props that are immune to mental attacks are expensive. Brothers, calm down. Situ Yang lightly laughed. The school authorities are not stupid. The orientation meeting is just an entrance exam for the university. They won't let the pupil artist take the field. That would ruin the exam. This pupil artist didn't take the entrance exam in the first place. It's probably because of this reason. Chapter 54, Orientation Meeting. Wang Daopu smashed his mouth and said, let's hope. I hope we never let that pupil master on the field. Wu Mingjin sneered. I wish she was on the field. I've never fought a pupil artist before. Situ Yang frowned. If you want to fight Hitomi, you can ask her to go to the arena later. The orientation meeting is about credits and dormitory assignments. It's too important to be sloppy. Lin Lu was silent all the way. He wondered if he would be the one to meet this pupil master. Would he be able to beat him? Lin Lu has little combat experience. Hadn't fought an illusionist opponent before, so wasn't sure if I could win. But, illusionist enemies are capable of plunging a professional into an uncontrollable hallucination, but can't get the undead to fall into a hallucination. If he was the one who had been hit by the illusion, then he could still give the skeletons an order to attack the pupil master. It doesn't matter if you don't know the enemy's location. The undead weren't so stupid that they didn't even know where their enemies were. Just give the undead the order to attack. They then kill any living creature within range of the attack. If it was himself, he might be able to defeat that illusionist pupil master. Lin Lu jumped at the chance, thinking, if the pupil artist didn't take the stage in this orientation meeting, then when later, he must invite this pupil artist to make a trip to the arena. Fight once. Verify that he's right. The Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion is an oversized indoor enclosed venue. There were only a handful of 1,000 freshmen in this session of Heavenly Sword University. It's not that this class is small. Rather, Heavenly Sword University only enrolls so many people each year. The Big Four just need geniuses. Geniuses are proud. The teenage girls who were regarded as geniuses in their hometowns were reduced to ordinary students when they arrived at Heavenly Sword University. For the outstanding students of the Sword Seed Pavilion and the Sword Show Pavilion, they had no respect, only contempt and hostility. The boys don't feel inferior to the 5 men in the Sword Seed Museum. The same goes for the girls. It just feels like an injustice has been suffered. And this orientation meeting is a great opportunity to vent your anger. After Lin Lu's 5 people walked into the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, they were greeted by the eyes of the freshmen containing anger, jealousy, disgust, and hatred. That pair of cold eyes was like a sharp sword. Keep sapping at the 5 of them. Situ Yang laughed bitterly. If I had known that I would be targeted like this, I would have preferred to sleep in the wilderness rather than check into the Sword Seed Pavilion. Wang Daopu frowned. Me too. Even Wu Mingjin couldn't laugh at the moment. This is much more terrifying than I imagined. It looks like everyone hates us so much. We're dead for the orientation meeting later. Situ Yang said with a nervous expression. If I were an ordinary student, I'm sure I'd also hate the outstanding students who stayed in the Sword Seed Museum. Firstly, I'm not convinced. And secondly, the Sword Seed Museum students are a real threat. And in a fight, prioritizing taking them out would be the right thing to do. Yenya was also nervous. Another tough battle. Among the 5, only Lin Lu's expression was unchanged, and his face was indifferent. It's still our big brother Lin Lu ah. All this kind of moment, can still maintain the demeanor? Awesome ah. Wang Daopu took a look at Lin Lu and heartily praised him. A few people led by Lin Lu. Stand anywhere. Inside the arena, there are no teachers, only freshmen. Teachers and school leaders were in hidden rooms above the arena, silently observing the many freshmen below. The quality of the students this time is quite good, especially the one from the Sword Seed Pavilion. What's his name? Oh, Lin Lu. He's fearless in the face of danger and doesn't panic in the face of change. With his character, he'll surely grow into a strong person in the future. Good job. This Qianhua kid. That Life Connections skill book didn't go to waste. It's just that Ines Zhang Wei has suffered. She wasted a lot of hard work for that skill book in the first place. What's so hard about it? Didn't the school promise her that when the next secret realm bursts out the Life Connections skill book again, it will definitely be kept for her? So what's her complaint? Alas, the next time. There's no telling when. It's normal for Ms. Zhang Wei to complain a few times. I heard that there isn't another pupil master in this session. Is she going to participate in this orientation meeting? The principal said to keep her out. So has her mentor been scheduled yet? It's already set. It's Lin Fluttershy Moon. How come it's her again? Last time there was a freshman with a pupil artist profession. It was fine that she took her in. Why is she still her this time? It's an order from the principal. Alright. Look. It's the vice principal's daughter. Jiang Xie. She's here. Standing in the corner of the arena. Lin Lu closed his eyes and rested his mind. But suddenly Wang Daopu beside him let out a strange cry. It's Ms. Jiang Xie. She's here. She's so beautiful today. Led by Jiang Xie, the 5 people from the Sword Show Pavilion arrived late. The 5 from Kenshukan were, after all, pretty girls. Men are very tolerant of good-looking girls. Jiang Xie's few people entered the arena, and instead of gaining the hateful gazes of the boys, they gained a lot of adoring eyes from the boys. When there are enough people, the doors to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion are closed. An unfamiliar teacher's raspy voice came out of the speakers around the arena. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Zhendong. I'm an instructor in the Close Combat Department and the host of this orientation meeting. I'm sure many of you should already know the rules for this orientation meeting. I'll cut to the chase. As usual, the representative of the outstanding students will speak first. They were Jiang Xie from the Sword Show Pavilion, and Lin Lu from the Sword Seed Pavilion. Okay, here goes. Lin Lu slowly opened his eyes, not realizing that he had been chosen as the outstanding student representative. And a speech on stage. That's kind of hard for him. He had never experienced this before in all his life. The center of the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Raise a high platform with a microphone standing on it. Jiang Xie twisted her slender waist, slowly walked to Lin Lu and softly asked, Lin Lu student, which one of us will go first? You do it, ladies first. Lin Lu said. Okay. Jiang Xie didn't refuse as she walked onto the high stage, and the gazes of the crowd in the arena were instantly drawn to the heavenly Jiang Xie. It was firmly glued to her body. Instead, Lin Lu's eyes were drawn to another person. Zhang Li, how come she came to Heavenly Sword University too? Zhang Li's perception was very sharp and immediately noticed Lin Lu's gaze. She turned back and smiled sweetly towards Lin Lu, but her eyes were filled with a murderous aura, provoking Lin Lu. Lin Lu smiled coldly and whispered, the underlings are defeated. Zhang Li read Lin Lu's lips. She crossed her arms, her delicate figure trembling slightly with anger, but emphasizing her delicate curves even more. The silky silver hair swayed gently as she moved, as if telling her dissatisfaction, yet adding a bit of flirtatiousness. Chapter 55 is full of garbage. That bad man. Ginger Pear hated her teeth and stomped her little feet in her pretty high heels with a force that was cute as hell. Lin Lu didn't pay any more attention to the angry Zhang Li, but instead turned his gaze on Jiang Xie, who was standing on the high platform to speak. Jiang Xie was still immortal in appearance. She was wearing a form-fitting, slim-fitting dress that outlined her long, slender legs and attractive figure. A pair of black high-heeled sandals. Her feet were small and delicate, her ankles slim, her delicate toes exuding a faint pink sheen. Jiang Xie's voice is very clear, like the melting snow water on the top of the Tibetan snow mountain, clean with a slight cold. Even the simplest and most straightforward words, spat out from her moist red lips, became so heart-stopping and heart-thumping. The crowd on stage was mesmerized. The male students in the arena were completely overwhelmed by Jiang Xie's beauty and elegance and willingly fell under her skirt. Even the female students who were jealous of Jiang Xie's beauty were impressed by her outstanding temperament. Became Jiang Xie's little fangirl. Wow. It seems like I'd become so deeply infatuated with Jiang Xie-san that I can't help myself. Wang Daopu's eyes gazed at Jiang Xie's figure obsessively and muttered under his breath. It's not just him. Situ Yang, Yan Ya, and even Wu Mangzhen, all revealed a look of infatuation. After Jiang Xie's speech ended, a loud and enthusiastic round of applause and cheers erupted in the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. The freshmen were so frenzied that they seemed to lift the roof of the spiritualist hall. The corners of Jiang Xie's mouth gently raised. Her fingertips lightly touched her cheeks. A few strands of hair were skillfully pulled up, and an inadvertent glance of her eyes was enough to make one's heart beat faster. Next, Lin Lu. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Everyone's time is precious. From the loudspeakers around the arena came the impatient voice of Yi Zhendong, the instructor of the melee department. Lin Lu took a deep breath, heading towards the high platform in the center of the arena. Behind him, Situ Yang whispered and cheered for Lin Lu. Wu Mingjin also handed Lin Lu a. The freshman still looked at him with hostility. Lin Lu didn't have any trouble ascending the high platform. A cold spotlight hit him in the face as he looked down at a sea of students. It was the first time he had ever spoken in front of so many people. Lin Lu's heart is like a mess. Do not know what to say, can only stand in silence on the stage. He didn't know that he would be chosen as the outstanding student representative and have to go on stage to give a speech. There was no preparation in advance. It's not like he's a good speaker. Just as Lin Lu was slightly stunned, the freshmen underneath immediately booed, expressing their anger and dissatisfaction. If you can't even give such a simple speech, you'd better get your ass down here. An outstanding student representative? Where's the excellence in that? Get off! Get your ass down here! Get off! Get off! Get off! The angry cries of the new students formed a torrent that swept through the entire Spirit Rhinoceros Hall. Above the arena, inside the secret room, a mentor frowned. This Lin Lu can be really stupid. The speech you casually speak a couple of sentences to fool a bit not pass. Stupid, stand on the stage for what? Lin Lu, who came out of a small place, is indeed no match for Jiang Xie, who came out of a famous family. The difference in emotional intelligence and the ability to respond to the situation is too great. Lin Lu is probably nervous because it's his first time. If you get nervous when you meet a small scene like this, in the future, when you go to the extraterrestrial battlefield, won't you be scared to pee your pants? Lin Lu's fighting talent is not weak, not the kind of loser who can't go to war. I've seen his college entrance exam video. I guess it's really the first time he went on stage to give a speech, a little bit nervous, so his performance was rather unpleasant. But it's not a big problem. So what's to be done now? We can't just let it go and stand by. That's right. Let's get the orientation meeting done early and let's go home early. I'm not so free. I have a whole lot of things to take care of. Me too. This period of time is not peaceful in Tianquan City. I'm busy as hell. This welcoming assembly. It's better to finish it early. Enough whining. A tutor who seemed to be of the highest status spoke up. Xiao Yi, you tell Lin Lu to stop giving speeches. Hurry down. Stop going through the flow. Tell the janitors to bring up the secret altar. And hurry up to organize the orientation meeting. Yes. In the corner, there stood a burly man with a big body and a fierce face. He was the host of this orientation meeting, one of the instructors of the close combat department, Mad Fist Yi Zhendong. The corner of the secret room, a full set of broadcasting equipment was placed. Yi Zhendong picked up the microphone and was about to say something. At the bottom, Lin Lu, who stood on the high platform, spoke calmly amidst the boos of the entire audience. Silence, students, I have something to say. Inside the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, it gradually quieted down. Facing the booing of the whole room, Lin Lu at this time showed a mature and steady, calm and collected, setting the freshmen as brainless as a child. They were self-conscious, and one by one they shut their mouths. Lin Lu's mind suddenly floated back to that day when the principal of Liangno, one middle school, said to him, Heavenly Sword University doesn't like mediocre talents. They only like geniuses and demons. The more you can cause trouble, the more you can make a scene, the more the school leaders and teachers will like you. Lin Lu won't be able to give a middle-of-the-road speech, but tell him to piss people off, which is exactly what he's good at. Since Heavenly Sword University likes students who dared to cause trouble, don't blame him for making a scene. Lin Lu took a deep breath and immediately said in a deep voice, Just to be clear, I'm not talking about anyone in the room. I'm talking about everyone in the room. All of you are trash. When Lin Lu finished those words, there was silence in the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Suddenly, the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion was like a bomb that was about to detonate, as if it would explode at any moment. The freshmen were stunned at first. A violent rage ensued. Bastard! How dare he? Lin Lu, does he want to die? He's not offending one or two people. He's offending all the freshmen. More than 1,000 people. Can he withstand the anger of so many people? Tramp! This is too crazy. When we get to the secret realm later on, I'll make sure to break Lin Lu into pieces. Take me one. Me too. If I don't kill Lin Lu, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. Dare to call me trash. I'm going to lynch this brat Lin Lu. Off stage, Jiang Xie's eyes curved into crescent moons as she whispered. Interesting. Jiang Li sighed. As usual, this guy likes to piss people off. Her mind instantly recalled the memory of when Lin Lu alone had to single-handedly challenge the 12 of them during the college entrance exam. At that time, she thought Lin Lu was a fool, a self-absorbed idiot. Although it was Lin Lu who won that time. But this time, what Lin Lu had pissed off was not just a mere 12 people, but a whole 1,000 people. And these people were all still the elite of the elite. No matter how you look at it. Lin Lu are dead. Chapter 56, Mastermind. A corner of the spirit hall. Wang Daopu sked. Boss Lin Lu is also too crazy. This time he will be guilty. Alas, Boss Lin Lu is really too pitiful. Yenya looked at Wang Daopu and said suspiciously, Boss Lin Lu is pitiful. Then why are you smiling so happily? Wang Daopu smiled brightly and said, have you? I didn't even notice. Situ Yang helplessly glanced at Wang Daopu. You quickly stop gloating. Be careful of letting Lin Lu see this and take revenge on you later. Wang Daopu immediately collected his smile and cautiously glanced in the direction where Lin Lu was. Nervously, Situ Yang, don't scare me. I just suddenly thought of something funny just now. That's why I couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Not gloating. You can't go to Lin Lu and tell on me. Situ Yang glared at Wang Daopu. Don't worry about this. I am not the kind of person who likes to snitch. Yenya skimmed his lips and said, Wang Daopu, are you really a paladin? How come the fine character of a paladin? You are not stained at all. Wang Daopu said, hey, who told you that paladins have to be honest, loyal, and kind? Paladin is just a profession. Nothing special. And there are plenty of vile and nasty paladins out there. You just haven't seen them. Occupations really can't be used to judge people. Situ Yang's fingers tightened as he said suspiciously, what do you guys say? What was Lin Lu thinking? Why did he say that kind of thing? I don't know. Wu Mingjin's face stiffened and said, all I know is that both Lin Lu and I are dead. Had I known that he would provoke all the freshmen, I wouldn't have teamed up with him. Wang Daopu lifted his wrist and looked at the time and said, anyway, you didn't sign a contract with Lin Lu. You just verbally promised. Even if you break the contract, it's fine. Situ Yang frowned. If Wu Mingjin breaks the contract, the odds are that Lin Lu will be angry. Wang Daopu said with a disinterested face, if you want to be angry, it is also the witch Mengjin who should be angry. Lin Lu has caused such a big mess. Not anyone can carry it. Yenya also chimed in. I think Wang Daopu was right. The orientation conference is very important and can't afford to be sloppy. Boss Lin Lu did go a bit overboard this time. We can't ruin Wu Mingjin's future because of Lin Lu's capriciousness. Situ Yang thought about it and felt that Wang Daopu and Yenya were right. And he did not continue to persuade Wu Mingjin. Lin Lu isn't an unreasonable person. He should be able to sympathize with Wu Mingjin's difficulties. All three of them were persuading Wu Mingjin. Since Lin Lu has already committed a public offense, then let him suffer alone. There's no need to get yourself involved. Wu Mingjin was silent, and after a long time, he slowly said, since I promised, then I must do it. You guys don't need to persuade me. Wang Daopu snorted. It's fortunate that I didn't agree to cooperate yesterday. Otherwise, I would either have to carry a bad reputation for being unrighteous today, or I would have to accompany Lin Lu to die in the secret realm. Speaking of which, Wu Mingjin asked abruptly, Student Situ Yang, last night, why did you refuse to cooperate? Not waiting for Steward Yang to answer the question, Wang Daopu grabbed the first. It's fortunate that Situ Yang didn't agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a good day. Or I am smart. See, Situ Yang does not agree. I know Situ Yang, this guy Ghost Heart more. If he didn't agree, I didn't agree. If I didn't agree, Yenya didn't agree. There were 5 of us in the dormitory, and 3 of them dodged the bullet perfectly. Wu Mingjin only nodded slightly, in a perfunctory manner. His eyes stayed guarded on Steward Yang, waiting Steward Yang's explanation. Situ Yang scratched his head and said, I was looking at Jiang Xie's refusal to agree to cooperate and vaguely guessed that she might be unfavorable to one of us. Otherwise, there are only benefits and no disadvantages to cooperating, so wouldn't she refuse? Jiang Xie was a very attractive and beautiful girl, the kind of beauty that was deadly to boys and equally so to girls. It's not like we're signing a contract. It's just lip service to restraint. The pretty girls of the Jianqiu Pavilion were loyal to Jiang Xie. To be an enemy of Jiang Xie was to be an enemy of the Sword Show Pavilion. I was unwilling to get into trouble because I didn't want to get into trouble. So it's out of the partnership. After getting an answer, Wu Mingjin had a look of realization on her face. Wang Daopu was both nervous and excited. Who is student Jiang Xie going to deal with? It can't be me, right? Yenya said speechlessly. Stupid ah. Zhang Xie want to deal with that person. Must be the whole school public enemy Lin Luo. I think so. Steward Young mused. Wang Daopu was puzzled and said, ah, why? Situ Yang was too lazy to explain with Wang Daopu. So is Yenya. For her part, Wu Mingjun was fretting about the orientation meeting and how badly she would die. The Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. The secret room. Yi Zhendong, the host of this orientation conference, stared at the monitor and bared his teeth as he laughed. This Lin Lu guy is quite to my liking. Arrogant and cocky enough. It's just a pity that Lin Lu isn't in the melee department. A touch of regret appeared on Yi Zhendong's rough face. Ha ha, this little guy is indeed powerful. Broken? Knowing that the outstanding students of the Sword Seed Pavilion will be targeted at the orientation, they simply took the initiative to provoke them into a sensational fight. Quite courageous. But it will end badly. Does anyone want this little guy? If not, I'll take it. Sima Ying of the Alchemy Department values Lin Lu's mutant physique, and Chu Xian of the Necromancy Department also wants to take Lin Lu as a disciple. They're fighting fiercely these days. Why? You want to get involved too? Hey, forget it, Sima Ying. This crazy. I can't afford to offend her. When did Chu Xian have so much guts to offend Sima Ying? Chu Xian's necrotic spirit department has declined so much these past 2 years. Necromancer is originally a T2 profession. Those who can get into Heavenly Sword University are even more rare. The Necromancer department has already been worse than one term, and the vice principal even wants to merge the Necromancer department into the Summoning department. I don't know how long this little guy can hold out. I bet 3 minutes. 2 minutes? 5 minutes. I don't think it would take a minute. After Lin Lu finished his speech, a few janitors moved a secret altar into the arena, right in the center of the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Under the high platform where Lin Lu stood, Yi Zhendong's voice came again. 5 minutes later, I will activate the secret realm. Kill one person in the secret realm. Reward 1 point of credits. Once you die in the secret realm, you will be immediately forced to exit the secret realm. Of course, the credits won't be cleared. They will be reserved for you. The number of credits. The concern is that the freshmen are living in a big house for one person. Still 4 people crammed into a tiny dormitory. And, more importantly, the orientation conference is also an important time for mentors in each department to select their disciples. Chapter 57. Heavenly Sword University has many students, few tutors, and even fewer good tutors. Not all students can have a mentor. Only a handful of students who were exceptionally gifted, or who had performed well in the orientation conference, would be chosen by their mentors to be taken in as disciples and carefully cultivated. Activate the secret world. Several janitors quickly evacuated the aurorium. The next moment, there was no unnecessary nonsense. Yi Zhendong inside the secret room controlled the secret realm. A flash of oak-colored light passed by. Inside the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, 1,000 new students suddenly disappeared in place. Spiritual Rhinoceros Mysteries. It was a secret realm that Heavenly Sword University used exclusively for the orientation conference. The scene inside the secret area was a plain. The wind and the sun are beautiful, and the warblers are growing. If it were before, the freshmen would immediately kill each other as soon as they entered the secret realm. But in a few moments it was a bloodbath of killing. And this time, the first thing the freshmen did when they entered the secret realm was not to fight, but to find someone. Lin Lu this. Give me where to hide? Arrogant guy. Ironically, I have to teach him a good lesson. Found it. He's hiding here. Brothers go on. Get him. Just entered the secret realm. Lin Lu then heard several angry shouts coming from his ears. He craned his head to look away, a sneer on his face. You want to kill me with just a few of you? Lin Lu gave a wave of his hand as if he was repelling a few annoying flies. More than 300 hideous and terrifying skeleton warriors appeared in a whirlwind, arching over Lin Lu. My Nima. This. What's going on here? Can a level 1 necromancer summon so many skeleton warriors? I've heard of him, the Northern Province scholar, the little underworld king Lin Lu. Everyone be careful. This guy is a mutant not to be messed with. What are you afraid of? I can exterminate a piece of low-level 1 skeleton warriors with my hands. Before the words even left his mouth, the electric mage who said this was blown to pieces by dozens of magic bullets. In addition to the skeleton warriors, there were also many more imposing skeleton mages around Lin Lu. Last night, before bed, Lin Lu purposely exchanged 100 skeleton mages, 100 skeleton archers, 10 ghouls, 20 skeleton warlords, 10 poison spear skeletons, and 10 ice arrow skeletons. In total, 800,000 skeleton warriors were sacrificed. In response to this orientation meeting, on the blue sky, a huge curtain of light was suspended, after Lin Lu commanded the skeleton mages to kill that electric mage. On the light screen, Lin Lu's name appeared abruptly. Forest Foothills, credits, 1. Lin Lu glanced at it and muttered in a low voice. The credits seemed pretty easy to earn. He then withdrew his gaze and continued to command the skeleton mage, eliminating the other two. Soon Lin Lu's credits went up another 2 points. In the meantime, more freshmen discovered Lin Lu's location, and one by one, they rushed towards him filled with rage. Not only was Lin Lu not afraid, but he laughed coldly. Come on, all of you, kill me, if you can. Far away, on a gently sloping hill, Wu Mingjin hunched over, a bitter smile on her viper-like face. Crazy, this guy is just crazy. Muttered a few words. Wu Mingjin let out a helpless sigh. Immediately, he used his soul badge to summon his mount and also headed in the direction of Lin Lu. He's going to back up Lin Lu. The other side, somewhere in the secret realm, Jiang Li happened to run into Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie thought for a moment and said, "Are you going to kill Lin Lu?" Ginger Pear nodded. Jiang Xie's gaze was icy cold as she narrowed her eyes and smiled. I'm going too. Jiang Li sighed softly. Come on, all the freshmen in this session want to kill Lin Lu. One more you is not much, one less you is not less. I will just find another opportunity later. Jiang Xie wondered. Aren't you coming? Jiang Li shook her head. I'm not going. So many people are trying to kill Lin Lu. Even if I go and kill Lin Lu, there's no point in having too many people bullying too few. Jiang Xie nodded and said, Alright, I'll go then. She stepped lightly, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, and left without looking back. Wait for Jiang Xie to leave. Jiang Li lightly bit her pink lips and complained. Lin Lu, why are you so obnoxious? She hesitated for a moment and went off in the other direction. Lin Lu's remarks in the arena had indeed offended all the freshmen. Only some of them went to the top. Must finish off Lin Lu. There was still a part of the group that remained calm. So what if they took out Lin Lu? Lin Lu's death in this secret realm was worth a little bit of credits. And with so many people to rob, just to get out of a bad mood? How unworthy. It's better to find a way to earn more credits. Outside the secret world. Inside the secret room, several curtains of light were suspended. After seeing Lin Lu summon so many undead, several exclamations came from the room. So strong, worthy of being the mutant Sima Ying wanted to get. He's only level 1 and he's able to suppress dozens of professions of the same level. I don't know how terrifying he'll be if he advances to a saint-ranked powerhouse in the future. Amazing potential. It's really a bit of a pity to let such a good student go to Sima Ying. No, I have to fight with her. No wonder he dares to speak out of turn. As I see the current situation, he does have the backbone to say this. Within the spiritual rhinoceros mystery, the freshmen who participated in the siege of Lin Lu were already up to 24. There were even more freshmen, rushing towards Lin Lu's location. They formed rough battle formations, fighting against Lin Lu's skeleton army. In a matter of moments, Lin Lu's credits had reached over 20, which meant that he took out over 20 freshmen, and the number keeps growing. Melee professions on top. Don't let those damn skeleton warriors come over. Long-range system mages and archers, quickly set fire to finish off Lin Lu. What are you waiting for? It's too far for spells and bows to reach. It needs to be closer. Let's get rid of these annoying skeleton warriors first. I can't. Once we get close, the opponent's skeleton mages and skeleton archers will attack our melee. What about therapy? We are too few to fight. We have to wait for more people. Facing a siege of more than 20 people, Lin Lu traveled with ease and even managed to steadily suppress the opposite side by a head. But as the enemy grows in numbers, Lin Lu gradually felt overwhelmed as his skeleton warriors were rapidly depleting at a very alarming rate. But no matter how many skeleton warriors were consumed, Lin Lu was always able to replenish them at the first opportunity, maintaining the number of skeleton warriors at around 300. The number of enemies is also increasing. It quickly went from 20 or so, up to 100 or so. These 100 or so people are the cream of the crop. A low-level 1 skeleton warrior was like a roadside weed in their eyes, and could be exterminated at will. The problem was that no matter how many skeleton warriors they killed, a bunch more would always pop up. Can't kill enough. It's simply too much to kill. Tramp. What's with the skeletons? Can't we kill them all? No. It's useless to kill summoned beasts. We still have to take out Lin Lu, the summoner, first. You say that lightly. Lin Lu is protected by his summoned beasts and can't get close. Who doesn't know that capturing a thief is the first thing to do? If you have the ability to break through Lin Lu's defenses, you go. Don't gabble here. Chapter 58 Juga Hongyan. Ad hoc teams just don't hold up. 3 words and a fight. Seeing the other side implode, Lin Lu said in his heart, "Good chance." He immediately commanded the skeleton army to launch a fierce attack on the enemy. More than 300 skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton mages, 30 skeleton archers, and 10 skeleton war generals, all combined together. The power of the outbreak could not be underestimated. Skeleton mages and skeleton archers focused their attacks. In the blink of an eye, it took the life of a shield warrior. The secret light screen. Lin Lu's credits have increased a little more. He took advantage of the other side's infighting and took out several of them with lightning speed. At that moment, the freshman who had surrounded Lin Lu also finally reacted. No more infighting. Join forces and concentrate on Lin Lu. Credit goes to a male freshman with corny black-rimmed glasses. He should be something like a schemer or something like that. Good at strategizing. And a great personality. Under his leadership, the ragtag group quickly coalesced. The various professions complement each other, both offensively and defensively. Adds a lot of pressure to Lin Lu. Outside the secret world. Inside the secret room. Zhuge Hongyan, heir to the Zhuge family of Southyu province. Occupation as a strategist. Level 1 middle rank. Recruiting this kid in the first place was the wisest decision old Kai has ever made in his life. Old Kai has been drinking heavily all day long. Drinking to the point of confusion. I didn't expect him to be quite discerning. To be able to detect a commanding genius like Zhuge Hongyan. Yeah, if Zhuge Hongyan goes to the military academy, he'll definitely get key cultivation. Do you know how to speak What do you mean go to the military school will certainly get key cultivation Saying as if our Heavenly Sword University won't focus on cultivating him and burying the talent. That's not what I meant come on, it's just a matter of saying the wrong thing. There's no need for a fight. A slightly older mentor stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. The anger of the two men subsided. Inside the secret, the number of opponents has increased again. From 100 or so, it went to over 200. Moreover, the number is gradually increasing. Lin Lu doubled the pressure and immediately fell into the wind, unable to take the initiative to attack again, and could only helplessly passive defense. Brother Red Rock, you're awesome. Yeah, with you around, Lin Lu won't be able to be arrogant. Brother Red Rock, you are simply Lin Lu's nemesis. In the face of the compliments he receives from those around him, Zhuge Hongyan pushed his glasses, looking as normal on the surface, but secretly delighted in his heart. He stated confidently, Lin Lu is bound to lose. There are so many of us and he's only one person. He won't be able to struggle for long. Not to mention I'm in command of you. You will never lose with me around. Wait for him to finish. Steeply, a dark green poisonous gas drifted in from the northwest. Zhuge Hongyan instantly recognized that this was the master-level skill of the toxic warlock Cloudy Smoke Poisonous Mist. Beware of the poisonous mist. Zhuge Hongyan shouted. Priest, use purification. Only a few priests who knew purification spells stepped forward and raised their staffs. An array of light shot out from the staffs, hitting the strangely poisonous mist. Instantly disintegrate and purify it away. Zhuge Hongyan frowned. What's going on? Does Lin Lu still have teammates? That attack just now was completely directed at them, but even that doesn't matter. They had the numerical advantage and the win was assured. Zhuge Hongyan had another look of confidence on his face. Just then, the mutation was sudden. Lin Lu, who had been cowering in defense, suddenly took the initiative to attack, took out 2 freshmen cleanly. Zhuge Hongyan snorted coldly, dying to the death and still struggling to die. How ugly! He took out a feather fan and fanned it a few times in the direction of his teammates. Schemer skill Royal Wind. Schemer skill Shady Soul. Schemer skill Living Blood. The schemer is considered a support profession, specializing in giving various group gain buffs to his teammates. Gust of Wind increases movement speed. Shades can increase defense. Revitalizing Blood increases vitality and self-healing speed. With a gain buff, the freshmen who surrounded Lin Lu were as excited as if they had chicken blood. Ha ha, Lin Lu advises you to surrender. Don't make a fearless struggle. Zhuge Hongyan gently shook his fan with a relaxed expression. Lin Lu laughed coldly. Just with a few of you crooked people. Do you want me to submit? Zhuge Hongyan reddened his face and said in annoyance. Don't be complacent. Wait and see. You will die by my hand. I'll wait. Lin Lu smiled gently, then summoned over 400 more skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton mages, 30 skeleton archers, 10 poison spear skeletons, 10 ice arrow skeletons, 20 ghouls, and 10 skeleton warlords from the dark graveyard, merged with the army of skeletons summoned down earlier. A mighty army of the undead slayed their foes in cold blood and madness. The freshmen were instantly killed and routed. How is it possible? Is this still a level 1 necromancer? The number of undead he's harnessing is almost on par with a level 2 necromancer. Retreat. Lin Lu is too powerful. There's no point in continuing to fight. Too strong. The moment Lin Lu launched a counterattack, Wu Mangjin, who had been hiding around, also saw the opportunity to launch an attack. He wasn't as good as Lin Lu. Can beat 200 of them by one and still hold their heads in their hands. Wu Mangjin is very smart. He actually came a long time ago and has been hiding nearby. The Serpentine bloodline gives him a number of odd little skills. Concealment. 4-1. After Lin Lu launched a counterattack, Zhuge Hongyan was surprised, and he immediately organized the freshmen to relaunch their attack against Lin Lu's counterattack. But at the moment, the freshmen had seen how tough Lin Lu was and had lost their determination to fight against him. Keep fighting like that. Not a single credit to be had. It would also completely offend Lin Lu, and it was completely thankless. Zhuge Hongyan is also very smart. He knew what the freshmen were thinking and knew there was no hope in counting on them. Therefore, Zhuge Hongyan did not hesitate and turned around to flee. However, Wu Mingjin, who had been staring at him for a long time, would not let him go. Which Mingjin opened her mouth and spat out a cloud of highly toxic mucus. It accurately hit Zhuge Hongyan, who was escaping. Intermediate skill, retarded venom. Zhuge Hongyan, who had been hit by the retarded venom, paled. The toxin kicks in immediately. It was as if he had been pressed into slow play, moving as slowly as a snail. Wu Mingjin is a sharp person. As soon as the delayed venom kicked in, he immediately prepared his next kill move. Advanced skill, sulfuric acid rain. A dark green cloud appeared above Zhuge Hongyan, who had been hit by the retardation toxin. Immediately after, acid rain falls. Zhuge Hongyan, who was moving extremely slowly, died in this way at the hands of Wu Mingjin. Chapter 59, Fighting Jiang Xiyu. Zhuge Hongyan's death did not cause much of a stir. The freshmen who were involved in the siege of Lin Lu were only concerned with scattering and fleeing for their lives at the moment. Where did he care about Zhuge Hongyan, the leader of the rabble? As for the teachers and school leaders, all of their attention was focused on Lin Lu, who was showing off his power. Outside the secret world, in a secret room, the crowd was talking. The potential of mutants is simply terrifying. With Lin Lu's strength at this moment, a level 2 professional wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. This son has an unlimited future. Alas, I'm really unwilling to miss out on this kind of potential disciple, but I don't want to offend Sima Ying. So torn. It's also Qianshua's luck that really let him pick up the treasure. The talent and qualification Lin Lu is currently displaying has already reached the S-class level. Mud. I'm so envious. Qian Scorch's year-end bonus this year must be no less than that. A tutor, who was also from the admissions office, compared a number with his hand and said with a face full of envy and jealousy, "Unfortunately, there's Jiang Xiye in this class of freshmen. Lin Lu is no longer strong. He won't be Jiang Xiye's opponent. The newcomer king is Jiang Xiye's." Someone retorted, "Lin Lu isn't bad either. He's up against Jiang Xiye. It's not certain who will lose or win. That's because you don't know Jiang Xiye. You don't know how terrifying her talent really is. I only know that her talent is S rank. What exactly is the effect of her talent? Just wait. Sooner or later Lin Lu and Jiang Xiye will have a battle, and then you'll be able to see Jiang Xiye's talent. Well, I look forward to it." After finishing off Zhuge Hongyan, without stopping, Wu Mingjin rode his mount and continued to chase down the fleeing freshman. The combination of a highly venomous warlock, coupled with a serpentine bloodline, gave birth to a monster like Wu Mangjin. The serpentine bloodline granted him the A-ranked talent Fangs of the Silver Ring Serpent, which was a passive talent. The only effect was to cause the poison of the Silver Ring Serpent to be attached to his attacks and skills. The venoms of these snakes contain neurotoxins and respiratory paralyzing toxins that can cause respiratory failure and death. Coupled with his profession, dramatic poison warlock, it's like a tiger with wings. Highly poisonous scorpion sting, poison strike, poisonous fog filled the air, poison ivy entanglement. In just a few moments, Wu Mangjin cleanly took out about 30 people. To be able to stay in the Sword Seed Pavilion, this was enough to prove that Wu Mangjin was no ordinary person. He moves silently, like a snake in the night, striking a fatal blow when people are unaware of it. Venom spray. Wu Mangjin takes out another person. His pair of vertical pupils, which looked like those of a snake, searched excitedly for his next target. Just then, Lin Lu came from behind Wu Mangjin. Wu Mangjin looked surprised and looked back, only to see that Lin Lu's face was written with plainness. His army of skeletons, hovering around. Several ghouls stuck close to protect Lin Lu. The freshmen who had participated in the siege of Lin Lu were counterattacked by Lin Lu. and those who died were killed and those who were injured. Only a few freshmen who were fast enough to run escaped. Lin Lu didn't bothering to pursue. Just come back to join Wu Mengjin. Many thanks for your help just now, Lin Lu said. Which Mengjin smiled grimly. This is nothing. Have you forgotten that last night we agreed to cooperate with each other when we entered the secret realm? I remember. Lin Lu nodded and added. I just didn't expect that on the premise that I had offended the entire school's freshmen. You would still be willing to keep your word and team up with me. Wu Mengjin smiled. What are you afraid of? It's just a bunch of rabble anyway. Lin Lu also laughed, then abruptly curtailed his smile and said in a low voice, run away, as far as you can. Wu Mengjin was puzzled. Why did she suddenly let him go for a good reason? Wu Mengjin was puzzled and couldn't help but inquire. Why are you running away? Not waiting for Lin Lu to answer, Wu Mengjin has found the answer, only to see that not far away, Jiang Xie took elegant and light steps, like an elegant white swan, with a graceful figure. Each step seemed to be stepping on the clouds. Lin Lu calmly said, she's here to kill me, so run away, or you'll be at a disadvantage in the fight later. Yes, Wu Mengjin was a local and was very familiar with Jiang Xie, who was also a local. Know that this woman is not to be messed with. Lin Lu told him to flee, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned his head and left. He didn't think he could go fast enough and summoned his mount and fled on it. After Wu Mengjin escaped, this neighborhood was the one that belonged to Lin Lu and Jiang Xie. No one disturbed it. You can fight to your heart's content. A smile curled up on Jiang Xie's lips, and she looked up with interest at the sky above the secret realm, at the hanging curtain of light. Currently, in first place was Lin Lu, the second is Ginger Pear, the third is Steward Young. Jiang Xie came in seventh place, 143 points. You're good, Jiang Xie appeared to be praising, but her tone was filled with the flavor of mockery. Lin Lu gazed coldly at Jiang Xie without speaking. Jiang Xie slowly said, you know, just now, I had many chances to finish you off, but I didn't make a move. Do you know why? By the looks of it, Jiang Xie has been here for a long time. Like Wu Mengjin, he hid and watched the battle. Lin Lu shook his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Jiang Xie glanced at Lin Lu and said, what an uninteresting man. I didn't make a move when you were surrounded by people because I don't like the idea of more people bullying fewer people. Lin Lu interrupted. Cut the crap. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. Jiang Xie arched her eyebrows, her smile all but gone. Fine. If you want to find death, I'll fulfill you. Jiang Xie drew her sword. Without saying a word, he stabbed straight at Lin Lu. One shot is a kill shot. Sudden stabbing. This stab was so fast that Lin Lu was completely unable to dodge in time, but he didn't panic in the slightest. If he had been approached before, he would have been dead. But now, raising his hand, he summoned another large wave of skeleton warriors from the dark graveyard and quickly used the life connection skill. The sword pierced through Lin Lu's chest. Blood blossomed in Lin Lu's chest like a rosebush. Lin Lu, however, felt no pain, because the secret realm reduces pain to the lowest rung of the ladder. Good timing. A coldness flashed across Lin Lu's eyes. Ignoring the damage he had taken, he raised his staff and fired a bone spear towards Jiang Xie's body. So close. The bone spear hit Jiang Xie, only that the sharp bone spear was blocked by the leather armor Jiang Xie was wearing. Little bastard. How dare you resist? A mean sneer appeared on Jiang Xie's absolutely beautiful face. She pulled her sword out of Lin Lu, and another sword, faster than thunder, accurately stabbed Lin Lu in the neck. Chapter 60, The Vice Principal. Jiang Yiwen. Unfortunately, with this look, it was impossible to kill Lin Lu. Lin Lu's neck was penetrated by a sword and he was almost beheaded. Even so, he didn't die either, and his wounds healed quickly. Lin Lu calmly attacked Jiang Xie using necromancy spells. Bone spears and curses are used in turn. It was just that I didn't know what level of defense equipment Jiang Xie had on her. Lin Lu's bone spear unexpectedly couldn't pierce the leather armor on Jiang Xie's body. His curse technique didn't work well on Jiang Xie either. On Jiang Xie's neck, she wore a mercury pendant. Every time Lin Lu used a curse spell on Jiang Xie, the mercury pendant around her neck would then suddenly light up, automatically removing the curse from Jiang Xie. At the same time, Lin Lu was using two things at once, commanding undead creatures such as skeleton warriors, ghouls, skeleton warlords, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and other undead creatures to focus on attacking Jiang Xie. Since the skill, Life Connection, every time Lin Lu fought, he would use Life Connection on the undead of the Dark Cemetery. In this way, their lives are bound together. Trying to kill Lin Lu, You have to destroy the summoned beast before you can take out the summoner. Jiang Xie is a smart person, and knowledgeable, stabbed Lin Lu 2 swords, found that Lin Lu does not die, and the wound quickly then healed. I guess that it was because of the life connection skill, so she decisively gave up on continuing to kill Lin Lu. Instead, they went to deal with Lin Lu's gang of summoned beasts. As long as all of his summoned beasts were taken out, then Lin Lu would also suffer the backlash of the skill. Jiang Xie is a man of action and does what she says she will do. She carried an ebony sword in her hand and resolutely killed in front of Lin Lu's army of undead. This is good, Lin Lu secretly said. Go kill the undead and save her the trouble of tossing herself. One of Jiang Xie's sword chi slashed through. It then easily took out 50 to 60 skeleton warriors of Lin Lu. Jiang Xie looked back suddenly and winked smugly at Lin Lu, as if to say he was nothing more than that. Jiang Xie was indeed formidable, taking out 50 to 60 skeleton warriors with a single sword chi. At the rate she's going, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for Lin Lu's army of skeletons to perish in Jiang Xie's hands. Only, Lin Lu wasn't going to let her get what she wanted. As many skeleton warriors as Jiang Xie exterminated with her sword, Lin Lu would summon as many more from the dark cemetery. Just as before, Jiang Xie had labored for half a day and found that the number of Lin Lu's skeleton army, instead of decreasing, had a tendency to increase. She's just wasting her energy for nothing. Besides, Lin Lu's skeleton army wasn't a vegetarian either. The skeleton mage and skeleton archer had been attacking Jiang Xie without stopping. There are also poison spear skeletons and ice arrow skeletons. Both of them are at the peak of level 1. The poison spear skeleton throws a poisonous spear that deals sustained damage to enemies. The ice arrow skeleton shoots ice arrows that mainly slow down. They are remote, like annoying flies. Tossed Jiang Xie enough. Outside the secret world, inside the secret room, Yi Zhendong said with a gloomy face, this Lin Lu kid is also too perverted. His skeletons seem to be infinite and can be summoned continuously. If this is true, who can beat him in the future? It's just a low-level 1 skeleton soldier. Any more in number and it's just garbage. Jiang Xie is at a disadvantage in terms of occupation. She's a melee occupation that happens to be restrained by Lin Lu's necromancer. If it's a law profession that encounters this kind of situation, a wide-range group attack skill thrown down will easily exterminate Lin Lu's skeleton army. Fair enough, Jiang Xie's luck is not good. I think that the newcomer king of this session will most likely be Lin Lu. I think so. Words are spoken too soon. Don't forget that Jiang Xie's talent hasn't been used yet. Indeed, when Jiang Xie uses her talent, she might be able to turn the tide against the wind. In the end, what exactly is Jiang Xie's talent? Who can tell me? Jiang Xie is the daughter of the vice principal. Grew up in Heavenly Sword University. Most of the old tutors at Heavenly Sword University knew of Jiang Xie's talent. There are only a few new ones that don't know it yet. Just as the crowd in the room was in disarray, a cool, low voice came. Lunar Hannah. That is the name of my daughter's talent, the effect of which is to transform into a Valkyrie of the moon. The crowd was startled and followed the sound, only to see that at some point, inside the room, there were 2 more silhouettes, a man and a woman. The male was handsome, extremely tall, almost 2 meters tall, carrying a huge sword case, wrapped in a black robe. Like a strange man, the lady was probably in her 30s. Appearance exquisite cold show, melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, agar nose small mouth, height 1 meter 7'1", put on high heels is 1 meter 7'6", tall and leggy. She stands on stage like an international model, dressed in a black professional suit with a white stand-up collar shirt and long hair coiled up on her head. She was sensible and competent. The crowd saw the pair, immediately rose and greeted him respectfully. Hello principal, hello vice principal, president of Heavenly Sword University, named Yu Xuanzhou, the first sword god of China. He was usually unsmiling and cold and hard. In the face of the crowd's greetings, he ignored them and stared at the secret realm's light screen. Mentors and school leaders, they know the temperament of their own principal very well. If you need to talk to the principal, just ignore him if nothing happens. Everyone has worked hard, so please relax and there's no need to be nervous. The vice-chancellor, named Zhang Yiwen, was a famous great beauty of Heavenly Sword University with a gentle and generous personality. She smiled brightly and said, how far along is the orientation meeting? Almost done yet? It's almost done. It's estimated that in another hour, it'll be over. Yi Zhendong immediately responded. Yes? Zhang Yiwen nodded, her eyes looking towards the secret light screen, then asked, who is that boy fighting with my daughter? His name is Lin Lu, Northern Province scholar, mutant. Yi Zhendong quickly responded. Zhang Yiwen muttered in a small voice, A mutant? No wonder he can harness so many undead. Mutants have a myriad of abilities. There are those whose mouths can spit lasers, those born with the ability to harness fire, and those who can turn their bodies into steel. It wasn't too unusual for Lin Lu to be able to harness a huge number of undead. Stared at the light screen for a while longer. Jiang Yuan guffawed. My daughter let me arrogant spoiled. She probably is the first time to eat such a big loss. Ears are angry red. I estimate that she about to use the talent. In order to pursue the martial realm. Missy has tried her best to restrain herself and rarely uses her S-rank talent. If she uses her talent, even another Lin Lu, two Lin Lu together, would not be a match for Missy. Someone complimented. Jiang Yuan smiled warmly. That boy named Lin Lu is not bad either. We'll have to arrange a good tutor for him later. Chapter 61, Valkyrie of the Moon. Don't worry. Tutors are eager to have a student as outstanding as Lin Lu. Especially Sima Ying of the Alchemy Department and Chu Xian of the Necromancy Department. The two are competing the most fiercely. Yi Jindong respectfully said. Jiang Yuan smiled and said. Sima Ying has always wanted a mutant disciple to cooperate with her in her experiments. Since Sima Ying has been in charge of the alchemy department, she has made a lot of contributions to the school and has been a credit to the school. I'll make the call on this. Lin Lu belongs to instructor Sima Ying of the alchemy department. Tell Chu Xian to stop fighting. Yi Jindong looked up in dismay. The alchemy department had made a lot of money for the academy in the past few years by running a couple of magic potion companies out of the city. So much so that today the alchemy department has a high status in the school. Joining the alchemy department was actually a good choice. And the instructors under its command were all rich and generous, willing to spend money to train their disciples. Especially Sima Ying, the person in charge of the alchemy department, was known as the #1 rich woman in Heavenly Sword University. When you become her disciple, at least you won't be aggravated about money. However, Sima Ying is a crazy person, and often does some forbidden experiments in private, and even crippled a disciple. Said it was in conjunction with her experiment. In effect, it's to be a guinea pig for Sima Ying, and she'll try all kinds of experiments on you without a care in the world. And, as a rule, the mentor can choose the disciple and the disciple can choose the mentor. No matter what, you have to ask Lin Lu's opinion first. Let's see if he's willing to have Sima Ying as a mentor before we can decide. Something like this unauthorized decision by the vice-chancellor is already a violation of school rules. Yi Jindong's brows furrowed as his gaze slowly moved to the principal on the side. The other side. Indifferent. This means that the principal he agrees by default. Since the principal also agrees, Yi Jindong naturally couldn't say anything else and obediently shut his mouth and retreated to the side. The room, the tutors, couldn't help but look at each other. Jiang Yuan was clearly suspected of giving vent to her personal anger. Newcomers may not know, but the seniors at the university know better. Jiang Yuan had always doted on her only daughter. I can't allow my daughter to be wronged. Lin Lu made her daughter suffer. Jiang Yuan loved her daughter like her life. She didn't say anything on the surface, but she was definitely uncomfortable in her heart. It was possible that Sima Ying had made some kind of private agreement with the vice principal. It was also possible that the vice principal was simply taking revenge on Lin Lu and wanted to give him a hard time. Anyway, the real reason is known only to the vice principal, and perhaps the principal, but no one else can know. At this point, the president of Heavenly Sword University, Yu Xuanzhou steeply said in a deep voice, "Where are the older students? Why haven't they been allowed to go to the secret place?" As is customary for the annual orientation meeting, a veteran team of sophomore and junior seniors will be sent to the secret place as well. This was done, for one thing, to put down the freshmen and tell them not to be arrogant. After all, the freshmen of Heavenly Sword University were all elites from all over. All of them are proud and arrogant. You can't control them without suppressing them. The second is to make it a little harder for the freshmen. The orientation meeting is also an intake meeting for the mentors of each department. Can't see the potential in these freshmen until they're pushed to the limit. This, too, is the responsibility of Yi Jindong. Because the battle between Lin Lu and Jiang Xie was so exciting, he actually forgot about it for a moment. Facing the principal's rebuke, he hurriedly responded, "Yes, I'll let the older students enter the secret realm." Yi Jindong took out his cell phone and dialed the number, spoke a few words to the person on the other end of the line, and then hung up. "They'll be here soon," Yi Jindong said. Yu Xuanzhou nodded. Good. At this moment, within the secret territory, Lin Lu relied on the effect of the life connections skill and the constant army of skeletons. Pinned Jiang Xie successfully. Her stamina and mana were exhausted, and she was heavily surrounded by Lin Lu's skeleton army. Jiang Xie was originally born with picturesque brows and eyes, cool and dusty, and at this time she stood with her sword after exhausting her physical strength, like a beautiful jade that had been broken. Bleak and fragile, Lin Lu stood at a distance, his eyes wary of her. There was no Jiang Xie who had fallen into a disadvantage at this point and underestimated her. How could an S-class genius be so weak? The last fight with Jiang Li had taught Lin Lu a profound lesson. S-class talent was much stronger than Lin Lu thought. During the fight with Jiang Xie, Lin Lu hadn't noticed any signs of Jiang Xie using her talent. He did hear Situ Yang talk about it. Jiang Xie's talent seemed to be a transformation class, able to turn into a moon valkyrie or something. It was Jiang Xie who was the most dangerous at this moment. She could use her S-rank talent to transform into a valkyrie at any time. Lin Lu was pumped up and always on guard against her. Jiang Xie, who was caught in the heavy siege of the skeleton army, suddenly laughed. Lin Lu, are you afraid? It seems like you already know about my talent. Lin Lu didn't bother with her. Jiang Xie said to herself, since I was a child, I have worshipped Yu Xuanzhou, the principal of Heavenly Sword University, and so I have followed his example of painstakingly honing the sword path and focusing on the art of swordsmanship, and I will never use my talent, or external forces, until I have no choice. Lin Lu, you are the only person in recent years who can force me to use my talent in order to defeat. You should be proud of that. Jiang Xie slightly raised her chin, her cold and arrogant appearance like an inviolable goddess, independent of the world, as if nothing could enter her eyes. Lin Lu sneered, maybe you can't beat me even if you use your talent. As he spoke, he commanded the skeleton army and launched a tentative attack on Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie frowned, you're such an obnoxious fellow, you'll regret it. After saying that, Jiang Xie suddenly closed her eyes and a shocking aura erupted from her. In a flash, a light as bright as moonlight lingered around her. When she opened her eyes again, like the descent of the goddess of the moon, the Valkyrie armor condensed by the divine power of the moon wrapped around Jiang Xie's delicate body. A single rune glowing with the power of the moon god was inscribed on her weapon, and her entire aura became cool and mysterious. Damn it, I knew it. None of these S-class geniuses are any good. Feeling the powerful aura on Jiang Xie's body, Lin Lu's face changed and he immediately withdrew the skeleton army that surrounded Jiang Xie. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Mirror of the Moon, 3 styles, Dark Moon Starfall. Jiang Xiu's tone was calm and mysterious. The next moment, a dark moonlight fell from the sky. Any undead that came into contact with the weird moonlight were all annihilated. Lin Lu's powerful army of skeletons instantly disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xie held the weapon blessed by the moon god, pointing at Lin Lu from afar, and said in an awe-inspiring manner, next, it's your time to die. At this moment, Jiang Xie seemed as if she had truly gained the goddess of the moon, causing people to be in awe and not dare to blaspheme. Oh yeah? Lin Lu laughed lightly and raised his hand. Chapter 62, The Shocked Crowd. He, the winner and the loser have been divided. It seems that the title of this newcomer king is my daughter's, and I wonder if there are any rewards? Jiang Yuan's bright and beautiful face was filled with pride and complacency for her daughter. The silent Yu Xuanzhou spoke abruptly. The weapons collected in my sword pavilion. Yuzuki can pick anyone she wants and take it with her. Just think of it as a reward for her winning the title of Rookie King. Jiang Xie, who grew up in Heavenly Sword University. It's the regimental favorite little princess of Heavenly Sword University. Even the usually unsmiling principal, Yu Xuanzhou, loved Jiang Xie, not only teaching her swordsmanship, he was also willing to open the sword pavilion to Jiang Xie. One must know that the sword pavilion was a forbidden place of Heavenly Sword University, where only the principal could set foot. Jiang Xie was the first student to be allowed by the principal to enter the sword pavilion. Jiang Yuan smiled sweetly and said, Principal Xuanzhou, I'll thank you in advance on behalf of Yuki. Yu Xuanzhou just nodded and didn't say anything. Eyes on the principal have indicated. How can anyone else not show it? Besides, the old men in the school, they truly loved Jiang Xie. All of them promised that after Jiang Xie came out of the secret realm, they would give her a precious gift. Just as the tutors in the room were talking and complimenting Jiang Yuan, Yu Xuanzhou, who had been focusing his attention on the secret realm's light screen, suddenly spoke with some astonishment. Jiang Xie lost? This man, who was known as the first sword god of China, had a change of expression on his face for the first time since he stepped into this room. He looked surprised, like he was very much out of his element. What? Jiang Xie lost? How is this possible? As far as I can remember, there's almost no one in my age group who can beat Jiang Xie who has used her talent. It's true, Jiang Xie lost. Look guys, Jiang Xie has been eliminated from the secret realm and has come out of it. The crowd looked down, only to see that the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion was filled with losers who had been eliminated from the tournament, all of them hanging their heads and listless. Jiang Xie was the most eye-catching and brightest among the crowd. Her eyes were empty and dull. Like a beautiful statue, she had lost her former spirituality, and one could not help but feel pity. Zhang Yuan's delicate and bright face was filled with heartache for her daughter as she hurriedly left the room to comfort and care for her daughter, leaving a puzzled crowd in the room. What the hell happened? In the last second, Jiang Xie had transformed into the Valkyrie of the Moon, showing off her divine power and easily destroying Lin Lu's skeleton army. How come the next second, Jiang Xie was eliminated? Could it be that an outsider had interfered in the battle between Lin Lu and Jiang Xie? They were only focused on complimenting and pleasing the vice principal, Zhang Yuan, and completely failed to pay attention to the light screen. At this point, the crowd looked up at the curtain of light hovering over the room. One could only see Lin Lu's lonely figure alone, not a third person, since it wasn't a third person who intervened. So how did Lin Lu defeat Jiang Xiyu? Yi Zhendong inclined his head towards the principal and asked softly, "Headmaster, what the hell is going on here?" Yu Xuanzhou's two-sword brows wrinkled slightly as he said with a confused expression, "I don't know if I'm mistaken, but Lin Lu, he seems to have summoned the undead assassin." No way! A tutor from the summoning department immediately vetoed it. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Lu is only a high level 1, and the undead assassin is a level 2 undead. A level 1 necromancer can never summon a level 2 undead. This is the rule of the summoning code. No summoning profession can violate it. Besides, in the thousands of years of history of the human race, there has never been an example of a transgressive summoning. Inside the room, there was a lot of chatter. Neither believed that Lin Lu was only level 1 and could summon a level 2 beginner undead assassin. This is so unbelievable. The tutors were unanimous in their suspicion that the principal had been mistaken, but no one had the guts to question the principal. Yu Hianzhou. Yi Zhendong hesitated. "Mr. Headmaster, why don't we suspend the orientation assembly first, and then restart it after the investigation is clear?" "It's not necessary." Yu Xuanzhou shook his head expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "Maybe I'm mistaken. Go on." "Okay." Yi Zhendong took a few steps backward. Yu Xuanzhou held his head high, staring at Lin Lu's figure through the light screen, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Call for the entrance of the older students." "Yes." Yi Zhendong answered and immediately called those few sophomores who had been arranged long ago, informing them that it was their turn to make their appearance. There was a pause. Yu Xuanzhou added, "Just now, the vice principal said that Lin Lu's tutor was set as Sima Ying of the alchemy department. I declare this order null and void." The crowd was stunned, then delighted. What Yu Xuanzhou meant by this was that Lin Lu was now a free agent, and the tutors of the various departments of the university all had the opportunity to take Lin Lu as a disciple, although he wasn't sure what method Lin Lu had used to defeat Jiang Xie. However, the spiritual rhinoceros mystic realm was a mystic realm that specialized in testing students, and there were a large number of formations within the mystic realm that prevented cheating. There's no way anyone could have cheated. In other words, Lin Lu had defeated Jiang Xie with his own strength, able to easily defeat an S-class genius, and it's still recognized by Heavenly Sword University, the strongest freshman of this class, the successor of the sword god Jiang Xie. Lin Lu's potential was terrifying. How could the many mentors let go of this quality potential? They were like wolves that had been starving for several days and nights, their eyes bubbling with green light, firmly staring at Lin Lu, greedy and hungry, wanting to immediately eat Lin Lu alive. While they were vigilantly surveying the other tutors around them, they were mentally calculating how to enlist and please Lin Lu. An open and shut battle surrounding Lin Lu was about to draw to a close. Within the secret territory, after finishing off Jiang Xie, Lin Lu looked bland. "You're all S-class geniuses. So what am I?" Previously, after seeing Jiang Xie use her S-rank talent to transform into a godlike Valkyrie of the Moon, that kind of strength was truly terrifying. He wasn't alarmed though. After taking the provincial exam, the northern government had rewarded him with a Summon Undead Assassin skill book. Sacrifice 40,000 skeleton soldiers for 1 tier 2 beginner undead assassin. Before Lin Lu came to Heavenly Sword University, he had exchanged a total of 3 undead assassins. Jiang Xie was a peak level 1 swordsman, and the undead assassin was 1 rank higher than Jiang Xie. In order to show his respect for the S-class genius, Lin Lu waved his hand and directly sent out all of the undead assassins he possessed. The 3 undead assassins joined forces to finish off Jiang Xie almost effortlessly. Jiang Xie didn't even realize that the stealthy undead assassin had sneaked up on her and was just taken out in a blur. Lin Lu knew that the school authorities would use light curtains to monitor, and no one's every move within the secret area could be hidden from the eyes of the school authorities. Lin Lu didn't need to hide it, nor did he want to. A level 1 necromancer could not cross over to summon level 2 undead. This was an ironclad law laid down in the summoning code. But Lin Lu was different. He wasn't an ordinary necromancer. He was a mutant. Mutants have a myriad of abilities. It seemed reasonable to be able to summon across levels. If the school authorities pursued the matter, Lin Lu planned to blame everything on the mutants. Human scholars hadn't studied much about changelings anyway, and there was so little information that the concept of changelings was very vague. I'm sure he can muddle through. Lin Lu put the 3 stealthy undead assassins into the dark graveyard, took out his soul badge again, summoned his mount, and continued to hunt down the other freshmen to earn credits. Meanwhile, outside of the secret territory, 3 men and 2 women, a total of 5 sophomores, arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Ha ha, I'm so excited at the thought of finally being able to bully my schoolmates with impunity. A small dwarf in a pink Lolita dress, very cute looking and less than 5 feet 5 inches tall, laughed rampantly with his arms crossed. Chapter 63, The Last Man. Above the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, inside the secret room, Principal Yusuanzhou, who was carrying a sword case on his back, suddenly asked, "Who are the sophomores we got this time, and how strong are they?" Yi Zhendong, who was in charge of organizing this matter, immediately said, "At the head of the group is the student council officer Hanamiya, and the remaining 4 are also ordinary members of the student council, looking for sophomores at the beginning of the 2nd level, as you instructed." Yusuanzhou's eyes were slightly cold as he said, "Have all the student councils of my Heavenly Sword University degenerated to such an extent? The cadres of the student council are only at the beginning of the 2nd level. If this were to be spread out, it wouldn't make the other 3 prestigious schools laugh at them to death." Yi Zhendong explained with a smile. "This Hanamiya student is a special occupation nightmare master? It's more difficult to upgrade. Only upgraded to the 2nd level beginner when he was in his sophomore year, so it's a special occupation. That makes sense." Yusuanzhou wondered again. Is the student council so idle? For such a small matter, just assign a few ordinary members to do the job. Why do we need to send an officer? Yi Zhendong smiled awkwardly. Hanamiya asked to come of her own accord. She was bullied badly by the older students at the orientation conference during her freshman year, and this time she came over specifically to bully the freshmen and get revenge. Yusuanzhou said in disbelief. If you want to take revenge, you should look for people who bullied her before to take revenge. It's not like this freshman class has ever messed with her. She's bullying the weak, not taking revenge. Yi Zhendong said in a low voice with an embarrassed face. Then I'll drive the flower palace back and replace it with someone else. It's not necessary. Yusuanzhou said blandly. Nightmare Master is a very rare profession. Most of the freshmen in this class haven't seen it before. So let's let the Flower Palace come and show the freshmen how powerful a Nightmare Master can be. This way, in the future, when they encounter a special profession like the Nightmare Master, they won't have no combat experience and be disorganized. Yes, Yi Zhendong said. The Nightmare Master is a very bizarre psychic profession. You can hypnotize your target, infiltrate their dreams, and alter them through skills such as hypnotism and drowsiness. A saint-ranked Nightmare Master can even achieve the point of killing people in their dreams. As for the second-level Nightmare Master, he was not that capable. At most, he could make someone fall asleep instantly, and then make him have a nightmare or something. Inside the secret, Lin Lu sat cross-legged in a clearing somewhere in the plains. There was a burn mark all around. The flames reduced the grass and wildflowers on the plain to ashes. Above the ashes were hordes of terrifyingly ferocious skeleton warriors, centered around Lin Lu, wandering around aimlessly. On the way to Lin Lu, he ran into two mages, a fire mage and a spirit mage. Lin Lu's anticlimactic speech at the lectern. It made him an existence that everyone recognized among the freshmen, and his popularity was even higher than Jiang Xie. When these two mages saw Lin Lu, they immediately attacked Lin Lu without saying a word. Lin Lu was happy to do the same. Both sides fought to a standstill. Lin Lu's skeleton mage corps easily focused on the fire mage and spiked that fire mage. There was one spirit mage left, and he took advantage of the chaos to give Lin Lu a spirit shock. Luckily, Lin Lu maneuvered a skeleton warrior forward in time to block the mental shock for him. Lin Lu hurriedly maneuvered the skeleton mage corps and bombarded them with spells, spiking that spirit mage as well. But even so, Lin Lu was still affected by the aftermath of the mental shock, a headache and nausea. It took 5 or 6 minutes of slowing down to get better. Lin Lu raised his head and looked up at the huge curtain of light hanging in the turquoise blue sky. His name? Still in first place. Only there are so many names missing from the list. Secret Realm rules. Once eliminated, the name on the list will also disappear. Currently, there are 75 names left on the list. That is to say, more than 1,000 freshmen. After fighting for such a while, there were still 75 people left. Lin Lu took another close look at the list, and his housemates from the Sword Seed Pavilion, Wu Mingjin, Situ Yang, Wang Daopu, and Yen Ye, were not eliminated. The other 4 girls in the Sword Show Pavilion hadn't been eliminated yet, except for Jiang Xie, who had been taken out by him, and each of them is ranked at the top of the list. Suddenly, the light screen displaying the list trembled a few times and returned to normal. Amazingly, in that instant, there were 10 fewer names on the list, going from 75 to 65. It also showed that someone had just eliminated 10 people in a flash. So powerful. Could it be Zhongli? Only an S-ranked heaven can do that, right? Just as Lin Lu was speculating, another name missing from the list. It's Ginger Pear. She was also eliminated. Lin Lu revealed a look of surprise, but he quickly returned to normal. After about a few minutes, 7 more new students were eliminated. Among them were the 3 beautiful girls from the Sword Show Pavilion, and Wang Daopu. At this point, all 5 members of the Sword Show Pavilion were eliminated. There were 4 people left in the Sword Seed Pavilion plus Lin Lu, the one who could eliminate Zhongli. Among the freshmen of this class, there should be no one else besides himself. Looks like it should be the sophomore seniors coming. Lin Lu thought darkly. I had heard from Situ Yang and the others long ago that the outstanding students of the Sword Seed Pavilion and the Sword Show Pavilion were the common targets for both the new students and the old students. Because of the speech this morning, Lin Lu had offended all the freshmen, attracting the hatred of the freshmen, and indirectly helping the Sword Seed Pavilion and the Sword Show Pavilion. The freshmen's hatred was on Lin Lu, and there was much less hostility towards the outstanding students of the Sword Seed Pavilion and the Sword Show Pavilion. After entering the secret realm, they all came after Lin Lu. No one is targeting them, the good students. But the older students are different. Those who were chosen to participate in the orientation meeting were ordinary sophomores with a rank of only the beginning of level 2. And they didn't mix well. It's so hard to get a chance. Definitely need to bully the underclassmen with abandon. Especially from the Sword Breeders Hall and the Sword Showers Hall. It feels even better to bully such good students. Lin Lu moved into the Sword Seed Pavilion and was also the target of bullying by the older students. He's not going to go against the grain and wait to die. Heavenly Sword University likes berserkers? Fine. Then go wild yourself and show you guys. I don't care if you're a senior or a senior. When you meet me, you'll all die. Lin Lu's mind immediately sank into the dark graveyard, sacrificing 200,000 skeleton soldiers and exchanging another 5 undead assassins. The skeleton soldiers that Lin Lu had accumulated before the start of the Heavenly Sword University were about to be exhausted, and there were still 20,000 to 30,000 skeleton warriors left in the dark cemetery, which was more than enough for him to use. Instead of walking around, he stopped where he was and summoned 5 or 6 skeleton warriors to spread out around the area to keep watch. There are also skeleton mages, ghouls, skeleton archers, and poison spear skeletons. These elite undead, all of them stayed by Lin Lu's side to protect him. The enemy doesn't know where it is. Instead of wandering around the secret realm like a headless fly, it was better to keep to one place, take the easy way out. Probably a few more minutes passed. 11 or 12 more were eliminated. Among them were Wu Mingjin, Situ Yang and Yenya. Soon, the only name left on the list was Lin Lu's alone. Over 1,000 freshmen, all eliminated, leaving him alone. Chapter 64, Earth Dragon Rider. The Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion was a messy and noisy place. Wang Daopu's face reddened as he yelled, "Bullying? These sophomore mongrels are also too bullying." I don't know what those old students did to Wang Daopu that could make him so angry. Yenya did the same, his face turning blue. That's right, there's no such thing as humiliating someone like that. When I get stronger later, I'll have to take revenge. I'm so mad at those sophomore assholes. I don't get along with them. Even the always good-tempered Situ Yang gritted his teeth in hatred. Inside the pavilion, a bunch of people were cursing. Part of them were cursing the sophomore seniors. Another part was cursing the school. And another part was cursing Lin Lu. In short, the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion was as noisy as a food market. Above, in the secret room, Principal Yu Xuanzhou calmly looked down at the freshmen underneath and said in a deep voice, "This class of freshmen isn't bad looking." A moment of contemplation. He added, It's just a little too loud for my liking. Yi Zhendong shivered in fear and immediately replied, I'll let them be quiet. Go on. Yu Xuanzhou placed the sword case behind his back at his feet on the ground, propped up with one hand, leaned on his body, and raised his head to stare intently at the light screen. Yi Zhendong quickly walked over to the broadcasting equipment, picked up the microphone and yelled, Shut up all of them. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Inside the closed spirit rhinoceros pavilion, echoed Yi Zhendong's angry roar. The 1,000 freshmen were too scared to speak again, and the pavilion was silent. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhendong nodded his head in satisfaction. These little brats, they are quite obedient. This time, the new students just noticed how the orientation meeting wasn't over yet. It was only then that he realized that Lin Lu was still in the secret realm. And an even more shocking thing was that Jiang Ziye was actually eliminated by Lin Lu. One must know that Jiang Ziye came from a famous family, and was an S-class genius, a peak level 1 swordsman, and had the sword god's inheritance, and was ranked number 1 in the freshman college entrance exams of this session of Heavenly Sword University, one of the most popular college flowers in the world. She'll lose to Lin Lu? No one who learned of this was surprised. Wang Daopu muttered in a small voice. Fortunately, I didn't really clash with boss Lin Lu in the first place. Otherwise, TSK. It wasn't even sure how many times he was glad that he hadn't erupted into conflict with Lin Lu that night. Situ Yan was also shocked. I know Lin Lu is powerful. I didn't expect Lin Lu to be so powerful. I should have known that I should have teamed up with Lin Lu in the first place. Talking about talking. Situ Yan showed a look of regret. Wu Mingjin also had a look of regret on her face. When Lin Lu fought with Jiang Ziye, he shouldn't have run away and left. Stay and continue to team up with Lin Lu when he won, so that he could also survive until the end. In the corner, Jiang Li's cheeks were slightly flushed. She raised her head and glanced at the light screen, and after seeing, in the light screen, Lin Lu's lonely and arrogant figure, as well as that handsome face, she quickly lowered her head again. The girl murmured with a slight curl of her lips, Lin Lu, you're really strong, and only you are worthy of being my opponent. Suddenly, Jiang Li didn't know what she had remembered. Her face was red and hot. Her face was as delicate as a cherry illuminated by the sun. Her shy appearance was intoxicating. That badass nightmare master, causing people to have that kind of dream or with Lin Lu. Oh, I'm not pure anymore. When is this orientation meeting going to end? Isn't everyone eliminated? Not yet. Lin Lu is still stranded in the secret realm. In addition to Lin Lu, there are also 5 sophomores. This gang, when I get stronger later, I have to find them to settle the score. What? Lin Lu still has to beat these 5 sophomore seniors before it's over? You are too high on Lin Lu. How can he beat sophomores? Those can be all second-level professionals. And there is also an extremely difficult profession in it. What is it called? Dream Master? It's the Nightmare Master. Yes, it's this disgusting profession that God forbid puts you to sleep. Then it starts manipulating your dreams, giving you nightmares. What dreams? All sorts of weird and wacky dreams that can torture you to death. This profession is also disgusting. Why doesn't Lin Lu surrender? Those old students are all psychopaths. Coming to the orientation meeting is to torture the new students. It's better to surrender earlier. Who knows? Maybe it's because they beat Jiang Ziye's classmates and swelled up, wanting to challenge the seniors in the upper grades. This is actually quite good. Let Lin Lu experience what it's like to fight a nightmare master as well. Don't let a few nightmares scare the pants off of him when the time comes. It would be great if that were to happen. It would just give us revenge. Who told Lin Lu to call us all trash? Brothers, get your cell phones ready. And always remember to take a picture of Lin Lu's ugly face when he makes a mess of his pants. Yes, let's see how arrogant he'll be then. Most of the boys were still filled with malice and hatred towards Lin Lu. The girls, on the other hand, were quite a bit overwhelmed by Lin Lu's handsome looks and powerful strength. When the sophomore senior appeared before Lin Lu, in unison, the girls began to shout for Lin Lu. Go Lin Lu! Don't lose! Come on, you're the best! Unfortunately, Lin Lu couldn't hear the voices outside the secret world and didn't know that anyone would be cheering for him. He gave his full attention to the sophomore senior in front of him. After entering the secret world, the 5 sophomores decided to split up. The difference between level 1 and level 2 is not normal. An ordinary level 2 beginner professional could easily hang most of the new students within the spirit rhinoceros mystery. It won't hurt or kill you anyway. Just have fun with it. It looks like I'm lucky. The last freshman in the secret realm. Let me find it. The person who spoke was an ordinary looking, not tall, average man. His profession was an earth dragon knight, and his weapon was a 2-meter long, two-handed copper club as thick as a baby's arm, clad in 2-star heavy armor. His mount was a 1-star peak fire-tongued earth dragon. The earth dragon knight was very proud of himself, looking at Lin Lu with his head held high and said condescendingly, "I heard that you're that what's his name Lin Lu, the top scorer of the Northern High School entrance examination? How about this? Do you have any soul gems on you? Give me 100 inferior soul gems and I'll let you go. How about that? Otherwise, if I eliminate you, you won't look good." Lin Lu laughed and sneered. "A mere second-level early-stage waste. How dare you blackmail me?" Everyone else had broken through the beginning of the second level in their freshman year, and in their sophomore year, they had to mix it up with the peak of the second level anyways. As for you, you're in your sophomore year, but you're only at the beginning of the second level. A waste of space. And you only dare to flaunt your power in front of us freshmen. You. The Earth Dragon Knight was infuriated and his lips were quivering with a furious look. Chapter 65, Cowards. You're going to die a horrible death. Little bastard. The Earth Dragon Knight's face turned blue as he roared angrily, his burly physical body erupting with a strong fighting aura. The fire-tongued Earth Dragon at his hip let out a hiss in tandem, erupting with a fighting aura of the same root as the Earth Dragon Knight, along with ancient, desolate runic formations. They appeared at the feet of the Earth Dragon Rider. Man riding in unison, a skill exclusive to the knight profession. Being able to make the rider and the mount unite with one mind. This makes the mount flexible under the rider's crotch as if the rider had been lengthened with lower limbs, like a heavily armored chariot. Wrapped in heart-stopping fury, with an unstoppable momentum, he charged towards Lin Lu. Lin Lu's expression remained unchanged, and as in his usual battles, he commanded a large number of skeleton warriors, constructing a human wall of white bones in front of him. This move is very effective against level 1 professionals. Almost none of the level 1 professionals were able to kill through the hundreds of skeleton warriors blocking Lin Lu's way, but this move doesn't work on level 2 professionals, even if the other party was just an ordinary level 2 early stage professional. In front of the Earth Dragon Rider, the skeleton warrior was as fragile as if it were an assembled model from a toy store. The Earth Dragon Knight only lightly touched it, and the skeleton warrior fell apart. The skeleton sea tactic that had defeated many enemies for Lin Lu lost its effect in front of the Earth Dragon Knights. No matter how many skeleton warriors there were, they couldn't stop the Earth Dragon Knights from advancing. In front of the Earth Dragon Knights, the skeleton warriors were completely reduced to cannon fodder. The fire-tongued ground dragon on his hips was able to crush multiple skeleton warriors that stood in its way every time it advanced. Moreover, the defense of the Earth Dragon Knight was amazing. It was the opponent with the strongest defense that Lin Lu had encountered so far. The attacks of the skeleton warrior landed on the body of the Earth Dragon Knight, unable to leave even a single scratch. The same goes for the skeleton archers. It was only the skeleton mage's magic bullets that were able to slow down the Earth Dragon Knight's advance a little bit, but they couldn't penetrate the Earth Dragon Knight's defense at all. See? This is the strength of a level 2 professional. Ha ha ha. The Earth Dragon Knight rampaged. The moment the skeleton mage's magic bullet smashed into the Earth Dragon Knight, it was as brilliant as a firework explosion. And when the smoke cleared, the smile of the unharmed Earth Dragon Knight grew more and more hideous. Several lights flashed on him. It's all about defense skills. Knight skill, fighting spirit armor. Knight skill, flesh strengthening. Mount skill, fire salamander shield. Knight skill, power of glory. Plus the 2-star heavy armor he was wearing. 6 layers of defense in all. The knight lineage was already one of the strongest professions in terms of defense. The 6 layers of defense on the Earth Dragon Knight's body would take some effort for even a level 2 professional to penetrate. It was a fool's errand for a level 1 professional to break through his defense. The Earth Dragon Rider was getting closer and closer to Lin Lu. Lin Lu had learned a skill called Bone Wall, and as the name implied, this skill could create a wall of bones and debris that could be used to block enemies. Times like this are opportunities to use the Bone Wall. Lin Lu, however, did not use it. He intentionally put the Geoduck Rider over as close to him as possible. Little bastard, why don't you stop screaming? Weren't you very articulate just now? Look at you. You're scared silly. Dare to look down on me. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. I intended to let you go, but you have to seek death. Who can blame you? The Earth Dragon Knight easily killed his way to Lin Lu. Lin Lu stood in place, not moving, not even continuing to maneuver the undead into attacking. It's like being scared out of your wits and resigned to your fate. The Earth Dragon Knight was murderous, glaring at Lin Lu from above. He cursed Lin Lu triumphantly like a villain. Lin Lu's expression was indifferent, and in his deep eyes, all that could be seen was calmness without a trace of fear. This made the Geoduck Rider more and more irritated. He closed his mouth and gritted his teeth as he raised his weapon and slammed it hard into Lin Lu's face. He had to smash Lin Lu's handsome face into a lump of rotten meat in order to dissipate his anger. Outside the secret world, everyone in the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion raised their heads and stared intently at the light screen. Upon seeing the Earth Dragon Knights, easily taking out hundreds of skeleton warriors killed in front of Lin Lu, a thought rose in everyone's mind. Lin Lu is finished. The new students were all stony-faced, without the spiritedness they had at the moment when they first arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion in the morning. Today has really hit them hard. Many of them, the best of their age group in the old country, growing up, undefeated. Today, within the Spirit Rhinoceros Hall of Heavenly Sword University, he tasted the bitter taste of failure for the first time. First taste of humiliation. It was also today that they shed the arrogance in their bodies, became tough, and became more and more eager to become stronger. That's what the school wants to see. Wang Daopu sighed. Luckily, Boss Lin Lu didn't run into that nightmare master. Or else if he really peed his pants in fear in front of so many people, then it would be a great shame. Yenya also nodded. It's not a shame to die at the hands of an Earth Dragon Knight. They are level 2 after all. It's already impressive that Boss Lin Lu was able to hold out for so long. Situ Yang said in a deep voice. It's also a kind of luck to die at the hands of an Earth Dragon Knight. Right, even though the death is a bit stifling. But it's better than being treated like a plaything by that nightmare master. So many people are watching. If you pee your pants in fear, you probably won't be able to raise your head in this life. Wu Mengjin was puzzled. Why do you guys keep talking about peeing your pants? Did you guys ever get peed on by a nightmare master in the secret realm? Wu Mengjin was taken out by a level 2 wood mage. Not having met a nightmare master, it's a bit strange to see them talk about peeing their pants when they talk about one. So it's a bit strange, hearing what Wu Mengjin asked. Wang Daopu, Yan Ya, and Situ Yang's faces changed as they decisively denied. No, don't you talk nonsense. I'll sue you for libel. Wu Mengjin sized up the three men suspiciously. The three were weak and their eyes averted. Wu Mengjin had already guessed the truth just by looking at their faint-hearted appearance. He didn't mock the three though, he just laughed and said no more. Conscious of their shame, all three of them also closed their mouths and stopped talking. Above, in the secret room, Yi Zhendong was calling the janitors, telling them to come to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion and move the secret realm. In his opinion, when he met a grade 2 junior Earth Dragon Knight, Lin Lu would surely die. A few tutors from the summoning and necromancy departments were gathered together, discussing what kind of contraption Lin Lu had summoned to take out Jiang Xie, who was in the state of the Valkyrie of the Moon. Half a day's discussion failed to produce a result. Principal Yu Xuanzhou also took his attention away from the light screen. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Lu's final performance. In his opinion, after Lin Lu met the Earth Dragon Knights, he knew that he was not able to defeat them, and simply gave up resisting, like a rebellious coward, not as fierce as before. Yu Xuanzhou hates these types of people. He was disappointed in Lin Lu and didn't like him as much as he did before. Chapter 66, Summoning at a Crossing Level. Inside the room, in addition to the school's leaders and instructors, was a student. Jiang Xie's almond eyes were moist, and a tear hung on her cheek, causing her to be loved. Zhang Yuan whispered consolingly from the side. It's okay, daughter. It's only a loss. Let's just win it back next time. Jiang Xie's white jade-like fingers wiped across her cheeks and choked. Next time, I will definitely not lose. Yu Xuanzhou, who was standing behind the mother and daughter duo, coldly said, next time you will definitely win. It's me who looked away. Lin Lu is a coward. When he meets a powerful one, he will only stand stupidly and not move. He won't even put up the simplest resistance. This kind of person can't achieve great things. He's not even as good as the most ordinary student. At least they know they can't beat them, but they'll still go all out and fight to the death. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Did you hear what the principal said? Lin Lu was just a momentary fluke. That's why he beat you. Wait for the next time. You'll surely be able to beat him to death. Jiang Xie said suspiciously. Really? Zhang Yuan guffawed. Of course it's true. When have you ever seen the principal wrong? Jiang Xie stopped her tears, and the confidence that had been beaten away by Lin Lu returned. Next time, I will definitely win. Jiang Xie's expression was resolute as she said. Suddenly, inside the lower field, there was a sudden, mountainous cry of alarm. Soundwave. It's about to topple the roof of the pavilion. Inside the room, the floor trembled slightly under the feet of the crowd. Vice Schoolmaster Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and looked around at the people suspiciously, saying, what's going on here? Yi Zhendong was also puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with the students underneath, making such a big commotion. He planned to go down to see if something had happened. Before he left, he casually swept his eyes at the light screen above him, just one glance, and quickly averted his gaze from it. That's not right. Yi Zhendong suddenly realized something and hastily pulled his gaze back again, staring at the light screen with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Yi Zhendong was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. The many mentors in the room, all of them also noticed the curtain of light, and one by one they stared in astonishment, their mouths open and unable to speak. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you guys talking? The doubt on Jiang Yiwen's face became heavier. She twisted her head to look at the principal, only to see that the usually dignified and solemn principal, at this moment, his eyes were actually glowing and he was trembling with excitement. Her daughter, sitting next to her, was also suddenly trembling, only she wasn't out of excitement. Rather, it's out of fear. Mom! Jiang Xie's delicate finger pointed towards the light screen above the room. Jiang Yiwen looked in the direction of her daughter's finger. In the curtain of light was Lin Lu's lonely figure, and around him, there were no companions, only the dead undead. Why isn't he dead yet? Why hasn't that geoduck rider killed him yet? Jiang Yiwen's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of doubt, but she soon knew the answer. Lin Lu didn't die because that Earth Dragon Knight died. He died a miserable death. His head was cut off hard, rolled down from his shoulders, fell on the ground, rolled a few times, and happened to roll at Lin Lu's feet. Lin Lu stepped on it. Lin Lu said without joy or sadness, "Waste." He then kicked the Earth Dragon Knight's head off. The fire-tongue lizard that had lost its master let out a hiss of grief, and in the next moment, it disappeared into the secret territory along with the corpse of the Earth Dragon Knight. Outside the secret world, Jiang Yiwen's red lips lightly opened and trembled. Who killed that sophomore senior? Principal Yu Xuanzhou's voice was hoarse from excitement. It's Lin Lu? How did he do that? Jiang Yiwen said incredulously. It's an undead assassin. It's a level 2 undead assassin. Lin Lu he can really summon over level. The man who said it was a dried up old man. It just looks like a regular bad old man. The crowd in the room, but no one dared to disrespect him. Even Yu Xuanzhou, who was known as the first sword god of China, had to respectfully address the old man when he saw him as Elder Zhua. The old man was the chief instructor of the summoning department of Heavenly Sword University, and was also the oldest qualified and most authoritative summoner in China, as well as one of the 8 patriarchs of the Summoner Guild. Chinese legendary summoner Zhuo manhwa. Because it was impossible to figure out what exactly Lin Lu had summoned to win against Jiang Xie, that's why the legend was invited. Zhuo manhwa had only just arrived in the room when he happened to see the scene where Lin Lu summoned the undead assassin. At this point, this old man, with tears in his eyes, knelt down. It was as if the most devout believer had seen the presence of God with his own eyes. It was only then that Jiang Yiwen noticed that around Lin Lu, there seemed to exist numerous ghostly shadows that loomed. As the Vice-Chancellor of Heavenly Sword University, a powerful 5th-level peak professional, of course she could recognize it. It was the undead assassin, a Tier 2 undead monster manipulated by the necromancer harness. A random level 2 necromancer can summon it. Nothing unusual. But if the one who summoned the undead assassin was a level 1 necromancer, then everything is very different. Nationwide. No, it's the only necromancer in the world that has broken the boundaries of the summoning code's rules and is the only necromancer capable of summoning at a higher level. Surprisingly, it was right here in China, right here at Heavenly Sword University. Jiang Yiwen's breathing immediately quickened, her delicate and plump body trembling with excitement. Of course she knew what that meant. Inside the room, only Jiang Xie, a pair of clear and translucent beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. All she knew was that Lin Lu took out that sophomore senior. Doesn't really know what transgressive summoning means. What's more, he didn't understand why that kind and respected Grandpa Meng was kneeling on the ground. Inside the secret, Lin Lu, who finished off the Earth Dragon Knight and ended the battle, yawned. It's so boring. He didn't expect to take out the Earth Dragon Rider so easily. Lin Lu knew that the Earth Dragon Knight's defense was amazing and that undead assassins feared this type of enemy the most, so he deliberately feigned invincibility and tricked the Earth Dragon Knight into coming in front of him. The winning Geoduck Rider, smug and letting his guard down, he simply disarmed the multiple layers of defense on his body, which were defensive skills that would keep draining the energy from the Earth Dragon Knight's body. It lasts longer and is burdensome. Without the multiple layers of defense protection, Lin Lu decisively ordered the stealthy undead assassins around him to make their move. The undead assassin's razor-sharp dagger sliced through the Earth Dragon Knight's fragile throat, easily ended the life of the Earth Dragon Rider. Took out one. There are still 4 left. Lin Lu muttered without joy or sadness. What a pain in the ass. Are we going to stay on guard? Or are you actively searching the secret world? Just as Lin Lu pondered this question, far away, several athletic figures moved quickly towards him. Lin Lu's spirit lifted and he smiled. Just in time. He looked away for a few moments. A mage with a staff, an assassin with daggers in both hands, and a heavy artillery crossbowman. Lin Lu's face was grave. He knew there was going to be a hard fight. He can't win if he doesn't get serious. Lin Lu no longer hid his clumsiness, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the elite undead in the dark cemetery. All of them. 67. Heavy artillery crossbowmen. Everyone be careful. Chen Xingyun was just taken out by that last freshman. The sophomore sister with a staff in hand whispered with a grave expression on her face. Chen Nebula. Was the name of that Earth Dragon Knight? No way. Is this freshman also level 2? The assassin senior wondered. The orientation has been held for so many years. There's never been a freshman taking out an older student yet. The difference between level 1 and level 2 is equivalent to the difference between a bicycle and a motorcycle. Between them, they're not even close. Only the fact that the freshman was also at the beginning of level 2 could explain why a veteran student at the beginning of level 2, who had a lot of combat experience, would be taken out by a freshman who had just enrolled in the university. The skinny crossbowman with a heavy crossbow bolt over his shoulder analyzed it carefully. It shouldn't be. If there really is a new student who is level 2, Mr. Yi Jindong would definitely tell us. And even if teacher Yi Jindong doesn't say anything, that freshman's rank is level 2. A cultivation genius like that would definitely have spread all over campus a long time ago. There's no way we wouldn't have heard a single word about it. The wood mage sister gripped her staff tightly and said seriously, no matter what, it's better to be careful. This last freshman is evil. Although I don't know what method he used to take out Chen Xingyun. But as long as he's not level 2, the means he relies on are nothing more than plots and tricks and such. Chen Xingyun must have been careless for a moment before he was killed. We should be fine as long as we don't let our guard down. Right. When we run into Lin Lu, don't talk nonsense, just kill him directly, and we'll be considered to have completed our mission and be able to go back to deliver. The assassin senior quenched poison into his 2 cold iron daggers as he spoke. The heavy artillery crossbowman frowned. Where is Flower Palace? I saw her just now. How come she's gone in the blink of an eye? The wood mage sister said softly. She's hiding in the Flower Palace. Her profession is special and she's not good at fighting head-on. If she stays, she's just a burden to us. She can't help at all. The heavy artillery crossbowman laughed. Alright, the 3 of us, if we are also like Chen Xingyun, folded in the hands of the newborns, while at least there is still a Flower Palace alive, can help us take revenge? Not counting as a total loss. The wood mage senior sister gave him a blank look and said, Had, I was just kidding. The heavy artillery crossbowman scratched his head and laughed. On the side, the assassin senior said with a helpless face, Alright, you two stop flirting. I've already seen that freshman silhouette. The other party is a necromancer. It should be that Northern Province scholar of this session. I heard that he's still a mutant. The wood mage sister said, This is the first time I've seen a changeling. The heavy artillery crossbowman said with a scornful look on his face. There used to be a mutant from the head of our county who was born able to manipulate dead corpses, and then he switched to become a puppeteer. And when he went to college, he created his own technique called blood and flesh puppetry, and became a researcher at the Magic City University at a young age. Wow! Are mutants that powerful? The wood mage schoolmate covered her small mouth in surprise. The heavy artillery crossbowman murmured, There are strong and weak mutant abilities. This one in front of us. His mutant ability is heard to be very strong and powerful. The assassin senior, obviously a hothead, said impatiently, Don't say it. Just do it. Kill this guy earlier and we can return to the student council earlier. The heavy artillery crossbowman smiled and said, Alright, if you say go, we'll go. The wood mage sister nodded her head and said, You two remember, this man took out Chen Xingyun. You can't be negligent in fighting him. You have to be on guard at all times. Stop nagging. We're not stupid. Senior assassin muttered, and rushed towards Lin Lu in a single bound. Nuisance. The wood mage schoolmate belted out. Spin. The 3 of them headed towards the forest foothills in a murderous rage. After Lin Lu saw these 3 old students, he didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, and directly pulled out more than half of the elite soldiers in the dark cemetery. The skeleton warriors even directly summoned over 1,000 of them. Lin Lu didn't want to hide and tie his hands anymore. Anyway, there's the cover of being a mutant. With a little bit of a boot, it should be fine. Upon seeing Lin Lu instantly summon an army of undead, The 3 older students were startled and stopped where they were, not daring to step forward. Asterisk 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 and say this kid isn't level 2. He's not level 2. How can he summon so many undead? The assassin senior inevitably looked at Lin Lu with a bit more panic in his eyes. Not to mention those level 1 elite undead that Lin Lu summoned. Let's just talk about the skeleton warrior, able to summon over 1,000 skeleton warriors at once. This was clearly something that could only be done by a level 2 necromancer. A peak level 1 necromancer would only be able to summon 1 or 2 skeleton warriors at the end of the day. Only a level 2 necromancer could summon such a number of undead. The heavy artillery crossbowman said with a straight face, "Don't panic. This should be the newborn's mutated ability. The number of undead he manipulates is several times that of a normal necromancer. And besides that, it's nothing impressive." After all was said and done, the heavy artillery crossbowman maneuvered his heavy crossbow. What I'm not afraid of the most is the necromancer's skeleton C tactics. Even more skeleton warriors in front of me. It's just cannon fodder. You guys watch. Crossbowman skill, turret form. Crossbowman skill, howitzer. Crossbowman skill, 2 strikes. Crossbowman skill, incendiary. Heavy artillery crossbowmen deployed their turrets in place, becoming immovable and adding several times their range. A few more skills were released in a row. A howitzer and incendiary round whizzed by, cutting a rigid arc and swinging down like a falling meteor. It landed in the position of the undead army at the foot of the forest. A large number of skeleton warriors were killed and wounded. Lin Lu didn't feel any pain at all. As long as the elite undead weren't damaged, it was fine if more skeleton warriors died. Lin Lu expressionlessly summoned another large swath of skeleton warriors to fill in the number of those who had died earlier. When the heavy artillery crossbowman saw this, the joy on his face condensed as he gritted his teeth and said, "Worthy of being a mutant? How perverted. I'd like to see if it's me who kills faster or you who summons faster." The heavy artillery crossbowmen held their breath as they continued to fire into the forest foothills. The assassin senior and the wood mage senior worked well together, one going to assassinate Lin Lu and the other staying behind to protect the heavy artillery crossbowman. The wooden mage sister raised the turquoise staff in her hand and knocked it hard into the ground, and several 2-meter-high sturdy small trees grew up on the ground, and a human face could be vaguely seen on the trees. Wooden spells, stone-throwing treeman. Once an enemy approached, the stone-throwing tree man would gather the power of the stone elemental and throw watermelon-sized solid stones towards the enemy, with a power comparable to that of a stone thrower. The assassin senior, on the other hand, took a few steps backward and suddenly cloaked his figure and disappeared. Chapter 68, Nightmare Comes to Town. Lin Lu commanded the army of undead to advance against the cannon fire. Wait until you reach a certain distance. Lin Lu commanded the skeleton warriors, making them spread out and charge towards the heavy artillery crossbowmen. Lin Lu's skeleton mage regiment and skeleton archer regiment, both of which had also spread out, went on a rampage, blasting away against the heavy artillery crossbowmen. Bone arrows, magic bullets, and cannonballs of all kinds flew all over the sky. It was obviously just a 4-man battlefield, but the fight was hot and heavy. Ha ha, good timing. The heavy artillery crossbowman was clearly killing, firing a volley of shells that landed with precision on the bodies of the skeletal warriors charging towards him. The wood mage senior sister couldn't help but say, "Don't waste your mana. Focus on the newborn, and the skeleton mages and skeleton archers he summoned. Just leave the cannon fodder like the skeleton warriors to me." The heavy artillery crossbowman smiled. "Hey, this is a really good way to hit a skeleton, and besides, that freshman is smart enough to be far away and just out of my range." He manipulated the skeleton mage and skeleton archer again, dodging my cannonballs, causing my attacks to fall short time and time again. It's still fun to fight the skeleton warriors. One cannon shot, one piece of death. The wood mage sister rolled her eyes and said, "Hey, you're so comfortable. Can you think for me? The attacks of the skeleton mages and skeleton archers are all me blocking for you." The heavy artillery crossbowman said playfully, "What does it matter? Xiao Feng has already gone to assassinate the freshman anyway." The wood mage sister frowned. "I'm worried that Xiao Feng will fail," the heavy artillery crossbowman said as he fired. "You're the one who's overthinking it. I'm kind of figuring out what the newborn's mutant ability is now. It's just summoning more undead. It's not much of a big deal. Against level 1 professionals, it's true that they are invincible, but they are not our opponents at all. If any one of us goes, we can easily crush Lin Lu to death." The wood mage sister shook her head. "Don't forget how Qin Xingyun died." The heavy artillery crossbowman shook his head. "Who knows how Qin Xingyun was eliminated from the game? It's also possible that he did something wrong, violated the rules. and was expelled from the secret realm by teacher Yijindong. The wood mage sister did not retort. All of them are from the student union. They know in their hearts what Chen Xingyun's character is and what kind of salacious things he has done. Moreover, they only knew that Chen Xingyun was eliminated, possibly by Lin Lu, or possibly by Yijindong, who took the initiative to expel Chen Xingyun. Anything is possible. The wood mage sister was moved by the heavy artillery crossbowman's words, and after thinking for a while, she felt that guarding the heavy artillery crossbowman was a bit boring, and that the assassin Xiaofeng was slow to make a move. It's no good dragging this out any longer. The mentors, they're out there watching, the wood mage sister said in a deep voice. You'll hold out alone for a while. I'll go help Xiaofeng, take out the new students, and make it quick. All right, there you go, the heavy artillery crossbowman said painfully. The wood mage schoolmistress gives the heavy artillery crossbowman a side, dropping a few defensive arboreal seeds. It won't take long for the seeds to sprout and grow into a sturdy tree man. Heavy artillery crossbowmen have long range and heavy firepower. The drawbacks are also obvious. Defense is too poor. The profession of heavy artillery crossbowman didn't have any defense skills. You can only rely on the protection of your teammates. The wood mage sister left with relief, and she hadn't gone out far when she suddenly heard the continuous sound of cannons. Stop. Lin Lu's skeleton mages and skeleton archers also stopped attacking, and a pair of hollow eyes that flickered with dark soulfire looked straight at her. The wood mage sister only felt her heart beating wildly. She turned her head sharply to look, only to see that the heavy artillery crossbowman's throat had been slit, blood gurgling out, and he collapsed limply to the ground. The eye was about to bleed to death. The wood mage senior sister hurriedly ran back furiously. She was a wood mage and knew a little bit of healing techniques, although not as good as a priest's healing techniques, but it was still no problem to stop the blood and save the heavy artillery crossbowman's life. Just as she was about to come to the heavy artillery crossbowman, several eerie shadows surrounded her. This is undead assassin? Mages are basically quite knowledgeable. The wood mage sister instantly recognized the eerie shadows that surrounded her as undead that could only be summoned by a necromancer level 2 beginner. How come? Such doubts drifted through the mind of the wood mage sister, who was experienced in combat, and a mage who was close to an assassin-type enemy. The first should be to find a way to pull away. The second is to immediately put a shield on your body. Wood mages can summon tree people, use wood spells, and even a little bit of healing. The only thing that won't be, is pulling away from the enemy. The wood mage sister had to put a shield on her body. Fortunately, wood mages still had a few tricks up their sleeves when it came to defense spells. 2. Wood spirit shelter. The schoolteacher recited the incantation aloud. The undead assassin wouldn't give her a chance to put a shield on her. She was chanting the spell fast enough. The undead assassin's dagger was faster. In a flash, the sharp dagger slashed the schoolmate's throat. Several other undead assassins, too, raised the daggers in their hands and stabbed at the schoolmate's soft body. Soon after, the schoolmarm died. The heavy artillery crossbowman is also dead. There was only one assassin left, Xiaofeng, who was still alive but dying. And he doesn't know it. 2 of his companions had been coolly eliminated. Lin Lu was surrounded by more than 50 ghouls. There were also quite a few poison spear skeletons and ice arrow skeletons among them. These 2 types of skeletons, the range was too close, so Lin Lu didn't arrange for them to go to the front line, but left them behind as close guards. The assassin, Xiaofeng, had delayed making his move because of those damn ghouls. Ghouls with a keen sense of smell are the assassin's nemesis, unless it was a high-level assassin that would eliminate its own odor. Otherwise, if an ordinary assassin met a ghoul, it would be better to obediently find a way to go around it. More than 50 peak level 1 ghouls. There were too many of them, and Xiaofeng was really not sure that he could beat them. Had he fought the ghouls, Lin Lu would have run. That would have spooked and failed the assassination. As an assassin, Xiaofeng had his own pursuits, and it was only a qualified assassin who cleanly obliterated his target. He only hoped that the heavy artillery crossbowman and the wood mage sister would come over to support him as soon as possible. Just help him lure these sniffing ghouls away. I don't know. The ghouls and Lin Lu had long since discovered Xiaofeng. It's just that Lin Lu ordered them and told them to pretend they didn't know. Xiaofeng thought that he hadn't been discovered. One after the other, he wandered around Lin Lu. As soon as the heavy artillery crossbowmen and wood mages are dead, Lin Lu summoned back the few undead assassins he had sent out. With the help of the ghouls to identify the stealthy assassin Xiaofeng, several undead assassins surrounded and finished off Xiaofeng, successfully taking out all 3 veteran students. Just as Lin Lu was planning to recall all the skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, and skeleton archers that he had sent out, he suddenly felt a twinge of sleep coming on. He couldn't help but close his eyes. And after about a few seconds, he opened them. Lin Lu suddenly realized that he was no longer in the secret realm, but had inexplicably appeared in an eerie villa. The charred body of a child was stuffed in the burning fireplace. A white woman's body was hacked into bloody 7 or 8 pieces and used as an ornament to hang on a Christmas tree. The darkened kitchen. Several ugly freaks are at the dinner table, taking turns violating a white male with yellow hair. The violated man wailed in agony, his cries harsh and desperate and chilling. Chapter 69, Nightmares. Illusion? Looking at such a frightening scene, Lin Lu frowned. Dark night. American-style villa. White European-American family of 3. Deformed monster humans. Everything he had seen so far was like something out of a horror movie he had seen. Back on Earth. For good reason. Suddenly from the secret world, to the world of horror movies. And the only way to explain all this is to be hit with an illusion. Situ Yang had said that every year at the orientation conference, the school would send out 5 veteran students to enter the secret realm as well. He had already taken out 4 old students and there was still 1 left. And the odds were that the other party's profession was illusionist? It was the first time he had encountered an opponent of the illusionist profession. At Lin Lu's feet, the classic teak floor was spattered with a puddle of crimson blood, and a blood-stained kitchen knife had fallen beside it. He crouched down and reached down to pick up the kitchen knife. Heavy to the touch and very real. He gently touched the blade. It was cold and sharp, and the blood that stained it gave off an indescribable smell. Lin Lu used a kitchen knife and made a light cut on his palm. A stinging sensation came and a few drops of blood immediately flowed out. Is this really an illusion? It's too real. Whether it's touch, pain, sight, smell or hearing, it's all so real, as if it were all true. This could never be done by an ordinary illusionist profession. It should be some kind of illusionist rare profession. He suddenly remembered that before he was hit by the illusion, a wave of drowsiness came over him, making him drowsy, and whirling around. The next moment, he entered this illusion. That inexplicable sleepiness. It should be the key to him being hit by the illusion. In other words, what he was in at the moment was not an illusion, but a dream. That would explain it. Why? He'll show up in an American villa, and the victims are still a couple of white Europeans and Americans, bloody and violent psychopathic killers, just like a low-budget American horror movie. It's so inexplicable, isn't it? But, if this is his dream, then it all makes sense. The opponent's profession should be one that can manipulate dreams. Just as Lin Lu was thinking, a few of the ugly freaks who violated and abused the white male in the kitchen seemed to notice Lin Lu in the living room. They used a baseball bat and poked it through the white male's mouth, and the white male was tortured alive to death as a result. A few ugly deformities grinned and approached Lin Lu straight away. Lin Lu subconsciously raised his hand and tried to use the bone spear skill, but he couldn't make the skill work. This is true for any skill. Even the dark graveyard and pale cheats can't be turned on. At this moment, Lin Lu turned into an ordinary person without any transcendent powers. Confronting horrible, ugly, perverted freaks, the only option Lin Lu could do seemed to be to run away. The gate, guarded by a deformed man. The windows were closed and it seemed to take some time to open them. The freaks are coming soon. Lin Lu's only option was the stairs behind him, running to the 2nd floor and then trying to escape from there. But then Lin Lu noticed. This puddle of blood at his feet spread all the way from his feet to the 2nd floor. If one listened carefully, one could hear what appeared to be the faint sound of a girl crying, and suppressed gasps coming from the 2nd floor, as well as the creepy sound of sharpening knives. This nightmare that Lin Lu is experiencing right now. It's just a low-budget American horror movie. Lin Lu could even guess. When he got to the 2nd floor, he would be greeted by an even more desperate and menacing scene. By the time he had managed to escape from that more desperate and menacing scene, he would have encountered new dangers. It's like a dead end. The nightmare will never end as long as the caster won't stop. What's the best way to deal with nightmares? Run away? No, it's ignoring. In the face of the hideous and horrifying monstrous psychopathic murderer, Lin Lu smiled frankly and moved casually to sit on the sofa next to him. The couch was spattered with blood for some reason. Lin Lu didn't mind, sitting on the sofa and closing his eyes. He could feel the monstrous man coming to him with heavy steps, his ugly face looming right in front of him, his breath hitting his face and neck with a stench of blood. A shrill, piercing, monstrous cry escaped from the deformed man's mouth. Lin Lu is betting. Bet the monster in the nightmare can't hurt itself. Killing in a dream. Is it something a mere level 2 professional can do? If it was a saint-ranked powerhouse, then it couldn't be said to be possible. But it was impossible for a level 2 professional to kill or injure someone in their dreams anyway. Unless, of course, he's turned on too. After about a while, those freaks still didn't make a move on Lin Lu. They just surrounded him and made various moves to scare him. Lin Lu knew that he had made the right bet. Nightmares, though realistic, cannot harm themselves. He lowered his head and glanced at the cut he'd made on his palm with the kitchen knife. I don't know when the wound on his palm had healed itself. Lin Lu smiled. He suddenly issued a few bellowing orders to the undead outside the dream realm, telling them to protect themselves and to kill anyone who dared to approach. Lin Lu wasn't sure if it worked. Can one's orders be communicated to the undead outside the dream world? Anyway, he continued to close his eyes with a bemused expression. Beyond the nightmare, Lin Lu fell into a stupor, lying calmly and defenselessly on his back on the plains of the land. The dead and loyal undead guarded him. His commands in the dream were communicated to the undead by speaking in dreams. Any creature that dared to step into their attack range would become their enemy, just like Lin Lu's order to kill without pardon. Not far. The undead were out of attack range. Nightmare Master Hanamiya looked at the scene with a distressed expression. What to do now? Hanamiya was wearing a pink Lolita dress, 2 slender legs wrapped in a thin layer of gradient pink and white silk, and a pair of delicate and small jade feet were wearing 2 pink Mary Jane princess shoes, like a deliciously sweet cupcake. The Nightmare Master's ability is both powerful and weak. The great thing is that she can make any unsuspecting person sink into a dream world quickly. Weak because she doesn't have a single offensive skill other than putting people to sleep and creating dreams. Fighting power, not as good as kobolds. And her skill at putting people to sleep. The opponent has to be defenseless and in a relaxed state to be effective. She also caught Lin Lu after he defeated the 3 old students, and took advantage of his momentary slackness, which led to the success of her spell, causing Lin Lu to fall asleep. For the first time, the Flower Palace had encountered a foe as calm to the point of being terrifying as Lin Lu. If it was any other freshman who had entered the nightmare time she had created, at this moment, she was afraid that she would have already screamed in terror. There were even quite a few people who directly peed their pants in fear, but Lin Lu was unresponsive. In the face of the horrible nightmare, he was not afraid at all, as if in this world, there was nothing that made him afraid. Chapter 70, Robbery. More seriously, the guy seemed to have seen through her tactics and knew he was having a nightmare. So, directly through dreaming, he asked his undead to protect him. Now Hanamiya was a bit helpless. She doesn't know attack type skills though. However, she possessed a cursed dagger called Kiss of Darkness. It was something she had redeemed at the school equipment store. After spending many credits on the dagger, there is a spell mark left by an ancient nightmare mage. Anyone stabbed by this dagger, it will kill you instantly. But there is a prerequisite for using this dagger. That is, the person who is stabbed has to be the one who is asleep. In other words, this dagger, which only works on sleeping people, can only be used for sneak attacks. A very odd piece of cursed weaponry, but it fits perfectly with Hanamiya, who is a nightmare master. That was why she had spent a lot of money to buy this useless object that had been collecting dust in the Heavenly Sword University's equipment store for many years. With the cursed dagger, she finally had that much of a fight in her too. Not as incapable of fighting as before. Usually, after the Hanamiya has caused someone to fall into a deep sleep and nightmare, it would then sneak up to that person and use the cursed dagger to stab that person. With that move, she eliminated quite a few freshmen today. However, Lin Lu, acted as if he had expected it. Even if it's deep in the nightmare world, remain calm. So many skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, ghouls, and undead assassins protected him in 3 layers. The weak Flower Palace couldn't even get close to Lin Lu. She tried that too, trying to carefully approach Lin Lu. She ended up just stepping into the attack range of a skeleton archer, who immediately shot an arrow at her. Luckily, Hanamiya ran fast enough that the arrow didn't hit her. All she could do was hide. There was nothing he could do about Lin Lu. Hanamiya puffed out his cheeks in exasperation, and the cuteness of it was something to behold. She said aggrievedly, "I was looking at your good looks. That's why I showed you mercy. I didn't intend to let you make a fool of yourself. I wanted you to be eliminated in a decent manner. You even dared to treat me like this. Well, if you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous, since it doesn't scare him. Then change the dream world. I don't believe he won't be trapped." Hanamiya bit her lip and muttered in a low voice. Hanamiya closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation. After waiting for a while, she opened her eyes and whispered, "It's done. I've tried this trick 100 times. I don't believe you won't give in." In the middle of a nightmare, Lin Lu suddenly realized that the creepy, strange laughter of the freaks and the stench from them had disappeared. He opened his eyes, found himself suddenly in a bright, spacious and luxurious bathhouse again. The water misted around it. The air is filled with expensive musk, rose oil, and pheromone perfume, scents that evoke human desire. He looked down and realized that all of his clothes were gone, naked, and in front of him was a large door. Behind the door were blushingly ambiguous sounds. Lin Lu hesitated for a moment and pushed the door open. The moment he pushed the door open, after seeing the light inside, Lin Lu almost couldn't hold it. Behind the door was a room furnished with a luxuriously large bed, so large that 7 or 8 people could lie down and roll around on it. Several thousands of beautiful women were lying on the bed in various seductive poses, seducing Lin Lu. Take a closer look. The looks of these beauties were all familiar to Lin Lu. Pei Shishang, Yang Qian, Jiang Xiyu, Jiang Li, Fong Yuan. After the nightmare, was it a wet dream? Lin Lu took a deep breath, slowly closing the door again, continuing to sit on the ground like an old monk in meditation. He did not move. Outside the secret world, inside the secret room, the principal looked at Lin Lu on the light screen. Despite being hit by an unknown means of attack, he was still able to remain calm and reasonable, and the admiration in his eyes overflowed. But he still opened his mouth. Let's end it. Lin Lu has no experience in dealing with nightmare masters and doesn't know how to defeat them. It's just a waste of time to spend so much time. Yes, principal, Yi Zhendong respectfully said. Immediately after the conference, bring Lin Lu to my office, Yu Xuanzhou commanded, unable to hide the joy on his face. It's the principal, Yi Zhendong said. On the side, Feng Shifeng, the dean of the summoning department, anxiously asked, Lord Headmaster, Lin Lu is the only one in the world who is capable of summoning at a transcendent level. He must be given to our summoning department, and only our summoning department can teach him well. Feng Changfeng was the dean of the summoning department. Weekdays are busy with day-to-day work. Something as trivial as an orientation meeting. He was too lazy to show up. Just send a few random mentors from underneath to attend. When the news that Lin Lu was able to summon over the level reached his ears, he was celebrating his favorite little granddaughter's birthday. For my little granddaughter's birthday today, he put off all his work. Even the meeting with the mayor of Tenant City had been pushed to tomorrow, just to give his little granddaughter a birthday without interruption. At first, he didn't believe that there were any transgressive summons, and just assumed that the mentors attending the orientation meeting were mistaken. But after he learned that the legendary summoners manhwa had confirmed that overstep summoning was true, Feng Shifeng fell into a frenzy. Ignoring his little granddaughter's cries, he hurried to the spirit rhinoceros pavilion. Just as he entered the door, he saw the legendary summoners manhwa, who had fainted due to overexcitement. He couldn't care less about his benefactor now. Straight away, he stepped over the unconscious benefactor and came quickly to the principal, trembling with inquiry. Where's that mutant who can summon across levels? Yu Xuanzhou pointed his finger toward the light screen and told him, that's him, a high level 1 necromancer. Not only does he summon several times the number of beasts than a normal necromancer, he can also summon level 2 early stage undead assassins. Feng Changfeng squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Around the forest foothills, you can indeed see a few twisted ghostly figures. Undead assassins. Yes, surprisingly, there really is someone who can summon across levels. Feng Changfeng's face was a mixture of excitement, disbelief, and many other emotions. This person, no matter what, you have to summon the department for us, Feng Changfeng said with a strong attitude. If it was in normal times, the somewhat good old Feng Shifeng would never speak to the principal in such a tone. Yu Xuanzhou shook his head in silence. Let's wait until after the orientation meeting. The moment, the dean of the mage department, Li Zimian, also rushed over. Li Zimian said in a deep voice, necromancers are also mages, and it is only right that they should join our mage department. Feng Shifeng's face immediately changed color and cursed. Get lost. Necromancer is obviously a summoning profession. What are you blindly putting together? Li Zimian was still young, almost in his 30s. He mused. Everyone knows that Lin Lu can summon over the level. He will surely grow into a supreme powerhouse in the future. I don't care about that much. Anyway, if there is a benefit, I will surely have to fight for it. Chapter 71, The End of the Nightmare. Feng Changfeng angrily cursed. You are truly shameless. Li Zimian wasn't annoyed and sneered. In front of interests, how much can face be worth? Your summoning department. Can your heritage be as deep as our mage department? Lin Lu giving it to you guys can only be considered a waste. At Heavenly Sword University, the top 3 faculties were the melee, mage, and alchemy departments. The summoning department is slightly behind in the rankings. The cultivation resources that they possessed were also not as much as the mage department. If the mage line is hard to compete with, the summoning line does have a bit of competition. Feng Shifeng was suddenly deeply powerless and could only give a cold snort of hatred and stop speaking. In the face of someone like Lin Lu, a rare talent that comes along once in a century, all the other faculties jumped at the chance. It's just not stated as plainly as it is in the mage department. After all, Lin Lu's profession was that of a necromancer. Necromancers are more or less tied to the mage line. It's happened before. Necromancers specializing in white bone spells and curse spells have joined the mage line. So, at a time like this, the spell department stood out and grabbed someone, more or less. Faculties like melee, assassination, archery, and defense. He also wanted to take Lin Lu as a disciple, but there wasn't a proper reason. Lin Lu was not next to them in either profession or talent. They also really didn't have the courage or the backbone to dare to snatch someone in front of the dean of the summoning department. Inside the secret, Lin Lu was laboring against the damn temptation in the dream world. Outside the secret realm, Yi Zhendong used the secret realm token to manipulate the secret realm as ordered by the principal. First of all, the first wake up Lin Lu who fell into a deep sleep, and then get him and that little girl from the Flower Palace out of the secret realm. And this orientation conference, it's also considered a successful conclusion. Yi Zhendong sighed as he pulled out an ancient and mysterious gray token from his storage ring. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged within the secret territory, waking up Lin Lu, who had fallen into a deep sleep. He awoke with a sudden start and opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the secret realm's turquoise blue sky, the lush grassy plains, and the army of undead that surrounded him faithfully. Nothing suggests that he left the dream world and returned to reality. Lin Lu's deep eyes revealed a color of confusion. Why did I wake up so abruptly? Could it be that the old student's mana was insufficient and he could no longer maintain the dream? Lin Lu murmured with a slight hint of surprise. Far away, Hanamiya, the sophomore schoolmate who had been observing Lin Lu, was also surprised when she saw Lin Lu escaping her woven dream world and coming to her senses, and couldn't close her small mouth in surprise. How did he wake up? A puzzled look appeared on Hanamiya's cute little face. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation since she had been converted to a nightmare master. Hit with her slumber spell, there are only two ways to unravel it. For one thing, it was her, the caster, who initiated the lifting. Secondly, the recipient is awakened by external forces. The Flower Palace was only at the beginning of level 2, and her slumber spells were not very powerful, and it was very easy to wake up after being hit by one of her slumber spells. The recipient can be awakened with a few firm shakes, or a few taps. Also, the Hanagumi can only use the nightmare technique on one person at a time. She could only pick out fallen opponents, not with teammates. So, the profession of nightmare master is indeed very strong in some ways, but there are a lot of limitations. Suitable for raids, not for head-on conflict. It's too late to think about it. The puzzlement on Hana Palace's small face instantly transformed into horror, only because Lin Lu found her. After breaking away from the dream world, Lin Lu concluded that that last old student must be hiding nearby. He directly sent out the ghouls with the keenest sense of smell and had them scatter to find the enemy. Hana Palace is inexperienced in combat. Plus, seeing Lin Lu suddenly waking up and escaping her dream world, she was momentarily surprised and stunned in place, not running away. It was only then that it was discovered by the ghouls that Lin Lu had sent out as scouts. Found you. Lin Lu had a dangerous smile on his face, his killing intent revealed. It's over. Hanamiya's heart was beating like a drum, and her hands clutched the corners of her coat, too scared to know what to do, even forgot to run away. Lin Lu directly sent out the highest leveled and fastest moving undead assassin to strike. Several ghostly shadows disappeared beside Lin Lu. When they reappear, it was beside Hanamiya. A tonic. People are wrong. Lin Lu showed no mercy. The twisted and bizarre undead assassin, holding a cold and broken dagger, was about to slit Hanamiya's slender and graceful neck. Inside the secret, two beams of light suddenly descended. It was a precursor to leaving the secret world. Is it over? With a dark thought, Lin Lu did not kill any more painfully, leaving Hanamiya alive as he recalled the undead assassin and took his army of undead back to the dark graveyard. Wait for the light to dissipate. Lin Lu he opened his eyes once more and appeared inside the spirit rhinoceros pavilion. He was greeted by the entire freshman class, and their admiring glances and enthusiastic applause. Lin Lu did invite hate at first. However, after he defeated 5 old students one after another, the new students immediately changed their attitude towards him. In this side of the world, strong people, always an awe-inspiring existence. No one will disrespect the strong. A strong person who could defeat a rank 2 beginner at the high rank of rank 1 was an even more admired and worshipped existence. Lin Lu walked to the corner of the pavilion with a bashful face and found a random place to sit. Situ Yang applauded as he walked over to Lin Lu. He marveled. Lin Lu, how did you do that? What? Lin Lu asked. On the side, Wang Daopu couldn't wait to ask. Of course it's how to finish off those old students. Their level can be the second level of the early stage. And you are only the first level of the high level. How did you manage to kill people over the level? Yenya stroked his chin. I'm more curious about how you survived that Nightmare Master's bizarre nightmare? Nightmare Master? Lin Lu's gaze glanced towards the pink petite and cute figure beside the secret altar. The companions of the Flower Palace had long since departed. As level 2 early stage seniors who had lost to a level 1 high stage freshman, they really had no face to continue staying. One is eliminated and expelled from the secret world after. They then immediately left in a hurry without looking back. Hanamiya didn't leave because just now, in the secret realm, he had almost had his throat slit by Lin Lu's undead assassin, leaving a psychological shadow. She had very little combat experience. A little slowed down for a moment. Her little face was white as she sat beside the secret altar. Situ Yang scratched his head and said, a nightmare master is a profession that favors the illusion department, capable of manipulating nightmares. Quite impressive. Lin Lu commented indifferently. Situ Yang shook his head and said, when it comes to being powerful, the Nightmare Master is indeed that little bit powerful, but if there is a next time, I have at least 3 ways to break the nightmare created by the Nightmare Master. Chapter 72, The Principal's Invitation. Well, so do I. Next time we run into each other, I definitely won't lose. Wang Daopu concurred. I could tell by his serious demeanor. He wasn't joking, but really found a way to crack it. Yenya also said, it's my first time encountering a Nightmare Master. I don't understand this profession so I lost. Next time I definitely won't lose. Wichmunjin smiled strangely. Unfortunately, I didn't meet that Nightmare Master and lost a valuable experience in actual combat. Situ Yan laughed. There's nothing to be sorry about. I've looked into it. That Nightmare Master, the only Nightmare Master in our Heavenly Sword University, a sophomore student council officer, is named Flower Palace. If you want to fight against the Nightmare Master, just go to the student union and look for her after the orientation conference. As long as you're willing to shell out the credits, I'm sure sister won't refuse. Yu Mengxian nodded. I'm going to the student union tomorrow to look for her. I just don't know how many credits I have to get before sister agrees to spar with me. Situ Yang pondered for a moment and said, it should be enough for 20 or 30 credits. It's just one time of chaperoning. Spending that many credits should be enough. If it's more, then it's a bit not worth it. Wang Daopu laughed. Hey, after a while, I'm going to go too. Firstly, to experiment whether the cracking method I thought of would work. And secondly, to see if I can ask my senior sister out for a meal. Yenya teased. What? Didn't you say that student Jiang Xie is your true love? Wang Daopu skimmed his lips and said, true love is true love. And this is not in the way of me asking my schoolmate to dinner. Yenya pondered. Since both of you have gone, I'll make a trip as well. Seeing this, Situ Yang also said, then I'll go as well. In order to not lose out when I run into a Nightmare Master again in the future, I'd better fight a few more actual battles before I can rest assured. Wang Daopu said anxiously, the 3 of you can just go together. I want to go alone to make an appointment to see my school sister. Whatever, who cares? Situ Yang said without thinking. These were the outstanding freshmen who had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Nightmare Master, after being eliminated. In this short period of time, instead of choosing to waste it for nothing, they had gotten information about the Nightmare Master through various means and channels, and figured out a way to break the Nightmare Master's ability. In this Heavenly Sword University, one of the 4 most prestigious schools in China, the number of mediocre talents was very small, especially in the Sword Seed Museum. Almost every one of them is a 1 in a million genius. It's just overshadowed by Lin Lu. It's just not that colorful for a while. Lin Lu didn't say anything, just thinking about it in my head. If he ran into a Nightmare Master next time, how would he deal with it? Lin Lu awoke from the dream world to find his army of undead, guarding him as he had ordered in the dream world. From this it is clear that the orders he gave, in the dream, did reach the ears of the undead, outside the dream realm, in the form of dream words. Next time, re-encountered the Nightmare Division. He can command the undead and awaken him who has fallen into a deep sleep. That's kind of the way to go. What if, when he encounters the Nightmare Master, he happens to have no undead around him? Just as Lin Lu was thinking, Suddenly a tall figure stood in front of him. Lin Lu looked up, his brows furrowed in confusion. Who are you? Yi Zhendong pulled the corners of his mouth to reveal a kind smile. Tutor of the melee department, and the host of this orientation conference. My name is Yi Zhendong. No wonder the voice sounded a bit familiar. Lin Lu immediately saluted. Hello, Teacher Yi. Beside Lin Lu, a few others, too, hurriedly saluted and greeted. Good day, Teacher Yi. Yi Zhendong smiled and nodded, but his gaze never left Lin Lu. Teacher Yi, what do you want to see me about? Lin Lu curiously said. It's not me looking for you. It's the principal who has an invitation. Yi Zhendong smiled and said, come with me. You are now a celebrity in our Heavenly Sword University. What about the orientation meeting? Lin Lu asked. After the secret chaos is over, there is another process in the orientation meeting, and that is to select the top 10, who will be recognized by the university. After that, there are matters such as accounting for credits and assigning dormitories. Yi Zhendong smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this. Someone will do it for you. Just follow me. Don't let the principal wait in a hurry. Okay, Lin Lu answered. Under the envious gazes of the other freshmen, he left the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion with Yi Zhendong. It's only just the beginning of the school year and Lin Lu was invited to the office by the principal. You know, that's the #1 sword god in China. Even the Lord Governor of the Northern Underworld province had to queue up for an appointment if he wanted to see the Lord Sword God. The average student, moreover, can't go to the principal's office once in his life. Situ Yang looked at Lin Lu's departing back, his eyes filled with envy. Wang Daopu sighed and said nothing. Yenya's face was filled with admiration for Lin Lu. For her part, Wu Mingjin had great respect for Lin Lu. Not far, Jiang Xie, whose eyes were slightly red, stood alone in an uninvited corner, cold as ice, with a look of a stranger. Her mother left her behind. The executives of Heavenly Sword University were in a mess at the moment because of Lin Lu. The open and secret rivalry between the major faculties and academies had reached its peak in such a short period of time. How are you doing? Are you in a better mood? Zhang Li asked as she came in style and stood at Jiang Xiye's side. Aha! Jiang Xiye nodded coolly. Zhang Li nonchalantly sneered. He, who are you fooling? Look at you. You've been beaten and cried by Lin Lu. It's really ugly. Jiang Xiye didn't deny it, but just said with a serious face, I will win it back. Ugh. Zhang Li sighed, her pretty face filled with sorrow. Jiang Xiye was the same. This girl as proud as a swan tasted the bitter taste of failure for the first time. It's so bittersweet, so memorable. Did you summon undead assassins in the secret realm? Walking on the cobblestone paths of the campus, Yi Zhendong walked side by side with Lin Lu and suddenly inquired. Lin Lu replied with a calm face. Yes. Yi Zhendong couldn't help but say. How did you do it? I don't know. I can just summon undead assassins anyway. Lin Lu replied. Yi Zhendong asked again. Then can you summon other level 2 undead? I don't know. Lin Lu shook his head. In that case, I see. Yi Zhendong nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the two arrived at the principal's office located in the forbidden land of Heavenly Sword University, on the shore of Lake Bright Clear. Wait here for a moment. The principal will be here soon. Yi Zhendong barked a sentence or two and left, leaving Lin Lu alone. It's a room full of zen-like vegetation. The floor is covered with natural bamboo wood flooring, and you can feel a sense of rusticity and calmness with every step. A simple wooden desk was placed in the center of the room, on which was a small pot of bamboos with green branches and leaves stretching out lightly. The whole office is filled with a light sandalwood scent, and that tranquil fragrance instantly calms one's mood. Chapter 73. Lin Lu sat down on his knees on the futon across the desk and waited patiently. The other side. The Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Inside the secret room, Yu Xuanzhou sat silently on the sofa, his cold face without a trace of expression, looking blandly at the arguing crowd in front of him. The Vice University, Zhang Yiwen, was trying her best to pacify the faculty mentors and deans. Zhuo Manhwa, the legendary summoner of Heavenly Sword University, who had fainted due to his excitement just now, had now awakened peacefully under the medical department dean's treatment. The first thing Zhuo Manhwa said after waking up was, that kid, he's going to join the summoning department no matter what. As one of the oldest qualified summoners in China, under the Holy Order, the #1 summoner, although Zhuo Manhwa is not a holy order, his disciples are all over China, and even among the many foreign forces, there are also Zhuo Manhwa's disciples. When Yu Xuanzhou built the school, Zhuo Manhwa was one of the few supporters. It is with the full support of Zhuo Manhwa. It took Yu Xuanzhou to create Heavenly Sword University. Yu Xuanzhou is a man of great affection. Although Zhuo Menghua was not the kind of person who held favors and rewards, as long as he was willing to ask, Yu Xianzhou would definitely do his best to satisfy his request. Therefore, Zhuo Menghua's status in Heavenly Sword University was even higher than that of the Sacred Order. To offend Zhuo Menghua is to offend the principal, Yu Xianzhou. If it was at the usual time, the dean of the mage department, Li Zimian, will definitely give Zhuo Menghua a few thin faces, but this time is different. There was only one Lin Lu in the whole world who was able to summon over the levels. Its preciousness speaks for itself. At this moment, who cares about the face of Zhuo Menghua? Zhuo Menghua's reputation is loud enough both inside and outside the school, but Zhuo Menghua was not a holy order after all. There are no holy orders in the summoning department, but they have one in the mage department, and more than one. This was one of the underpinnings of Li Zimian's courage to compete with the summoning department. Li Zimian's tone was soft, but his attitude was tough. If we continue to argue like this, we won't be able to get a result. Why don't we just have a match? Organize a competition. 2 out of 3 games. Which faculty wins? And whoever gets Lin Lu? That's a good idea. A tutor from the close combat department spoke out. Since a competition has been organized, then I think that the entire school faculty should participate. It's only fair. Li Zimian nodded and said, yes, then the entire school faculty will participate. And whoever wins, Lin Lu will be his. Right, that's only fair. The melee department tutor immediately said with a joyful smile. Fair my ass. Feng Shifeng angrily sprayed. It's just as well that the mage department came to steal people. What's the point of you melee departments coming to make a scene? If Lin Lu gave it to you, can you teach him? The melee department instructor laughed. Don't worry, we guarantee that we can teach him well. Our melee department doesn't lack cultivation resources, and we don't lack strong saint-ranked people, so why can't we teach Lin Lu well? Besides, Lin Lu is a necromancer. It's only logical that he should join the necromancer department. How can your summoning department have the nerve to steal someone? The several necromancy tutors standing in the corner didn't dare to make a sound. That melee instructor was also right. Lin Lu was a necromancer, and by all rights, Lin Lu deserved to be in their necromancy department. Can it be justified that a necromancer doesn't come to the necromancy department? He, a summoning department, had to come out and force his way in, wanting to dominate Lin Lu, and he was also taking their necromancy department too seriously. But what can be done? No way. Who made the necromancy department a lightweight in Heavenly Sword University? The necromancy department doesn't have the backing of a holy order powerhouse in the academy. Everywhere you go, you're inferior. If the head of their faculty was there, they could still compete. But today their dean happened to be out of town on business and not at the college. A few necromancy tutors. You looked at me. I looked at you. No one dared to stand up and speak. After all, there were quite a few dean-level figures in this room at the moment. They were a few small tutors. How could they be qualified to speak in front of such seniors and big brothers? Feng Changfeng stared. Our summoning department and the necromancer department are originally family. You know, in the past, when there was no necromancer department, the freshman necromancers all joined our summoning department directly. The founder of the necromancy department of Heavenly Sword University was a saint-ranked necromancer called Su Tianqi. He was ambitious and gifted, bent on carrying forward the profession of necromancer. However, he ultimately failed. No matter how hard Su Tianqi tried, he couldn't change the tragic situation of the necromancer being a T2 sewer profession. Not everyone possessed a powerful talent like Su Tianqi. Eventually, disheartened, Su Tianqi withdrew from Heavenly Sword University, leaving the education world and joining other forces instead. The melee faculty mentor bristled. I don't care about that. Anyway, I support Dean Li's suggestion. Get a tournament. Whichever faculty wins, Lin Lu will go to whoever wins. Thanks for the support. Li Zimian smiled and added aloud. What about the other faculties? Do you support them? We in the medical department agree. The assassination department agrees. The telemetry department agrees. Seeing that most faculties agree, Feng Qingfeng's face was unsightly, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze on Zhuo Menghua, who was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. Seemingly sensing Feng Qingfeng's gaze, Zhuo Menghua slowly opened his eyes and got up. Well, since you all want to fight, how could our summoning department shy away from the battle? Li Zimian's attitude was humble and complimentary. Elder Zhuo, you are the patriarch of our Heavenly Sword University. It would be best if you set the rules of the competition and the number of participants. We will all listen to you. The other faculty stewards, too, were fine with it. Manhwa is the most qualified and fair at Tianjin University. Have to say, the dean of the Faculty of Law, Li Zimian, is quite good at what he does. This statement was made. The anger on Feng Qingfeng's face suddenly became much less. If the rules of the tournament were set by their summoning department, this will be very favorable to the summoning department. At that time, assuming the summoning department won the match, the other faculties would be completely speechless, a bargain for nothing. Manhwa, however, did not appreciate it and said coldly and hard, "Don't. Let's do business. Let's leave the competition to the vice principal to decide." Feng Shifeng wanted to speak out to stop it, but it was already too late, and the words of complaint reached his mouth, but swallowed back. Li Zimian smiled calmly, not feeling awkward at all, and still respectfully said, "Elder Zua, you have the final say." Aside, the vice principal, Chung Yiman, breathed a sigh of relief. Without a solution, the mage and summoning departments would have to fight. That's good. Quarrels don't solve strife. It's still better than the last game, and whichever faculty is stronger will own Linlu. Save the bickering. What do you think, Mr. Principal? Before deciding, Zhang Yuan had to ask the principal, Yu Xuanzhou, for his opinion. Yu Xuanzhou, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't think of a better way to do it, and compared to managing the academy, he was better at killing people. This method proposed by Li Zimian was also quite to his liking. Yu Xuanzhou said in a deep voice, "Yes." Chapter 74, Sima Ying. After getting a reply, a bright smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's bright face. "Don't worry, gentlemen, I will definitely make this competition beautiful and ensure that it is fair and just, so that everyone will be satisfied." "I don't think so." At that moment, a female voice as warm and cool as water, crisp and clear sounded. After hearing this woman's voice, the deans and mentors in the room were all saddened. The not-to-be-messed-with guy is back. Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Sima Ying, didn't you go to Shigang City to talk business and have to come back the day after tomorrow?" The corner of the mouth of the woman named Sima Ying was slightly raised. "I used a teleportation scroll to return." Sima Ying looks about 27 or 18 years old. The face is clear and charming, looks white and thin, but the meat that should be long is not at all less. The waist is slender, legs long, feet on a pair of black red bottom high heels. A teleportation scroll? Zhang Yuan frowned. A teleportation scroll? The auction house wants at least $1,800,000. Lin Lu can't run away. You'll be back the day after tomorrow. Why be in such a hurry? It's just a small amount of money. Sima Ying laughed. To Sima Ying, $1,800,000 was indeed a small amount of money. The alchemy department that she was in charge of made more money than the annual financial income of Tiannan City. Sima Ying's makeup is simple and perfect, without too much modification. That confidence from the inside out is her most beautiful decoration. Feng Qingfeng knew that Sima Ying had always wanted a mutant disciple to use for experimentation. Lin Lu is a mutant. She was also the one who competed most fiercely with the dean of the necromancy department, Chu Xin. In the beginning, she came back in a hurry now. Must have come back for the fight for Lin Lu. Sima Ying looks dignified and quiet, but is actually a crazy batch of beauty. Anything goes. Plus, the alchemy department is quite wealthy. Sima Ying is certainly a strong contender. To her, Feng Shifeng was wary. This is an opponent that cannot be ignored. Fruity, one back. Sima Ying then questioned with a smile. "Headmaster, didn't you promise me before that Lin Lu would join our alchemy department and become my disciple? Why did you back out again?" Yu Xuanzhou said blandly without slanting his eyes. Lin Lu was able to summon over the levels. Sima Ying raised an eyebrow and asked, "This is the reason?" Yu Xuanzhou nodded. "That's right. You should know Lin Lu's value nowadays. To be honest, it's a bit of a waste to give him to your alchemy department." Sima Ying pursed her lips and smiled. "How about we talk about the terms in private? I promise to make both you and the school happy." Seeing that Sima Ying was going to use money to open the way again, Feng Shifeng could not do as she wished, and directly voiced out, "Dean Sima, everyone has already decided to use the competition to decide Lin Lu's belonging, and both the principal and vice principal have also agreed." Li Zimin also chimed in. "Yeah, Dean Sima, your alchemy department can also participate in the competition, and whoever wins, Lin Lu will go to whoever wins. That way everyone won't have to hurt their peace by quarreling. It's both fair and just." The tutors and deans of the other faculties, too, chimed in. 7 words. The room was in disarray. The alchemy department was the most lucrative department at Heavenly Sword University, bar none. But on strength, alchemy has to come in behind necromancy. The alchemy department, on the other hand, ranked 13th in Heavenly Sword University in terms of overall battle power. Sima Ying also knew that the alchemy department's battle power was not strong, and participating in the competition, there was absolutely no hope of winning. Therefore, she decisively refused. No way, Li Zimian coldly said. You can't even if you don't agree. The principal has agreed. Yu Xuanzhou also spoke up. Dean Sima, I've already agreed to use a competition to decide Lin Lu's mentor. You don't have to say anymore. Sima Ying said with a frank smile. Headmaster, I'd like to have a private chat with you. Feng Shifeng took a step forward and frowned. Principal Sima, what can't you say in front of the big guys? Why are you sneaking around? Sima Ying guffawed. It's words related to the Sword Servant program. Something to do with the Swordsman program? Feng Chengfeng immediately shut his mouth. The people in the room looked at each other with furtive expressions. Luckily there were no outsiders in the room, and this could not be overheard by outsiders. A rare flash of anger surfaced on Yu Xuanzhou's face. Sima Ying, keep your mouth shut. If it leaks, you know the consequences. Sima Ying smiled softly. Don't worry, I have my own way of keeping secrets. Lord Headmaster, can we talk in private? What I'm about to say is really related to the Sword Servant program. Good. Yu Xuanzhou raised his head and said to the people in the room, all of you go outside. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Yes. The people complied and whirled out of the room to wait outside. Zhuo Manhwa, supported by Feng Chengfeng, trembling, also walked towards the door. Sima Ying suddenly said, Left old man stay. There is no harm in telling you about this. Zhuo Manhwa's footsteps were a beat. He has always disliked getting involved in this kind of thing, but this matter might have something to do with Lin Lu. For Lin Lu, thinking for half a second, Zhuo Manhwa still nodded and agreed to stay. Vice Principal Cheng Yiman also wanted to stay, but Sima Ying told her to leave. Sima Ying said softly to Zhang Yiwen, this is something that is better for you not to know. Zhang Yiwen was very close to Sima Ying. Hearing Sima Ying say this, Zhang Yiwen only hesitated for a moment before obediently doing as she was told and waiting outside the door. After all the uninvolved people have left. Inside the room, there were only 3 people left. Sima Ying took out a boundary crystal ball from her storage ring and casually crushed it. A transparent soundproof boundary then appeared in the room. It isolates the possibility of outsiders eavesdropping. Outside the door, the crowd was silent. Everyone was curious in their minds though. But since this matter was related to the Sword Servant program, then no one dares to discuss it. There are many taboos at Heavenly Sword University. The Swordsman program is one of them. About half a bell had passed. The principal's voice came from the room. The crowd then returned to the room. Sima Ying, Yu Xuanzhou, and Zhuo Manhwa looked as normal as if nothing had happened. Yu Xuanzhou said with a bland expression in front of the crowd, the match is cancelled. Li Zimian's face changed, and he hurriedly asked, Lord Headmaster, what do you mean by this? It means deciding that Tutor Lin Lu's match is cancelled. Yu Xuanzhou's tone was soft but forceful. The crowd was in a state of shock. Li Zimian, in particular, had an extremely ugly face. It seemed like he was forcibly suppressing his anger. Little wind, send me back. Zhuo Manhwa seemed to be in a good mood. Waving to Feng Shifeng, he said. Feng Chengfeng was anxious and said, Teacher, then what should we do about this Lin Lu matter? It's fine. We don't suffer. Zhuo Manhwa said smilingly. Feng Shifeng was puzzled. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Did the principal agree to let you serve as Lin Lu's tutor? Well, almost. What do you mean almost? I'm just one of Lin Lu's tutors. Besides me, Dean Sima is also Lin Lu's tutor, as well as Chu Xin from the necromancy department. Lin Lu Hia. There are a total of 3 mentors. Zhuo Manhwa said smilingly. Seems to be very happy with this decision. What? Chapter 75 3 tutors. 1 student with 3 top tutors. This kind of thing is considered a first in the history of Chinese education. Whether it is the most powerful Mordor University or the oldest Kyoto University, a student can only have 1 mentor. A mentor can have several disciples. Students, however, can only have 1 mentor. This has been the unchanging rule of the major colleges for many years. After Headmaster Yu Xuanzhou announced that Lin Lu would have 3 mentors, everyone in the room was shocked. Feng Shifeng, the dean of the summoning department, muttered, how can this work? Aside, Zhuo Manhwa blew his beard and eyes. Why not? Lin Lu is currently the only mutant in the world who can summon across levels. He deserves to have 3 mentors. Sima Ying calmly ruffled the broken hair around her ears, revealing her exquisite long earrings, and laughed softly. A genius like Lin Lu, who is rarely encountered in 1,000 years, has a bit of privilege as a matter of course. Feng Chengfeng thought carefully. Think Sima Ying and the teacher are right too. Geniuses. They must have privileges. Especially a world unrivaled genius like Lin Lu. How can a mentor? Anyway, Zhuo Manhwa became one of Lin Lu's mentors. And that was enough. With the relationship of master and disciple in place, from now on, Lin Lu was at least considered to be a member of their summoning department. It's enough to have that level of relationship. After Feng Chengfeng figured it out, he did not say anything more and obediently retreated behind Zhuo Manhwa and stood with his mouth closed. Others, while a few felt that there was something wrong with the decision, most thought it was a good solution. Lin Lu's performance in the secret realm. The crowd saw it. At the same level, no one was Lin Lu's opponent. The ability to summon mutations at a higher level made Lin Lu unrivaled at his level. If Lin Lu were to step into the saint rank in the future, sooner or later, he would become the strongest holy order in China. It might even be the world's strongest. A supreme genius like this, one tutor, obviously, couldn't teach him. There had to be a few more tutors to teach him together. This was the only way to emphasize that Heavenly Sword University valued Lin Lu. He couldn't let Lin Lu, a supreme genius, suffer in education. Lord Headmaster, you want to arrange 3 tutors for Lin Lu? That's fine with me, but shouldn't you seriously consider the candidates for these 3 tutors? Dean Sima Ying and elders was serving as Lin Lu's tutors. That's fine with me, but to have Chu Xin from the necromancy department serving as Lin Lu's tutor, that's something I'm not convinced of. Li Zimian had worked for half a day and was not willing to get anything. He's going to fight for it. Among Lin Lu's current 3 tutors, Sima Ying was a crazy batch of beauties, and Li Zimian didn't dare to mess with her. Zhuo Manhwa is highly respected and Li Zimian can't afford to mess with him. There was one necromantic quintessence left. He's the best bully. The Department of Necromancy is now half dead and weak in the school. There is not a single student in the department who can hold his own. Dean Chu Xian's rank is 1 step lower than Li Zicotten's. And most importantly, the Department of Necromancy does not have the backing of a holy ranked powerhouse. For flexing the heart, Li Zimian still dared to mess with it. Besides, Quixin had something to do and left school to go away for a few days, and he didn't know when he'd be back yet. This is a godsend. Li Zimian wouldn't have missed such an opportunity. He bluntly said, over the years Chu Xian has assumed the position of Dean of the Necromancy Department, and under his leadership, the Necromancy Department is getting worse by the year. In addition to wasting school resources all the time, the Necromancy Department didn't do half as well. Last year, our school participated in the Necromancer Youth League organized by the Truth Cult. There were a total of 20 participating colleges and universities, and our Heavenly Sword University only won the 15th place. Even a third-rate university like Tianbao College is ranked higher than our college. This is proof enough that Chu Xian is not suitable to serve as a mentor and teach others. Why don't we replace Chu Xian and I'll be willing to serve as Lin Lu's mentor myself. After hearing this from him, Principal Li Zimin will grant his claim. After all, as one of the 3 faculties with the strongest overall strength in Heavenly Sword University, as the Dean of the Mage Department, he was in the position of Heavenly Sword University. Pressing wasn't something that the Dean of the Necromancy Department, Chu Xian, could compare to. Unbeknownst to him, the principal decisively refused. My mind is made up. It will be Chu Xian as one of Lin Lu's 3 tutors. You don't need to say anything more. But, Principal Yu Xuanzhou raised his hand and interrupted. I don't want to repeat my words a second time. Yes, Li Zimian's 5 fingers, which were collected at his side, whitened their knuckles with force, and his face was full of resentment. Sima Ying walked over to Li Zimian with a smile and whispered, do you know why the principal wanted Chu Xian to be Lin Lu's tutor? Why? Li Zimian queried. Because Su Tianji is coming back. Sima Ying said lightly. No way? Li Zimian stared with wide eyes and a surprised expression. 1,000 times true. My intelligence. It will never be wrong. Sima Ying said. Li Zimian's expression was grave. Chu Xian had something to leave the school. Could it be that she went to look for Su Tianji? Sima Ying nodded. You guessed right. Li Zimian sighed and lost his smile. It's me who underestimated Chu Xian. Sima Ying inclined her head to look at Li Zimian and curiously said, there are quite a number of saint-ranked powerhouses in your mage department. What are you afraid of Su Tianji? Why don't you continue to fight for it? Li Zimian glanced at Sima Ying and said, when Su Tianji wanted to create the Department of Necromancy in the first place, do you think the principal and the deans could agree? The Ministry of Education, the resources allocated to the school every year is so little, is fixed, inexplicably more than the Department of Necromancy. The other departments and faculties will share the resources will be much less. The school leaders and the deans of the school all disagreed with Su Tianji's creation of the necromancy department. But then, Su Tianji still did it. What do you think he relied on? Su Tianji challenged all the departments and faculties of Heavenly Sword University, one by one, and convinced all the major departments and faculties, and only then did the principal agree to Su Tianji's creation of the Department of Necromancy. Li Zimian finally exclaimed, Su Tianji is indeed a character. The necromancer is just a T2 level profession, but in his hands, it's more powerful than a rare profession. Sima Ying had only become the dean of the alchemy department in the last few years. There was no knowledge of some of Heavenly Sword University's hidden past. There was a long silence. Sima Ying asked again in a low voice, did Su Tianji challenge the principal? Of course there is. Li Zimian said. Who won? Of course it's the principal. Li Zimian looked in awe at the principal. Yu Xuanzhou, who was communicating with Zhuo Menghua in a low voice. He said in a deep voice, in all of China, no one can defeat Lord Headmaster in single combat. Sima Ying nodded thoughtfully. That I know. Li Zimian gave Sima Ying a meaningful look. If you really knew, you wouldn't have asked me such a stupid question. Sima Ying smiled sweetly. A pair of beautiful eyes scraped a glance at Li Zimian. Her figure was graceful, and she left with a light step. Chapter 76, The Forgotten Lin Lu. Xian Zhou. I'm still a little worried, a little uneasy about Sima Ying acting as Lin Lu's mentor. She said she wanted Lin Lu to cooperate with the experiment and complete the sword servant program. I'm afraid of any accidents from her, and scourge that child Lin Lu. Zhuo Menghua lowered his voice until only he and Yu Zhenzhou could hear it. It's okay, I'll keep an eye on her. Yu Xuanzhou comforted. Alas, in case Lin Lu is really ruined in Sima Ying's hands, then I won't live anymore. Lin Lu is our hope, the hope of Heavenly Sword University, Zhuo Menghua said with some excitement. Yes, that I know. Yu Xuanzhou replied calmly. Zhuo Menghua mused. No, you don't know. The swordsman program is so nebulous that no one knows if the program will work. Even Sima Ying couldn't guarantee it. Instead of believing in a nebulous plan, it's better to carefully do your best to cultivate Lin Lu alone. I believe that as long as Lin Lu steps into the Holy Order, then the splendor that belongs to Heavenly Sword University is coming. Yu Xuanzhou said blandly. Cultivating Lin Lu and the Sword Servant program. I intend to do both. Together. Don't worry about it, Elder Zhuo. I've got it covered. Zhuo Menghua's more cloudy eyes stared at Yu Xuanzhou's sharp eyes, and after a long time, he withdrew his gaze and sighed. I don't care about you. I only ask that you don't hurt Lin Lu. He's the hope of our Heavenly Sword University. Yu Xuanzhou squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of him as if he were my own son. Today, Zhuo Menghua's heart was like a roller coaster ride, falling and falling. He's too old to handle such intense stimulation. Zhuo Menghua's aged face had a touch of deep fatigue on it. Well, I'm going back to rest. Elder Zhuo, don't leave. Go drink and celebrate with us. Today, a day to celebrate indeed. Heavenly Sword University had gained an absolutely unrivaled genius. Naturally, you have to celebrate. No, I have to go back and prepare myself. I haven't taught a student in a long time. I'm actually a bit nervous. I will train Lin Lu to become a talent, and train him to become the most powerful necromancer in the world. I will. With Feng Shifeng's assistance, Zhuo Menghua left. Yu Xuanzhou, along with the dean's mentors in the room, went to the most luxurious restaurant in the city and drank to celebrate. Until dark, Yu Xuanzhou suddenly remembered that Lin Lu was still waiting for him in his office. This is bad. Overly happy today. Forgot about Lin Lu. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword University. Inside the principal's office, Lin Lu sat cross-legged on a futon, holding a soul gem in his hand. But for a moment, he absorbed another soul gem clean. Lin Lu opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was already dark. He had a depressed look on his face. The principal hasn't come yet. He'd been waiting for almost 7 or 8 hours, and he even wondered if the principal had forgotten about him after calling him over. It shouldn't be possible. The principal is the #1 swordsman in China. It's a holy order powerhouse. How could you do something so brainless? It couldn't be that the principal was testing him. He deliberately hung him out to dry, and then the principal hid and watched, trying to see if he'd get angry and move on or something. The more Lin Lu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He took out another soul gem from his storage ring and held it in his hand to continue cultivating. The principal's office is a treasure trove of practice. It's quite nice to practice here. Anyway, if you go back, you are still practicing. Wherever you go is not practicing. It wasn't long after Lin Lu started cultivating. A good-looking female teacher suddenly barged in. Seeing Lin Lu in the principal's office, she asked, "You're Lin Lu, right?" Lin Lu blinked suspiciously and then nodded. "Here are the credits the principal has gifted you. You may return." The female teacher handed Lin Lu a palm-sized silver-colored card, saying as she did so, Lin Lu took the card, and on the silver-gray card, the word credits was written on the front, and on the back was a string of numbers labeled with the number 100. "Excuse me, where's the principal?" Lin Lu asked as he put away his credit card and looked up. The female teacher shook her head and said, "I don't know. The principal's whereabouts have always been mysterious. It's so late. You should go back to rest." "Okay." Lin Lu had to leave. Exiting the office, he followed the way he came, and returned to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, and then from the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, back to the Sword Seed Pavilion. It's getting late, but inside the Sword Seed Museum, the lights were still on. There were faint noises coming from the noise. Puzzled, Lin Lu quickened his pace and returned to the pavilion. He only saw Wang Daopu and Situ Yang, several people, who were joking with a few unfamiliar girls. It's Boss Lin Lu returning. Wang Daopu wrapped his arm around a girl's waist and waddled over to Lin Lu. "Boss Lin Lu, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Daopu came to Lin Lu, opened his mouth and took a mouthful of rich wine breath, almost smoked Lin Lu to death. "You've been drinking?" Lin Lu covered his mouth and nose and frowned. "Drink a little. Boss, you drink too." Wang Daopu smiled and handed the bottle of wine in his hand to Lin Lu. Lin Lu refused. "I don't drink. That's a real pity," Wang Daopu said with a look of regret. Lin Lu's gaze skimmed over the pavilion. Situ Yang, Yenya and the strange girls were all drunk. Lin Lu shouted, "Which Mengzhen? Are you there?" "It's there." Wu Mengzhen walked down from the second floor. "You've been gone a long time. What did the principal tell you?" Wu Mengzhen said with a curious expression. "I didn't see the principal. He left me hanging in his office for 7 or 8 hours, then sent a female teacher to give me 100 credits and let me come back." Lin Lu was honest. What's he doing that for?" "Headmaster, could it be to test your fixation?" Wu Mengzhen stroked her chin, puzzled. "I don't know." Lin Lu shook his head and pointed his finger at the drunken Wang Daopu and the others. "What's wrong with them?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the orientation meeting is over. So let's celebrate," Wu Mengzhen said calmly. Lin Lu pointed at the drunken girls again. "What about them?" Wu Mengzhen said. "Just like us, also a new student." The end of the afternoon orientation meeting. Wang Daopu went to hook back. The wine is provided by Situ Yang. His family has several vineyards in the western frontier, dedicated to brewing wine. "You also taste quite good." Lin Lu shook his head. "I don't like drinking. Is there any food?" "Yes, in the kitchen. I'll get it for you." Wu Mengzhen went to the kitchen and got Lin Lu some food. "When you're full." Lin Lu then went upstairs to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Ms. Koyan's teacher came and saw the living room. Drunk boys and girls. She was angry. Whether it's alcohol abuse or the girls staying out at night, it's a serious violation of school rules. Each was docked 20 credits. Chapter 77, Borrowing Credits. Those pretty girls, when they heard they were going to be docked 20 credits, they cried in a hurry. Their strength, in this class of freshmen, could only be considered to be at the middle to lower level. They were eliminated very early in the orientation meeting yesterday. The credits on several girls, when added together, couldn't even come up with 10 credits. Heavenly Sword University has rules. If a student violates a school rule, credit is deducted, and students who don't have enough credits to deduct are subject to mandatory suspension. This is ed. It was hard to get into Heavenly Sword University. It's not even 2 days into the school year and these girls are going to roll home. If the families of a few of the girls knew about this, they would have to spit out blood. Low sobs rose from the girls. Their eyes were filled with tears, like brilliant crystals, glittering heartbreakingly in the sunlight. Wang Daopu was also in a hurry on the side. These are the girls he invited to play. In fact, these several beautiful girls were not happy to play. Is Wang Daopu stalking the girls a soft heart, which promised? Something happened right now. The self-proclaimed compassionate man couldn't just sit back and watch. But Wang Daopu could not think of any good way to do this. He could only turn to Situ Yang. Wang Daopu anxiously asked, "Situ Yang, what to do about this?" Situ Yang sat on the sofa. He was not panicked at all. Picked up an open bottle of unfinished wine, poured himself a glass, and after taking a sip from the glass, he easily said, "Just take your credits and pad them out." The credits of Heavenly Sword University are equivalent to the currency that circulates within the university. It can be traded freely. Wang Daopu let out a bitter smile. I would like to, but I only earned more than 60 credits at the orientation meeting yesterday. Me, plus these 5 sisters, a total of 6 people. 120 credits. My little credits. Not enough at all. Why don't you lend me some? Situ Yang shook his head. Don't look at me. I didn't get many credits yesterday. I can't lend you any. Wang Daopu again turned his hopeful gaze to Yenya. Yenya can't drink very well. After getting drunk, sleeping all night has not yet slowed down. Black fat face, now also through a deep red color of wine. The booze hadn't worn off though, but Yenya's mind was clear, and he shook his head hard, squeezing 2 icy words out from between his teeth. No loan. The credits of Heavenly Sword University are very precious. The only way to earn credits, it is to fulfill the tasks issued by the Executive Department of Heavenly Sword University. The difficulty of these tasks is very high. The slightest misstep is a risk of losing your life. Every year, dozens of unlucky people at Heavenly Sword University would die because of their missions. You can't just borrow such valuable credits. School just started, and there's plenty of places to use your credits. It wasn't that Situ Yang and Yenya were cheap, it was that they really couldn't borrow. Wang Daopu could also understand. He glanced at the crying, pretty girls, and was so deeply powerless that he hung his head and let out a long sigh. Situ Yang at this time his afterglow glanced at Lin Lu who went downstairs to eat breakfast. He brightened up and poked Wang Daopu's shoulder. What for? Wang Daopu looked up and asked. Situ Yang nudged his mouth at Lin Lu. Wang Daopu instantly understood and his spirit was revitalized. He immediately came to Lin Lu with his butt in front of him. Licking his smile, he told Lin Lu about the difficulties he was experiencing at this time. Boss Lin Lu, please, lend me some credits. Don't worry, I won't borrow for nothing. I'll give you an IOU. How much I borrow today, I'll double it back in the future. Wang Daopu pleaded. Lin Lu was not a petty person. He's quite affectionate and righteous. Help out when you can among your classmates. Although this man Wang Daopu had offended himself before, he had since behaved well and treated Lin Lu respectfully. Lin Lu was not too vindictive and forgave Wang Daopu. Here you go, 100 credits should be enough. From his storage ring, Lin Lu took out the silver card that stored 100 credits and pulled it out, handing it to Wang Daopu. Wang Daopu said gratefully, Boss Lin Lu, thank you so much. Don't worry, if you lend me 100 credits today, I will definitely pay you back double on another day. I'll do what I say. He inclined his head and shouted to Situ Yan, who was sitting on the couch. Xiao Yang, quickly prepare a deed for me. I want to make an IOU to Boss Lin Lu. Okay. Situ Yan rummaged through his storage ring for a while and took out a brand new contract. The contract is magically effective. Once the contract is broken, the violator is immediately cursed. Wang Daopu smiled and said to Lin Lu, let's sign the deed first, so you and I are both down to earth. Okay, I have no problem with that. Lin Lu said. After the deed is signed, Situ Yang gave the deed to Lin Lu and instructed, you are the debtor. This deed belongs to you. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Good. After Lin Lu scrutinized the contract again, he made sure there were no problems and took it back into his storage ring. The problem of credits is solved. Those few pretty girls, not daring to continue to stay in the Sword Seed Pavilion, hurriedly left, and when they were about to go out, they purposely turned back and imploringly looked into the house for a few moments. Wang Daopu thought they were looking at themselves. His face had long been happy, and he could not help but be a little complacent. The pretty girls, in fact, left looking at Lin Lu, who was eating breakfast at the kitchen table. After the orientation meeting, there were quite a few girls in this class of freshmen who were secretly in love with Lin Lu. The reason why these pretty girls promised Wang Daopu to come and play in the Sword Seed Pavilion. Another reason was so that he could come and meet Lin Lu. It would be great if he could speak with Lin Lu a few more times. Pity, Lin Lu didn't return until dark, and they accidentally got too drunk and intoxicated, allowing Lin Lu to see their unpleasant scene. A few pretty girls left the Sword Breeders' Hall in a state of distress. Lin Lu was oblivious to all this. He took a bite of the bun, chewed it, swallowed it, and asked Wu Mingjin, who was sitting across from him, when are we going to move dorms? About this afternoon. The janitor will come and let us know in person when he's finished packing up the dorms. Wu Mingjin, who was devouring a blood-splattered, 1-minute rare steak with gusto, took the time to answer as he ate. Possessing a serpentine bloodline, his dietary tastes gradually changed to become like a serpentine's, preferring to eat raw meat, especially fresh meat with a strong taste for blood. Breakfast at Kensikan is available for reservation. What you want to eat? Just give the cafeteria a heads up ahead of time. Oh, Lin Lu answered. And after a moment of silence, he asked again, do you have any plans for today? Wu Mingjin said, of course there is. After breakfast, in the morning, we have to go to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion again. This time it was there to pick a mentor. Chapter 78 Faculty. What picking a mentor? It's clearly a mentor picking us. And only if both mentors pick you at the same time are you eligible to pick one of the two mentors. But the odds of being chosen by two mentors at the same time are too low. Situ Yang walked over to the table carrying a bottle of wine and sat down, saying to Lin Lu, want a drink? I don't drink, Lin Lu said indifferently. That's such a shame. Situ Yang skimmed his lips and looked up at Wu Mingjin again. Wu Mingjin shook her head. He doesn't like to drink in the morning. Steward Young had to pour himself a glass. This morning, it will definitely be lively. Wu Mingjin stared at Lin Lu and coldly and suddenly said, what do you mean? Situ Yang was curious. Wu Mingjin laughed strangely. Such an outstanding genius like Lin Lu. All the major faculties will definitely want it. I've long heard that between the major faculties of Heavenly Sword University, there are frictions from time to time. And this time, in order to compete for Lin Lu, I don't know how many tutors will choose Lin Lu at the same time. Situ Yang also laughed. He, that would be a good show indeed. By the way, Lin Lu, have you ever thought about which faculty you want to join? Lin Lu pondered for a moment and said, I think the necromancy department is good. Necromantic? Situ Yang put down the wine cup, shook his head and said, the necromancy department used to be okay, but now it doesn't work. The necromancy department has fallen so far that it doesn't have much place in the school, and the cultivation resources it possesses are pitifully small. Instead of going to the necromancy department of anything, you should join the summoning department. The summoning department is better than the necromancy department. I want to go to the necromancy department, mainly because I've heard that the necromancy department has secret techniques that can train the undead into an army, and it also has a collection of rare necromancer skill books. Lin Lu said, there are also quite a few secret techniques of the summoning department. Do you know the 100 Beast King Li De and the Demon Governor Xin Xiao? These two, both of them, were saint-ranked powerhouses. Both of them, like you, specialize in summoning and manipulating vast numbers of summoned beasts in swarms of one man's army. The 100 Beasts King's army of magical beasts was invincible, and once one person manipulated tens of thousands of magical beasts to recapture a city that had been captured by a foreign race. The same was true for the Demon Governor, whose demon army, though not as numerous as the 100 Beast Kings, but the demons he summoned were elite. There were rumors that Demon Governor Xin Xiao was carrying demonic blood and was a half-human, half-demon being. He was on the extraterrestrial battlefield, killing people. Xin Xiao's Demon Legion, on the extraterrestrial battlefield, was not a small reputation. These two saint-rank powerhouses were both once students of the summoning department of Heavenly Sword University. The necromancy department has a secret method of training the undead into armies. The summoning line has them as well, and they're definitely not less than the necromancy line. As for the necromancer's skill book, it's not like a T2 profession like necromancer is a rare profession skill book. You can commission any auction house, and within a few months, it will help you collect all the skill books you want. You really don't have to going to some necromancy department. The summoning department is just fine. After listening to Sito Yang's words, Lin Lu was a bit surprised. You know quite a bit about the summoning department of Heavenly Sword University. Situ Yang smiled smugly. Not only the summoning department, I also know the other faculties very well. As early as when I was admitted to the Heavenly Sword University, I spent a lot of money and purchased quite a bit of information about the Heavenly Sword University from the intelligence agency. Wait, what's an intelligence center? Lin Lu wondered. Steward Young explained. It's a secret organization that sells intelligence. As big as state secrets. As small as there are a few flirtatious places in the county. As long as it's intelligence, it sells it all. And if you have any valuable information, you can also sell it for money at the intelligence office. That's right. Lin Lu nodded indistinctly as he asked. Then what faculty do you want to go to? Me? That'd better be the mage department. Situ Yang replied. Lin Lu looked at Wu Mingjin again and asked. What about you? Alchemy department. If the tutor of the alchemy department doesn't want me, it's fine to go to the mage department. Wu Mingjin said with a sinister smile. Situ Yang was puzzled. Why do you want to go to the alchemy department? Wu Mingjin said. My profession can melt toxins, and the alchemy department's laboratory has all kinds of synthetic poisons, which are poisons that will help me in my cultivation. So it is. Situ Yang suddenly laughed. Guess what faculties Yenya and Wang Daopu are going to join? Wang Daopu has little appetite, do not eat breakfast, went out to walk. Yenya drank too much last night, has not slowed down, went back to his room to lie down and rest. Yenya is an earth mage. He's definitely going to join the mage department. Wang Daopu is a paladin, so he should join the knight department. Lin Lu replied. It's all wrong. Yenya is going to the defense department, and Wang Daopu plans to join the melee department. Situ Yang said smilingly. Lin Lu was surprised. Wang Daopu to go to the melee department. This I can still understand. After all, the melee department is the signature department of Heavenly Sword University. Wang Daopu wants to go to the melee department justifiably. Yenya to go to the defense department. I'm a little bit confused about this. Wu Mingjin was also puzzled. I've seen Yenya's earth spells. They're really powerful. It's a bit of a shame that he didn't go to the mage department. Stuart Young explained. Yenya's talent is named Shield of Thorns, an A-ranked talent. The effect is to use a defensive skill that can absorb damage before releasing it. He went to the defense department to better utilize the power of his talent. You know a lot. Lin Lu looked at Situ Yang somewhat strangely. Wu Mingjin also gave Situ Yang a somewhat strange look. Talent is important to professionals. It's rare that someone will tell someone else about the specific effects of their gift. This is not something I took the initiative to find out. It was Yenya who got drunk last night and was dead set on telling me. If you don't believe me, go ask Yenya. He should still remember. Situ Yang was afraid that Lin Lu and Wu Mingjin would misunderstand and hurriedly explained. After talking for half a day, I still don't know what faculty you plan to go to? Wu Mingjin asked at this time. Me? I'll go to whichever faculty whichever tutor picks me. I'm not picky. Situ Yang smiled and said. His profession is quite unique, both melee and long range. Anyway, it's all about taking money and hitting people with it, and he can burn coins, get attack bonuses, and unleash skills. Other professions consume mana. The profession of a gold coin merchant consumes coins. After breakfast, a few more people chatted in the living room for a while. Seeing that it was about time, he went upstairs and called up Yenya, and together they went to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. This time, we came to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Unlike the last time, no one dared to belittle Lin Lu anymore. After Lin Lu stepped through the door of the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, in that moment, it was as if time had stopped for it. Admiration flowed from the gazes of the new students as they looked at the male lead's upright stance, their hearts filled with admiration. At the same time, there was a hint of scorn and awe spread in their eyes. The girls, on the other hand, were full of adoration. Their eyes were glued to the male lead, unable to move away. Some cheeks were slightly flushed and their hearts were beating uncontrollably faster. Some of them had longing flickering in their eyes. Others were slightly biting their lips, trying to restrain their inner excitement, but it was difficult to hide that admiration. Chapter 79, She's Watching Me. Situ Yang with a complicated expression patted Lin Lu's shoulder from behind and whispered. See, the way those girls are looking at you. You'll definitely have no shortage of girlfriends for the next 4 years of college life. I envy you. Lin Lu smiled indifferently and said, what do you have to be envious of? Your dad is the chairman of the Bohemia Bank, a rich son like you who doesn't lack money to spend. I'm sure you won't lack a girlfriend either. Situ Yang bristled. That's different. Girls who are attracted to money can only be gold diggers. I want to find a girl who can love me genuinely and doesn't want my money. Cheer up. Lin Lu and Situ Yang were chatting. The two people next to him, Yenya and Wu Mingjin, didn't even squeak. Both of them were not good looking. One was born with it, and the other because of the serpentine bloodline had changed its appearance. They were self-aware, and had long ago killed the idea of going to college to find a girlfriend, and planned to concentrate on cultivating and trying to level up during the college years. In this world where power reigns supreme, as long as you have great strength, you can naturally attract the attention of the opposite sex. Lin Lu and a few of his housemates walked calmly to the corner of the arena. The mentors aren't here yet. Inside the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion, some of the new students were excitedly mingling with each other, while others had a sad look on their faces. The ones who are excited are the ones who thought they did well at the orientation meeting yesterday, and the guilty ones are the ones that don't perform well. Orientation meetings are crucial for new students. It's about whether or not you have a nourishing life for the next 4 years of college. With a good mentor, you get twice the result with half the effort on the path of cultivation. If you are not selected by a tutor, you will have to go to a large class run by the faculty, where dozens of people are crammed into a classroom and taught by a faculty-appointed teacher, the equivalent of a fairy tale. The difference between a personal disciple and an ordinary disciple. Wang Daopu came to the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion earlier than Lin Lu and the others, and was shamelessly getting close to a few pretty girls in the Sword Show Pavilion. When he saw Lin Lu and the others, he didn't come over and waved his hand at them, so he considered it a greeting. Situ Yang smiled helplessly and said, seeing his attentive behavior, I guess he must be the earliest to get off the hook here. Wu Mangjin shook her head, not agreeing with what Situ Yang had said. He said, Wang Daopu has no eyesight and his emotional quotient is too low. The ones in the Jianqiu Pavilion are already a bit annoyed with him, but he doesn't realize it. He's still going on and on about it. Steward Young took a closer look. It was found that it was indeed as Wu Mangjin had said. Wang Daopu's mouth was like a river, and he couldn't stop talking. He also feels good about himself. I don't know. Impatience was already written on the pretty faces of a few of the girls from the Jianqiu Pavilion, especially Jiang Xie, who was always amiable and smiling, was as cold as frost today. Jiang Xie was dressed in a long white moon-colored dress that didn't cause any dust. The coiled hairstyle and the long, thin hair at the temples set off that stunning face, and in those bland eyes, not a single ripple could be seen. Exquisite and absolutely beautiful face. Cannot see half a bit of emotion. Red lips pink, but not the smile of the country. Just cold dotted in that ice-cold face. That cold temperament. No way to tell the stranger do not approach. Situ Yang sked. To be able to make the good-tempered Jiang Xie student angry, Wang Daopu's ability to attract people's dislike is the #1 in the academy. Yenya also muttered. Wu Mangjin is right. Annoying guys like him are probably going to have a hard time finding a girlfriend during their college years. Wu Mangjin then said, I was curious as to what he said that could make the kind and gentle Jiang Xie-san so angry. Situ Yang said doubtfully, well, I'm also curious. Our family has a branch in Tiannan City. In the past, I often came to Tiannan City, and I've seen Jiang Xie several times, and I have the impression that she's a kind-hearted girl, and she's perfect in dealing with the world and treating people. Even my mean old father, in front of me, didn't stint on praise and compliments for a long time, and it's the first time I've ever seen it. And Jiang Xie coldly with a face, gentle and kind, good-natured, the Jiang Xie in their mouths. How was this not at all like the Jiang Xie he knew? Lin Lu couldn't help but incline his head with an odd expression and look towards the perfect goddess in the hearts of the crowd, Jiang Xie. It seemed to sense someone's watchful gaze. Jiang Xie's gaze was unruffled, carrying an icy pinch of coldness as she looked straight at the visitor. Hiss, classmate Jiang Xie gave me a look. Situ Yang's face reddened from excitement. Yenya's dark charcoal face showed a rare flash of excitement as he said, nonsense, she was clearly looking at me. Even the ever-composed Wu Mangjin was a bit flustered. Stumbling, why do I feel like she's looking at me? The three of them had a big fight over such a simple and boring trifle. Nonsense, clearly looking at me. You're the one who's bull ******* ting. Lin Lu, who do you think student Jiang Xie is looking at? Right, Lin Lu, you say. Student Jiang Xie, who were you looking at just now? Lin Lu had long since withdrawn his gaze as he faintly said, don't ask me, I don't know. Well, the three had to keep arguing. Lin Lu also didn't expect that Jiang Xie's charm would be so powerful. Just a look. Surprisingly, this caused a strife, and three people who were usually on pretty good terms with each other would go out of their way to fight over her over such a trivial matter. Jiang Xie, what a redhead. However, what made Lin Lu care? It was him who felt that Jiang Xie's glance back was as if she was looking at him. He wasn't sure, but he dared to make one thing clear. That was Jiang Xie's eyes filled with icy hatred and disgust. Is she hating herself? About 10 more minutes passed. The principal, vice principal and a group of mentors came inside the spirit hall. The noisy sounds of the arena suddenly disappeared automatically. All of the people looked with adoration at the one walking at the front of the tutors. The one who was tall and straight, like an eagle in the night. Cold and arrogant and domineering yet overbearing. The first sword god of China, Yu Xuanzhou. Yu Xuanzhou stood in the center of the arena, his gaze gently skimming over the more than 1,000 new students in the arena. And then he said succinctly, freshmen, welcome. Just this one sentence. Inside the arena, fierce applause erupted. The applause was prolonged. By the way, Lin Lu, yesterday when you went to see the principal, what did he tell you? Situ Yang applauded hard while asking Lin Lu in a low voice. I didn't see the principal yesterday. Once again, Lin Lu was truthful and told Situ Yang and Yenya what happened yesterday. After saying that, Lin Lu frowned and said, you guys, the principal told me to go to the office to see him, but he didn't come to the office, leaving me out to dry for 7 or 8 hours. Why is that? Situ Yang said excitedly. That goes without saying. It must be to test you. At first glance, there is no one in the principal's office. In fact, the principal must be watching you from the shadows, trying to see what you're like in private. It's a test of your heart to see if you'll complain and get angry when you're made to wait longer. The high-ranking professional my family employs told me that the first step to becoming strong is to control your emotions. Be the master of your emotions and don't let them control you. A man who is indolent and irritable cannot become a great man, Yenya said in a deep voice. I've read in an old book that there's an idiom called a gentleman's prudence, and the principal was definitely testing you yesterday. Chapter 80, Monsters. Situ Yang asked somewhat nervously. By the way, I don't suppose you did anything weird in the principal's office yesterday? No. I see that the principal isn't coming, so I'm idle and bored, so I put it aside in my office to practice. Lin Lu replied. Well, that's the right thing to do, Steward Young said. Lin Lu also believed what these few people said. No wonder the principal is giving me 100 credits for no reason. It seems that this is a reward from the principal for me passing the test, Lin Lu said in his heart. Wait for the applause to die down. It was the vice principal's turn to speak, focusing on some of the school's rules and regulations, school penalties, and what new students should be aware of. When the vice-chancellor had finished, it's finally time for the official session. First on the scene, the dean of the medical faculty. He took out a long-prepared list from his storage ring and recited it aloud. Zhou Jichuan, Level 1 High Priest, Medical Department, under tutor Yao Liangji. Xin Gongzhan, Level 1 High Order Light Priest, Medical Department, under tutor Yao Liangji. Jiang Yuqin, Level 1 High-Level Life Mage, Medical Department, under tutor Yao Liangji. Morong Haiyan, Level 1 Peak Priest, Medical, under tutor Zhang Hao. Chui Xinli, First Level High-Level Witch Doctor, Medical Faculty, under the tutor of Zhang Hao. Sir Dean. Chui Xinli suddenly raised his hand and interrupted. My talent is in the attack department. The medical department is not suitable for me. I want to join the mage department. The dean of the medical department was a rich, white, fat, middle-aged man who held up his glasses, looked up at Chui Xinli, and after a second or two of silence, said, yes, but whether or not there are any instructors in the mage department willing to take you, that I don't know. Chui Xinli looked at the dean of the mage department, Li Zimian, with an expectant gaze, as well as behind him, several mage department instructors. However, the instructors of the mage faculty did not make a sound. In other words, no one in the mage department was willing to serve as Chui Xinli's mentor. The dean of the medical department said softly, you have 3 minutes to think about it, whether you want to stay in the medical department or go to the mage department. It's up to you. Chui Xinli's face struggled, and after thinking about it, he still stayed in the medical department. After all, having a mentor is better than not having a mentor. Mr. Dean, I've decided to stay in the medical department, Chui Xinli said. Good, as long as you don't regret it, then I'll continue. The dean of the medical department smiled kindly and continued to recite the names on the list. Soon, the dean of the medical department finished reading the names. The instructors of their medical department had taken in 21 new students this time. Next on the scene was the assassination department. 32 freshmen were admitted. Then there is the Department of Faith. 16 freshmen were admitted. Faculty of Faith. Most shamans, monks, clerics, and such professions. The dean of the night department. Read Wang Daopu's name at the beginning. And Wang Daopu also voiced his refusal and expressed his desire to join the melee department. One of the instructors from the melee department couldn't wait to agree straight away. After all, it was the Sword Seed Museum freshman who had checked in. It's a steal as well as it should be. It was soon the turn of the dean of the mage department, Li Zimian, who read out more than 80 names in one breath. After all, the mage department has a large number of students and a large number of instructors. Among them, Li Zimian had read the names of Wu Mingzhen and Yenya. Yenya applied to join the defense department. This caused the dean of the defense department to face surprise and directly agreed, and took Yenya as his disciple. Yenya's mentor is the dean. This caused many people to look at him with envy in their eyes. Situ Yang said, you kid is really lucky. Wu Mingzhen also applied to join the alchemy department. One of the instructors in the alchemy department was willing to take him in. After the mage line is done, it's the summoning department. Situ Yang said to Lin Lu, just watch. The summoning department will definitely want you. Listen to me. It's fine to go to the summoning department. Don't go to any necromancy department. Aha. Lin Lu responded without saying anything. Fruity, the first name that Feng Shifeng, the dean of the summoning department. Reed was Lin Lu. Lin Lu, a first-level high-ranked necromancer. Summoning department. Under the tutors Wa Manhwa. This statement was made. Inside the arena, many people were surprised. Most of the new students don't know who Zhuo Manhwa is. So in surprise, why was Lin Lu's mentor not the dean, but a guy with little reputation? After Feng Shifeng finished reading Lin Lu's name, Lin Lu spoke directly. Sir Dean, I want to join the necromancy department. He said this. The crowd was astonished for a moment. Situ Yang smiled helplessly and bitterly. Brother why don't you listen to me? I really said so much for your own good. But there were some people in the freshmen who supported Lin Lu. Lin Lu, how to say, is also the newcomer king Summoning department let a guy with little fame as Lin Lu's mentor. If it is me, I am also not happy. Feng Shifeng gave Lin Lu a kindly glance and softly said, Child, don't be in a hurry. Say it. He continued to read the list. Ignore Lin Lu. Lin Lu was dumbfounded as he looked at Situ Yang. Situ Yang laughed. The summoning department wants you. Lin Lu frowned and was about to say something else. A voice came steeply from his ears. Don't be in a hurry. The voice is crisp and strong. Lin Lu was startled and glanced to his left and right to see who had just spoken in his ear. He suddenly became aware that someone was watching him, and he followed that person's gaze. Yes, principal. The principal's gaze was soft and not malicious. Lin Lu's eyes were complicated, so he had to hold down his dissatisfaction and forcefully endure it. What is the school doing? Soon, the summoning department names were read out. In the absence of the dean of the necromancy department, one of the necromancy instructors will read the list. To everyone's shock, the first name on the list of necromancy tutors was Lin Lu. Lin Lu, a first-level high-ranking necromancer. Necromancy, under Dean Chu Xian's disciple. At once, the whole place was abuzz. What's going on here? Are the summoning and necromancy departments going to start stealing people? It shouldn't be Faculty robbing should be done privately The school can't let them move to the open. That would be too embarrassing. Don't you guys know yet? Lin Lu crossed the level of summoning at the orientation meeting yesterday. He's only a level 1 high level. He was able to summon a level 2 early level undead assassin. This kind of talent, no matter which faculty, will definitely want it. What? Lin Lu summoned a level 2 undead assassin yesterday. Why didn't anyone tell me? I can only blame you for not being well liked. No one told you. Our school sophomores, juniors and seniors have long spread the word. Even other universities and powers have learned about it. According to the gossip, the 3 most prestigious schools, Kyoto University, Mordor University, and Northland University, all sent people over to look for Lin Lu this morning, and were stopped by our university outside the gates. No way. Situ Yang was looking at Lin Lu with a horrified expression at that moment. Asked incredulously, You actually summoned the undead assassin yesterday? Yeah. Lin Lu nodded. Right at the orientation? That's right. Or else how do you guys think I defeated those second-level veterans? Lin Lu said calmly. The few people around Lin Lu instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Situ Yang, Wu Mingjin, Yenya, and the 3 of them looked at Lin Lu as if they were looking at a monster. Chapter 81, shocking the whole audience. Situ Yang swallowed hard and smiled bitterly. I thought that you were able to defeat the older students by relying on some sort of secret method enhancement, but I also didn't expect that you would exaggerate to such an extent. Exaggerated? A flash of doubt flooded the bottom of Lin Lu's eyes. Yenya was so shocked that he almost jumped up. His eyes filled with astonishment. Isn't this exaggerated enough? It's the first time I've heard of a level 1 necromancer that can summon a level 2 undead monster when I've grown up. You're simply a monster. With a bitter smile on her face, Wu Mingjin said, Lin Lu, where exactly are you from? Lin Lu smiled blandly. I'm just an ordinary person. Instead of feeling comforted after hearing what Lin Lu said, the 3 of them, Wu Mingjin, were almost so angry that they spat out blood. Ordinary people. If you're an ordinary person, what are we? What about the 1,000 or so freshmen in this class? Inferior? When did it become so demanding to even be an ordinary person? Summoning at a higher level? Such unprecedented and unheard of things. The 3 Situ young people couldn't even dare to think about it. This feeling was like taking part in a race competition. Some people ran fast, some people ran slow, and Lin Lu would move instantly. After the shock, a deep sense of powerlessness surged through the 3 Situ Yangs. Within the spiritual rhinoceros mystery, Lin Lu summoned a level 2 beginner undead assassin. Out of the 1,000 or so freshmen, only a few recognized it. This is normal. Freshmen are young and have little knowledge. In addition, the undead assassin has a strange figure. You must be experienced and have good eyesight to recognize it. Freshmen cannot recognize the undead assassin is not strange. However, the matter of Lin Lu's overstep summoning was still circulated amongst the 1,000 or so freshmen. Nearly half of them or more had heard about Lin Lu's overstep summoning. Most people, however, held a skeptical attitude. It wasn't believed that Lin Lu was truly capable of summoning across levels. Until today, witnessing Lin Lu being chosen by the 2 major faculties, a very frightening thought rose in the minds of the crowd. Does it mean the university has arranged 2 tutors for Lin Lu? Someone's voice trembled. My God! Zhuge Hongyan stared with wide eyes, muttering with disbelief. Impossible. Never possible. A student can only have a tutor. This is how many years? The rules in the university. How can it be blasphemed? 1 student, 2 tutors. If an unprecedented event like this one had happened to an ordinary student, the crowd would not have believed it and would have just dismissed it as a pipe dream. But if it's Lin Lu, that's not out of the question. Things like robbing students, Heavenly Sword University had always done it in private. As long as they didn't bring the matter out into the open to disgrace people and make them look at it as a joke, you're fine with blowing your brains out in private to steal students. Since, in front of the principal, the 2 major faculties, the summoning faculty and the necromancy faculty, as if they had discussed it, both announced that they would accept Lin Lu as a disciple. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Then there's only one possibility. It's a matter of the principal already knowing about this and tacitly agreeing to it. Within the territory of Heavenly Sword University, the man who dared to disobey the principal's orders hadn't even been born yet. The crowd is certain. Lin Lu would become the first student in the history of China to have dual tutors. For a while, gazes containing all kinds of emotions, such as envy, awe, love, and jealousy, fell onto Lin Lu. Wang Daopu stared stupidly at Lin Lu, who was not far away. The mood was complicated to the extreme. He's in the moment. Thoroughly understand what it means. A frog in a well observes the moon in the sky. A mayfly sees the blue sky. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Wang Daopu was a household name in his hometown of Guangming City as a young talent, who became famous at a young age. However, in front of Lin Lu, for the first time he tasted inferiority. Behind Wang Daopu, a few of the girls in the Kenshukan had different demeanors. The tiny lowly Lin Muyo and the long-legged imperial sister Gu Shiyu couldn't stop the adoration and love for Lin Lu from flowing from their pretty faces. Fang Yuan's cheeks were flushed. Her eyes were shy but with blazing heat. Every now and then she stole a glance at the person in her heart. That look was like a budding flower in spring, full of shyness and anticipation. Jiang Li slightly furrowed her eyebrows, her eyes flickering with complexity. Her cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, like a peach blossom in full bloom, adding a bit of delicate beauty to her. Jiang Xie slightly raised her chin with a stubbornness and pride. Even in the midst of jealousy, it was hard to hide her unique aura. That beautiful gesture, like a rose with thorns, was so aggressive, but it was impossible to ignore her charm. Jiang Xie suddenly smiled to herself, turned sideways, and said to Jiang Li, I don't think you'll be able to win against Lin Lu in this lifetime. I can't win. Do you think you can win him? Jiang Li glanced coldly at Jiang Xie with a pair of beautiful eyes. Jiang Xie laughed softly. I can be different from you. I know what your occupation is. Losing at the hands of Lin Lu will become a demon in your heart that will haunt you for the rest of your life. It's a pity. In this life, I'm afraid you have no hope of a holy rank. Jiang Li said blandly, Humph, if I can't rise to the holy rank, can you? Don't think I don't know. What you are practicing is the principal's hegemonic sword intent, which must be penetrated by the heart, and your jealousy towards Lin Lu will ruin you. Jiang Xie's bright and beautiful face was suddenly covered with a layer of gloom. Don't want to admit it though, but she was indeed jealous of Lin Lu. She didn't know why. Was it because Lin Lu was stronger and more powerful than her? Maybe. In short, Jiang Xie she hated Lin Lu. She suddenly smiled brightly and said, It seems that we seem to have a common enemy. Aha. Jiang Li nodded. Good to know. Jiang Xie smiled charmingly. A white jade-like slender jade hand, very naturally wrapped around Jiang Li's waist. Pink thin lips, pasted on the side of Jiang Li's delicate earlobe, whispered, How about cooperation? The two of us are no match for Lin Lu alone. Only by cooperating can we have a chance of survival. Ginger Pear's pretty little face scrunched into a frown as she hesitantly said, I need to think about it. Whatever you want. Anyway, 4 years in college is a long time. It's fine if you want to think about it for as long as you want. Jiang Xie said with a lazy slack face. Then how are you going to deal with Lin Lu? Jiang Li frowned. You don't have to think about that. I have a way to waste Lin Lu anyway. Jiang Xie whispered with an indifferent face. In addition to jealousy and disgust, there were also a few more points of contempt in her gaze toward Lin Lu. It was as if they were looking at a lion in a cage. She had several ways to end his life whenever she wanted. We actually just need to defeat him. There's no need to waste him. A flash of intolerance passed through Jiang Li's beautiful eyes as she said softly, "Heartbroken?" A touch of derision appeared on Jiang Xie's bright and pretty face as she said, "You wouldn't have fallen in love with Lin Lu like that stinky Fang Yuan, right?" Bah! Jiang Li's pretty face was angry and she skimmed her head, no longer paying attention to Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and two shallow dimples emerged on her cheeks, as if she was holding a fine wine, intoxicating people, but her gaze was cold and piercing. Accompanied by the necromancy tutor after reading the list, a little calm returned to the arena. The necromancy department had taken in 8 students this time. Next, the alchemy department. Chapter 82, 3 tutors. When the dean of the alchemy department, Sima Ying, made his appearance, all the boys in the spirit rhinoceros pavilion couldn't help but gulp, eyes firmly pinned on the flirtatious and sexy figure. Sima Ying came curling up, like a painting out of old times, dressed in an exquisite ink cheongsam. It emphasized her figure to the fullest. That slender waist is not too shapely. Her slender white legs were hidden under the slit cheongsam, and her posture was erect and elegant. On her feet was a pair of silver high heels. A great beauty like Sima Ying. In Heavenly Sword University, there was only the Vice University, Zhang Yiwen, who could compete with her. Sima Ying took out the list from her storage ring and with a smile on her lips, her sexy rosy lips slightly opened as she slowly read. Lin Lu, first grade high-level necromancer, alchemy department, under Dean Sima Ying. In this moment, the entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. Immediately afterward, like the surface of a lake that had been thrown into a boulder, a shocking wave-like sensation was set off. The crowd of freshmen stared with wide eyes, filled with shock, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Some of the students had their mouths open and couldn't close them for a long time. Some students rubbed their eyes vigorously, wondering if they were dreaming. Other students exchanged words, their tones full of disbelief. One student, 3 mentors. What kind of concept is this? Even if a SS-class genius came to Heavenly Sword University, they wouldn't have this kind of treatment. This is not in accordance with the rules. So many universities in China. I have not heard of any university where a student can be matched with 3 tutors. Rules are dead. People are alive. In our Heavenly Sword University, the words of the principal are the rules. As long as the principal agrees, that's fine. If Lin Lu can really summon over the level, then he truly deserves this treatment. He's the only mutant in the world who can summon across levels. Inside the arena, thousands of freshmen couldn't help but look towards the corners of the pavilion. That lone figure. At this moment, the emotions contained in the gazes of the crowd were surprisingly consistent, leaving only naked adoration. Lin Lu was also a bit confused at the moment. He didn't expect that Heavenly Sword University would think so highly of him and equip him with 3 tutors. And there are 2 dean tutors among them. Honestly, Lin Lu was a bit flattered. No wonder just now, the dean of the summoning department, Feng Shifeng, told him not to be anxious, and the principal also gave him a voice transmission across the sky, telling him not to be anxious. So it is. This is going to be a surprise for him. Lin Lu took a deep breath, then heaved out a mouthful of turbid air. He was not timid in the face of the crowd, standing quietly in place. His stance was as upright as a pine. His eyes were deep and calm, as if they were a pool of water that did not ripple, revealing a calmness beyond the ordinary. Not far away, the principal, Yu Xuanzhou, couldn't help but nod his head in praise after seeing Lin Lu's calm and composed performance. Not bad, even though it's only level 1. It already has the demeanor of a few saint-rank powerhouses. Li Zimian flattered on the side. It's a pity that Lin Lu is a necromancer, not a swordsman. If he were a swordsman and was personally trained by you, headmaster, I believe that before long, Heavenly Sword University will see one of the youngest Sacred Order powerhouses, Yu Xuanzhou calmly said. Having Elder Zhua accompany Lin Lu was no different from me personally teaching. Li Zimian nodded and smiled. What the principal said, Yu Xuanzhou asked abruptly. The people sent by the 3 great schools, haven't they left yet? No, they want to meet with you, headmaster, Li Zimian said with a serious expression. Not to be seen. Let them roll. Yes, Yu Xuanzhou added in a cold voice. How did the news get out? As I recall, didn't I give an order to block the news? Li Zimian smiled bitterly. It's not been a day or two since there were scouts from the other 3 prestigious schools in the university. The key was yesterday. in full view of the public. There were too many people who saw it. It was just impossible to block the news. Sighing, Yu Swanjo sighed. No matter what, if Lin Lu has entered Heavenly Sword University, there's no way he'll let them snatch it away. Think of a way to tell them to die. Yes. A murderous aura flickered in Li Zimian's eyes and he immediately retreated. Just in time. After Sima Ying, the dean of the alchemy department, finished reading the list, that gorgeous silhouette quietly retreated. Then the dean of the melee department made his appearance. The melee combat department was the #1 departmental academy of Heavenly Sword University deservedly. The number of students enrolled is the largest. Fully 200 people. Jiang Xie, Jiang Li and the others were naturally going to join the melee department. As the only two S-class geniuses in this class of freshmen, they were also the two most beautiful girls among this class of freshmen. They should have been in the limelight. At the moment there was little to look at them. Most of the eyes in the arena were focused on Lin Lu. It was the first time they had been so coldly treated. Jiang Li looked at Lin Lu with complicated eyes. Jiang Xie's face grew colder and colder. When all the faculties have finished selecting their students, inside the arena, more than half of the freshmen were left without a mentor to choose from. The fate of those of them who will have to go to the big classes of the faculty in the future is to listen to lectures. No mentor to rely on. For 4 years in college, they had to rely on themselves. The upside, though, was that those of them without mentors were relatively free to join whatever faculty they wanted. You're a mage who has no problem going to a large class in the melee department if you want to. If one was a bit more lucky, there was also a chance to be valued by the tutor and accepted as a disciple in the future. It ends here. The orientation meeting is considered to be completely over. After the conclusion of the General Assembly, according to the usual practice, it should be the principal's speech, but the principal seemed to have something to do today. And when the orientation meeting was completely over, he left in a hurry without looking back. It was the vice-chancellor who took the stage on his behalf. She spoke casually and briefly and then finished. With the mentors then, they left inside the Spirit Rhinoceros Pavilion. Situ Yang seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced. He stared at Lin Lu for a long time with his eyes lifelessly, before he gradually gained vigor and laughed. Lin Lu, are you going back to the dormitory? Aha. Lin Lu nodded. Yenya looked at Lin Lu adoringly and said, Boss Lin Lu, your future days will be nourishing. 3 tutors, ah, and there are 2 dean tutors among them. Think about how many resources you can enjoy. Wu Mingjin was also envious. The alchemy department is one of the departments and faculties in Heavenly Sword University that has the most resources now. And for you to be accepted as a disciple by Dean Sima Ying, at least you won't have to worry about the matter of cultivation resources in the future. Really? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Wu Mingjin laughed. It must be true. Situ Yang said smilingly, the alchemy department is really good. In the future, the 3 of us, in the same department, we should take care of each other. Wu Mingjin went to the alchemy department on her own accord. Situ Yang was also chosen by one of the instructors in the alchemy department. His profession as a gold merchant, who burns coins in exchange for attacks, is rather special. Going to the mage line and melee line is a good idea. Chapter 83, Disciplinary Committee. The Alchemy Department also holds multiple businesses at Heavenly Sword University. It was notoriously wealthy, and the tutors in the department, and the students under the tutors, were all rich as hell. Situ Yang's occupation is gold coin merchant. This profession can sacrifice money in exchange for power. Situ Yang's father was a big banker, and as a rich second generation, Situ Yang didn't lack money, but he wouldn't mind having too much money either. The alchemy department suits him well. On the way back, Lin Lu looked at Situ Yang beside him and said curiously, how does a gold coin merchant fight? Situ Yang, the first gold coin merchant Lin Lu met. Warriors use swords, archers use bows and arrows, and mages use staffs. What are the weapons of a businessman? And how to fight? He couldn't visualize it, so he had to ask Steward Young. Burning money. With a smile on his lips, Situ Yang pulled out a $100 bill from his storage ring, held the bill between 2 fingers, and waved it in front of Lin Lu's eyes. Voila! Situ Yang looked relaxed, casually threw his hand. The $100 bill, while burning, flew out at a very fast speed, turned into a ball of golden fire, hit 100 paces away, a green tree planted next to the road. Boom! In an instant, the golden fireball then burned the green tree into a pile of ashes. Money, both my weapon and my defense, Situ Yang said as he pulled out another $100 bill. This time, he slapped the banknote on his chest with force, and the golden flame instantly burned up, and in a flash, burned out the $100 banknote, and at the same time, a layer of golden shield quickly floated on Situ Yang's body. Unlike a mage's magic shield, the golden light shield that enveloped Situ Yang's body was like a gold-like texture, golden and honorable. How's that for an awesome career? Release skills with no consumption at all. All it takes is burning money, and the more money I sacrifice, the stronger I get. It's a very strong profession. Situ Yang asked with a smug look on his face. Lin Lu, Yan Ya, and Wu Mingjin. The three of them looked at me. I looked at you. Their faces were odd, and no one said anything. This caused Situ Yang's displeasure. He frowned. What's wrong? Is my profession bad? Yenya said after a moment of deliberation. The attack power and defense of your profession. I approve of it, it's just that it consumes too much. A random shot, $200 is gone. Even if I'm the son of a family, I wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. Mengjin Wu commented. You have to burn at least $100,000 or so in this fight. It's simply an exclusive profession for the rich. If a poor family switches to your profession, there's a high probability that they won't even be able to pass the college entrance exam. Lin Lu said succinctly. It's such a waste of money. You a few are too greedy for money. Money is what do. Used to spend. Money are things outside the body. Death cannot take away. Life cannot bring the thing. There is what waste. Situ Yang shook his head inside. A look of unteachable children. A few people were about to leave. A man in a black uniform stopped several people. He was young and looked like a student as well. Holding a very conspicuous black leather book in his hand, he said with a serious expression, That tree, who destroyed it? The black uniformed man pointed to the small green tree that had been burned to ashes by Stuart Young. It's me, Situ Yang graciously admitted. The black uniformed man flipped open his black leather book and said coldly, Name, school number. Situ Yang said in a deep voice. Situ Yang, school number 198734. Destroying the school's greenery will result in 20 credits. Next time, remember better. The black uniformed man left with a cold face after making a note in his black leather notebook. 20 credits? Situ Yang's complexion suddenly changed, as if he was struck by lightning. 20 credits for destroying a common green plant? Lin Lu frowned. Who is he? It should be from the Heavenly Sword University's Wind and Discipline Committee, responsible for managing campus discipline and maintaining campus security. Wu Mingjin looked at the man's departing back and said, The uniform he's wearing is the Wind Discipline Committee uniform, which I've seen on the day of the school report. A Wind Discipline Commissioner? Lin Lu muttered. It's kinda awesome. Wu Mingjin laughed. Heavenly Sword University is full of clubs, and the Wind Discipline Committee is a student organization second only to the student council, so of course it's imposing. It's just a small tree. You have to deduct 20 credits. It's too much. Just find some money. That small tree can be worth a few dollars. Yenya said with righteous indignation. Situ Yang said with a bitter look on his face. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Since it's the school's rule, I'll just have to consider myself unlucky. Situ, it's my fault. I'll pay for this credit. Lin Lu said with an apologetic face. If he wasn't curious, Situ Yang wouldn't have demonstrated it in public. Moreover, it was only a mere 20 credits. There was no need to get into a bad situation with Situ Yang and spoil the relationship because of this amount of credits. Don't. Never. Situ Yang's face changed, and he said gruffly, How can I blame you for this? You only asked me how the gold coin merchant fought. It was me who used that tree as a target. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's only 20 credits, which is worth a lot more than our brotherhood. Strike that. Situ Yang winked at Lin Lu. Boss Lin Lu, if we all live in the same dormitory, that's a kind of fate. I only ask that you can take care of the few of us in the future. Lin Lu smiled and said with a straight face, Next time there's something, you guys just come to me. Ha ha, don't worry. Surely Situ Yang hemmed and hawed and said, Lin Lu boss, if you have anything in the future, as long as it's something we can help you with, we will definitely not excuse ourselves. Several people returned to the villa. Near noon, Stuart Young suggested going out for a meal. He knew of a good restaurant in Tenant City that was very tasty. By the way, another good day of fun in Tenant City. It's on him. After today, tomorrow, they would have to report to their respective faculties and start practicing and learning under their mentors. Take advantage of the last day to have a good time and then completely wind down your practice. It's naturally excellent to have someone treat you. Several people were willing to go. Where's Wang Daopu? Call him up as well. Okay, this guy, I don't know where he's gone on a wave. Any of you guys have his number? Give him a call. I did. I'll call him. Situ Yang took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Daopu. Situ Yang, hey, where are you? Do you want to go to Tiannan City to play? My treat. Wang Daopu, I'm in the school library. Going out to play? You still don't know? This morning, the school suddenly implemented closed management. Only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. Want to go out of school? Have to have the principal's handwriting. Situ Yang wondered, why is it closed for a good reason? Wang Daopu, I don't know. You guys want to come to the library? There are a lot of pretty girls here. There are sophomore and junior sisters. Wow. Every one of them is so sexy. Nah. Stuart Young, not going. Hang up. Situ Yang scratched his head and said helplessly, you guys heard it just now, right? It seems that we can only wait for the school to end its closure. Then I'll invite you to play in Tiannan City. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Lu patted Situ Yang's shoulder and comforted him. Chapter 84, Sword Sharpening Lake. Noon. The school cafeteria sends lunch. After eating, Lin Lu returned to his room and cultivated. Afternoon. Mr. Xiaoyun visits the door and tells Lin Lu and the others the good news. Their new dormitory is packed and ready to move in. Several people followed Ms. Koyan to the dormitory area. The dormitories of Heavenly Sword University are divided into 4 classes. A, B, C, D. Grade A is the best and Grade D is the least. The dormitories assigned to the 5 members of the Sword Breeders' Hall were all the best Class A dormitories. The Grade A dormitory area was beside the most pleasant scenery of the Heavenly Sword University. The Sword Grinding Lake. The lake is like a mirror, reflecting the clear sky. The breeze ripples through it. The lake was quiet, reflecting the surrounding villas and mansions. That one gorgeous building. The white walls and red tiles look elegant against the light of the lake. Green trees surround the lake, and the branches and leaves sway gently in the wind, complementing the delicacy of the villa. Under the sunshine, the lake's surface sparkles, and the shadow of the villa is swaying in the water, as if it is a stunning landscape painting, which makes people mesmerized and forget to come back. There was also a stone monument standing by the side of the Lake of the Milled Sword, with a few large characters carved on it. 10 years to sharpen the sword. 1 day to be sharp. It was said that when the principal hadn't established the Heavenly Sword University, he lived by the sword grinding lake and polished his sword intent day and night. The stone monument, erected by the principal, and the words on the stone monument, inscribed by the principal, Ms. Koyan droned on. The dormitory area of the university. In addition to the freshmen, there are also many older siblings living. You usually see, do not greet, it's okay, just as if you did not see on the line, but don't mess with them. If you don't listen and get beaten up and cleaned up, don't blame me for not warning you. The villa is fully equipped with a recreation room, exercise room, sauna, and practice room. Each villa is also equipped with a housekeeper who is responsible for taking care of your daily lives. All you need to do is to focus on your cultivation. The school will take care of the chores of life, so you don't have to worry about them. Butler? Wang Daopu became interested and asked, is the housekeeper a female housekeeper? Is there a female housekeeper? Can I have a female housekeeper? There are female housekeepers, but only in the girls' dormitory. There are female housekeepers, and the boys' dormitory is uniformly male. Ms. Xiaoyun said. Oh, so, Wang Daopu was suddenly disinterested. Teacher Xiaoyun took out several cards from his storage ring and distributed them to several people one by one. This is the key card for the electronic lock on the dormitory. It's labeled with the door number, so if you have any problems, you can call the housekeeper or come to me. What Lin Lu shared was 2 cards, a white key card and another silver credit card. Yesterday, after the secret world was over, freshmen were given a credit card. Lin Lu at that time was called by Yi Zhindo to the principal's office. Did not receive the credit card. It was only today that Mr. Koyan gave it to him. Lin Lu looked at his credits, which amounted to 437 credits. Why are there so many of them? Lin Lu wondered. Don't you earn a little credit for taking out a freshman in the secret world? He remembered that he had only taken out 100 freshmen. By all rights, his credits should be more than 100 points. How come it's over 400? How much? Situ Young, who was on the side, was curious. 437. Lin Lu replied. How much? Situ Yang was shocked. 437. Lin Lu repeated again. Now not only Situ Yang, but Wang Daopu's several people were also unbalanced in their hearts. The few of them were in the secret realm, and they had gone through multiple bitter battles, and it was with great difficulty that they earned a few dozen credits. Lin Lu earned over 400 credits in one shot. It's simply a case of people being more than people. Wang Daopu sourly said. Wow, wipes? Lin Lu boss, you tell the truth. You will not be the principal's illegitimate son. Right. I remember that you did not kill more than 100 people. How can you give you 437 credits? This is too unfair. I don't know. Lin Lu shook his head. Isn't it a reward for the rookie king? Wu Mingjin guessed. I don't know. Lin Lu was still shaking his head. It must be a bastard. Wang Daopu said excitedly. Lin Lu must be the principal's illegitimate son. Otherwise why would he give Lin Lu so many credits for nothing? Next to her, Ms. Xiaoyan covered her mouth and laughed softly. Don't even guess. Lin Lu was in the spiritual rhinoceros mystic realm. He took out 187 freshmen and seized 187 credits, and he took out 5 sophomore veterans, and the school rewarded 50 credits for taking out 1 veteran. A total of 250 credits. Added together, that's 437 credits. Take out an older student and award 50 credits. This rule, which was added to the school yesterday on an ad hoc basis, didn't exist before. This was because, since the founding of Heavenly Sword University, Lin Lu was the only one who, as a freshman, had crossed over and killed 5 veteran students at the beginning of the second level. It's kind of hard to say no to a reward when you're in this situation. After consulting the principal, only then was it decided that a new rule would be set up to reward new students with 50 credits for killing old students within the Spirit Rhinoceros Mystery. Gave the key card. Teacher Xiaoyan admonished Lin Lu and the others for a few more sentences, and then left with a quick step. She is the teacher of the freshman class and has the heaviest workload during the beginning of the school year, working from day to night. Mr. Xiaoyun is gone. Lin Lu. Several people followed the door number marked on the keycard and found their respective dormitories. Lin Lu's dormitory, right next to the Mill Sword Lake, was in a pretty good location. It caused another burst of envy from Wang Daopu and the others. He came to the door of the dormitory, used the keycard, opened the electronic lock on the door, pushed the door open, and walked in. The interior of the villa was very nice, comfortable and bright. In the living room, there is an exceptionally large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the windows, you can see the pleasant scenery of Lake Milledge. Lin Lu was admiring it. Suddenly a footstep was heard in the room. Lin Lu looked back alertly. A middle-aged man was seen coming out of the kitchen, dressed in a straight black tuxedo, tall and well-proportioned with broad shoulders. You must be student Lin Lu. I'm the housekeeper of dormitory number 1. My name is Tan Si. The butler, named Tan Bang, had his hair neatly combed back on his head, dark and oily, not a hair out of place. This is the housekeeper assigned to me. It looked pretty decent. Hello. Lin Lu greeted calmly. Tan B's smile was warm. I will be responsible for your living in the future, and I hope you will be satisfied with my service. Good. Don't worry. I'm not some hard-to-serve master. Lin Lu said with a bright smile. Tan Bing's smile grew a few points wider and his tone was gentle. Mr. Lin Lu, let me introduce you to the facilities of this dormitory. There are many rooms in the dormitory. There's a study, recreation room, workout room, sauna, practice room, etc. And on the ground floor, there's even a swimming pool. But there is only one bedroom. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the butler would leave the Great Villa area on time, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, come to the villa again on time. Chapter 85, The Cultivation Room. Tan Bing led Lin Lu and walked through the various rooms of the villa. Finally, the two came to the cultivation room. It was a room on the first floor of the villa with no windows and only one door. The interior is rustic and free of excess clutter. The walls, floor and ceiling were inscribed with numerous runes and formations that accelerated cultivation. As soon as he stepped into the cultivation room, Lin Lu then sensed that the concentration of magic energy in this room was several times that of the outside world. Amazing! Lin Lu couldn't help but marvel. Tan Bing said with a proud look on his face. The runic formations in the first-class dormitory's cultivation rooms are the result of the principal's personal intervention, inviting the country's premier formation master, Wu Lazy, who spent an entire year inscribing the first-class dormitory area, all of the dormitory's cultivation rooms. Lin Lu remembered. When he had finished the college entrance exam, the principal of Liang No, one middle school had refined a formation for him as a reward. That formation, too, was the type that could speed up cultivation. If it was used in the cultivation room of his dormitory, wouldn't it be able to speed up his cultivation speed? Once again, by a few points. Lin Lu told his idea to his housekeeper, Tan Bien. The other man shook his head straight as he listened, and said, "It won't work. There have been students who have thought about it this way before, wanting to set up a few more sets of formations to speed up cultivation. In the cultivation room, but Master Wu Lei Zi is a master after all. And the runic formations he laid down are so natural that they can't allow other spell formations to exist. Okay. Lin Lu wasn't too disappointed. The concentration of magic energy in the cultivation room greatly exceeded Lin Lu's imagination. There's nothing he doesn't like. Lin Lu couldn't wait. I'm going to practice. Don't disturb me without anything important. Yes sir. Tan Bing was very sensible. And after closing the door to the cultivation room for Lin Lu, he retreated. Inside the cultivation room, there was a green futon made of bamboo that was placed in the center of the room. Lin Lu sat on this green-colored futon with his knees crossed, taking out a soul gem from his storage ring and absorbing it while meditating. He's been stuck at high level 1 for quite some time now. He had a hunch that in less than 3 days, he's bound to break through. Successfully promoted to peak level 1. Without realizing it, Lin Lu had been cultivating for 7 or 8 hours. Used up a dozen inferior soul gems. These soul gems translate into money, which is over $100,000. Lin Lu was praised and rewarded by the province, city and school after the college entrance examination. 2,000 lower soul gems were harvested, and 500 medium soul gems. 1 medium soul gem can be exchanged for 10 inferior soul gems. 500 medium soul gems, worth almost $50 million, plus 2,000 inferior soul gems, converted into banknotes, added together, totaled more than $70 million. 1 cultivation consumes over 100,000. It's no big deal to Lin Lu. He got up, pushed the door open, and went outside the practice room. It was completely dark. The villa was silent. It's after 8, almost 9 at the moment. The school has rules. No housekeepers are allowed to stay overnight. And once 8 p.m. rolls around, housekeepers must leave the Class A dormitory area. By 8 o'clock, Tampin left, leaving Lin Lu with a table full of food. The housekeepers in the Class A dormitory area all cook. It's basic to them. In addition, Tan Bang left a visitor's log for Lin Lu. It was written down that when Lin Lu was immersed in cultivation, who have come to him. Lin Lu sat at the dining table, savoring the delicacies crafted by Tan Bian while looking over the visitor logs. Not many people have actually come to see Lin Lu. In the afternoon, Lin Lu was cultivating within the cultivation room. Situ Yang, Wang Daopu, Wu Mangjin, Yenya several people, successively came to Lin Lu dormitory, looking for him, but they were all blocked out by Tampin. They had come to see Lin Lu, nothing major, just simply coming over to hang out and gossip. In Tampin's mind, this is purely inconsequential and trivial. He was certain that he couldn't allow them to disturb Lin Lu's cultivation with this kind of reason. What's more, Lin Lu also made a point of urging, don't interrupt him unless it's important. Therefore, Tan Bing sent away Situ Yang and the others for Lin Lu. Also, no one else came to Lin Lu. Close the visitor log. Lin Lu concentrated on enjoying the food, and when he was full, he went back to his bedroom on the second floor to sleep. Early the next morning, a summoning department junior sister found her way to Lin Lu's dormitory. At that time, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Tan Bian went to work on time, and as soon as he came, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Lin Lu. By this time, Lin Lu had already gotten up and was sitting at the dining table, waiting to eat the breakfast that Tan Bian had made. That junior sister didn't even knock on the door. She just barged right in with bravado and she handed Lin Lu a schedule of classes. This is what old Manhwa told me to give you. The schoolteacher said, Mr. Zhua, is it Zhua Manhwa? For this mentor who I just met yesterday. Lin Lu knew very little about him. Not much. I only know that Zhua Manhwa seems to be a retired instructor in the summoning department. See that he orders the course schedule to be sent. Thanks. After Lin Lu accepted the letter, he casually asked, are you also a student of old Manhwa? Of course not, the junior sister said in an indifferent tone. There was a pause. She glanced at Lin Lu rather enviously and said, how can I have such good fortune to be chosen by Elder Zhua? Lin Lu, who was in the midst of the blessings and didn't know the blessings, was dumbfounded as he pursued. What do you mean? Is old Manhwa very powerful? It doesn't mean much. It's just emotional. The schoolmate shook her head. Lin Lu said, anyway, thanks for bringing me the schedule. You're welcome. After saying that, the senior sister left his dormitory. Lin Lu opened the course schedule. His 3 mentors should have consulted privately, arranging Lin Lu in a clear way. 7 days a week. On Mondays and Tuesdays, Lin Lu returns to the dean of the alchemy department, Sima Ing. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, Lin Lu goes to the dean of the necromancy department, Ket Xin. On Friday and Saturday, Lin Lu returned to summoning department instructor Meng Lao. Sunday, just in time for a day off. Today happened to be Monday, which meant that Lin Lu should report to the alchemy department today. Had breakfast. Washed up. Lin Lu exited the door and headed in the direction of the alchemy department's courtyard. That curriculum is very detailed. I'm worried that Lin Lu is a freshman who doesn't know the way. At the back of the course schedule, there was also a simple map marking out the locations of the necromancy, summoning, and alchemy faculties. Road. Lin Lu also happened to meet Wu Mengjin and Situ Yang. They were students of the alchemy department. Then naturally they were also going to the alchemy department academy, down the road with Lin Lu. Only, at the moment, both of these men didn't look too good. Lin Lu stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Lu, Situ Yang froze for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Do you still remember yesterday, when I was fined 20 credits by a disciplinary committee member?" "Of course I remember. Why? That bastard. Lying to us? Destroying the campus greenery. Only 1 credit is enough. He dared to deduct 20 points from me. Outrageous." Situ Yang gritted his teeth. Chapter 86, Alchemy Faculty. That disciplinary committee member was bullying Lin Lu and the others for being newcomers, freshmen, and not knowing the rules of Heavenly Sword University, and only then blackmailed them ruthlessly. Lin Lu frowned. A mere wind disciplinarian has too much guts. Doesn't the school care? Wu Mengjin shook her head helplessly. The school can't really control it. For one thing, there's no evidence. There's no proof by word of mouth. And for another, the school promotes student self-government and rarely intervenes in fights between students. It would even encourage such fights. So, every year during freshman season, there are always several incidents of freshmen being scammed. Situ Yang said with a sad face. I also know about this, but I didn't think that this kind of thing would happen to me. It was the first time he'd been cheated so badly. Lin Lu consoled. It's just being cheated once. It's not a big deal. Just wait for revenge to come back later. It didn't take long to get depressed. Sito Yang said again in exasperation. That doesn't know where it ran off to. When I meet it next time, I'll make sure to finish that off. Forget it. We can't afford to mess with the Wind Discipline Committee. Wu Mengjin persuaded Situ Yang. Only there was something wrong with the way he persuaded people. Instead of calming down, Situ Yang became more and more agitated. I can't afford to mess with the Wind Discipline Committee, but someone can. And I'm joining the student council. Heavenly Sword University is full of clubs. The disciplinary committee came in second, while the student council came in first, solidly ahead of the disciplinary committee. Wu Mengjin was shocked. No way. Are you not joking with us? Lin Lu also frowned. Who's kidding you? I'm going to join the student union right now. I'm in. After I mix into the cadres. Don't worry guys. I'll cover you. Situ Yang finished with a serious face. Then, he turned and walked away. Wu Mengjin was puzzled. Situ, where are you going? Situ Yang said without looking back. Go back to the house and change my clothes. I'm joining the student council. Wu Mengjin asked. What about your mentor? Situ Yang smiled and said. It's okay, I'll meet my mentor in a few days. That won't be too late. That's not good. Lin Lu frowned. Situ Yang said. There's nothing wrong with it. My mind is made up. You guys don't have to persuade me anymore. This student union, I have to join it. Stuart Young is still gone. Off to the student council selection contest this term, leaving Lin Lu and Wu Mengjin looking at each other. Do you think that Situ Yang can be chosen? Wu Mengjin asked. Definitely. Lin Lu replied. Situ Yang's strength is not bad. His family has money, and he's a rich second generation. So the student council won't let go of this kind of talent. Situ Yang is not stupid. He is good at reading people's minds and pleasing them. Maybe, before long, Situ Yang can really become a cadre. Wu Mengjin nodded and said sincerely, wish him luck. Without Stuart Young, just the two of them, Lin Lu and Wu Mengjin, came straight to the entrance of the Alchemy Department Academy. Step into the yard. The place is very elegantly decorated. There's the decent businessman in a suit, or the big sister in the workplace with sophisticated makeup, a suit with a wraparound skirt and high heels. Sunlight pours in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow over the entire space. Those businessmen sometimes bowed their heads to talk, sometimes slightly nodded their heads, and showed their composure and wisdom between their hands and feet. The coffee cups in their hands emitted curling heat, as if telling a successful business story. And the beautiful big sisters of the workplace elegantly weave in and out of them, their high heels colliding with the ground to make a crisp sound, as if playing a piece of confident music. Their eyes are bright and sharp, And their delicate makeup is even more eye-catching in the sunlight. We're not going to the wrong place, are we? Why doesn't this look like the alchemy department at all? Lin Lu muttered in a low voice. I feel the same way. Wu Meijin nodded. Although they had long heard that the alchemy department held multiple businesses outside of Heavenly Sword University, but I didn't expect it to be so professional. It took Lin Lu and Wu Meijin's breath away. Because it's freshman season, many young and tender faces appeared in the alchemy department courtyard. Lin Lu and Wu Meijin didn't attract much attention, but that's fine. Lin Lu had experienced so many moments of being in the limelight. Once or twice was fine. If it was everywhere he went, it wasn't pleasant. Where's your mentor now? Lin Lu asked casually. Wu Meijin shook her head. I don't know. Wait for me to ask an individual. He casually tugged on a young lady dressed as an urbanite and inquired. Do you know where tutor Zhang Note is? After seeing Wu Meijin's rattlesnake-like face, the young sister was startled, and immediately lost her color, backing away repeatedly, muttering under her breath. I don't know. I don't know. A flash of despondency flashed in Wu Meijin's eyes. He went back to ask the others. After finding a few people, I finally asked. Wu Meijin's mentor was in the lab on the 10th floor of the underground, doing experiments that were soon to be over. Miserable. Just now I was so focused on myself that I forgot to ask Dean Sima for you. Wu Meijin scratched her head and said, it's fine. While you were asking people, I wasn't idle. I asked that sweeper. Dean Sima went out early in the morning to talk business. I guess I'll be back soon. Lin Lu said. That would be nice. Wu Meijin's words just fell to the ground. Just outside the front door, there was a crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground. Sima Ying wore a slightly tight white silk blouse on top and a black pencil skirt that wrapped around her hips underneath. A sexy body with a dimpled shape, mature and flirtatious, like a ripe peach, but a cool face that gives her a bookish air of being uninviting. She came inside through the front door. Her appearance was like a bright star illuminating the entire space. The graceful posture and confident steps instantly attracted the attention of all present. People had sideways glances, amazement and admiration in their eyes. However, her gaze cut through the crowd and landed straight on Lin Lu, as if everything around her had been eclipsed. Sima Ying walked towards the male lead with elegant steps, her wraparound skirt gently swinging with her movements, showing off her charming curves. Lin Lu froze slightly, obviously a little surprised by her attention. Sima Ying came in front of Lin Lu and slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile. That smile was like a spring breeze, causing the hearts of the surrounding men to move. From today onwards, I am your mentor. You have to listen to your mentor obediently. You can't be too naughty. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as heavenly music. Lin Lu responded unabashedly. Yes, mentor. Sima Ying stretched out her delicate hand and gently rested it on the male lead's arm. This small action was full of intimacy and trust. Chapter 87, Sima Ying and Zhang Ji. Department of Alchemy. In the huge compound. Looking at Sima Ying's intimate gestures towards Lin Lu, the businessmen who looked like Wall Street elites were all shocked. They are highly paid professionals hired back by the alchemy department from the business world to manage the multiple companies and multiple businesses that the alchemy department controls. Aside from being a master-level alchemist, Sima Ying also excels in business. She was the only one who could subdue these pretentious, greedy and shameless business elites. In the eyes of these business elites, Sima Ying, like the first bloom of winter ice flowers, cold and noble, cold and decisive, surrounded by an inviolable aura. They couldn't understand how this goddess, who called the shots in the business world and made countless people look up to her, could fall for a teenager who was so tender. The elite's expressions instantly froze, their eyes filled with disbelief. They watched Sima Ying walk towards the teenager, and that originally cold and frosty face was now blooming with a gentle smile, that look of shyness and surprise. It was as if the hearts of the elites had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and the feeling of breaking their defenses left them at a loss. They had thought that they were by Sima Ying's side, the ones with the best chance of winning her favor. But now this sudden scene instantly shattered their pride and confidence. They could only silently stand aside and watch Sima Ying and the teenager, their hearts filled with sadness and helplessness. At the same time, he cast a look of hatred and jealousy at Lin Lu. Lin Lu automatically ignored those gazes full of malice with a bemused expression. He's been envied and hated for more than a day or two. He was used to it. Come, go to my office. Sima Ying stepped forward and took Lin Lu's arm. The soft touch caused Lin Lu to be momentarily stunned. Instinctively he felt bad. A flicker of panic welled up in him, and reason told him he should break away. However, for some reason, that slender arm seemed to carry an invisible force, making it difficult for him to break free for a moment. Lin Lu's eyes showed a tangle and helplessness. Sima Ying, however, acted as if she did not realize it. The ripples of laughter at the corners of her lips gently pulling, holding him tightly. Lin Lu secretly grumbled in his heart, not knowing how to deal with this situation that caught him off guard. A few hesitations. Lin Lu still spoke. Tutor, this is not good. It's too intimate. You'd better let go of my arm. Why is it bad? You're my student. The two of us can be considered master and disciple. Haven't you heard of an old saying? Sima Ying curved her pretty eyes and smiled lightly at Lin Lu. What words? Lin Lu was curious. You are a teacher for the day and a father for the rest of your life. Since you have agreed to be my disciple, then I will be your mother in the future. It's just a matter of taking your arm. What's the fuss about it? Is it? Sima Ying's complexion leisurely changed, pouting her lips with a grim face. Do you not want to be my student? Sima Ying is a 5th level alchemist. The body naturally carried an oppressive feeling that belonged to a strong person. When she was vaguely angry, the oppressive feeling was like an invisible giant hand, tightening its grip on Lin Lu's throat, causing his heartbeat to speed up involuntarily. Facing a powerful 5th level professional, although Lin Lu was not afraid, he did not want to be easily offended. He had to defend. Of course not. I'm happy to be Dean Sima's student. Well, I'm happy that you can say that. Next time don't do that again or I'll be sad. Sima Ying said with a wry smile. Yes. Lin Lu lowered his head, and he could only choose to compromise, allowing Sima Ying to leave on his arm with a close demeanor. Anyway, he's a guy, so he can't lose. The two of them, Lin Lu and Sima Ying, were making out. It aroused the envy of the people present. Envy surged like a tidal wave in their hearts, and as they watched Sima Ying intimately holding Lin Lu's arm, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts as to why they weren't so lucky. The fire of jealousy burned in some people's eyes as they gritted their teeth and secretly clenched their fists, hating to take their place. The expressions of the crowd varied, some frowning, some skimming their lips, some rolling their eyes, but none of them were not gripped by envy and jealousy. Wu Mingjun watched Lin Lu and Sima Ying leave. Somewhat enviously, he blinked a few times. He couldn't help but wonder what his mentor would be like. His tutor is called Zhang Note, who sounds like a man by name, but is actually a real female tutor. Will it be a beautiful tutor as well? Will it also, like him? Just when Wu Mingjun was longing, a dainty cry came abruptly from behind him. You're Witch Mingjun, right? My name is Zhang Note, and I'm your mentor. When Wu Mingjun heard this charming voice, the bones of him who had been single for many years in his mother's womb seemed to be crisping up. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. Wu Mingjun's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, and a marvelous feeling spread throughout her body like an electric current. Everything around her faded quietly. It was the throbbing of love that. He looked back with some trembling, only to see a human demon with an ugly face, a thick body, and a grotesque face with heavy makeup, stood behind Wu Mingjun. It was like a terrifying demonic shadow that enveloped him. See this man. The love that had just flared up in Wu Mingjun's heart went out like a candle in the wind, leaving only cold ashes. He asked shakily, You are my mentor, Zhang Note? That's right. Zhang Note sheepishly covered his lipstick-coated bloody mouth and smiled shyly. You're quite chic-looking. Wu Mingjun trembled. You're really my mentor. You didn't lie to me? Little nerd. Why would I lie to you? The heavy foundation on Zhang Ji's face looked like white plaster on a painted wall, trying to hide the ugly undertones but looking even more unnatural. One moment, it was as if Wu Mingjun's soul had been extracted, and she was left with only a walking corpse, wandering in the barren world, unable to feel a trace of warmth and vitality. Come on, let's go to my lab. I'd like to have a nice chat with you and get close. Zhang Note stepped forward in large strides. He was as thick as a tower of iron, and every step he took seemed to cause a slight vibration on the ground. He gently took Wu Mingjun in his arms. Wu Mingjun didn't resist and allowed Zhang Ji to hold herself like a puppet that had lost its soul. The two left. The people in the compound cast pitying glances at him. Inside the dean's office, Sima Ying took Lin Lu into the house on her arm, closed the door, and smiled at Lin Lu. Make yourself comfortable. I'm going to go change. Yes, Lin Lu respectfully said. Sima Ying's office also had a small bedroom, and when she opened the door to the small bedroom, Lin Lu glanced in, and the bedroom was furnished with a queen-sized bed and a closet. Closed the bedroom door. Not long after, Sima Ying changed into an ink-colored cheongsam and walked out of the bedroom in a slim manner. The ink-colored cheongsam fit her figure tightly, outlining her exquisite curves. A pair of round and slender legs. With every step, the contours of those legs swayed gently, and the slender ankles were even more delicate under the high heels. Chapter 88 Inside the office. Seeing Lin Lu still standing in the same place, a motionless one, Sima Ying, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Why are you so stiff? Are you afraid I'll eat you? She casually moved to sit on the sofa in the center of the office, slightly sideways, her two white and slender legs elegantly folded, the slit of her cheongsam revealing her white skin in a hidden way. There was a hint of imperceptible lethargy in her eyes. Like a towering queen, she exudes an irresistible charm. Sima Ying glanced at Lin Lu again and smiled softly. With a hint of seduction and intrigue, she opened her arms and cried out sweetly, "Come here, into mommy's arms." Lin Lu was not humble and responded stoically, "Tutor, please don't make such jokes." "Oh, well, since you don't like it, I won't tease you anymore." The corners of Sima Ying's mouth still carried that smirk that appeared to be there, as she gently patted the spot beside her and once again issued an invitation. "Here, sit here always." She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Lu, as if waiting for his response. "Why don't you come over here? Are you afraid of me? Or are you hating me?" There was not the slightest hint of forcefulness in her pink almond-like eyes under a pair of willow-like curved eyebrows, only a faint invitation that was hard to refuse. Lin Lu hesitated for a long while, walked up and sat down beside Sima Ying. "How old?" Sima Ying asked. 18. "Have a girlfriend?" "No." Lin Lu hesitated for a moment and replied, "No, but I'm not planning on getting a girlfriend while I'm in college for a while." "At what point was it that you realized you were a mutant?" May 5th. That night, I attended my classmate's birthday party, and when I got home, I suddenly realized that I somehow had a special ability. Lin Lu half-truthfully said. "What are the specific effects of your special ability?" Sima Ying asked. "It can summon several times more summons than a normal necromancer, and it can also cross over levels." Sima Ying's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "What is the maximum number of undead creatures you can summon?" "I need the exact number." "And what is the maximum level of undead creatures that can be summoned over the levels? And how many can you summon?" "That day in the spirit rhinoceros mystic realm, it was already my limit." Sima Ying asked with a slight nod and a thoughtful look on her face. "And can you summon any other level 2 beginner undead?" "I don't know. I've never tried." Lin Lu shook his head. "Why don't you try? There are no skill books." Lin Lu made a random excuse. Sima Ying immediately took out her cell phone from her storage ring and made a call to whoever she knew, her voice clear and cold, in a commanding tone. "Bring me the case I keep on shelf at 115 in Lab 2. After hanging up, Sima Ying raised her eyebrows with a smile in her eyes and asked Lin Lu many more strange questions. His height, blood type, whether he was sick as a child, what he usually likes to eat, how many hours of sleep he gets a day, and so on, asked to the end. Lin Lu was a bit bored and said bluntly, "Instructor Sima, why are you asking me this? Does it have anything to do with cultivation?" Sima Ying smiled faintly. "Do you know why I want to accept you as a disciple?" Lin Lu shook his head. He really didn't know. The necromancy and summoning departments were looking at his summoning abilities, especially his ability to summon over levels. The dean of the alchemy department also wanted to be his mentor. What was the plan? Was it also his ability to summon over the levels? Sima Ying had a light smile at the corner of her eyes. "Honestly, I'd like to study this body of yours." "Studying me for what?" Lin Lu frowned. Sima Ying slightly sideways sitting on the sofa, cocking a wearing light flesh-colored stockings, round and slender legs, exquisite small jade feet, toes gently hooked high heels, swaying back and forth. That slender ankle in the light looks particularly charming, the heels of the high heels gently swaying in the air, exuding a kind of lethargic and flirtatious atmosphere. Her moist red lips exhaled a good-smelling breath and said, "You're a changeling, very much a research asset." The Chinese Ministry of Alchemical Science was able to offer $2,000 an hour in order to recruit a mutant research subject. Abroad, a mutant corpse can fetch tens of millions of dollars at black market auction houses. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just need you to cooperate with me in a few experiments. Lin Lu's frown grew tighter and tighter. He had a vague feeling that posing as a mutant didn't seem like a good idea. Sima Ying sensed Lin Lu's uneasiness, and she turned slightly sideways, looking at him tenderly. Her eyes were filled with concern and her voice said softly, "Don't be afraid. Since you've been admitted to Heavenly Sword University, you'll naturally be sheltered by the academy. No one can harm you, not even me. I just want you to cooperate and help me complete a few experiments. If you don't want to, I won't force you to do so." Her words were like a spring breeze on the face, causing the worry in Lin Lu's heart to ease slightly. She stretched out her white jade-like Shen hand and held Lin Lu's hand tightly. The slender white fingers intertwined with Lin Lu's hand, At this point, an ambiguous atmosphere crept through the air. It haunted Lin Lu's surroundings, putting him in a bit of a trance. Just when he was about to fall, Lin Lu snapped back to his senses as if he had been scalded. Shaking off Sima Ying's hand, a flash of panic flashed through his eyes, and after realizing his lapse, he whirled around and immediately apologized. Tutor, I'm sorry, it was me who was rude. Sima Ying didn't get angry. She just softly comforted. It's alright, we are master and disciple. We are family members. I won't blame you if you are a little bit more wanton towards me. A strand of shame inexplicably welled up in Lin Lu's heart. He didn't know why this was. Just in time, there was a knock on the door. Sima Ying quickly reverted back to her previous cold and arrogant appearance. It was as if that moment of tenderness and ambiguity just now had never happened. She raised her finely crafted pointed chin slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a kind of majesty. The slender waist underneath that ink-colored cheongsam reared up, exuding an inviolable aura. Her expression was cold, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion as she said, "Come in." An average-looking girl with a patch of freckles on her face walked in. She swept a quick glance at Lin Lu, who was next to Sima Ying. Again, he placed his gaze on Sima Ying's bright and cold face in awe. "Mentor, I brought what you asked for." "Well, bring it over to me, and then you go about your business," Sima Ying said flatly. The freckled girl seemed to be afraid of Sima Ying and gave her things to Sima Ying and left quickly. "The people in the way are gone. Let's continue," Sima Ying said with an ambiguous smile. Chapter 89. Who is she? Lin Lu asked. Sima Ying replied carelessly. "My other student. Your schoolmate." "Tutor, how many students do you have in total?" Lin Lu was curious. Sima Ying said, "Together with you. That makes 2. You know, I usually have to practice and take care of those businesses controlled by the alchemy department. I don't have much time to educate my students, so there aren't many of them. But don't worry, you're special, and I'll make special time for you." Lin Lu nodded. He had gotten used to this inexplicable ambiguity of Sima Ying. "This is for you. Open it up and look at it." Sima Ying's pretty face rippled with a bright smile and said. The freckled schoolgirl, bringing over something, was a metal suitcase. Sima Ying handed it to Lin Lu and told him to open it. He opened it and found it. Contained in the chest were 10 necromancer skill books. All of them are summoning skills. It looks like Sima Ying was prepared. "These are for me?" Lin Lu asked. "That's right, give it a try. I want to see you. If you can summon other second level early stage undead." Sima Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anticipation. "Good." Lin Lu wasn't polite, and casually grabbed a summon skeleton swordsman's skill book. After learning it, his mind sank into the dark cemetery. Sacrifice 50,000 skeleton soldiers for 1 skeleton swordsman. Without hesitation, Lin Lu sacrificed 50,000 skeleton warriors to exchange for a skeleton swordsman. After Lin Lu opened his eyes again, he opened the dark graveyard and released a white-boned, fury-ridden skeleton swordsman from it. Its appearance was similar to that of a skeleton warrior, the only difference being the weapon it held in its hand, a skeletal greatsword that was about 2 meters long. Seeing the skeleton swordsman summoned by Lin Lu, Sima Ying's eyes flashed with surprise. "Sure enough, you are truly able to cross-level summon. Quick, try another skill," Sima Ying urged. Lin Lu gently nodded, then took out another skill book from the chest, and after learning it, he followed the previous steps and entered the dark graveyard. Sacrifice 40,000 skeleton soldiers. Summon 1 Frost Spectre. The Frost Spectre's outer form was an unstable mass of death energy, the translucent body emitting a ghostly cold light, and exuding an aura of death and frost. Not bad. Try a second-level mid-rank skill book. Maybe you can summon a second-level mid-rank undead. Sima Ying couldn't help but stretch out her pale and delicate shallow jade hand, wanting to touch Lin Lu. But I didn't expect Lin Lu to dodge it quickly. Her hand stopped in mid-air, looking a little embarrassed. "Is it shyness?" He. Sima Ying withdrew her hand and teased. Lin Lu simply replied, "Mentor, I can't summon a mid-level 2 undead. You tried? No. Try it out then. Here's a level 2 mid-level skill book." Sima Ying's tone was still so gentle, but Lin Lu felt that there were a few more points of oppression and unquestioning in her tone. Lin Lu said nothing more. "Behave yourself." From the pile of skill books in the chest, he found a level 2 mid-level 1 and learned it. His mind sank into the dark graveyard. Sacrifice 60,000 skeleton soldiers for 1 skeleton knight. He could redeem a second-level mid-rank skeleton knight, but he didn't intend to reveal it in front of Sima Ying. Her ambiguity made Lin Lu wary. In the world, there is no such thing as love without a reason. If a person falls in love with you out of the blue, then sure enough, that person has designs on you. Lin Lu wasn't stupid. His status as a mutant, though, solves the existence of cheats, allowing him to open up with a straight face. But at the same time, some crazy Frankenstein's monster has his sights set on Lin Lu, trying to get Lin Lu on the operating table. Dissected Lin Lu and deciphered the mystery of the changelings. Lin Lu felt that the pretty dean in front of him also belonged to the category of crazy Frankenstein. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used her beauty on him, a tiny freshman, in an attempt to paralyze Lin Lu. Luckily, Lin Lu and Pei Shifeng had lived under the same roof for a long time, and had long since become resistant to beauty. He doesn't eat Sima Ying. Still maintaining sanity, Lin Lu then exited the dark cemetery, shaking his head regretfully at Sima Ying. I'm sorry, I can't. Sima Ying's cold face was slightly disappointed. She hooked her lips and smiled. It's fine. How long have you been stuck at level 1 high level? Are you about to break through? Soon, Lin Lu replied. Well then, let's try it again when you've advanced to the peak of level 1. Yes, mentor. Sima Ying sat up slightly straighter and stared at Lin Lu for a moment before suddenly asking. I've read your profile. Your talent is F rank, right? Yes, mentor. Did anything happen to your talents after you discovered your mutant powers? No. Okay. A smile was hidden in the corner of Sima Ying's eyes. She said, come with me, let's go to the lab. What's the point of going to the lab? Lin Lu still sat motionless on the sofa, somewhat resisting. Of course I'm cooperating with a little experiment. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Sima Ying's entire body came together. Her thin waist, long legs, and extremely seductive and alluring body completely affixed to Lin Lu's body, conversing with Lin Lu in an extremely ambiguous position. Lin Lu was trying to escape. Sima Ying grabbed Lin Lu and held him in her arms, her movements gentle and passionate, as if she wanted to incorporate him into her body. She pressed herself tightly against Lin Lu, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with deep love and longing. Lin Lu froze at this sudden move, his body instantly stiffening. He could feel Sima Ying's temperature and heartbeat. What? You're scared, and you're too timid to be a man at all. You know, I like a boy with a little more guts. Do you want to be loved by me? Sima Ying's eyes were mesmerized, and her moist red lips were like delicate petals gently opening. I'm naturally timid. I can't change, Lin Lu said unmoved. Ha, coward. Sima Ying's attitude suddenly reversed and became cold. She quickly loosened her hold on Lin Lu. The eyes instantly became cold, as if the tenderness and ambiguity just now was just an illusory dream. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Lin Lu with detachment in her eyes. Get lost. Lin Lu stood up in silence and respectfully asked, Mentor, do I still need to come tomorrow? I'll let you know. Sima Ying's delicate face was as if it was covered in frost. She pursed her red lips slightly. The air in the office seemed to be frozen, and a depressing atmosphere prevailed. Good. Then I'll step back, Lin Lu said, twisting his head and leaving the dean's office with quick steps. Chapter 90, Student Council. After leaving Sima Ying's line of sight completely, Lin Lu snapped in relief. It's too scary. Sima Ying really plotted against him, and when he saw that he was not on the hook, he immediately changed his face. Should I approach the principal to request to quit the alchemy department myself? If he offends the dean tutor, he is afraid that he will have a hard time in the future. He had 3 mentors, and with one less dean's mentor in alchemy, there were 2 left, and it didn't matter. He walked as he thought. Without realizing it, he arrived in the huge compound of the alchemy department. Those business elites, still walking around the courtyard, don't know what they are busy with. Lin Lu had experienced that in the morning. It's also kind of famous in the alchemy department's compound. Nobody doesn't recognize Lin Lu now. Wherever Lin Lu goes, people sneak a peek at him, from the business elites who are jealous of him to the workplace ladies who are curious about him. I don't know if Wu Mengjin is done yet. Give him a call. He's almost done on his end. So wait for him and go back with him. Lin Lu pulled out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Suddenly someone was at the back, tapping Lin Lu's shoulder. Lin Lu turned around. It turned out to be Wu Mengjin. Looks like he's done too. Lin Lu put away his cell phone and greeted him with a smile. How's your mentor? What did he tell you? She was quite nice. Asked me about some basic conditions, and then told me to go back and come back in the afternoon. She had to do experiments in the morning. Wu Mengjin replied expressionlessly. Oh, Lin Lu looked at Wu Mengjin suspiciously for a few moments, always feeling that there was something wrong with this guy. But what's wrong? It's not like Lin Lu could tell. He scratched his head and casually asked again. As I recall, even though your mentor's name looks like a male, she's actually a female mentor. Aha. Wu Mingxin nodded heavily. So is she pretty? Lin Lu asked. The corners of Wu Mingxin's mouth twitched, and suddenly, as if she had gone crazy, a secretive smile appeared on her face. Do you want to know? Lin Lu shook his head after thinking about it. No, it's too much trouble. Ha ha ha. You're really a coward, nah. The aura of despair emanated from Wu Mingxin. It was an unspeakable heaviness, as if it could make the air around it depressing. What's wrong with you, Mingxin? Is it because your mentor did something to you? How come it feels like you're different from before? Lin Lu was puzzled. Wu Mingxin looked deeply at Lin Lu and sighed. You wouldn't understand. Lin Lu's brow furrowed into a frown. At this point, a flirtatious and delicate laugh sounded in both of their ears at the same time. Mingxin, you forgot to take the highly toxic potion I sent you. Luckily you haven't gone far. Lin Lu looked back. Then his eyes widened, the blood color on his face fading in an instant, replaced by a miserable white. You are Wu Mingxin's mentor, Mr. Zheng Note? It's me, your dean's newest student. Nice to meet you, Zheng Note said with a soft smile. Bright blushes like two burning flames hung prominently on either side of her cheeks on her ugly face. She twisted her head and addressed Wu Mingxin again. Put it away. These are all highly poisonous poisons that I have carefully refined. Absorb them and your poison skills, their power will be further enhanced. Zheng Note added after handing a few bottles of potions to Wu Mingxin. I have something to do, so I'll go back to the lab. So remember to come back this afternoon, and don't be late. Wu Mingxin smiled stiffly. Okay, mentor. Wait for Zheng Note to leave. Lin Lu sighed heavily and slowly said, the 4 years of college will soon pass. Bear with it. I know. Why don't I take you out to dinner? I heard from my housekeeper that there's a ramen restaurant in the cafeteria that's particularly good. I have no appetite. Well, I can understand that. Leaving the alchemy faculty house, walking around the sunny, tree-lined campus, Wu Mingxin's mood was also much better. The two are walking. He was suddenly stopped by a sophomore senior dressed in white. Both of you. I'm from the #1 club of Heavenly Sword University's student council. Recently our student council has begun recruiting new students. Are you guys interested in joining? The white-clothed senior asked in a cordial manner. Student council? Lin Lu and Wu Mingxin looked at each other after. Lin Lu refused. I currently have no intention of joining a club. For her part, Wu Mingxin asked, can you be more detailed? The white-clothed senior looked at Wu Mingxin and asked, you want to join the student council? Wu Mingxin nodded. Lin Lu looked at Wu Mingxin in surprise and asked, if you want to join the student council, why don't you go with Situ Yang in the morning? Wu Mingxin said in a deep voice. Because I actually didn't want to join the student union at that moment in the morning. Although the student union is the #1 club in Heavenly Sword University and is strong, there are too many things going on within the club. It will be very busy after joining. It's not at all leisurely. I'm afraid that if I join the student union, it will disturb the time I have to cultivate beside my mentor. The white schoolmaster wondered. And what made you change your mind? Wu Mingxin gave the other party a desperate look and smiled miserably. You don't want to know. The white-clothed senior was confused. It's nothing. Are there any rules for joining the student council? Lin Lu inquired. No, as long as it's a student of Heavenly Sword University, you can participate, but you need to pass a selection test. After all, the student union is an elite society. You can't just take in everyone. The white-clothed senior said smilingly. Okay, I'm joining. When does the selection test start? Wu Mingxin asked. In the afternoon. Join us at Arena 78. This may take up your time for the whole afternoon. Remember to organize your time. The white-clothed senior said. It's going to take an afternoon. That's great. Wu Mingxin said ecstatically. The white-clothed senior suspiciously sized up Wu Mingxin for a few moments, then placed his gaze on Lin Lu on the side. Hey, your friends are in. Aren't you coming? Lin Lu shook his head. No, I just want to focus on cultivation. A sneer appeared at the corner of the white-clothed senior's mouth. The Heavenly Sword University emphasizes strength as a priority, and if you don't have a society to shelter you, you'll be easily bullied and humiliated. Don't presume that your mentor can protect you, unless your mentor is a dean. An ordinary mentor can't even intervene in a fight between students. It's fine. I don't care. Lin Lu faintly said. Fine. I'm too lazy to care about you. As for you, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, go to the 78th arena. Remember to change your clothes. Wear white. If you don't have white clothes, go to the logistics department and buy one. The white-clothed senior glanced at Lin Lu, and then instructed Wu Mingxin. Don't worry. I know the rules. Wu Mingxin nodded her head. What's the rule? Why do we have to change to white? Lin Lu wondered. He remembered that this morning, when Situ Yang was going to join the student council, he also said the same thing, that he would go back and change his clothes before going. Chapter 91, A Visit from the Dean of the Necromancy Department. The white-clad senior explained. The president of our student council. He's obsessive-compulsive and prefers to wear white. So it's a rule that members of the student council have to wear white. And it's okay to wear any other color. Just not in front of him, and in front of him, they must wear white. Lin Lu asked. What if I don't wear it? The white-clothed senior laughed and said. The president he doesn't care what people outside of the student council wear. So you can rest assured that you don't have to care. As for what happens if you don't wear white in front of the president, you'll find out when you join the student council. Okay, Lin Lu said. Undeterred, the white-clothed senior still tried to persuade Lin Lu to join the student union. Said half a dozen times, Lin Lu was never moved. Seeing that Lin Lu was determined and did not intend to join the club, he gave up. The white-clothed senior twisted his face again and said to Wu Mingzhen, What's your name? I'll register my name and school number. Since you promised, then the selection meeting in the afternoon. Be sure to come if you dare to let me off the hook, beware I'll clean you up. Wu Mingzhen patted her chest and assured her, I'll be there. Hey, you're pretty motivated. The student council likes you. Don't worry, I'll cover you when you join the student council later. The white-clothed senior patted Wu Mingzhen on the shoulder. He was very satisfied with Wu Mingzhen's attitude and did not spare a few words of praise. Spin. Again. He said coldly to Lin Lu. As for you, be good. The selection meeting for new members of the student council is only held once a year. If you miss this one, you'll have to wait until the following year and participate in the selection process with the incoming freshmen when they join the school. I've been there before, so I'd advise you not to be so stubborn. Even if you don't join the student council, you should at least join a club. Otherwise, without the shelter of a club, you'll sooner or later be the target of bullying. It's for your own good. Take my words to heart and don't take them lightly. Lin Lu still had an indifferent look on his face. Seeing this, the white-clothed senior didn't bother to persuade him any further and skimmed his lips. TCH, you'll regret it sooner or later. After the white schoolmaster left, Wu Mingzhen asked Lin Lu the same question. Boss Lin Lu, are you really not going to join the club? It's too troublesome. I'd rather focus on cultivation. Lin Lu replied. Wu Mingzhen nodded. Indeed. Anyway, you have 3 tutors, and 2 of them are dean tutors, who has nothing to dare to bully you. It's good that you don't bully others. Ugh, I envy you. It's nice to have a big, beautiful woman like Dean Sima as your mentor and treat you well. As Wu Mingzhen spoke, as if her viper-like looking face couldn't help but show a few hints of envy, Lin Lu was not happy or sad. The scene that happened in Sima Ying's office just now lingered within his mind. Sima Ying was nice to Lin Lu and flirted with him. She didn't really like him. She had an agenda. Mutants. But the experimental subjects that alchemists all over the world dream of. Countless scholars and alchemists have deluded themselves into solving the mystery of the special abilities possessed by mutants. Sima Ying, presumably, is no exception. What Lin Lu had demonstrated, whether it was several times summoning, or overstepping the level of summoning, all pretty good abilities. It certainly aggravated Sima Ying's greed. He could detect it, could feel it. In the depths of Sima Ying's beautiful eyes that flowed with charm and tenderness were cold, cruel and greedy. You want to experiment on him? Dream on. Lin Lu would never let Sima Ying have his way, even if it offended her. The dean of the alchemy department and a peak level 5 alchemist. It's better than being a know-nothing guinea pig. The sky was blue and the breeze was light. Lin Lu and Wu Mingzhen walked side by side under a boulevard, the sunlight spilling through the layers of stacked leaves. Student government work is busy. The older students at the orientation meeting were the student council. As the oldest club in Heavenly Sword University, like the Wind and Discipline Committee, the student council's main responsibility is to protect the interests of the school and the students. As a result, the university administration, from time to time, assigns various tasks to the student body. The orientation meeting is just the simplest task. Some of the difficult tasks assigned by the school's administration are not only time-consuming and laborious, but they can even kill people. Wu Mingzhen gave Lin Lu an expressionless look and said curiously, "Where did you hear about this?" Lin Lu replied, "From my butler. When the two of us have nothing to chat about, he would tell me something about the Heavenly Sword University. My butler is 41 years old. He came to Heavenly Sword University at the age of 20 and has been working there for 20 years. He is very familiar with Heavenly Sword University." Wu Mingzhen said faintly. My butler is older than yours. He's almost 70 and a quiet old man. 70 and still not retired. Ha! He should have retired when he was 60 years old. Except that his son was seriously injured in the extraterritorial battlefield and was left crippled, paralyzed in bed, unable to move, and his grandchildren are still in school, so he had to continue working to earn money to support his family. Wu Mengxian sighed. How tragic. Wu Mengxian added. I don't know what's going on with Situ Yang. He's probably attending the student council selection meeting this afternoon as well, so the two of us can still have some company. Looks like you're determined to join the student council, Lin Lu said. Wu Mengxian said with a solemn expression. Anyway, I joined the alchemy department to obtain stronger poisons so that I can enhance the power of my skills, and I won't learn anything by following my mentor, so I might as well join the student council. Alright, although Lin Lu knew it by heart. Wu Mengxian wants to join the busy student council, just simply wanting to avoid the ugly mentor, but he didn't pick on it. Return to the Class A dormitory area. Lin Lu asked Wu Mengxian, do you want to come sit in my dormitory for a while? No need. I'm going to make a trip to Steward Young's dormitory. Okay, bye then. Bye. Back to the dorms. The housekeeper, Tan Bang, is cleaning the dormitory. Seeing Lin Lu return, he immediately greeted him. Mr. Lin, around 9 o'clock in the morning, not long after you left, the dean of the necromancy department personally paid a visit to the door. You weren't there, he asked where you had gone, and I told him the truth about your trip. Lin Lu was puzzled. Doesn't the dean of the necromancy department know about the course schedule? It's Monday. Instructional time is specified in the curriculum. On Mondays and Tuesdays, he belonged to the dean of the alchemy department. Sima Ing. Wednesdays and Thursdays are for the dean of necromancy. Tan Bing nodded. He really doesn't know. He looks like he just came back from the outside. Dusty. He also asked me, puzzled, what schedule? And I showed him the schedule that had been delivered this morning. He didn't say anything and left. Nothing? Lin Lu asked. Without thinking, Tampin said. Indeed. He said nothing. Lin Lu looked up at the wall clock hanging on the villa's wall. It's still early. How about a trip to see the dean of the Department of Necromancy? Quixote. He had just offended the dean of the alchemy department. Sima Ing. This time, no matter what, he had to get on good terms with the dean of the necromancy department. Chu Xin. Chapter 92. The arrogance of the disciplinary committee. How embarrassing to let the dean tutor pounce. I'll go to the necromancy department. Lin Lu raised his feet and walked outside. Tan Bian hurriedly called out to Lin Lu. Sir, what would you like for lunch then? Wait until I come back. Forget it. I'll go to the cafeteria for lunch, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. Lin Lu waved his hand and said, yes. The necromancy department was located in a rather remote location, far away from the other faculties, in a corner of the land that was Heavenly Sword University. Walking, it's got to be about 20 minutes, almost half an hour. Lin Lu saw that on the campus, there were quite a few valiant students on their mounts. Lin Lu then summoned his mount, as well, inferior demon dog, an abyssal demon that can evolve by devouring. Lin Lu had initially planned to focus on cultivating inferior demonic dogs. It can also evolve by devouring a large number of skeleton warriors. However, after buying the bad demon dog, no sooner is the high school exam, he is short of skeletons. No extra skeletons can feed the bad demon dog. After the high school exam, school has started and it's another fierce battle. He would feed the inferior demon dog after a while, when there were more skeletons in the dark cemetery. It's been a long time since I've summoned a bad demon dog. It seemed a little upset. A few bloodshot canine eyes were disgruntled, and a few whimpers escaped from sharp canine mouths. Lin Lu touched the inferior demon dog's hard, prickly fur, whispered a few words of comfort to it, and was about to ride the inferior demon dog, when he was about to go to the necromancy faculty. Out of nowhere, a black uniformed wind disciplinarian appeared. This student, don't you know that the use of mounts is prohibited on campus? This wind commissioner is a pretty schoolgirl. Maybe it's because Lin Lu is good looking. The schoolteacher was very nice and spoke in a kind and soft manner. Ha, the use of mounts is forbidden. So why can he? Lin Lu's brows furrowed as he pointed his finger towards a student who happened to be passing by and was riding an infernal warhorse. Because Steward Young was cheated by the wind commissioner. Therefore, Lin Lu was now very wary of the wind discipline commissioners. The female disciplinarian patiently explained. He's a junior. There's a school rule that students aren't allowed to use or summon mounts, and when you move up to sophomore every year, you can ride them around campus. Alright. Lin Lu was a reasonable person and obediently put away his mount. The female disciplinarian had been blatantly staring at Lin Lu's face. She bit her lip gently, her voice sheepish. According to the school rules, freshmen using and summoning mounts on campus will result in a deduction of 1 credit as a disciplinary measure. But, considering that it's your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. Be careful next time. Lin Lu's face lifted up into a smile as he said cheerfully, "Thank you, senior sister. I'll treat you to lunch later." It's nothing. I'm very busy. Besides, it's really nothing. How can I be ashamed to let you break the bank? The female disciplinarian's cheeks blushed and she bowed her head shyly. Well then, later, I'll buy you dinner. Lin Lu had a kind smile on his face and was about to leave. A slightly harsh voice rang out. Wait a minute. You're not allowed to leave. Behind Lin Lu and the female disciplinary committee member, a tall young man walked slowly. He was also wearing a plain black Wind Discipline Commissioner's uniform, apparently also a member of the Wind Discipline Committee. The female disciplinarian saw him and a flash of disgust appeared on her pretty face. Li Shang, are you following me again? The male discipline committee member named Li Shang sophomorically said, This road is the school's, not your home, where I want to go. It's your turn to say anything. At this point, the shy look on the female disciplinary committee member's face disappeared without a trace as she said with eyes as cold as ice, I'm warning you, if you dare to follow me again, I'll waste you. You know my character. I always do what I say. Li Shang said without thinking. According to the school rules, if you dare to make a move against me, you'll wait to be punished by the academy and expelled. The female disciplinarian frowned. You were the one who followed me and I took a shot at you. You can't blame me for that. Li Shang sneered. Stalking? When did I stalk you? I just happened to come here. If you say I stalked, first you have to prove that I stalked you. You can't just say that I stalked you when you showed up at the cafeteria and I showed up at the cafeteria. The female disciplinarian was speechless. Li Shang is a very cunning person and good at sophistry. She really can't prove that Li Shang is following her. A smug smile appeared on Li Shang's greasy face. Lin Lu glanced at the aggrieved and pitiful female Wind disciplinarian, and then coldly glanced at the smug Li Shang. He sighed, turning around and getting ready to leave. Li Shang suddenly reprimanded. Stop. I haven't cleaned you up yet. How dare you sneak away? Are you tired of living? Lin Lu's feet lurched and he looked back, his eyes full of coldness. TCH, how dare you glare at me? These rookie freshmen who are in arrears just don't know the rules. Li Shang said angrily, striding towards the forest foothills. The female disciplinarian moved a step across the room and stepped in front of Lin Lu, shielding him. What are you bullying him for? He's not breaking school rules. Li Shang smiled grimly. Don't think I didn't see it just now. This kid, he summoned a mount. He's a new student. New students aren't allowed to summon mounts. It's a violation of the school rules. The female wind-up member said. He's a first offender, so as long as he doesn't do it next time. No. And the head of the discipline committee said that if a freshman makes a minor mistake, it's forgivable if it's a first offense. Li Shang froze for a moment, and with a bone-crunching turn of his eyes, he said, but this isn't his first offense. I caught him once yesterday, and he's violated the campus right ordinance for the second time today. What? The female disciplinarian looked at Lin Lu and asked softly, is what he said true? Lin Lu shook his head. False. He's lying. Li Shang's face darkened and threatened. Rookie, talking is responsible. You mean, I wronged you. That's right. Lin Lu said calmly. Li Shang sneered a few times and said, good. Falsely accusing the Wind Discipline Committee member is a deduction of 120 credits. Say what your name and school number are. Lin Lu sneered. My name is Sung Dad Lee. What's my school number? Go back and ask your mom. It's written on your mom's ass. Li Shang said angrily with an iron face. You dare to insult the Wind Discipline Commissioner. You're guilty as charged, and you'll lose another 40 credits. Lin Lu's expression was bland and he wasn't scared at all. I'll say it for the last time. Tell me your name and credits or don't blame me for getting my hands dirty. I'm a second-level mid-ranked magus. I can crush several freshmen like you with one hand. Li Shang said angrily. Lin Lu sneered again. Go back and ask your mom. Good. You're looking for death. Li Shang pulled out an ornate scepter from his storage ring and smashed it down towards Lin Lu's head. There are melee and long-range divisions of clerics. Li Shang was a divine magus of the melee system, and the divine arts he had mastered were mostly of the type that strengthened the physical body. Chapter 93 Tombstone Construction. Stop. The female disciplinary committee member made an instantaneous appearance and came in front of Lin Lu. The scepter is powerful. The female Wind Discipline Committee member was a second-level high-level assassin, and with her double daggers up, she immediately blocked the blow for Lin Lu. Li Shang's eyes flickered, shamelessly and maliciously planted. Good. You dare to harbor him and bend the law. How come I didn't find out before? You are such a watery woman. For the sake of a little white freshman, you dare to step out and hit me right, brutalizing your fellow officers. You won't have a good ending. The female disciplinarian argued. Nonsense. How did I brutalize my fellow colleague? It was clearly you who indiscriminately bullied the small and the big, bullying the weak. That scepter of yours smashed down. The elementary school disciple would be crippled even if he didn't die. He didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong with me helping him? Li Shang was only at the second level middle stage, so he could only bully the freshmen. If it really came down to a fight, he was no match for a second level high-ranked female wind disciplinarian. He couldn't see that he could get any bargains. Then he immediately withdrew his hand and drew back. Shun Lu, you two wait. I'll go back and complain to the commissioner. Heck, favoritism and maiming a fellow officer are felonies. And you, a freshman, you dare to offend the disciplinary committee. You just don't deserve to be cleaned up. If I don't clean you up and make you beg for mercy on your knees, I'll take your name. Li Shang ran away. The female disciplinarian dispersed the watching students around her. She came to Lin Lu and just comforted. Don't be afraid. Just go. For the last while, stay in the dormitory. Don't hang around outside. If that obnoxious guy Li Shang encounters you again, it'll be a disaster. Lin Lu said in a deep voice. What about you? He's not afraid of Li Shang, but he was afraid that Li Shang would make things difficult for this schoolmate. The female disciplinarian smiled lightly. Don't worry. The chairman of our Wind and Discipline Committee has always been clear-sighted and impartial. He won't take Li Shang's word lightly. Okay. Lin Lu was still a little worried. It seems that Li Shang has been harassing this schoolmate for quite some time. If the chairman of the Wind and Discipline Committee is really clear-eyed and law-abiding, would he not just sit back and do nothing? Why don't I go with you to the Wind Discipline Committee and explain things clearly? Lin Lu proposed. The female disciplinarian waved her hand in a hurry. No need. Don't you have things to do? Go now. I also have to rush back to the Wind and Discipline Committee and explain the matter before Li Shang starts to turn black and white. Bye-bye. Elementary school brother. The female disciplinary committee member named Shenlo left in a hurry. Lin Lu sighed and turned around to continue walking towards the necromancy department's territory. The Department of Necromancy, occupying a corner of Heavenly Sword University, was surrounded by few people and few people came. The trees planted on both sides of the road were extremely tall, and the gray-brown bark was like tough armor, like a group of ancient giants standing side by side. Look up. The sky was covered tightly by this cascade of branches and leaves. Only a little blue could be glimpsed through the tiny gaps in the branches and leaves. Occasionally a breeze rustled the leaves as if whispering. Dark. Silent. Lin Lu followed the lengthy road all the way to a huge building. The building stood still. The whole presents a depressing gray color. Its walls look like a canvas forgotten by the years, with a rough texture like sandpaper, and every texture seems to tell of endless vicissitudes. From a distance, its silhouette is cold and rigid. It was like a huge tombstone pointing straight up to the sky, worthy of being in the necromancy department, a building constructed with such a haunted atmosphere. Lin Lu commented in a low voice. Hey, that's Sion over there. What's he doing in the necromancy department? At the entrance to the building, an old man who looked like a janitor, wrapped in a dark coat, called out. Are you a student who comes to class in the necromancy department? I'll tell you what. You're early. Class doesn't start until 3 p.m. Go play around for a while, and when it's 3 p.m. come back to class. Lin Lu stepped forward. I'm not here for class. I'm here to see the dean of the necromancy department. Chu Xin. Is he here at this moment? I'm Dean Chu Xin's student. My name is Lin Lu. The old man watching the door originally had a cold face. After hearing Lin Lu's name, he immediately became enthusiastic and hurriedly greeted him. Ah, you're Lin Lu ah. Quick please come in. Quick please come in. Lord Dean ah. Went to the principal's place. I guess it's coming back soon. You go to the VIP room and sit for a while. I'll give the dean a call to urge him. No, since it's coming back soon, I'll wait for a while, Lin Lu said. The old man who was watching the door smiled and said, It's okay, Dean, he's coming out of the principal's office. Maybe he'll have to go somewhere else for a while. He won't be able to come back for a while without something important. You can't wait. It's better to rush it. Okay. Lin Lu nodded. The old janitor took his cell phone out of his pocket, dialed the dean's number, and spoke to the person on the other end. He twisted his face and inquired about Lin Lu. The dean-sama asked me on the phone if you're here because you have something to ask him? Lin Lu said. It's nothing. It's just that I had nothing to do this afternoon and came over to take a look. The old man watching the door nodded his head and said, "Okay, you wait a while, Dean, he will be right back. You come in with me. The dean told you to go sit in his office and wait for him." "Good." Lin Lu followed the old man who was watching the door and walked into this building that looked like a gray tombstone. Inside the building, everything seemed dead. Gloomy gray and silent white dominate the space. The dean's office, located on the top floor of the building. There is an elevator dedicated to the dean that goes straight to the top floor. The old man, the janitor, led Lin Lu and took this elevator. "Rotary, come to the top floor." These days, we don't have many people in the necromancy department. The sophomores and juniors are either in the dormitory for cultivation or out on a mission. And the new freshmen who have joined the necromancy department have to come in after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, it's a bit cold. The old man who was watching the door scratched his head and explained with some embarrassment. The Department of Necromancy, have been broad before. The building was once packed with young necromancers, and the necromancy department was once one of the top existences at Heavenly Sword University. Pity. Ever since the initial dean of the necromancy department became disheartened and left Heavenly Sword University, the necromancy department just doesn't get better from day to day. Only after experiencing the splendor of the beginning can we feel the despondency today. Dean Quickson's office looks simple and plain. Not much extra furniture or decor. There was nothing more than a plain desk and a set of sofas for receiving guests. "Make yourself comfortable. Dean will be right back." After the old head janitor led Lin Lu to the dean's office, he left. And when he left, he didn't forget to close the office door. Lin Lu swept his gaze around the office. Then he walked over to the sofa and sat down. Since Dean won't be back for a while, Lin Lu idly sank his mind into the dark graveyard. Chapter 94, Chu Xin. Lin Lu was at Sima Ying's in the morning, and fished out 3 skill books. Summon the Skeleton Knight. Summon Frost Spectre. Summon the White Bone Swordsman. Among them, the Frost Spectre and the White Bone Swordsman were both level 2 beginner undead. The Skeleton Knight is a second level mid-rank undead. Sima Ying asked someone to bring a total of 10 skill books. It's just a shame that he ended up pissing off Sima Ying. There were still 7 skill books left in Sima Ying's office. Lin Lu left the dark graveyard after fiddling with the undead for a while. Dean hasn't come back yet. Lin Lu took out a soul gem from his storage ring and began to cultivate. About 10 minutes passed. Outside the door, a slightly heavy footstep sounded. Lin Lu opened his eyes and put away the half-absorbed soul gem in his hand. The moment he stood up, the office door, someone pushed it open from the outside. A handsome man with dark hair and eyes and pale skin walked through the door. "Good day, Dean. I'm Lin Lu." Lin Lu immediately saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Chu Xian had a smile on his lips, his eyes penetrating with a smear of essence as he moved in front of Lin Lu in large strides. "Finally, I've seen you. I've long heard Qianzhua talk about you, and I've been looking forward to you for a long time, and you're finally here." Chu Xian was very enthusiastic about Lin Lu. "Sit down, and forgive me. I was away from the academy a few days ago on business, and only returned early this morning." Chu Xian couldn't hide the excitement on his face, and the way he looked at Lin Lu was like he was looking at some kind of rare treasure. "Aha!" Lin Lu then sat down. Chu Xian also sat down across from Lin Lu. "Why did you think of looking for me? According to the schedule set by the principal, on Monday, shouldn't you be at Dean Sima's?" Chu Xian curiously said. Lin Lu said, "Dean Sima asked me to go tomorrow, and I had nothing to do in the afternoon. And when I went back to the dormitory, the housekeeper told me that you had come to see me in the morning, and that I was not there, and that you had made the trip for nothing, and that I felt bad about it, and so I came to see you." Chu Xian smiled brightly and said, "In fact, I went to look for you in the morning, and there was nothing much to do. I just wanted to see you and recognize your face." There was a pause. Chu Xian suddenly asked, "What do you think of Dean Sima Ying as a person?" Lin Lu was stunned. The deep eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't know what Chu Xian meant by this sudden question. He answered cautiously, "It's pretty good. It's nice to me, and it gave me 3 necromancer skill books." "Ha!" Chu Xian sneered and shook his head. "A mere 3 necromancer's skill books. She still has the nerve to take them out. In my necromancer department's bookstore, I have almost all of the necromancer's skill books. You're my student. What skill books do you want? Just go and get them. Don't ever be polite." Lin Lu hemmed and hawed. "Mentor Dean, don't worry. I'm sure I won't be polite." Quincy smiled back and squared his shoulders again. "Do you know why Sima Ying, an alchemist, why she wants to be your mentor?" Lin Lu hesitated for a moment and nodded. I know. Quixon's brow loosened as he asked, tell me why. I'm a mutant, and Dean Sima wants me to cooperate with her in a few experiments. Would you like to? Quintessence asked. Lin Lu's head shook like a rattle. No. Chu Xian's frown completely stretched. Being unwilling is right. Remember, be careful of Sima Ying. She is a madman. In order to accomplish her so-called plan, she is not hesitant to kill her own students. Kill your own students? Lin Lu recalled the way the freckled schoolmate had feared Sima Ying's eyes in the morning. But what interested him more was the plan that Quixon had spoken of. Plan? Lin Lu pursued. What plan? You will know later. Chu Xian said faintly. Okay. Since Chu Xian didn't want to talk about it, Lin Lu couldn't do anything about it. Chu Xian stood up abruptly and said to Lin Lu with some excitement, come on, take a trip with me to the training grounds. I want to see for myself how good you are. Okay. Lin Lu stood up as well, walked out of the office with Quincy Hart. The training ground is underground. Take the dean's exclusive elevator and slowly descend. Chu Xian turned slightly sideways and looked directly into Lin Lu's eyes. The necromancy department has had a rough couple of years, and without the best students to hold up the fort, the necromancy department's share of the school's resources is dwindling. But the resources for you to cultivate can still be taken out. Don't worry about that. I promise you that I will teach you all that I have learned in my life, as well as the secret techniques left behind by the first dean, and I will never keep them private. Lin Lu nodded seriously. He said with a solemn expression, in the future, I will revitalize the necromancy department. A smile blossomed on Chu Xian's handsome, pale face as he was satisfied with Lin Lu's answer. But he didn't get carried away with complacency because he had gotten a supreme genius. Remaining calm said, the necromancy department is different from the mage department, the summoning department, and those faculties. There was only one profession in the necromancy department, and that was the necromancer. It was just a normal T2 profession, and the necromancy department wouldn't have been established at all if the primordial dean hadn't been too strong. I'm not asking you to completely revitalize the necromancy department. I just want you to do well enough during college to stay on for 3 years when you graduate. Lin Lu blushed. Who knew what it would be like after 4 years of college? Tell him to stay in school for 3 years. That's a bit. Lin Lu hesitated, wanting to politely decline. The words had just reached his lips when he was about to say them. Chu Xian leisurely raised his hand to interrupt. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I can understand you. I'm afraid only the prophets in Kyoto who live in the tower know what it will be like in 4 years. When it's 4 years later, I'll come up with a reward you can't refuse, and at that time, you'll decide whether or not you're going to stay. Good. Lin Lu nodded vigorously. At the same time, he was curious as to what Chu Xian would take out as payment to keep Lin Lu for 3 years after 4 years. Arrive at the training ground. It's a very large underground space. Lin Lu and Chu Xian were as small as 2 tiny ants in such a huge space. Lin Lu suspected that the construction of this underground training ground might have used the spatial folding rune art. Otherwise, they would have dug out such a large space underneath Heavenly Sword University. The school will certainly not agree. Just as Lin Lu looked around, Quintessence said in a proud tone, this place was built by order of the first dean, and it is one of the best training grounds in Heavenly Sword University, and the university and other departments often approach me to rent this place. Primordial Dean is awesome. Lin Lu complimented. As long as you cultivate and study hard, your future accomplishments won't be any worse than the Primordial Dean. Chu Xian looked at Lin Lu and encouraged. Aha. Well, without further ado, let me see your undead minions. Summon as many as you can and release them all from necrospace. Let me see. Don't hide your clumsiness. I've seen your battle videos and I can tell that every time you fought, you didn't use your full strength. Chapter 95, Micromanipulation. Lin Lu's face showed surprise. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Don't underestimate me. I am at least the head of a courtyard. Come on. Let me see your true strength. Lin Lu did not move on the surface. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he summoned all the hundreds of thousands of skeleton warriors in the dark cemetery, Chu Xian feared that his jaw would drop in shock. Lin Lu pondered over this and slowly raised his hand, and the undead sleeping in the dark cemetery awoke and descended into the training ground with his command. An army of the dead in huge numbers and deadly silence stood in place like an army waiting for parade. This time Lin Lu was considered to be overplayed. In one breath, 3,321 skeleton warriors, 108 skeleton mages, 192 skeleton bowmen, 33 skeleton warlords, 75 ghouls, 21 poison spear skeletons, 22 ice arrow skeletons, and 9 undead assassins were summoned. There are zeros and there are holes. After the summoning was completed, Lin Lu deliberately pretended to be weak as if his spiritual power had reached its limit. He said breathlessly, "Dean-sama, this is my limit." Good. Yes. Chu Xian's words were tinged with trembling, each word revealing the excitement within. Especially after seeing those 9 undead assassins that Lin Lu had summoned. Quixin's face was slightly twisted from excitement, but it was a happy look. He slowed down for a long time, which suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed down. Chu Xian said in a deep voice, "If you can maintain this state of yours in the future, your future accomplishments won't be lower than the primordial Dean." Yes, Lin Lu pretended to be weak, still nodding his head vigorously. If it was an ordinary necromancer who manipulated so many undead at once, his spirit would definitely be subjected to extremely strong pressure. But the undead that Lin Lu harnessed were generated and sacrificed for redemption by cheats every second. There is no need to consume mental power or mental strength. The reason why Chu Xian could tell that Lin Lu hadn't used his full strength yet, it was probably because during the battle, Lin Lu had acted too relaxed. Lin Lu simply pretended to be mentally weak, and he easily concealed it from Chu Xian. I've watched the videos of your high school entrance exams and the orientation meeting many times, and I've discovered a very obvious flaw in your fighting, Chu Xian said. What? Lin Lu pondered for an instant and blurted out, "Is it a problem with control?" Quintessence said with a flourish of words, "That's right. If you're controlling a dozen or so undead servants, it's no problem. The manipulation is still perfect. But once you're controlling a large number of undead, it's a bit too busy." Lin Lu didn't retort. This is really one of the biggest drawbacks that he is facing at the moment. Before that, his biggest flaw was, the summoned beasts are strong, while his body is weak. Fear of assassins, fear of decapitation tactics. Later, Lin Lu learned the life connection, which solved the problem. A second question ensues. It is also gradually being exposed. There were too many summoned beasts, and Lin Lu was a bit unable to maneuver them. A low-level undead. A being that has little brain and retains only the desire to attack. All manipulated by the necromancer. The upside is defending death. You tell the lowly undead to send the dead, and they will do so. The bad thing is that it's too difficult to maneuver. It's like playing chess. You control them to take a step before they take a step, encountering enemies and fighting in a very dull way. A small number is fine. A large number is a bit difficult to maneuver. Summoning profession. There are 3 rough types. One type of win is by the number of summoned beasts, and the necromancer is one of them. The skeleton sea tactic was the signature of the necromancer. The second is to go the elite summoner route. In this type of profession, the number of summoned beasts was not large, at most not more than 10 or 20, but the summoned beasts were each and every one of the elites. The third is a hybrid type. For example, the shadow assassin who can summon shadow slayers and specializes in assassination. A hunter who specializes in long-range shooting and pet training. There are also many professions that specialize in summoning and spell attacks. Quintessence said squarely, before it is possible to summon a high undead servant, you'll have to learn to multitask and micromanage if you want to maneuver your undead servant well. Multitasking? And micromanipulation? That's right. You may be confused when I use the words, so I'll give you a walkthrough and you'll understand. Chu Xian said as he summoned 100 skeleton warriors from his undead space. You watch. Saying that, Chu Xian maneuvered the 100 skeleton warriors and began various difficult movements. 100 skeleton warriors, each one doing a different maneuver. Running, high jump, long jump, push-ups, frog jump, and more. There was even a skeleton warrior that was slowly playing Tai Chi under the control of Chu Xian. It made Lin Lu look dumbfounded. This is the effect of multitasking, coupled with micromanipulation. Multitasking, to put it bluntly, means doing several things at once. And in combat, you'll be facing multiple enemies. Currently, your opponents are only low-level professionals of the same level as you, and you'll understand when you run into a high-level professional later on. They are extremely experienced in combat. If you can't master multitasking against them, you're only going to take a beating. Multitasking also helps you maneuver to command more undead. The second is micromanipulation. Come on, you control 100 skeleton warriors. Control 100 skeleton warriors. Let's fight and see who is powerful. Lin Lu complimented. Then it must be you, Dean Tutor. Who is great? Quincy smiled, encouragingly. Ha ha, none of my skeleton warriors have been strengthened. They are the lowest level 1 beginner's skeleton warriors. Come and try. There's a reward for beating me. As soon as I heard there was a reward, Lin Lu was a bit impressed and agreed decisively. At the same time, he really wanted to see what a high-level necromancer had to offer. Quintessence was a 5th-level necromancer. It was the closest powerhouse to the Holy Order. Lin Lu only left behind 100 skeleton warriors to take the remaining undead servants back to the dark cemetery. Ready? Ready! Lin Lu held his breath and focused all his attention. Okay, let's get started then. Quintessence's words had just fallen. He then maneuvered his skeleton warriors to charge up, catching Lin Lu off guard. Micromanipulation. i.e., microscopic operations. It refers to the fine and rapid command and control of units in combat to achieve optimal combat results. The micromanipulation of Quixen is awesome. The ability to adjust the position of the skeleton warriors to form the most favorable attack formation, quickly respond to changes in the battlefield and make adjustments accordingly, and accurately control the attack target of the skeleton warriors. Quintessence specializes in micromanipulation, meaning he was able to utilize the skeleton warriors' combat power more efficiently. Chapter 96, The Student Council Comes to Town. Quintessence could enable the skeleton warriors to work together more effectively and form localized advantages through subtle station layouts. He could also quickly judge and adjust his strategy in the middle of a battle to counter the onslaught of Lin Lu's skeleton warriors. More importantly, he was able to precisely command the skeleton warriors to attack the weak points of Lin Lu's skeleton warriors, gradually dismantle their combat power. In front of Quixotic Heart, Lin Lu was simply like a weak kobold wandering in the wilderness, unable to take a hit at all. Skeleton warrior of the same level, same amount again. Lin Lu, however, lost completely. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than 3 minutes. Since crossing over, this was the first time Lin Lu had lost. Lin Lu's face was grave, and his eyes showed a few unwilling colors. Chu Xian patted Lin Lu's shoulder and comforted, "Don't be discouraged. This is just a trivial competition. I graduated from the university to now. There have been 10 years, and you have just entered the university. The days are still long. Take your time and don't be in a hurry. Next, I'll teach you how to micromanage and the trick of multitasking, which is an untold secret of our necromancy department. You must comprehend it carefully and not spread it out." Yes. Lin Lu's spirit lifted and he exclaimed, "Looks like it was a very wise choice to come over to the necromancy department this afternoon. He is really able to come here and learn." Soon it was dark. The harvested Lin Lu returned to the dormitory. At the moment, it was past 8 o'clock. The housekeepers of the various villas have left the grade A dormitory area. Tan Bing also left, but before he left, he made a special table for Lin Lu. Lin Lu came back. The food was still steaming. Lin Lu went to the Department of Necromancy at that time of noon and stayed until the evening. Didn't eat at lunch. When I came back in the evening, I couldn't stop my mouth from watering at the sight of the sumptuous meal. Just as Lin Lu was feasting, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this late hour? Lin Lu wiped his mouth, got up and went to open the door. After opening the door, outside the door stood Situ Yang, Wu Mengjin and the white-clothed senior from the student council that he bumped into this morning. "What are you doing here?" Lin Lu asked. Situ Yang smiled brightly and said, "It's nothing, come over to see you. Why aren't you welcome?" Lin Lu laughed. "Of course you're welcome. It just so happens that I'm eating. Let's have some together." "No need. I just ate." Situ Yang waved his hand and refused. Lin Lu looked at Wu Mengjin and the white-clothed senior again. Wu Mengjin shook her head. "I have no appetite." The white-clothed senior hammed and hawed. "I've had it too." "Well then you'll just have to watch me eat. I didn't have time to eat at lunch and I'm about to starve. So please come in." Lin Lu invited the three of them, Situ Yang, Wu Mengjin and the white-clothed senior, to come in before returning to the dining table and continuing to eat. The three of them also came to follow Lin Lu to the dining table. "Boss Lin Lu, guess if I passed the afternoon selection?" Situ Yang asked with a smile. "With your strength, you definitely passed. And so did Wu Mengjin. You both ironically passed." Lin Lu used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fatty but not greasy braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth as he chewed. Situ Yang smiled gently. "You guessed it right. The selection meeting for the student council is hard for normal students, but it was a breeze for Old Witch and I. We both joined the student council." "Congratulations," Lin Lu said with a sincere face. He. "From now on I'll have the club to cover me too. Just wait. I've already asked someone to investigate that Win disciplinary committee member who lied to me. After I've investigated clearly, you'll see how I'll get back at him." Situ Yang seems to be very concerned about this. Just talking about that experience of being cheated. Situ Yang just hated his guts. Lin Lu suddenly remembered the Wind Disciplinary Committee member that he had encountered today who had deliberately made things difficult for him. By the way, Situ, do me a small favor. Lin Lu said. What little favor? Anything I can do. I promise I can do it for you. Situ Yang patted his chest. Lin Lu said. Help me investigate a Wind disciplinarian named Li Shang. Situ Yang was curious. Li Shang? And a member of the Wind Discipline Committee. What? Did he offend you? Lin Lu nodded, informing the three Situ Yang of everything that happened when he met Li Shang at that moment at noon today. Tramp. This bunch of scum from the Wind Discipline Committee really dare to bully anyone. Tired of living. When I rank up later and become a cadre of the student council, I have to fix the Wind Discipline Committee properly. Situ Yang had an angry look on his face. He has a lot of resentment towards the Wind Commissioner right now. Lin Lu ate a mouthful of several mouthfuls of rice and asked, what is it? This little favor. Can you help it? Situ Yang promised. Don't worry. It's a small matter. Okay. Thanks La. Lin Lu said. Situ Yang hesitated for a moment and said, actually, we came to find you this late because we have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Lu asked. Yu Mengshan picked up the conversation and said, we both met the president of the student council right after we joined, and he treated the two of us very appreciatively, and gave us both our first assignment in the student council. What is it? Lin Lu was curious. Situ Yang and Wu Mengshan looked at each other, and they said in unison, on behalf of the president of the student council, we sincerely invite you, Boss Lin Lu, to join the student council as well. Ha! Lin Lu froze. He didn't expect that the president of the student council, the first task given to Situ Yang and Wu Mengshan, would be for them to persuade them to join the student council. He froze for a short while and continued to pick up his chopsticks and eat. There was a long silence. Lin Lu chewed his rice in his mouth and said with a blurred speech, I don't want to join a club for the time being, I just want to focus on cultivation. From the moment we entered the door, the white-clothed senior who hadn't said anything spoke up at this time. Gu, Senior Lin Lu ah, it's my fault in the morning. It's me who slacked off on you. Please never forgive me. The white-clothed senior said with a bitter face. Hearing Lin Lu was confusing. What's going on here? Lin Lu was very straightforward. What are you apologizing to me for? You haven't offended me. The white-clad senior smiled sarcastically. At noon, I did treat you with a bit of contempt. I thought, at that time, that you were just an ordinary freshman. So, it's okay, I won't mind. Lin Lu twisted his head to look at Wu Mengshan and said suspiciously, you should know my temperament. Why haven't you explained it as well? I explained. Which Mengshan spread both hands and said with a helpless face. Then why did he come to apologize to me? Lin Lu pointed his finger at the white-clothed senior. Wu Mengshan smiled bitterly. This is an order from the student president. Ha? Why? Lin Lu said with some surprise. Situ Yang explained. The student president believes that it was his attitude towards you in that morning that was too belittling that caused you to not want to join the student union and ordered him to come and apologize to you. Chapter 97 Persuasion. Alright, I forgive you. Lin Lu said helplessly. Hey, thanks Hokage. The white-clothed senior smiled curtly. He wasn't expecting it either. Just stopped two random freshmen near the alchemy department this morning. One of them was actually the recently renowned supreme genius, Little Underworld King Lin Lu. There's just no one else who's lucky enough to have this on their own. Situ Yang said with an expectant face. Boss Lin Lu, why don't you join the student council as well? The student council is the #1 club in Heavenly Sword University. Join the student council and no one will dare to make things difficult for you for no reason in the future. Lin Lu shook his head. I've said many times that I won't be joining any clubs. I just want to cultivate properly and don't want to get involved in some messy things. There are too many club chores. Lin Lu genuinely didn't want to get involved. Wu Mengshan spoke out at this time. The student president is willing to assure you that if you're willing to join the student council, you'll be sent a direct officer position. And when you're a sophomore next year, you can be prioritized for the position of vice president. Lin Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, Oh, can't see it, the student president thinks so highly of me. Not only did he call his two friends to advise him, he also ordered the white senior to come over and apologize. Moreover, he was still willing to give himself, a freshman who had just arrived at Heavenly Sword University not even a few days ago, a cadre position. One must know that as one of the 4 most prestigious schools and the #1 club of Heavenly Sword University, the cadre positions of the student council were very valuable. A word of exaggeration. An officer position in the student government is no worse than the head of a town off campus. Being an officer of the student council gives you the ability to give orders to the ordinary members of the student council. One must know that the students who could join the student union were all elites in Heavenly Sword University, although there are the occasional abusive guys in. But, undeniably, the ordinary members of the student council, when placed outside, could all be the sons of famous families, the sons of merchants and wealthy people, and even worse, they were also geniuses with a small reputation on one side. A student council officer can mobilize more resources than an ordinary person can imagine, like Situ Yang and Wu Mingjin, these outstanding students who stood out from the 1,000 new students and stayed in the Sword Seed Pavilion. Whether it was talent or origin, it was a first-class existence. After joining the student council, it's just an ordinary member. If you want to be a cadre, you have to start with small things and accumulate contribution value bit by bit before you have a chance to get ahead and become a cadre. And what about Lin Lu? Just be willing to join the student body. You can become a cadre right away. Who couldn't envy that? Especially the white-clothed senior who came with Situ Yang and Wu Mingjin. He joined the student government as a freshman and now as a junior. He has been working in the student government as a laborer for such a long time. Still just a regular member. There is not even the slightest hope of being promoted to a cadre. Situ Yang said with a flash of envy under his eyes. The student president is a very charismatic person. He holds you in high regard. And to be honest, Wu Mingjin and I were only able to be valued by the student president because we were acquainted with you. It's in your honor. Don't be presumptuous. You guys are the same as me. Excellent students from the Sword Seed Pavilion. And you can be valued by the student president because you're good enough. Not because of me. Lin Lu relieved. Situ Yang smiled and didn't say anything else. Wu Mingjin sighed. Since you're not willing, it's no good for us to force the issue. Sorry for the disturbance. That being said, the three Situ Yangs knowingly chose to leave. Wait for the three to go. After Lin Lu ate his fill, he didn't bother to wash up and went to bed. Early the next morning, wake up. The housekeeper, Tan Bing, had come on time and was in the kitchen, making breakfast for Lin Lu. Tan Bian said with a smile when he saw Lin Lu descend the stairs. Sir, you're awake. Just now Mr. Wu Mingjin came by and said that he has something to do with the student council. So please ask his teacher for a leave of absence when you go to the alchemy department. Ha! Lin Lu froze. A bitter smile followed and a nod. After Lin Lu first went to the bathroom to take a shower, she returned to the dining room and asked Tan Bian, who was busy in the kitchen, what are we going to eat this morning? Steak, bread, pudding cake and milk. In the kitchen, Tan Bian responded. Steak early in the morning? Lin Lu said as he sat down at the table. You think it's too greasy, is it? How about I make you something light tomorrow morning? Tan Bing poked out half of his body in the kitchen and said, no need. Steak is also quite good, but it's not good to eat steak bread or something all the time. Make me Chinese breakfast a few times every now and then. Just watch it. Lin Lu casually said. Yes, sir. Breakfast was ready and Tan Bian brought the meal to the table. Lin Lu was eating a steak with a knife and fork, and Tan Bian was serving it. Have you eaten in the morning? Why don't you come and have some too? Lin Lu asked as he ate. I've eaten. You don't have to worry about me. Tan Bing responded with a smile. Lin Lu picked up his cup and took a big gulp of fresh milk. Putting it down, he suddenly asked, Butler Tan, do you know anything about the clubs at Heavenly Sword University? Of course, are you thinking of joining the club? TPI asked. No, I don't want to. I just don't want to join the club. That's why I'm asking you, if I never join the club, will I lose something? Lin Lu said. Tan Bing thought seriously for a while and gave a reply. Losses can't be talked about, but the benefits of some clubs are really good, like the Wind Discipline Committee. It's very powerful in the school, and no one dares to offend them except for the student council. If you ask me, it's better to join a club. At least you won't be bullied with a club shelter. Aha! Lin Lu nodded. There was a pause. Tan Bing added. However, every year, the school organizes 2 club competitions, one in the spring and one in the fall. And for each competition, all major clubs are allowed to send people to participate, and after they win, there will be extremely generous prizes. A club competition? Yeah, Heavenly Sword University's club rankings are based on the rankings of these 2 matches. Over the years, it's been first in the student council, second in the Wind Discipline Committee, and third in the Kendo Club. Tan Si is particularly keen on school gossip. Once you open the box, you can't stop gushing, talking non-stop. From the mouth of Tam Si, Lin Lu knows a lot of campus gossip. Among them was one about the current dean of the alchemy department, Sima Ing. Are you saying that Sima Ing used to have 5 students? but then for some unknown reason, they dropped out. Leaving only one? Lin Lu asked with a furrowed brow. TPI nodded. Yeah, I heard that they all dropped out early because they were injured due to accidents that happened during the experiments. Sir, you're also Dean Seema's student, so you have to pay attention and never get injured too. Chapter 98 Inside the office. I know, Lin Lu said with a heavy face. Had breakfast. Lin Lu went out to the alchemy department. He didn't forget Wu Mangjin's instructions, and as soon as he came to the alchemy department, he immediately found Wu Mangjin's mentor, Zhang Ji. Tell Young Note that Wu Mangjin has joined the student council and is busy with student council work, so she can't come to study with him today. When Zhang Note heard this, he was not annoyed, but just said in a calm tone, got it. Please tell Wu Mangjin that I'm configuring the synthetic poison he needs. It will take about 3 days. Have him pick it up when he's free. Well, I'll give him that, Lin Lu said. Yes, thank you. Zhang Note tried to squeeze out a warm smile on his ugly face painted with heavy makeup. You're welcome. Lin Lu took a few steps towards the outside and looked back, only to see Zhang Ji's huge body, which was like a black iron tower. Slightly forlorn, he said in his mind. A gentle woman, but why does she grow so scary? Come to the door of the Dean of Alchemy's office. Lin Lu knocked respectfully on the door a few times. Inside the door came Sima Ying's lazy and charming voice, extraordinarily provocative. Who is it? Student Lin Lu. Oh, Sima Ying's voice became cold, and she just gave an O and stopped speaking. Sima Ying didn't say anything about letting Lin Lu into the office either. Lin Lu couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment as he stood in front of his office. He knew that this was Sima Ying's punishment for his disobedience. After about a couple minutes, inside the office, Sima Ying's voice sounded again as she coldly said, come in. Lin Lu took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily, pushed open the office door, and walked in. Sima Ying was wearing a set of ladies' professional outfit today. Her long legs comparable to a supermodel were wrapped in a layer of thin, translucent black silk, paired with exquisite jewelry and elegant high-heeled shoes, exuding confidence and charisma, displaying her uncommon taste and personality. She was sitting on the sofa, her two beautiful legs folded together, and was currently staring intently at Lin Lu with a playful expression. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, tracing an elusive smile, neither total pleasure nor deliberate indifference, but a subtle emotion somewhere in between. Lin Lu entered the office and did not speak, just stood in front of the office, motionless, like standing in military posture. Sima Ying said detachedly, come here, I'm thirsty, get me a bottle of water. There was a refrigerator in the corner of the office. Lin Lu walked to the refrigerator and opened it, in which many drinks and mineral water were frozen. He casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water and walked over to Sima Ying's side. Mentor, water. Lin Lu handed Sima Ying the mineral water with both hands, his tone as calm as possible. The corner of Sima Ying's mouth curled up slightly. No, not thirsty again. Put it back. Yes. Lin Lu dutifully did as he was told. I'd like some coffee. Make me a cup to go. Yes. By the time Lin Lu arrived in front of Sima Ying with the freshly brewed coffee, Sima Ying bristled. I don't want to drink again. Lin Lu was a bit annoyed. Sima Ying suddenly changed her previous indifferent attitude and became enthusiastic towards Lin Lu again. She got up and walked quickly to Lin Lu's side, crouched down slightly and gently held his hand. The corners of her mouth smiled and her voice was flirty and sexy as she said, why are you angry? Nope, Lin Lu mouthed. Oh, I can see it all. You're just angry. Do you feel aggrieved? Do you feel that your mentor is bullying you? As long as you beg me, I'll resume my previous affection for you. How about it? Sima Ying followed the advice. No, I'm not aggrieved and I don't feel that my mentor is bullying me, Lin Lu calmly said. Well, Sima Ying's face was cold as she slightly sidled her head, her gaze inadvertently landing on Lin Lu. An elusive glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She gently lifted her feet, and the delicate black, red-soled high heels exuded a charming sheen in the light. Slowly, the heel of the shoe fell towards Lin Lu's foot, not too gently, not too forcefully. It made Lin Lu tremble slightly. His gaze instantly met with the female president, and in that moment, it was as if an electric current ran between the two of them. The corners of Sima Ying's mouth rose slightly, like a smile, with a hint of playfulness and provocation. Lin Lu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He glared hatefully at Sima Ying. Sima Ying leaned down slightly, close to Lin Lu, her hair gently brushing against his cheek, bringing a tingle. Her voice was soft and seductive. What? You can't stand this pain? Lin Lu's throat tightened, not knowing how to respond. The breath of the two intertwined together, and the ambiguous atmosphere continued to heat up in the air, as if it was going to melt everything around it. Alright, this is your punishment for yesterday. Sima Ying gazed at Lin Lu, and there seemed to be 1,000 words in that gaze. A moment later, she gently moved, and the heel of the high-heeled shoe that was stepping on Lin Lu's foot slowly moved away. Lin Lu's physical body had been strengthened by a potion, and what he was wearing on his feet were not ordinary shoes, but defense combat boots. Sima Ying stepped on him. It didn't hurt him to step on him at all. What he felt from it was more humiliation. Lin Lu's gaze followed Sima Ying's movements closely. Ripples rippled through his heart as he looked at her elegant figure and the high heels that he had just had a close encounter with. Lin Lu asked, "I don't understand. Did I do something wrong yesterday?" Sima Ying said in a lonely voice. "Where did you go yesterday afternoon?" Lin Lu was stunned. Spinning around, he hesitated. "I went to meet the dean of the necromancy department for a moment." Sima Ying's bright and cold stunning face was full of anger at the moment. She approached Lin Lu aggressively. Sima Ying's every step carried a sense of oppression, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground was exceptionally crisp and powerful in the silent office. Lin Lu subconsciously took a small step backward. Sima Ying's sharp gaze locked onto him as if she wanted to see through him. She slightly raised her chin and pursed her lips, exuding an inviolable majesty. "Lin Lu, you should know clearly that yesterday and today, you belong to me." Sima Ying's voice was cold and stern, yet it carried a different kind of flirtatiousness. She stepped closer until the distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Lin Lu's heart was beating like a drum, and he didn't know how to deal with this strong woman. Sima Ying was, after all, the head of an academy and a 5th-level alchemist. If she's really angry, Lin Lu can be a bit dangerous. He calmly explained, "I went to see Dean Quixotic this afternoon because I had something to do. I won't allow you to go even if something happens." The corner of Sima Ying's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly mocking smile. She took a violent step forward, once again closing the distance between her and Lin Lu. Lin Lu was forced step by step to the wall by Sima Ying, unable to retreat. His back was pressed against the cold wall. "Next time, you'll get out of the alchemy department. I don't want you as a student." Sima Ying's voice line was slightly cool and indifferent. "Yes." Lin Lu tried to remain calm and said, Chapter 99 Dragon Egg and Death Ripple. "Come on, let's go to the lab. Don't worry, I'm not going to experiment on you, but I want you to be my lab assistant." Sima Ying's aura seemed to have subtly changed in an instant. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Lu, the sternness in her eyes gradually fading away, replaced by a different kind of gentleness. Then, she naturally took Lin Lu's arm. Lin Lu was slightly stunned, and his body instantly tightened up, but he didn't break free, because he knew that he couldn't break free even if he wanted to. "You're doing that again?" Lin Lu raised an eyebrow and secretly thought, Tutor Sima is quite good at teasing men. Thanks to the fact that he had been with Sister Pei Shifeng before the start of the school year, he was more or less resistant to beauty. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'd have to fall too. Sima Ying stayed close to Lin Lu, their bodies touching if anything, and left the office. Sima Ying's lab, also underground. The building on the ground of the alchemy department is for the offices of the business elite they hire. The real heart of the alchemy department is underground. It was also thanks to the constant production of alchemy potions from the underground laboratories that Heavenly Sword University was rolling in money. Sima Ying's office has an elevator that leads to her exclusive lab. The elevator door slowly opened. Sima Ying was still holding Lin Lu's arm tightly. Stepping into this small space together, the light in the elevator was soft and quiet, reflecting the slightly unnatural expressions of the two. In this enclosed space, the ambiguous atmosphere intensified. The faint perfume odor of Sima Ying's body lingered around Lin Lu, and her arm was tightly pressed against Lin Lu's, and she could clearly feel each other's temperature. Lin Lu tried to remain calm. Finally, the elevator reached the floor where the underground lab was located. The door slowly opened, and Sima Ying resumed that high, cold and arrogant stance, letting go of Lin Lu's arm and taking the lead in stepping out of the elevator. Lin Lu, on the other hand, followed closely behind. The silhouettes of the two disappeared outside the elevator door. Sima Ying has more than one lab assistant. There were almost a dozen people, men and women, all professional alchemists. Sima Ying's student, that freckled schoolmate, was among them. Seeing Sima Ying coming, the crowd immediately stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted Sima Ying in greeting. Sima Ying stood in front of the crowd of alchemists with a curvy nod. "Let me introduce to you. He is my newly accepted disciple. I'm sure most of you should have already heard of him. That's right, he's this session's newcomer king, The strongest mutant in hundreds of years, Lin Lu. This statement was made. The many alchemists in the lab looked like beasts that had been starving for a long time. Those pairs of eyes burning with endless flames of greed as they stared tightly at Lin Lu. Mutator. An alchemist's dream experiment. Great. Dean really did get a mutant. I've personally dissected a dead mutant in the Magic City lab before. This is the first time I've seen a living one with my own eyes. And a regular person. It's no different. Now our experiment can finally be completed. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you and scare him off. Greeting the greedy gazes and whispers of the crowd of alchemists. Lin Lu frowned. Coming to Sima Ying's lab gave him the feeling of a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Ha! Sima Ying laughed twice lightly and turned sideways. Her stunningly beautiful and cold face close to Lin Lu. Her jade lips opened lightly and slowly pressed against Lin Lu's ear. Her warm breath gently brushing over. Lin Lu, are you afraid? Her voice was soft and seductive, like a whispering music. Lin Lu snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? The corners of Sima Ying's lips hooked up. It's good that you're not afraid. Go find your schoolmate. She'll arrange a job for you, and when it's over, I can reward you with a few bottles of strengthening potions. Oh, got it. Lin Lu walked straight to the freckled senior sister who was cowering in the corner and whispered. Senior sister, the dean's tutor told me to look for you and ask you to arrange a job for me in the lab. Okay, good. The freckled schoolmate timidly glanced towards Sima Ying's. After receiving Sima Ying's affirmation, she then nodded in agreement. Come with me. Lin Lu followed the freckled schoolmate to a room deep within a laboratory. Sima Ying's laboratory seems to be a fantasy realm hidden beneath the real world. Strange runes shimmered on the walls, emitting a faint glow. The huge experimental table was decorated with all kinds of oddly shaped vessels filled with colorful liquids, some of which were still slowly flowing as if they were alive. In the center of the laboratory, a huge alchemy device emitted a mysterious light. Golden lines wrapped around the device like vines, flashing with mysterious symbols from time to time. All kinds of precious materials were placed around the device, including gemstones glittering with mysterious light, ancient scrolls, and herbs emitting strange aromas. The room that freckled sister led Lin Lu to. In the center was a huge incubator with a huge beast egg covered in gray scales. What kind of magical beast egg is this? Lin Lu was curious. Sister Freckles whispered. It's a death attribute dragon egg. Wow. Lin Lu couldn't help but let out a gasp. The dragon race, but amongst the 10,000 races, was a race with a rather terrifying strength. Young dragons born just after breaking their shells have the strength of a third level. When it grows into a giant dragon, its strength will then reach level 5. The dragons are the everlasting race. Everlasting species usually have the flaw of making it very difficult to breed offspring. 100 years in the making. Newly born young dragons, probably less than 50. So, the dragons are extremely strict in their care of dragon eggs. Anyone who dares to harm or steal a dragon's egg, all will be wanted by the dragon clan without fail. It was unknown where Sima Ying had gotten this dragon egg from. If this was known to the dragon race, within half a day, thousands of giant dragons would descend over Heavenly Sword University. When the time comes, it's a do or die situation. Just seeing this dragon egg, Lin Lu then broke out in a cold sweat. Sister Freckles said nonchalantly from the side, this dragon egg, whose life force has long been exhausted, is a dead egg, and was auctioned off by Mentor Sima at the Magic City auction house at a cost of 120 million. The mentor realized that this dragon egg was of the death attribute, and if he kept injecting death energy into it, he might be able to bring the dead back to life. By the way, do you know the skill Death Ripple? Lin Lu shook his head. Well, wait a minute then. Sister Freckles left the room and went outside, and after about 10 minutes or so, she doubled back with an extra skill book in her hand. Ripple of Death Advanced Skill Book. Exclusive to necromancers. Effect, impacts all enemies near the caster, dealing death damage to them. Sister Freckles whispered. Here, when you learn Death Ripple, stay in your room and keep casting Death Ripple on this dead dragon egg, all the time. Chapter 100, The Lost Girl. Lin Lu took the skill book. She looked up at the freckled schoolmate in front of her. She had a clean-cut appearance, with a small nose and cheeks dotted with freckles. How many times do I have to cast Death Ripple on the dragon egg? Lin Lu asked. Freckled sister thought for a moment and replied, 100 times. Okay. After Lin Lu learned the Death Ripple skill, he walked over to the dragon egg. Seeing this, Sister Freckles immediately exited the room, leaving Lin Lu and dragon egg alone. Death Ripple is a ranged skill. When the skill is cast, a circle of death shockwaves will rise up around you, with a range of roughly 2 meters in radius. It's a more ribald skill. The main reason is that the skill range is too short. For a mage profession, such a short skill range was a complete death sentence. Lin Lu cast Death Ripple on the dragon egg over and over again. The mana ran out. Just take a break. Continue when the mana is restored. Finally, 100 death ripples were enough, and the dragon egg in front of him hadn't changed at all. Will this really work? Lin Lu's heart couldn't help but be flooded with a few doubts. He left the room where the dragon's egg was kept. Inside the lab, everyone was busy, and Lin Lu found the freckled senior sister who was mixing alchemy potions. Senior sister, I'm done, Lin Lu said. Well, go find a mentor then. I have no more work for you on my end. Freckled sister didn't raise her head, focusing on the potion path in front of her. Good. Seeing that she was busy, Lin Lu didn't disturb her, and casually tugged on a passing alchemist, asking him, "Where's the dean?" "Where?" The alchemist pointed to the center of the lab, the huge alchemy device. Lin Lu let go and turned to the alchemy device, and sure enough, he saw Sima Ying here. At this moment, she was holding a stale ancient book in her hand. The expression was focused. The cover of that ancient book was already a bit yellowed and reeked of age. Sima Ying's tender white and translucent pink fingers gently flipped the pages of the book, her eyes staring intently at the words on the book, frowning slightly from time to time, revealing a thoughtful expression at other times. The light from the lab spilled over her body, adding a mysterious touch. Her delicate face looked even more beautiful and attractive under the light, and the concentrated look was even more mesmerizing. Look how focused she is. Lin Lu was a little hesitant for a moment and didn't go up to disturb her. Sima Ying, however, looked up from that ancient book as if she had telepathy. Her pair of beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, slowly moved away from the book and landed precisely on Lin Lu. "What's wrong?" Sima Ying lifted her eyelids and said, "I finished the work that my senior sister gave me, and she had no more work there, so she told me to come to you." Lin Lu said, "I have nothing for you to do here for the time being. Go back." Sima Ying's fingertips ruffled the hair around her ears, revealing her fair neck and delicate side face. "Yes, mentor, you haven't given me the payment you promised," Lin Lu said. "Here." Sima Ying took out several finger-thin bottles of strengthening potions from her storage ring and gave them to Lin Lu. "Here's a bottle that strengthens strength. The rest are all spirit-strengthening ones. I personally refined them. You have to drink them with respect." Sima Ying spread a smile and said, "Yes." Lin Lu took the potion, returned the same way, took the elevator, and left the lab. Out of the office building. Outside. Sunny. It sprinkled warmly on Lin Lu. The alchemy department deserves to be rich. The strengthening potions that Dean Sima gave me are surprisingly all 2-star. Lin Lu couldn't help but marvel. He put the potion away. At that moment his cell phone rang. He glanced at it. It was from Situ Yang. He picked up the call. "Situ Yang, where have you been?" "Lin Lu boss. I called you several times but didn't get through." "Lin Lu, ah? I was just in the underground lab of the alchemy department. I guess the signal is bad. What's the matter with you?" "Situ Yang, didn't you ask me to investigate a Wind Discipline Committee member named Li Shang?" "I've already investigated clearly. This guy named Li Shang's parents were both teachers at Heavenly Sword University. His dad was a teacher in the medical department and his mom was a teacher in the mage department. This person was an asshole, relying on his parents' relationship. In Heavenly Sword University, he had done a lot of asshole things and offended a lot of people. But because his parents were teachers at the school, very few people dared to find trouble with him. However, I know a junior in the student council. He's very powerful. If you're willing to spend some credits, he's willing to step in and help you, and teach the Li Shang guy a hard lesson." "Lin Lu, how many credits?" "Situ Yang, 100 credits. Guaranteed to cripple Li Shang." Lin Lu said indifferently, "Forget it, I'll solve this personally." "Situ Yang, okay, in the future, there is something, just look for Brother Me." "Obliged." Hang up. Lin Lu walked alone as the sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves and spilled onto the paths of the campus. His figure looked a little lonely in the dappled light, but with a different kind of serenity. The alchemy department has nothing to do in the afternoon, so they don't have to go. But you can't go to the necromancy department. It's better to go back to the dormitory and practice. The past 2 days were so busy with this and that there was no time to be able to properly cultivate. Near noon, Lin Lu was also a bit hungry and wondered what his housekeeper would cook for him today. Back to the villa. The doorway of the Mill Sword Lake. The lake is clear, like a sapphire, set in the earth above. A girl was sitting at the entrance of Lin Lu Villa, on the green stone by the lake, removing her shoes and socks, revealing her white and small jade feet. She swung her feet gently, the lake rippling beneath her. The girl's face was small and fair, as delicate as a porcelain doll. Under the arched eyebrows, a pair of large eyes as clear as water, a small nose slightly arched, pink lips as delicate as flower petals. She wore a sharp short hair with slightly curled strands, looking playful and cute. That short hair aptly framed her delicate features, making her look even more agile and lively. The young girl's figure was thin and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She wore a simple white dress that gently hugged her body, emphasizing her slenderness and softness. She looked like a middle schooler, full of youthfulness and innocent charm. Is a child that young the child of a college teacher or a janitor or a housekeeper? Lin Lu glanced at the mesmerized girl. Go back to your dormitory. The butler, Tampin, had already made lunch, and he was sitting in a corner of the kitchen with a newspaper from who knows where, reading it with great interest. You're back, sir. Eat quickly. If you don't, the food will get cold. Seeing Lin Lu come back, Tan Bian immediately put away the newspaper and got up to serve Lin Lu his meal. You sit and rest for a while. Lin Lu waved his hand, signaling Tan Biao to remain seated. He walked over to the table and sat down, grabbed his chopsticks, and chowed down. By the way, near the entrance to the dormitory at home, that girl playing in the water, whose family's child is she? Lin Lu inquired of Tan Bian. Tan Bing walked to the living room, glanced out through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, and said, she seems to be a freshman in this class as well, and she lives right next door to us. Chapter 101, I failed pickup. She's a freshman too? How come I've never seen her before? Lin Lu muttered. Tan Bing laughed. There are over 1,000 freshmen in this class. Sir, how could you possibly have seen them all? Fair enough. Lin Lu quickly put this question behind him, lowered his head, and focused on drying his rice. Butler Tan, your craftsmanship is really good. It's even better than the food cooked by the chef in the restaurant. Lin Lu truly complimented as he tasted the colorful and flavorful food. Tan Bian said with a bitter smile, when I failed to awaken my natural career, high school was in a vocational school. I chose the housekeeper major. Cooking is a mandatory test item. Cooking well is supposed to be good. Heavenly Sword University is not a place where any cat or dog can come to work. In this world, those who didn't awaken their talents couldn't become professionals. People like these will, by and large, go to vocational school and learn a trade, such as barbering, chefing, baking, chauffeuring, accounting, and clothing design. Had lunch. Lin Lu said to Tan Si, I'm going to cultivate in the afternoon. If anyone comes to me, ask them what they're looking for me for first. If they come to play with me, tell them that I have to practice and don't have time to go play with them. If your mentor sends someone, or if it's anything else important, you just come to the practice room and call me. Yes. TPI nodded. After saying that, Lin Lu went straight to the cultivation room. He didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, he first took out the strengthening potion that Sima Ing had given him. There were 5 bottles in total. 1 strengthening strength and the remaining 4 strengthening mental power, all of which were 2-star early stage potions. Not as good as after the high school exams, though. The 10 bottles of 2-star high-grade alchemy potions that the province rewarded him with were of high grade, but Lin Lu was already content. Just after working in the alchemy department's lab for such a short while, he got 5 bottles of 2-star alchemy potions, or the ones that were handcrafted by alchemy master Sima Ing. No wonder so many freshmen want to come to the alchemy department. The alchemy department is, indeed, rich in oil. After drinking all 5 bottles of strengthening potion, Lin Lu suddenly felt that his own strength and spiritual power had risen sharply by a large margin. Strength skyrocketed and spirits were high. This feeling of rapidly becoming stronger was just too good. Next, Lin Lu sat on a futon in the center of the cultivation room and began to cultivate. Nothing to bother him this afternoon. Lin Lu practiced until 9 in the evening. Tampin has left. On the table was a hearty dinner, only it was all cold. Lin Lu didn't mind and made do with eating. He was a lazy man, too lazy to reheat it in the microwave. When he had eaten his fill, he paced the living room, his eyes peering out through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Lin Lu was surprised to find that the girl was still playing in the water by the lake. The moonlight spilled onto the lake, flooding it with silvery waves. The girl's tiny figure looked especially clear at the edge of the lake. Her little bare feet bobbed gently in the water, making a crystalline splash. Her short hair fluttered gently in the breeze, blending in with the beauty of the night. Had she been at the lake from noon until night? Lin Lu's face was odd. Who the hell is she? So idle. Doesn't she need to cultivate? Freshmen are busy these days. Either they were busy studying with their tutors, joining clubs, or practicing. It was the first time Lin Lu had seen such a laid-back freshman. An afternoon. Instead of practicing, you'll be playing in the water by the lake. It's also too lazy. This undoubtedly aroused Lin Lu's great curiosity. Curious to be curious. Lin Lu wasn't one to mind his own business. It's also not so flirty to look at a girl and see that she's pretty and take the opportunity to hit on her. However, if this kid Wang Daopu was here, he definitely wouldn't let go of such a good chance to strike up a conversation. Lin Lu was thinking that in his mind. Next moment. This kid Wang Daopu. I don't know where he came from. Not staying at home on a big night. Nothing to do but skulk around Mill Lake. After bumping into that pretty girl, like a dog that saw a meat bone, he immediately shyly came up. It really made Lin Lu guess correctly. That girl looks so thin and skinny, similar to a female junior high school student. He also has the nerve to go up and hit on her? Really hopeless. Lin Lu scolded. Wang Daopu took what he thought was a dashing step and flirtatiously ruffled his dazzling blonde hair a few times. Under the moonlight, the golden hair seemed to shimmer. He lifted his chin slightly, trying to put on a graceful demeanor as he slowly made his way towards the girl playing in the water by the lake. Each step was taken with a deliberate ease, as if he were the protagonist of the world. As he approached the girl, Wang Daopu cleared his throat and tried to speak in the gentlest voice. Hi, beautiful little girl. It's so late. You're playing in the water here alone. Don't you feel lonely? There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, hoping to get the girl's attention. The girl, however, seemed to be immersed in her own world and did not respond to his overtures. Wang Daopu was a little embarrassed, but he wasn't going to give up and continue to try to find a topic to try to break this awkward situation. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Lin Lu unkindly burst out laughing. Wang Daopu recklessly displayed his crappy pickup skills, completely oblivious. The girl with the short hair was already annoyed by his questions. A look of boredom instantly appeared on the girl's pretty face, and even the air around her became a little cold. Wang Daopu, however, did not notice the girl's boredom at all, and still shamelessly continued to harass. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile that he thought was charming as he spoke again. Hey, don't be so cold, beautiful little girl. As beautiful as the lake is at night, wouldn't it be even better in my company? Vomit. Hearing Wang Daopu's earthy love words, Lin Lu felt sick to his stomach and was on the verge of vomiting. No wonder this guy Wang Daopu has been unable to find a date. Not only do you not have half an eye, but you also like to engage in these earthy love affairs. Deserves to be single. Wang Daopu said as he approached the girl, trying to close the distance with her. His blonde hair looked even more dazzling in the moonlight, but it also made him look even more pompous. The girl moved to the side in disgust, not wanting any contact with him. Wang Daopu, however, did not relent and reached out to touch the girl's shoulder. Come on, talk to me. Maybe we'll have a lot in common. The pretty, short-haired girl jerked and dodged his hand, her eyes full of anger and caution. She bit her lip as if she was desperately trying to hold back the anger in her heart. In this tranquil lake, Wang Daopu's behavior seemed particularly abrupt and offensive. Lin Lu, who was watching the show in the villa, however, secretly said a bad word. Let Wang Daopu continue again. The girl couldn't hold back. She had to do it. Lin Lu was about to go out and stop it, but it was still a step too late. The mysterious pretty girl eventually couldn't hold back and did it. It was also the moment she struck. Lin Lu also recognized who she was. The only rare profession amongst this class of freshmen. The pupil artist. Chapter 102, Pupil Artist. In a flash, the girl's originally clear pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became deep and mysterious. As an illusionist pupil artist who specialized in illusion, it was as if there were countless stars twinkling in her eyes at the moment. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Her gaze locked onto Wang Daopu. Instantly, Wang Daopu only felt that the scene in front of him began to distort and everything around him became blurred. He looked at the girl in horror, but realized that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force. Unable to move, the girl's eyes were like two mysterious vortexes, emitting a powerful magic. Her eyes revealed a hint of anger and warning, as if she was telling Wang Daopu not to continue harassing her. Under this mysterious illusion, Wang Daopu fell into deep fear, and he finally realized that he had messed with the wrong person. The girl's hair fluttered in the breeze from the lake. She stood there quietly, guarding her peaceful world with her pupil magic. Wang Daopu, on the other hand, under the influence of the illusion, could only struggle helplessly and pay the price for his reckless behavior. Stop! Lin Lu burst out. His voice was loud in the stillness of the night and carried an undeniable majesty. The girl heard Lin Lu's gulp and inclined her head to look at him. Face hesitates. But in the end, she still chose to let Wang Daopu go. The illusion instantly dissipated and everything around them returned to normal. Wang Daopu sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, his face filled with panic. He looked at Lin Lu gratefully, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Lin Lu, on the other hand, looked scornfully at the girl. You shouldn't have done that. Heavenly Sword University has a rule that forbids students to fight privately. Lin Lu's voice was low and serious. The girl bit her lip and didn't say anything, just silently looking at the lake. The atmosphere between the three became unusually tense on this quiet night. Lin Lu knew that it wasn't all the girl's fault. He looked down at Wang Daopu and said in a deep voice, "You don't sleep at night. What are you doing?" "I couldn't sleep and came out to sneak around for a while." Wang Daopu commiserated. "Go back. If the teacher who patrols the night knows about this, neither you nor she will have any good consequences," Lin Lu said indifferently. "Oh, I'll leave now. Lin Lu boss, thank you saved me once again." Wang Daopu climbed up in a sorry state and walked away in a grayish manner. Moonlight poured over the girl's body, outlining her slender silhouette. Lin Lu looked at her and murmured, "It's getting dark. The night is cool. You should go home and rest." The girl still stood quietly at the edge of the lake. Lin Lu stopped caring about her and twisted his head away, returning to the villa. Straight up to the second floor. Lay down on the bed and go to sleep. Pupil masters, especially those of the illusionist line, before a professional's level reaches the third level and can't manipulate mental power to construct mental barriers, an illusionist pupil master could easily kill a first or second level professional in seconds. She was much more powerful than the nightmare master that Lin Lu had encountered during the orientation conference. Once caught in her illusion, Lin Lu didn't have the confidence to crack it. She was also the only existence that Lin Lu was afraid of in this class of freshmen. It's better not to mess with her as much as possible. Lin Lu also stopped caring about the girl's strange behavior of guarding the lake at night, lay down on the bed and fall into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Lu woke up early. "I just happened to run into Tanya C. coming to work." "Sir, did you sleep well last night?" Tan Bien, wearing a straight and sophisticated black butler uniform, said with a big smile. "It's okay." Lin Lu walked to the living room and looked outward. No longer able to find the figure of the pupil artist girl, she left the lake. Should be back in the dorms. "I just don't know how soon she left last night." At that moment, Tan Bang asked, "Would you like some coffee?" "Sir, have a cup. Extra milk and sugar. I like sweet coffee." "Good drop. Today's breakfast, Chinese." The food was bun fritters. Tan Bing could see that Lin Lu liked meat, and specially prepared a Mongolian breakfast. Salted milk tea and beef jerky for Lin Lu. Lin Lu laboriously chewed on the beef jerky while saying to Tan Si, "I'm not coming back for lunch today, so you just need to get dinner ready for me." "Yes, it's Wednesday." According to the schedule compiled by the principal, on Wednesday and Thursday, Lin Lu had to go to the necromancy department. He kinda liked going to the necromancy department, studying with Dean Quickson. He was really learning something. Once again, he came to the door of the building shaped like a tombstone in the necromancy department. The old man watching the door saw Lin Lu arrive and said enthusiastically, "The dean is waiting for you in the office. Go quickly." "Okay." Step inside the tombstone building. Today's necromancy department was a bit more lively than the last time he was here. The necromancy students were scattered all over the building. See Lin Lu. The freshmen in the necromancy department always look in awe. The sophomore and junior seniors, on the other hand, had more of a curious look on their faces. Lin Lu took the dean's special elevator, all the way to the dean's office. He looked up and was about to knock on the door. Inside the office, came the gentle voice of Dean Chu Xian. "No need to knock. Just come right in." At those words, Lin Lu gently pushed open the door of the office and walked in. "You came quite early. In the past 2 days, have you practiced multitasking and micromanipulation?" Chu Xian was dressed in a high-ranking black vestment robe, sitting on a chair at the back of the desk. "Nope," Lin Lu honestly said. "I'm about to break through to the first level high rank. As soon as I have free time, I'm cultivating. I don't have time to practice multitasking and micromanipulation." "Really? How many more days is it probably going to take to break through?" Instead of getting angry, Chu Xian brightened up and inquired with a delighted face. "Not 3 days," Lin Lu said with certainty. "Great," Chu Xian asked with a look of excitement. "Then, after you break through and rise to the peak, are you sure you can summon a grade 2 mid-ranked undead servant?" "With certainty," Lin Lu nodded vigorously. "Really? Really? I have a sense in the underworld," Lin Lu casually babbled. "Aha, that's good. That's good," Quixotic Heart muttered and repeated. Immediately, he let out a sudden sigh. Unfortunately, in these recent days, The school is closed, and no one is allowed to go out. Otherwise, I really want to take you on a trip out to meet someone. Who is it? Lin Lu was curious. A saint-ranked powerhouse and the first dean of our necromancy department. Chu Xin said with a smile. Ha, a saint-ranked powerhouse? The primordial dean? Lin Lu was surprised. The primordial dean is very interested in you, and would very much like to meet you. The days I left the school, I went to see him. When I returned to school, the primordial dean even wanted to come back with me. But unfortunately, the principal did not agree. Chu Xin said. Lin Lu was puzzled. Why didn't the principal say yes? Quixin shook his head. You'll know when you get there.